Chapter 85, The Mission Hall. SSS rating? Does the simulator possess such functionality? I am also in the dark. Upon hearing this, the mentors exchanged perplexed glances, as they too were unaware of such capabilities of the simulator. Noticing the same bewilderment etched on Cheng Yifei's face, Cheng Xing inquired with astonishment, "You are all unaware?" It is hardly surprising. The virtual hall was initially established to familiarize students with various disaster beasts, thereby reducing the mortality rate of newcomers in disaster zones. Moreover, the simulator is a new piece of equipment just introduced from the North China base a few months ago. Cheng Yifei explained after a moment of contemplation. To be frank, even he had never heard of the simulator having such an attribute. Then you are also unaware of the simulator's enhancement of crisis perception range. Cheng Xing continued, his expression one of incredulity. What? The range of crisis perception can be augmented through the simulator? At this revelation, the group was once more taken aback. Seeing their reaction, Cheng Xing proceeded to share his experience of heightened crisis perception following intense battles within the virtual hall. This time, Cheng Yifei appeared to be in deep thought. Truth be told, he was also unsure. However, he recalled that during the introduction of these simulators, his instructor had mentioned something along those lines, suggesting he try it out whenever he had the chance that if what you say is accurate. This simulator is quite remarkable. I had thought it merely a toy. It is our negligence for not paying closer attention. In an instant, the mentors fell into contemplation, realizing that they had evidently overlooked the newly released virtual machines. Let us ascertain the truth. We shall return and test it ourselves. Knowledge emerges through practice. Upon learning that the simulator could aid in mastering combat skills and expanding crisis perception, the mentors could no longer remain idle. They hurriedly pushed one another towards the vehicle, eager to rush back to the base. If this were indeed true, it could lead to a significant enhancement in the combat prowess of students and even other awakened individuals within the base. It is worth noting that aside from their own introduction of the simulator, the Adventurers Guild had also procured a batch. Senior brother, it's time for us to depart as well. Observing the vanishing taillights of the Wu University shuttle, Cheng Xing scratched his head, having assumed these matters were common knowledge. Once inside the vehicle, he called out to the still deep in thought Cheng Yifei. "Oh right, I'm coming." By the time Cheng Xing returned to Wu University, it was nearing noon, while the other mentors headed straight for the virtual hall. Before their arrival, a multitude of students from various departments had already congregated outside the virtual hall, summoned by their instructors beforehand. What are the mentors calling us here for? Beats me, I was in class when I suddenly received the notice to assemble at the virtual hall. Is that the case for you too? We are in the same boat. It's all rather mysterious, and we have no clue what the instructors intend. The students gathered their whispered among themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, a shuttle pulled up urgently before them, startling the students. Hey, it seems to be the mentors. Why are they returning in a shuttle? Did you not know? It is said that a senior discovered a new secret realm outside the disaster zone a few days ago. Is that true? The senior is quite lucky. Upon sighting the shuttle, several students quickly recognized the mentors aboard. Hurry, students of the Kuan Academy, gather here. Students of Qian Academy, assemble here. Before the shuttle had even come to a complete stop, the mentors leapt out, waving to the students and directing them to enter the virtual hall. I now entrust you with task. Challenge the virtual disaster beast within the simulator and strive for an SSS rating. But mentors, we do not have enough credits. Upon hearing the mentors' words, the students began to fret. We shall cover the credits. Furthermore, any individual who achieves an SSS rating will receive an additional reward of 100 credits. At this, the mentors waved their hands grandly, prompting the students to erupt in cheers before rushing into the virtual hall. These students hailed from various grades, and the expensive credits for the simulator had prevented many from partaking. Now, with the mentors covering the costs, their joy was palpable. What should we do? Lin Fei glanced at the excitable crowd and inquired. We shall join them, Lin Kong decisively declared. They had witnessed Cheng Xing's combat prowess and the precision with which he wielded his skills. It was impossible not to be inspired, in stark contrast to their fervor. Cheng Xing was not idle either. Cheng Yifei had meticulously interrogated him about his time in the virtual hall, leaving no detail overlooked, even inquiring about his meals. All right, if this matter is substantiated, your merit will be immense. After Cheng Xing returned to Wu University, Cheng Yifei finally wrapped up his inquiries and turned to Cheng Xing with a serious expression. Enough, you've said that multiple times already. Cheng Xing scratched his head, somewhat dismissive. By the way, how do you plan to handle the secret realm? Where do you intend to place it? After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Yifei spoke again, his face betraying an eagerness he could hardly contain. He was nearly unable to restrain his desire to be the first to experience the temporal secret realm. Since it bears the name of the instructor, let the instructor decide its placement. Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment and entrusted the decision to Zhu Ke. Very well, I shall report to the instructor now and contact you later. Cheng Yifei nodded and promptly teleported away to AS for the new functions of the simulator. Let the mentors from other departments explore them, After all, there was currently only one student in their department. He was more concerned with the placement and opening of the temporal secret realm. Watching Chun Yifei's impatient demeanor, Cheng Xing could not help but shake his head, then pulled up a map to locate the task hall. He had no intention of joining the crowd at the virtual hall. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that there would be no available slots there for some time. Now, he needed to swiftly submit his task and return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. For Chun Yifei and the others, he had spent only 8 or 9 days in the disaster zone, yet he had endured 14 days of intense combat. Even now, he could not use his crisis perception as the off-road vehicle navigated through the campus. It soon came to a halt before a building enveloped in streamlined glass curtain walls, with the words Task Hall illuminated in glowing letters atop its dome. After parking, as Cheng Xing approached, the glass doors slid open automatically, revealing a spacious hall before him, where various tasks were projected upon the surrounding glass walls. Upon closer inspection, he could vaguely discern tasks pertaining to secret realm exploration, with rewards ranging from 100 to 500 credits. However, each task bore a label indicating extreme danger. Redirecting his gaze from the projections, at the end of the hall stood a long obsidian counter stretching over 100 meters, with computers placed at intervals along both sides, while several staff members were stationed in the center, in contrast to the martial arts arena. This place was evidently busier, with many teams coming and going, either submitting or accepting academy missions. Cheng Xing casually located a computer and proceeded to upload the hunting videos from his mobile device. Shortly thereafter, his credit balance swiftly increased by 2 points. Initially, Cheng Xing intended to depart at that moment, but suddenly recalled that he seemed to possess a considerable amount of materials related to the bloodthirsty stick. Insects in his vehicle. Chapter 85. The Mission Hall. SSS rating. Does the simulator possess such functionality? I am equally at a loss. Upon hearing this, the assembled instructors exchanged perplexed glances, as they had never been informed of the simulator's capability. Observing the same look of bewilderment on Chun Yifei's face, Cheng Xing inquired with astonishment. You are all unaware? It is not surprising that we are uninformed. The establishment of the virtual hall was initially intended to familiarize students with various disaster beasts, thereby reducing the mortality rate of newcomers in disaster zones. Moreover, the simulator was newly introduced from the North China base merely a few months ago. Chun Yifei elaborated thoughtfully. Frankly, not only the other instructors, but even himself had not heard of this particular functionality of the simulator. Then you are also unaware of the simulator's enhancement of crisis perception range. Cheng Xing's expression turned peculiar as he pressed on. What? The range of crisis perception can be augmented through the simulator. This revelation left everyone astounded once more. Recognizing their astonishment, Cheng Xing proceeded to share his own experience of heightened crisis perception after engaging in intense battles within the virtual hall. This time, however, Chun Yifei appeared to ponder deeply. He too was uncertain. Yet, it seemed that his mentor had mentioned something about it upon the simulator's introduction, suggesting he should try it out whenever possible. If what you say holds true, this simulator is quite remarkable. I'd thought it merely a toy. It is our oversight for not paying closer attention that in an instant. The instructors fell into contemplation, acknowledging that they had indeed overlooked the newly released virtual machines. Let's go. Whether it's true or not, we will find out through practice. Upon learning that the simulator could aid in mastering combat skills and enhancing crisis perception, the instructors could no longer remain idle. They eagerly jostled one another to board the vehicle, hurrying towards the base. If this were indeed accurate, it could lead to a significant leap in the combat capabilities of the students and even other awakened individuals within the base. It is worth noting that the Adventurers Guild had also acquired a set of simulators. Senior brother, we should also depart. Gazing at the vanishing taillights of the Wu University vehicle, Cheng Xing scratched his head, having assumed this knowledge was common. As he climbed aboard, he called out to the still contemplative Chun Yifei. Oh, right, coming. By the time Cheng Xing returned to Wu University, it was nearing noon, while the other instructors headed straight to the virtual hall in their dedicated vehicle. Even before their arrival, a throng of students from various departments had already gathered outside the virtual hall, summoned prior to their journey. Why have the instructors called us here? I have no idea. I was in class when I suddenly received the notice to assemble at the virtual hall. Is that the case for all of you? We too are in the dark about what the instructors intend. The students gathered there engaged in hushed whispers, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, a vehicle arrived in haste, startling the students as it came to a stop before them. Hey, it seems to be the instructors. Why are they returning in a special vehicle? Don't you know? It is rumored that a senior discovered a new secret realm outside the disaster zone a few days ago. Is that true? The senior must be incredibly fortunate. At the sight of the vehicle, several students quickly recognized the instructors on board. Hurry, students from Kuan Academy, gather here. Students from Chin Academy, assemble here. Before the vehicle had even fully stopped, the instructors leapt out, beckoning to the students to enter the virtual hall. I am assigning you a task now. You will challenge virtual disaster beasts within the simulator and strive for the SSS rating. But, instructors, we lack sufficient credits. The students were taken aback by the instructor's proclamation. We will cover the credits. Additionally, any student who achieves an SSS rating will receive an extra reward of 100 credits. At this announcement, the instructors waved their hands, prompting the students to erupt in cheers before surging into the virtual hall like a swarm. These students hailed from various grades, and the costly credits for the simulator had previously deterred many from participating. Now that the instructors were offering to cover the costs, their joy was palpable. What should we do? Lin Fei glanced at the enthusiastic crowd and asked. We should also go, Lin Kong replied decisively. They had witnessed Cheng Xing's prowess in combat. It was impossible not to be captivated by his precise mastery of skills. In stark contrast to their fervor, Cheng Xing was not idle either. Chen Yifei's inquiries regarding his time spent in the virtual hall were meticulous, even extending to the details of his meals. All right, if this matter is verified, you will receive great credit for it. After Cheng Xing returned to Wu University, Chen Yifei hastily concluded his questioning and turned to Cheng Xing with a serious expression. You have repeated that phrase numerous times already, Cheng Xing remarked, scratching his head dismissively. By the way, what are your plans for the secret realm? Where do you intend to place it? Once Chen Yifei gathered his thoughts, he spoke again, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. Having appended his mentor's name, Cheng Xing decided to leave the placement decision to Zhu Ke. Very well. I shall report to the teacher immediately and will contact you later. Chen Yifei nodded, then promptly dematerialized to relay the news that AS for the simulator's new function. Let the instructors from other departments explore it. After all, there was only one student left in their department. He was far more concerned with the placement and opening of the time's secret realm. Observing Chen Yifei's eagerness, Cheng Xing could not help but shake his head. He then pulled up a map to locate the mission hall. He had no intention of joining the bustling crowd at the virtual hall. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would likely be crowded. Thus, he aimed to submit his task promptly and return to his dormitory for rest. For Chen Yifei and the others, his time spent in the disaster zone was merely 8 or 9 days, yet he had endured 14 days of intense combat. Even now, he was unable to utilize crisis perception. As the off-road vehicle navigated through the campus, it soon came to a stop before a building enveloped in streamlined glass walls, with the words Mission Hall illuminated in radiant letters upon its dome. Once the vehicle was parked, as Cheng Xing approached, the glass doors opened automatically, revealing a spacious hall before him. Surrounding glass walls displayed projections of various tasks. Upon closer inspection, one could discern tasks related to secret realm exploration, with rewards ranging from 100 to 500 credits. However, each task came with a label indicating extreme danger. Shifting his focus from the projections, he noted a long obsidian counter stretching over 100 meters at the hall's end, with computers spaced evenly along both sides, and several staff members stationed in the center. In contrast to the martial arena, this hall was noticeably more crowded, with numerous teams coming and going, submitting or accepting academy missions. Cheng Xing casually located a computer and uploaded the hunting videos from his phone. Before long, his credit balance surged by 2 points. Initially, Cheng Xing intended to take his leave, but suddenly recalled that he seemed to possess a substantial amount of materials related to the bloodthirsty stick insects in his car. Chapter 86, Accumulating Credits. Perhaps I should explore if there are any relevant tasks available? With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing continued to browse the tasks pertaining to the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. However, after a thorough search, he discovered merely 2 tasks involving the submission of materials. One specified the bloodthirsty bamboo worm, while the other merely required any D-grade material. After some contemplation, Cheng Xing decided to accept both tasks, subsequently returning to his vehicle to retrieve the 2 materials for submission. Following a brief inspection by the staff at the counter, Cheng Xing successfully completed his tasks once again. However, he soon noticed that, upon completing the tasks, the previous 2 had refreshed in the task database. The tasks have refreshed again? Cheng Xing stared at his task list, momentarily taken aback, before regaining his composure and inquiring with the staff behind the counter. Hello? I would like to ask whether these material tasks can be accepted repeatedly? Hello, are you referring to the tasks requiring specified materials? The staff member, a strikingly attractive young woman, hesitated slightly upon hearing Cheng Xing's question. Cheng Xing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, these tasks can certainly be accepted repeatedly. However, is there a limit to the number of times they can be taken? Cheng Xing continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, the young woman discreetly appraised Cheng Xing, her brow furrowing slightly. Another freshman seeking to exploit the system, she mused inwardly. Seasoned students are well aware that the material tasks in the task hall have no limit on the number of acceptances. Some individuals attempt to acquire materials externally, complete the tasks, and thereby earn credits to exchange for Huaxia currency. However, the academy had anticipated this and thus set the credit rewards for material tasks at an awkwardly low level. The credits gained through this method are, in fact, lower than the rates currently traded in the underground market, rendering it a purely unprofitable venture. Cheng Xing's question led the young woman to naturally regard him as yet another freshman seeking to exploit the system. With this thought, the young woman forced a smile and replied, "Of course, you can accept them repeatedly, and there is no limit on the number of times these tasks can be taken. Such tasks have been established by the school for a long time to acquire materials for weapon crafting, which students can then exchange for credits. However, due to the unappealing ratios, not many students are inclined to accept these tasks. They are accustomed to selling materials outside and then exchanging credits through the underground market. Yet, this new student before her was clearly unaware of the existence of the black market. Very well then. Cheng Xing pondered for a moment, disregarding the so-called price differences, and turned to leave. Observing this, the young woman assumed that Cheng Xing had deemed the exchange rates too low and subsequently abandoned the idea. She then resumed her conversation with the staff beside her, and naturally, the topic shifted to the recent encounter with Cheng Xing. You all saw that, right? How many of these have we had this week? It's always the same, students attempting to exploit the system. They would do better to focus on leveling up. Sigh. Every year there are a few naive newcomers who think there are loopholes to exploit, but this one isn't so bad. He.S. quite handsome. I noticed him when he first arrived. It was quite striking. They chattered excitedly, as only those tasks requiring identification necessitated a visit to the human counter. Most hunting tasks could be accomplished via self-service kiosks. Due to the scarcity of participants in material tasks, they enjoyed a leisurely pace. Hello? Just as they were engaging in lively conversation, Cheng Xing interrupted them. It's you again? Is there something else? The young woman who had initially attended to Cheng Xing frowned slightly, clearly displeased by his reappearance with a bulging backpack. I'm here to submit materials. Following this, under the astonished gaze of the counter staff, Cheng Xing emptied his backpack onto the counter, creating a small mountain of D-grade materials. These are all D-grade materials from the bloodthirsty bamboo worm. As he spoke, he simultaneously accepted the tasks on the nearby computer. This scene instantly captivated the attention of others in the task hall, their eyes widening at the sight of the materials piled on the counter. How long would it take them to farm this many materials? However, it wasn't long before some individuals displayed expressions of schadenfreude. No way. Is Wuda truly allowing anyone to enter? Does he think that this method of accumulating credits is profitable? The disparity among this year's freshmen was stark. Some had already reached level 23, while others couldn't even perform basic arithmetic. In an instant, the hall was filled with derisive remarks directed at Cheng Xing. In response, Cheng Xing chose to ignore them. He couldn't possibly harm an entire family over a few idle comments, could he? Besides, only he understood the origins of these materials. Rather than wasting time selling them for money, he preferred to directly accumulate credits here. Allow me to assist you. Observing Cheng Xing repeatedly accepting tasks, the young woman finally spoke up, though her gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar. Soon, with the counter staff's counting and processing, the materials were successfully converted into credits on his student card. Is it possible to process them in bulk like this? Please hold on. After witnessing the batch processing, she left a remark before turning and heading out with her backpack. When Cheng Xing reappeared, he was laden with an assortment of bags once more, and he proceeded to dump the contents of his backpack onto the counter again. This time, the mountain on the counter grew even taller. Wow, who is this wealthy second-generation heir, using such a method to accumulate credits? How extravagant. Did he not know that Wuda had a black market? The individuals who had previously mocked Cheng Xing now stood in stunned silence, contemplating how much money he must have spent to acquire such materials. In an instant, Cheng Xing began to transform in their eyes into a veritable cash cow, especially after he submitted this batch of materials and returned once more, cradling yet another pile of materials in the task hall. Everyone's gaze shifted dramatically. Brother, are you trying to amass credits? Let me tell you. My stall in the black market is number 749. You can come to me, and I can exchange credits for you at a rate that is at least 3 times better than what you're doing here. Get lost, you unscrupulous black merchant. Freshman, don't listen to him. He's trying to con you. Instead, give the materials to me for processing. I can get you at least half more than here. All of you are nothing but unscrupulous merchants. Trust me, let me handle the materials, and I can help you earn an extra 10% in credits. The bolder individual stepped forward to engage Cheng Xing, perceiving him as an easy mark who couldn't even calculate basic ratios. Sorry, I'm only here to submit my tasks. Cheng Xing was exasperated, feeling that he did not resemble a cash cow at all. He resolutely declined their offers. Upon hearing this, many individuals tactfully withdrew, yet a few remained unyielding, continuing to press him. Cheng Xing, however, remained steadfast, ultimately facing those who positioned themselves directly in his path, refusing to let him pass. What do you want? Cheng Xing frowned and asked coldly. We don't want anything. Your method of accumulating credits is a loss. We are members of the Black Market Chilean Chamber of Commerce. You should consider our services, the leader said dismissively. However, before he could finish speaking, Cheng Xing shot him a fierce glare, unleashing a powerful aura. While words may be exchanged, resorting to coercive tactics was crossing a line. As Cheng Xing's energy surged forth, the number 25 appeared above his head, marking his level. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. and the individual standing in front of Cheng Xing recoiled in shock, retreating several steps. Level 25? Are you not a freshman? The leader's expression turned grave. He had presumed Cheng Xing to be a novice, which was why he had dared to obstruct him, who asserts that freshmen cannot reach level 25. Chapter 87, Su Yanran's Duel. You. At this remark, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Such a thing was certainly not governed by any regulations. Moreover, a level 23 freshman had already departed from the academy, so the emergence of another level 25 freshman seemed quite plausible. Clearly, they had not contemplated that the former and the latter could be the same individual. This oversight was understandable, for Cheng Xing's rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. In Wu University, for instance, among the level 20 students, those able to ascend a single level within a month were regarded as unparalleled geniuses. If they were informed that someone could rise 2 levels within 9 days beyond level 20, they would undoubtedly exclaim that someone was cheating. If you cannot comprehend my response, I possess a modicum of martial skill as well. Cheng Xing, sensing that his intimidation had achieved its desired effect, retracted his imposing aura and spoke with an air of nonchalance. The threat embedded within his words was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, many took a step back. Although they were all upperclassmen, their levels did not necessarily surpass his. We, the Qilin Chamber of Commerce, shall remember this incident. The individual who had obstructed Cheng Xing felt utterly humiliated and, after uttering a harsh retort, fled in disgrace. The others, naturally, had no desire to invite trouble upon themselves and swiftly parted to clear a path for him. Given that even the influential Qilin Chamber of Commerce was disregarded, they felt even less inclined to provoke Cheng Xing. Observing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. There will always be those who bully the weak and fear the strong. If one does not adopt a firm stance, others will take liberties. Sometimes, being high profile has its advantages. Once no one else dared to impede him, Cheng Xing promptly returned to the counter. However, this time, the young woman behind the counter wore a different expression, eagerly attending to him with warmth. Occasionally, she cast him flirtatious glances. Cheng Xing, unfazed by her drastically altered demeanor, completed his transaction and departed the task hall. The girl behind the counter, disheartened by his indifference to her advances, felt a pang of disappointment. After disposing of the D-grade materials, Cheng Xing's credits had neared 1,000, and he still possessed a considerable amount of C-grade materials, equipment, and unused skills. Thanks to the previous episode, he now harbored a burgeoning interest in this so-called black market, and he could take Su Yanran and others to explore it. After all, plans seldom survive the unexpected, and this outing would certainly not escape their notice. He would need to make amends to placate them. With so many credits, could I ascend directly to the 9th floor? Cheng Xing mused as he toyed with his student card. The 9th floor of the Secret Realm Tower offers 5 experience points daily, which is precisely what he needed for a brief respite. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing drove towards the Secret Realm Tower. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the tower, leaving his equipment in the car before preparing to gather his belongings from his former dormitory. However, just as he approached the entrance of the Secret Realm Tower, a hurried figure suddenly appeared and collided directly with him. In that instant, he felt 2 soft forms collide against him, accompanied by a startled exclamation. And the soft sensation vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Lu Xinxin gasped, feeling as though she had crashed into a solid pillar. Momentarily losing her balance, she instinctively reached out to stabilize herself. A hand grasped her slender wrist, while another arm encircled her delicate waist. Dare to take advantage of me, Cheng Xing? Lu Xinxin's brows furrowed in indignation, preparing to push the person before her away, but upon recognizing him, she swallowed the words that had risen to her lips. Lu Xinxin, what transpired? You seem flustered. Cheng Xing inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Please release me. The moment Cheng Xing spoke, Lu Xinxin was acutely aware of the potent masculine aura emanating from him, accentuated by his striking visage that gleamed in the sunlight. Always one to flirt without consequences. Lu Xinxin felt a blush creep across her cheeks, rendering her momentarily flustered. Oh, my apologies. Cheng Xing, realizing the overly intimate nature of their proximity, hastily withdrew his hands. Where have you been these past few days? Yanran went out to attend classes and arranged a duel. I fear she may be in trouble. After regaining her composure, Lu Xinxin recalled the pressing matter and spoke with a serious tone. Yanran is dueling? Who is her opponent? Cheng Xing's expression instantly darkened. The Wang family, Wang Bing. Where are they now? The martial arts arena. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xing turned and climbed into the car. At a signal, Lu Xinxin quickly took her seat in the passenger side, and with a swift press of the accelerator, they sped towards the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, at the martial arts arena, the venue was as bustling as ever, with numerous individuals engaged in continuous PK battles to earn victory points. However, before long, a commotion arose, causing the onlookers to focus their attention on the largest arena at the center. At that moment, a young man resembling Wang Sheng stood atop the grand stage, facing Su Yanran, who was clad in combat attire. Su Yanran's exquisite beauty and impressive figure immediately drew the gaze of many. Yet, upon recognizing her opponent, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Is that Wang Bing? ranked among the top 49 on the PK leaderboard. Who is his opponent? So strikingly beautiful. Brother, you must be quite uninformed. That is Su Yanran, the newly crowned first beauty of Qian Academy and one of the top 10 beauties of Wu University. Compared to the level rankings, the PK leaderboard provides a more objective comparison of individual combat prowess and is the prevailing ranking at Wu University. The top 100 students are essentially the most exceptional talents within the university, well known among the student body. As soon as Wang Bing, ranked 49th, was recognized, his presence overshadowed even Su Yanran's. A new beauty? She's a freshman? What's so impressive about that? Those unfamiliar with Su Yanran's identity began to catch on after hearing others' explanations and felt a wave of disinterest. Though Su Yanran was indeed stunning, they yearned for a thrilling battle. You clearly do not comprehend. The Wang in Wang Bing refers to the Wang family, while the Su in Su Yanran, well, you can guess which Su it is. Hiss, so this is a clash between the aristocracies of the Wang and Su families? Now that's intriguing. No wonder a freshman would dare to challenge an upperclassman. As those in the know enlightened the crowd, their interest was rekindled. By this point, Su Yanran and her companions had been enrolled for over half a month, and their identities were no longer a secret, known to a larger audience. Oddly enough, isn't Wang Bing a senior? Why would he bully a freshman? I am not certain. Rumors suggest that the Su family sheltered a murderer responsible for the death of a Wang family member, prompting the Wang family to seek retribution. Surely not. How could the Su family engage in such actions? I had thought they were selfless and noble. Truly, every crow is black in this world. Chapter 88. Whatever you do, don't surrender. Listening to the idle gossip from the audience, Su Yanran furrowed her brow. It is truly repugnant that even a mere PK duel is not spared from slander. In stark contrast, Wang Bing appeared utterly pleased with his own machinations. Long before Cheng Xing's school term commenced, his family had issued an irrevocable decree, determined to employ every conceivable stratagem to subdue him. Regrettably, despite Cheng Xing's ascension on the virtual leaderboard, he had yet to uncover a viable opportunity to strike. It was only after he gleaned through familial intelligence that Cheng Xing's relationship with the daughters of the Su and Chu families was ambiguous that he altered his approach. Initially, he dispatched individuals to cultivate camaraderie with Cheng Xing's acquaintances, such as Yang Jian, and, once familiarity was established, he instigated a PK under the guise of mentorship. Yang Jian, underestimating the situation, found himself grievously injured. Following this incident, Lu Xinxin and others, upon realizing that Yang Jian's misfortune was orchestrated by the Wang family, intervened in time. Witnessing their evasive actions, Wang Bing began disseminating rumors within the school, alleging that Cheng Xing had conspired against the Wang family. Driven to the brink of indignation, Su Yanran confronted Wang Bing directly, resulting in the unfolding of this scene. I cannot believe you can still endure this. Wang Bing's eyes gleamed with triumph as he observed the one-sided discourse surrounding him. This method of distorting truth to dismantle an individual's psychological defenses had proven effective time and again. He reveled in watching others entrap themselves, desperately attempting to justify their innocence while realizing that no explanation could suffice. Murder? A base act indeed. My intention is not merely to ruin Cheng Xing, but to render him a wretched creature, living in misery worse than death itself. Ultimately, I shall defeat him and secure my qualification for the transfer out of the academy, a twofold victory. Why protect a murderer? Does this not tarnish your esteemed Su and Chu families? Wang Bing proposed, sensing the moment was ripe. If you surrender Cheng Xing, I shall pretend this never occurred. You speak nonsense. If a fight is what you seek, then let us engage. In equal standings, I fear no one. Su Yanran's expression turned icy, indicating her inexperience in this war of words as she drew her sword toward Wang Bing. In response, Wang Bing smirked, continuing his actions with swift taps on his interface. A soft glow emanated from the arena, as a protective barrier gradually descended from above. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Su Yanran, causing her face to shift dramatically upon comprehension. Of course, I am aware of your invincibility at this level, but at what point did I agree to a battle at your level? Su Yanran's demeanor darkened. She had assumed Wang Bing would honor their prior agreement to fight on equal terms, yet she had overestimated his integrity. He had unilaterally changed the rules. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was too late for her to withdraw. Just as the barrier was about to descend, an unexpected figure surged from outside, darting onto the arena with blinding speed. Who goes there? Wang Bing's expression shifted to one of alarm as he eyed the unwelcome interloper. Cheng Xing? Cheng Xing? You've returned? Su Yanran and the onlookers, including Chu Yanyan, were momentarily taken aback before expressing their exhilaration. Cheng Xing, relieved to have arrived in time, nodded at Chu Yanyan and the others, inquiring, I'm back. Is everything all right? I'm fine, but he is after you, Su Yanran replied, her gaze fixed gravely on Wang Bing. With her warning, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within. You have entered the arena. PK mode, no level adjustment mode. Upon stepping into the arena, Cheng Xing noted the notification. Prior to this, he had enlisted Lu Xinxin to gather intelligence regarding the martial arts arena. Once the outer protective barrier activated, entry for those outside would be prohibited unless someone inside conceded or was incapacitated. Furthermore, any attacks exceeding the opponent's capacity would be absorbed within the barrier's range, thus preventing fatalities. The PK mode was categorized into two types: level adjustment and no level adjustment. The former would equalize the combatants' levels, while the latter maintained their original levels. Upon seeing this notification, Cheng Xing surmised the situation with clarity. "You are Cheng Xing?" Wang Bing scoffed, finding it fortuitous to finally encounter the person he had sought for so long. "No wonder the Su family protects you. I had my suspicions about how an ordinary person could elevate their ranks so swiftly." With a subtle signal, his concealed accomplices among the spectators began their act. Directing blame squarely at Cheng Xing, Wang Bing unleashed his aura, revealing his level 25 status. Oh no, it isn't the level adjustment mode. The faces of Chu Yanyan and her companions contorted with anger as they realized Wang Bing had duped them. "You would do well not to concede, for I shall grant you no opportunity." Wang Bing grinned, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. With the orchestrated crowd now turning against Cheng Xing, voices grew increasingly fervent in their condemnation of him, along with the Su and Chu families. Despite Chu Yanyan's attempts to defend Cheng Xing, her words fell on deaf ears. Wang Bing had strategically laid the groundwork for this public opinion, rendering their rebuttals futile. "Cheng Xing, let us concede. A step back could lead to broader horizons," Su Yanran urged, her brow furrowed as she recognized the precariousness of their situation. Wang Bing, being a senior, possessed superior levels and combat skills, and in a no-adjustment mode, their chances of victory were slim. "No, trust me, you need not intervene," Cheng Xing confidently replied, shaking his head at Su Yanran's suggestion. At his words, Su Yanran hesitated. Yet upon witnessing Cheng Xing's assured demeanor, she refrained from further protest. She recognized that he was not one to shy away from a challenge. With this thought, she obediently stepped aside. "Wait, why has Yanran stepped aside? Cheng Xing wouldn't dare to face him alone, would he?" Lu Xinxin exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Yanyan, who had previously been anxiously pacing, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Su Yanran's action, knowing that Cheng Xing was not one to take unnecessary risks. The absence of their collaboration indicated that Cheng Xing was confident in his ability to handle Wang Bing alone. "That's the spirit. Just don't concede later." Cheng Xing raised his hand, a standard long sword falling into his grip, releasing a powerful aura as he drew it. A familiar level appeared above Cheng Xing's head. "I shall not grant you any opportunities either." Chapter 89, Total Domination. "What? This is impossible. He is also level 25. Wasn't he level 23? How could he have leveled up so quickly?" The arena erupted in chaos as Cheng Xing's level materialized, declaring him the top of the freshman leaderboard on the virtual ranking. When Cheng Xing made his appearance, the students who had long frequented the martial combat arena immediately recognized him. Remarkably, just over 2 weeks ago, Cheng Xing had been at level 23, and in such a brief span, he had ascended to level 25, akin to Wang Bing on the stage. In an instant, the narrative Wang Bing had constructed dissipated, and even the accomplices he had arranged wore expressions of astonishment. A wave of uproar swept through the arena. "No wonder you exude such confidence. It turns out you have reached level 25. Upon witnessing Cheng Xing's level, Wang Bing was visibly taken aback, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Yet, he remained composed. Even if their levels were equal, what did it matter? He was a senior, and his combat skills had reached a consummate level of mastery. Dealing with a freshman who was still oblivious to combat techniques would be a mere trifle. With this thought, he sneered coldly and prepared to strike, only to discover that Cheng Xing had vanished without a trace. Had no one ever informed him that losing focus in battle is a grave mistake? Just as he scanned his surroundings in search of Cheng Xing's figure, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "This is bad." Wang Bing's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily turned sideways, only to see a flash of blade light sweep past. In the next moment, a searing pain erupted from his mouth, followed by several white objects, tinged with crimson, flying before his eyes. They resembled the ceramic teeth, worth thousands, he had once possessed. As he instinctively sought to cry out in agony, another blade light struck again, accompanied by the scattering of more ceramic teeth. He was horrified to realize that his jaw had dislocated, leaving him unable to close his mouth. Cheng Xing flicked his long blade, finding the act of striking with the back of the knife somewhat awkward for the first time. Mud pit recognition, Wang Bing gasped in terror. But the dislocation rendered his words incoherent, his speech fragmented. However, Cheng Xing offered him no respite. Swiftly retrieving a C-grade material resembling a disaster beast's reproductive tool from his pocket and stuffing it into Wang Bing's mouth, rendering him utterly mute. "This habit of yours is quite undesirable. We agreed not to concede," Cheng Xing remarked, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, his smile devoid of warmth. In response, Wang Bing had no choice but to draw the long sword at his waist and slash at Cheng Xing, simultaneously attempting to extract the unknown object from his mouth. Yet such an attack could hardly affect Cheng Xing. He merely sidestepped with ease and unleashed a strike of his own. Crack! With a crisp sound, Wang Bing's outstretched arm was severed by Cheng Xing's blade. The excruciating pain urged Wang Bing to howl, but the foreign object in his mouth only allowed him to emit muffled sounds of despair. Realizing that Cheng Xing would not relent so easily, Wang Bing steeled himself, focusing intently on his opponent. Azure Light Blade. In the next instant, his long sword emanated a faint azure glow, slicing toward Cheng Xing at an astonishing speed. The Azure Light Blade was his B-grade skill, renowned for its rapidity. He had never witnessed anyone evade this technique at such a close distance. However, in the following moment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Cheng Xing merely adjusted his posture slightly, effortlessly dodging each of Wang Bing's attacks, without even employing a blocking skill. What is this? Intricate precision. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Not only had he leveled up to 25, but he had also mastered intricate precision. Among the spectators were several fourth-year students, who, upon witnessing Cheng Xing's agility, were left speechless in astonishment. The younger students, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the intricacies of combat skills. What had Cheng Xing been doing during this time? How had he come to master intricate precision? Ning Xia and Lin Yan exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting their shock. As disciples of the war god, they were naturally aware of the existence of combat skills, while the ordinary-born Lu Xinxin wore a puzzled look. Chu Yinyan's eyes widened, her small hands instinctively covering her mouth in surprise. Under Lu Xinxin's inquiries, the three hastened to explain the concept of combat skills to her. What? Such a divine skill exists? Why isn't it accessible to others? Lu Xinxin exclaimed in astonishment. It wasn't that the Academy didn't wish to disseminate this knowledge. Rather, combat skills were exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Those lacking innate talent might remain forever stuck at the entry level. In comparison, leveling up, acquiring new gear, and changing skills were considerably simpler endeavors. Chu Yanyan and the others exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging the formidable challenge of mastering combat skills. Even if they were widely taught, their practical utility would be minimal and could hinder the progression of ordinary individuals. Then how could Cheng Xing? He must possess extraordinary talent. I can't fathom any other possibility. Chu Yinyan shrugged, a look of pride overtaking her features as she tilted her head back, affirming her choice in men. As they elucidated the matter to Lu Xinxin, the battle on stage approached its conclusion. Wang Bing, now incapable of standing, lay contorted on the ground. Thanks to the protective barrier, no fatal injuries could be sustained during the PK, allowing Cheng Xing to unleash his full force. Moreover, after surpassing level 20, an Awaken's physical constitution and recovery abilities significantly enhanced, Wang Bing endured Cheng Xing's relentless strikes for a considerable duration before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing Wang Bing's pitiful state, the audience fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter a word. Challenger Wang Bing has lost combat capability. Challenger Su Yanran concedes. Victor, Cheng Xing, awarded 69 victory points. Your current ranking is 79. With Wang Bing's consciousness fading, Su Yanran voluntarily declared her defeat, causing the protective barrier enveloping the arena to dissipate. Simultaneously, Cheng Xing noted the PK result notification. His name appeared on the PK leaderboard, soaring to rank 79, while Wang Bing plummeted beyond the 100s. How could he be so powerful and claim he is not a killer? Indeed, I must report this. Cheng Xing is definitely not clean. They were all classmates, yet he had reduced someone to such a state. At this point, one might have thought the matter had reached its conclusion. However, Wang Bing's hired accomplices, still attempting to tarnish Cheng Xing's reputation, found themselves shouting into a void as they realized the crowd was no longer engaging with them. Having witnessed Cheng Xing's inaugural PK match in its entirety, the onlookers' eyes had cleared, their minds functioning with newfound acuity, enabling them to discern the flaws in the claims being made. Nonsense. Cheng Xing is a new student from the Institute. How could he possibly be a killer? I just recalled why their earlier remarks sounded so peculiar. Someone was deliberately stirring the pot. I recognize them. They are from the Qilin Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 90. I confess everything. Listening to the contrasting voices around them, the members of the Qilin Chamber of Commerce hidden among the crowd felt a surge of dread. The number of dissenting voices swelled, and they abandoned their mission, discreetly retreating. As the protective barrier faded, several individuals rushed onto the stage, shielding the unconscious Wang Bing behind them while glaring intently at Cheng Xing, fearful that he might suddenly lash out at them. Observing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes but refrained from attacking, instead turning to jump off the stage with Su Yanran. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already reached level 25. Yang Jian eagerly approached Cheng Xing, curiosity etched on his face. Cheng Xing's rapid ascent in levels was astonishing. Previously, he had reached level 23 by vanquishing numerous fallen. Having accepted a task from the Academy, Cheng Xing ventured into the disaster-stricken area for a brief exploration. He scratched his head, casting a glance around, yet chose not to elaborate further. Let us return first, we can discuss it later. Even before Yang Jian spoke, the surrounding onlookers had perked up their ears, intrigued by how Cheng Xing had managed to level up so swiftly. However, upon hearing Cheng Xing's subsequent remarks, disappointment washed over their faces. replaced soon by envious glances cast towards Yang Jian and his companions. Was this the advantage of clinging to the thigh of a master? As Cheng Xing and his entourage departed, the crowd encircling the arena instinctively parted to create a passage. Previously, when Cheng Xing ascended the leaderboard, they might have dismissed it, asserting that mere hard work would suffice for leveling up. When he climbed the virtual points chart, they could argue it was merely a virtual disaster beast, posing no real danger. Aside from the individual, no one could witness the battle, leaving room for speculation regarding potential glitches exploited for gains. Yet today, the duel between Cheng Xing and Wang Bing was witnessed in its entirety, with Cheng Xing not only elevating his level to match Wang Bing's, but also exhibiting martial skills so refined that he utterly dominated the 49th ranked Wang Bing. This was a tangible achievement. Anyone daring to regard Cheng Xing as just another ordinary freshman would be sorely mistaken. Under the gazes of the crowd, Cheng Xing and his companions promptly boarded a vehicle and departed from the martial arena. One might wonder how so many individuals could fit into a single vehicle. Yang Jian, seated in the trunk, could provide the answer. Cheng Xing, how did you master your martial skills? Yang Jian could no longer contain his curiosity even before they returned to the secret realm building. Simultaneously, curious glances were cast in his direction by the others. Those familiar with martial skills understood the considerable difficulty in mastering them. It might be related to the simulator, Cheng Xing pondered before offering an explanation. The simulator? The crowd looked puzzled, especially Yang Jian, who questioned its relevance, having dabbled in the simulator himself without perceiving any benefit to mastering martial skills. Observing their confusion, Cheng Xing began to share his insights while driving. What? You managed to elevate a disaster beast's rating to SSS within a week. Yang Jian was left astounded upon hearing that Cheng Xing had achieved an SSS rating for his bloodthirsty bamboo worm. Why the dramatic reaction? Lu Xinxin and her companions rolled their eyes, scoffing at Yang Jian's response. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to achieve a high rating? The best I managed was AB. Yang Jian protested innocently, aware of the immense difficulty associated with attaining an SSS rating. Having engaged with the simulator more than anyone else aside from Cheng Xing, how did you accomplish that? Yang Jian could hardly contain his inquisitiveness. Cheng Xing, unreservedly, divulged the experiences he had gleaned. You mean to say that to achieve an SSS rating, one must refrain from using skills and ensure each attack precisely targets the disaster beast's weaknesses? Yang Jian regarded Cheng Xing with an expression akin to that of a fascinated creature. However, upon digesting Cheng Xing's explanation, the others comprehended why he could master martial skills with such alacrity. It was indeed a combination of innate talent and considerable effort. Simultaneously, Cheng Xing shared how his extensive use of the simulator had expanded his crisis perception range. Stop the car, Yang Jian shouted after processing the information. Then, amidst the bewildered expressions of the others, he climbed out of the trunk, seemingly resolved, and sprinted towards the virtual pavilion without a backward glance. Did I not mention that mentors from various departments are currently at the virtual pavilion? Cheng Xing remarked, observing Yang Jian's vanishing figure. The girls shook their heads, concluding, well, he will be back shortly. After Cheng Xing and his companions returned to their dormitory, Ningxia and Lin Yan were the first to depart, needing to discuss and digest what Cheng Xing had just revealed with their respective mentors. Lu Xinxin watched Cheng Xing, who was happily conversing with Chu Yanyan and others, a faint frown forming on her lips, an inexplicable sense of sourness welling up within her. Ultimately, she bid farewell to the trio and retreated to her dormitory. Observing her departing figure, Cheng Xing sensed something amiss, but was quickly pulled into the dormitory by Su Yanran and the others. Confess, where have you been running off to during this time? Were you out there secretly meeting some woman? As soon as the dormitory door closed, Chu Yanyan and her companion adopted a different demeanor. One feigned a fierce expression with hands on her hips, while the other widened her eyes, a subtle glow flickering within, clearly activating some sort of talent, transforming into a relentless human lie detector. Cheng Xing raised his hands in surrender. All right, I will confess. I will confess. Meanwhile, in another disaster zone, a figure navigated through the ruins, soon fixating on a sea-level disaster beast before charging forward. Upon perceiving this individual, the beast immediately adopted a defensive stance, launching an attack. Yet, its strikes were effortlessly evaded with the slightest of movements, and each of its assaults met with precise hits to its vulnerabilities. Minutes later, the sea-level disaster beast let out a final wail, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After effortlessly dispatching the sea-level disaster beast, the young man wiped the sweat from his brow, only to soon sense something amiss, furrowing his brow. Come out. As soon as he spoke, a shadow clad in black emerged from the ruin's darkness. Did I not tell you not to bother me with family matters? Wang Qian's demise in the selection was due to her own incompetence. She was worthless, and her death is inconsequential. If you have matters to discuss, go find Wang Bing, that good-for-nothing. The young man displayed evident annoyance upon recognizing the newcomer, dismissively waving his hand. Young Master Wang won. Wang Bing has failed. The black-clad figure reported with a bow. Oh, Wang Bing failed. He didn't resort to those underhanded tactics of slander again, did he? Wang Wen raised an eyebrow. expressing his impatience, clearly discontented with his family's customary methods. He did, but young Master Wang Bing was defeated in the PK. Wang Bing was defeated? I recall him being at level 25, with his martial skills reaching a consummate level. How could he not manage to handle a mere freshman? Wang Wen's interest was piqued. According to the latest reports, Cheng Xing has reached level 25 and has mastered the consummate level of martial skills. Interesting. A freshman not only at level 25, but also proficient in martial skills. Upon hearing this, a fierce determination ignited in Wang Wen's eyes. Inform my family that I shall take charge of this matter. No one else is to interfere. Chapter 91. The 9th floor of the secret realm building. You mean to say you wish to conceal your stats, hence the endeavor to grind the bloodthirsty bamboo worm? Su Yanran scrutinized Cheng Xing, her expression stern as she pressed for answers. Cheng Xing nodded, acknowledging this as one of his motives, while Su Yanran failed to detect any discrepancies. And what of it? With your abilities, it shouldn't have taken you so long, right? Noticing her probing, Cheng Xing recounted his experience of inadvertently encountering a sea-level disaster beast in the secret realm. Upon hearing that Cheng Xing was pursued by a sea-level disaster beast, the serious expressions of the two women immediately faltered, particularly when they learned of his unintended venture into the secret realm. Chu Yinyan gasped, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Fortunately, I managed to conquer the secret realm in the end. In the aftermath of the events, Cheng Xing withheld no details. He understood that deceiving Su Yanran was futile and thus recounted the entire sequence of occurrences. After absorbing the account of Cheng Xing's expedition to the disaster zone, the two young women remained in a state of astonishment for an extended period. So, the previous 9th secret realm base was conquered by you? Su Yanran eventually regained her composure, recalling certain pieces of information she had previously encountered, and spoke with astonishment. If it's not surprising, then yes, it was I. But I had my teacher extract me from it, Cheng Xing affirmed with a nod, not denying her assertion. How impressive. Chu Yinyan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Cheng Xing, fully aware, as members of the Su and Chu families, of the daunting challenge involved in conquering a secret realm. Particularly, the secret realm that Cheng Xing had successfully navigated had prerequisites that were nearly insurmountable. Yet, against all odds, he managed to prevail, and even more remarkably, it turned out to be a rare times secret realm. Ahem. Su Yanran coughed lightly, bringing Chu Yinyan back from her reverie. No matter how extraordinary you are, you cannot simply venture forth without a word, leaving us behind. Prompted by her reminder, Chu Yinyan quickly adopted a serious demeanor and feigned sternness. Observing her expression, Cheng Xing struggled to suppress a smile, raising his hand in mock surrender, presenting himself as at their mercy. So, you have acquired a talent? Su Yanran continued to inquire. Cheng Xing nodded in affirmation. Let us see it, she urged. In response, Cheng Xing revealed the facade of his status panel before the two women. Name, Cheng Xing. Level, 25, 37304705000000. Health, 3700. Attributes, Strength 308, Agility 430, Constitution 235, Spirit 115. Free attribute points 0. Talent, SS grade drop rate increase. Skills, B grade square / LV2, E grade block LV1, D grade blade chi LV1, B grade battle technique phantom body LV1. As they beheld Cheng Xing's immaculate panel, Chu Yinyan's curiosity was piqued, while Su Yanran appeared contemplative, sensing that Cheng Xing was concealing something. However, she could not discern the reason, as his motives seemed sound. Possessing multiple talents could indeed invite peril. Resolving to refrain from further probing, Su Yanran concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, Cheng Xing had his own plans, and all she needed to do was trust him unconditionally. With that in mind, she remarked, if someone could help us level up, it would be quite forgivable. She crossed her arms, conveying her intent clearly. Indeed, Chu Yinyan responded. Snapping back to reality, her earlier anger replaced by resolve, nodding in agreement. All right, no objections. Although we may need to delay our visit to the disaster zone for a while. For now, you two should pack your belongings. We are moving. Seeing the transformation in their demeanor, Cheng Xing quickly assented. Pack? Where to? Chu Yinyan inquired, puzzled. We are relocating to the 9th floor of the secret realm building. Shortly thereafter, the three of them, having gathered their belongings, boarded the elevator to the 9th floor. The layout of the 9th floor mirrored that of the first. Yet it was markedly different in that it was almost entirely unoccupied. Isn't this a bit extravagant for us to be on the 9th floor? Chu Yinyan exclaimed, observing the vacant dormitories in wonder. The 9th floor's credit consumption was exceedingly high, requiring 20 points per day, despite the experience boost to 5. The cost was simply not justified. Unless one is above level 30, then it could be reasonable, she added, noting that very few could reach level 30 within 4 years at Wu University. What is there to fear? At present, I might be the one least concerned about credits. Cheng Xing chuckled lightly. After a successful credit grind in the mission hall, he found himself with over 900 credits, sufficient for the three to reside there for half a month. Moreover, he still possessed some C-grade materials. not to mention the resources yet to be collected from the secret realm. Once his credits were exhausted, he intended to visit the black market at Wu University to exchange for more. With this in mind, Cheng Xing waved his hand grandly, securing 3 dormitories. As the two debated which room to choose, he strolled toward his own single room. The single dormitory on the 9th floor bore no significant differences from that on the 1st, save for the presence of a simulator within. This is worth it. Cheng Xing marveled at the unexpected addition. He had been troubled by the overcrowding at the virtual training center, and now he could train his martial skills while leveling up simultaneously. The only downside was the substantial credit consumption involved. Before long, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan approached, their expressions filled with astonishment, having discovered the simulator in their own rooms as well. Did you notice it too? I have a feeling the 9th floor will soon be bustling with activity, Su Yanran remarked, observing the simulator with keen interest. The previous lack of occupancy on the 9th floor was due to its low cost effectiveness, but once the benefits of the simulator became widely known, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after location. Who could resist the opportunity to enhance their martial skills while leveling up? Cheng Xing agreed, confident that once the instructors verified the simulator's effectiveness in mastering martial techniques, the virtual hall would become the busiest hub at Wu University. Just as the 3 prepared to retreat to their respective rooms for training, their phones simultaneously chimed with notifications. Text messages? In unison, they retrieved their devices and exchanged knowing smiles after reading the contents. It seems you both received the selection results from the Awareness Bureau as well, Cheng Xing remarked with a grin. Both women nodded affirmatively. The notifications they received confirmed their successful passage through the selection process, officially joining the Awareness Bureau. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the Secret Realm building, within a certain dormitory, a phone was hurled to the ground with a sharp crack, its screen shattering upon impact. The display flickered erratically, revealing a message that read, Cheng Yun, we regret to inform you that you did not pass the selection for the Awareness Bureau. Why? On what grounds was I not admitted? Cheng Yun's forehead throbbed with anger, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Moments later, a malicious thought crossed his mind, and his eyes glinted with venom. It was you, Cheng Xing. You must have conspired with the Su and Chu families behind the scenes. Chapter 92, Selection Results Announced. Cheng Yun disqualified. Following the notification from the Awareness Bureau, a list of successful candidates was attached. Cheng Xing curiously scrutinized the list, soon discovering the names of Yang Jian and others. There seems to be a larger number of successful candidates this time, he observed with surprise. According to the original rules, only around 30 individuals were expected to pass the selection. However, the list exceeded the anticipated count. The recent selection had coincided with an attack by the Fallen, likely prompting an expansion of the candidate pool to account for those who had already gained combat experience against them, performing commendably. Su Yanran was also scanning the list for something, and with a hint of indifference, remarked, Cheng Yun actually didn't pass. The list was brief, and it didn't take long for Cheng Xing to realize that Cheng Yun's name was conspicuously absent. Logically, given his level, he should have qualified. Did the 2 of you intervene? Cheng Xing inquired, casting a glance at Chu Yanyan and the others. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads. You don't seem like the type to have done nothing, Cheng Xing observed closely. Their reactions clearly indicated they knew more than they let on. Well, we indeed intended to take action. However, our plan was merely to let Yang Jian witness their demise without intervening, along with reporting his attempts to strike at you during the Beast Tide. Unfortunately, we were unable to execute our plan before someone else made a move. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing narrowed her eyes. If it wasn't them, then who was responsible? The Wang family? Not long after, Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow and voiced her conclusion. I knew it. Cheng Xing would figure it out immediately. Chu Yanyan chuckled. Boring. How could you guess so quickly? Su Yanran waved her hand, feeling a surge of ennui. Isn't this just him digging his own grave? Cheng Xing mused, watching the playful banter between the 2 with a hint of amusement. The news of Cheng Yun's disqualification brought a small sense of satisfaction to her heart. She was fully aware of whether that sword during the Beast Tide was intentional or accidental. The only regret was not encountering him in the disaster zone. Otherwise, she could have had a fortunate accident. However, since the start of the school year, it seemed Cheng Yun had grown wiser, knowing to steer clear of her. While the 2 continued their playful antics, the trio's phones chimed once more. What now? Cheng Xing picked up her phone to check the new text message, only to raise an eyebrow in surprise after reading it. Cheng Xing, is this a notification from the Bureau of Awareness? Su Yanran noticed Cheng Xing's expression and curiously inquired. It seems the Bureau of Awareness has instructed us to form a new capture team. Cheng Xing scratched her head, looking at her phone with an odd expression. Is that so? The 2 promptly grabbed their phones to check. By decision of the Bureau of Awareness Committee, a new capture team has been formed comprising new members Cheng Xing, Su Yanran, Chu Yanyan, Lu Xinxin, and others. Cheng Xing serves as the team leader, and Su Yanran as the deputy leader. Effective immediately, assemble independently, and select a base of operations. After reading the notification, Su Yanran and the others were equally astonished. It was their first time hearing about a team composed entirely of newcomers. Before long, the phones of the trio rang one after another, revealing calls from Yang Jian and others. After informing them of their location, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, they found Lu Xinxin and the others, their faces alight with curiosity as they peeked into Cheng Xing's dormitory. They had first received the news of their successful selection and were overjoyed. Then came the shocking revelation of forming a team with Cheng Xing, prompting them to contact her immediately, only to discover they had already relocated to the 9th floor of the Secret Realm building. The day had been filled with an overwhelming number of surprises for them. Wow! The 9th floor is equipped with a simulator, Lin Yan exclaimed, gazing at the simulator in the dorm. Her remark drew astonished expressions from Lu Xinxin and Ning Xia, who curiously surveyed the simulator. Oh, by the way, did you all receive the notification? After a considerable pause, they finally remembered the main issue and inquired. Of course, Cheng Xing replied, waving her phone. So, does this mean the Bureau of Awareness made a mistake? The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain why the Bureau would initiate such personnel changes. Let me ask. Observing the confused expressions around her, Su Yanran took the initiative and dialed Su Haoran. At that moment, Su Haoran was patrolling the disaster zone with Gao Chun and others. He felt an odd sense that the tasks assigned to him by superiors had been increasing lately. However, the thought of adding 2 S-class members to his reconnaissance team made him smile broadly as he whistled merrily, walking briskly through the disaster area. Watching their leader's carefree demeanor, Gao Chun and the others shook their heads. Soon, Su Haoran's phone rang. Seeing it was Su Yanran, he answered cheerfully. Hello? What's up? Oh, you all passed the selection? Upon hearing that Su Yanran and the others had qualified, Su Haoran became excited, already envisioning inviting girls to their welcoming party. However, in the next moment, his smile faltered. What did you say? You formed a new team with Cheng Xing? Su Haoran's exclamation captured the attention of Gao Chun and the others, who hurriedly leaned in closer. Just wait. I'll check with Zhong Deng to see if he is up to something behind the scenes. Su Yanran was about to say more when she realized Su Haoran had already hung up. Let us wait. While they awaited a response, there was another knock at the door, and Cheng Xing opened it to find Yang Jian rushing in, breathless. I finally managed to get to the machine and then received the notification. As Yang Jian complained, the others exchanged glances, pondering whether he had sprinted all the way over. After resting for a moment, he finally caught his breath and immediately spotted the simulator in the dorm, pointing excitedly. The 9th floor actually. All right. We've heard that already. Cheng Xing interrupted Yang Jian, cutting off the redundancy. Yang Jian was left bewildered by the interruption. What did Cheng Xing mean by that? Since you're all here, you must have received the notification? Yang Jian looked at the gathered group, confused. Who would have thought? One moment we were classmates, and the next we were colleagues. Shortly thereafter, Su Yanran received a call, and after hanging up, turned to the group. I found out that it seems many people were admitted this time as exceptions. The original quota was insufficient. And given our high levels and prior combat experience against the Fallen, we received special approval to form a new capture team. Moreover, our team's first mission has already been dispatched. So soon, we have a mission? The group expressed their astonishment. What mission? Cheng Xing inquired. Investigate the traitor involved in the selection attack. Chapter 93. Regardless of the circumstances, we are his biological parents. On the 5th floor of the Secret Realm building, within a certain dormitory, things hadn't yet reached the worst possible scenario. I still have the Cheng family. Even if I do not join the Bureau of Awareness, I can still ascend the ranks effortlessly. After calming himself, Cheng Yun resolved within, reflecting on his situation. Though the Cheng family was somewhat diminished, being a second-tier force, as the sole heir, he was still capable of overpowering most of his peers. With this thought, he deftly retrieved a new phone from the drawer. However, as he switched to the new phone, a call came in. Cheng Yun focused his gaze and was taken aback to see it was a call from Lu Chunmei. Quickly composing himself, he answered the phone with a feigned surprise. Mom? What is going on? Yunner, come back for a moment. Your father needs to see you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun keenly sensed a distance in his mother's voice that had previously been warm and affectionate. All right, I'll return right away. However, Cheng Yun did not take it to heart. After years of companionship, he was confident in his ability to placate the situation. After waiting for his answer, the call was abruptly disconnected. How peculiar. Had his parents been quarreling? Cheng Yun mused silently while preparing himself. Once he had everything in order, he descended from the dormitory, only to find the Cheng family's Maybach parked below, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. In Area A of the South China base, the War God Mansion awaited him. Young master, the master and madam are waiting for you in the study, the old butler informed him as he noticed Cheng Yun's return. Upon seeing Cheng Yun alight from the car, he promptly approached to pay his respects. All right, I understand, Cheng Yun replied dismissively, his recent troubles rendering him impatient, causing him to lose the usual calm demeanor he had towards his subordinates. After sending the old butler away, he made his way to the study with familiar ease. Pushing the door open, father, mother, Cheng Yun greeted cheerfully, adopting a friendly demeanor. However, Cheng Xingyang, who had been diligently working at his desk, paused his tasks, brow furrowed, and did not respond immediately. Beside him, Lu Chunmei also refrained from displaying her usual affectionate demeanor. Witnessing their starkly different attitudes, a sense of foreboding gripped Cheng Yun's heart. Father, mother, what has happened? He inquired cautiously after a moment's reflection. What happened? Tell me why you failed the selection. Cheng Xingyang slowly rose, a seriousness on his face unlike any he had shown before. I don't know. Cheng Yun protested, his expression innocent, as if the fault lay elsewhere. I spent money to buy you equipment, sought favors everywhere, arranged the best upgrade facilities for you. You expressed a desire to go to the 5th floor of the Secret Realm Tower, and I even exchanged credits to facilitate that. Now you tell me you couldn't even pass the selection of the Dream Governance Bureau, and you claim ignorance? Cheng Xingyang's voice rose, punctuated by his fists pounding the table, which instantly splintered under the force of his anger. Cheng Yun recoiled in fear, realizing the gravity of the situation, and turned to Lu Chunmei with an innocent gaze. In the past, such a plea would have elicited her support, but this time, she seemed oblivious to his desperate expression. Don't look at your mother. I ask you, what else are you hiding from us? Cheng Xingyang thundered, his anger flaring. It must be Cheng Xing's doing. He must be scheming against me with the Su family. Realizing that his usual tactics had failed, Cheng Yun understood that Cheng Xingyang had uncovered something troubling. You now acknowledge that Cheng Xing has ties with the Su family. Cheng Yun's attempt to deny the connection only provoked Cheng Xingyang further, veins bulging on his forehead as he slammed his palm onto the desk. Cheng Yun's complexion paled as he sought Lu Chuanmei's support once more, hoping she would defend him as she had in the past. Yet, the usually indulgent Lu Chunmei now wore a face of irritation. Upon learning of Cheng Yun's deceit and his acknowledgement of Cheng Xing's ties to the Su family, her attitude shifted dramatically. Her previous indulgence had been predicated on Cheng Yun's ability to allow her to boast before other war god ladies, greatly satisfying her vanity. Although Cheng Yun had not topped the martial examination, he had performed well enough to maintain her favor. However, now that he had failed even to gain entry to the Dream Governance Bureau, he had brought her shame in front of her peers. How could she continue to side with him? What are you still doing here? Go apologize to your brother immediately. If you don't mend your relationship with him, you need not think about entering the Cheng family home again. Truly a worthless waste. Cheng Xingyang's voice resonated with fury as he noted Cheng Yun's inaction. Realizing he had been given an ultimatum, Cheng Yun understood that no amount of protest would be effective. He lowered his head and exited the study, thoroughly defeated. Once Cheng Yun departed, Lu Chunmei, with a worried expression, remarked, "Will this be effective? Will Xinger accept us? We may have indeed treated him excessively harshly." Cheng Xingyang frowned, contemplating before asserting, "Does he dare to refuse? Regardless, we are his biological parents. I have already extended an olive branch. What more does he want? Should I, a war god, beg him? Rest assured, once he returns, I shall make some concessions, as long as we can connect with the Su family. The Cheng family will be on the path to becoming a first-tier power." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Cheng Xingyang, who was lost in dreams of grandeur upon Cheng Xing's return, Cheng Yun stood outside the study, his heightened senses allowing him to overhear the conversation within. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white from the strain, blood seeping from the pressure. "You have forced my hand." Cheng Yun's eyes gleamed with venom as the couple's decisive abandonment served as the final straw. "You expect me to apologize to Cheng Xing? Preposterous. You would use me as a bridge to restore your relationship? Dream on." Chapter 94, Spirit Seed. Where are you, Blood Abuse? At South China Martial University. The Secret Realm Tower. Investigating traitors? How does this relate to the selection assault incident? The crowd displayed confusion, evidently having not perceived the oddities surrounding the attack initially. Cheng Xing immediately elucidated their earlier speculations regarding the incident. "Now that you mention it, the coincidence of that attack does seem rather peculiar." After hearing this, Yang Jian and the others appeared contemplative. "Shouldn't such cases be handed over to the experts of the Dream Governance Bureau? Why are we involved? Perhaps they wish to train us," Su Yanan suggested thoughtfully. "From what I know, this task is not solely assigned to our group. The upper echelons of the Dream Governance Bureau have classified it as a reward task due to its severe implications, with many individuals within the Bureau taking it on. I know that Su Haoran's investigation team is involved as well. Nevertheless, despite the urgency of the task, the progress on the selection assault incident remains stagnant, confined to dismantling a few hideouts of the cult responsible for the killings. As for why this task was assigned to them, it was likely due to their status as witnesses to the attack, potentially offering unique insights while also serving as a means to hone their skills." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. "How are we supposed to proceed? Will we be dismissed if we fail this mission?" Lin Yan expressed her concerns, her face etched with worry. They were utterly perplexed. Had it not been for Cheng Xing's reminder, they might have dismissed the recent attack as mere coincidence. "What are you thinking? This mission is a bounty task. Failure does not incur penalties, but a successful resolution promises substantial rewards," Su Yanran explained with a smile. Not only were they confused, but she herself felt utterly lost regarding the assault. The Slaughter sect had executed their attack with remarkable decisiveness, and with their members masked and unacquainted with one another, the investigation quickly hit a dead end. Although a temporary worker had intervened, eliminating the 6th bishop, the whereabouts of the Spirit Seed remained elusive. "That's good to hear. By the way, what are the generous rewards? The group let out a collective sigh of relief, then eagerly seized upon the keywords in Su Yanran's words. I inquired. And the reward is that the entire team will gain access to the Bureau of Awakening's secret training grounds for a week. Secret training grounds? Just for a week? Their enthusiasm waned upon hearing this, and they expressed their disappointment. It's merely a secret realm. While rare, we are already in one. In a week? What good is that? Cheng Xing felt similarly, as he possessed a secret realm of his own. However, what if I told you that this secret realm can enhance skill levels? Su Yanran's smile widened as she spoke. What? A secret realm that can enhance skill levels? The others, except for Chu Yanyan, were taken aback. While Cheng Xing regarded her with curiosity, he remembered how his skill, the B-grade Foursquare Slash, had leveled up while he was exploring a secret realm. And he was acutely aware of the significant improvements that accompany a skill upgrade. Wait, I recall that the secret realm for skill leveling is from your Su family, isn't it? Yang Jian and the others quickly pieced it together, their expressions filled with confusion. I am referring to that very secret realm. It was actually acquired by the Bureau of Awakening. However, due to the Bureau's confidentiality and the need for the base to disseminate invigorating news about the acquisition of secret realms, it is merely listed under our family name. With its true ownership belonging to the Bureau, Su Yanran meticulously clarified. Upon hearing this, the group became intrigued, for skill enhancement was notoriously difficult to achieve, and no one had yet devised a concrete method for it. Now that a secret realm capable of elevating skill levels was available, they were determined to give it a try. Nonetheless, they found themselves staring blankly at one another, utterly at a loss. All right, you all should head back for now. Let me think of a solution. Cheng Xing chuckled at their furrowed brows and waved them off. His words ignited a spark of determination in the others, and they promptly declared their intent to impress Cheng Xing before hastily departing, leaving with a hasty farewell. Cheng Xing shook his head with a wry smile and turned to Su Yanran and the others. Bring it out. Su Yanran, brimming with confidence, waved her hand. Bring out what? Cheng Xing inquired, scratching his nose with a nonchalant air. Exactly. What is it that you intend to present? Chu Yanyan's curious eyes sparkled. You deliberately dismissed them, which must mean you have leads on this mission, right? Su Yanran replied with a triumphant smile. Huh, Cheng Xing has leads on the mission? I had no idea. Chu Yanyan tilted her head in thoughtful contemplation. Enough with the interruptions. Just as she was about to continue, Su Yanran playfully tossed her a candied chestnut, leaving her with an innocent expression as she cradled her head, gazing at Cheng Xing with a pitiful look. You truly are impossible to deceive. Cheng Xing sighed softly, ruffling Chu Yanyan's hair in exasperation. He then retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. A phone? This is your lead? Chu Yanyan inquired, observing the device that appeared no different from any other. Su Yanran remained silent, merely watching Cheng Xing, seemingly awaiting his explanation. This is a phone I confiscated from a cultist named Blood Butcher. They relied on a chat room on this device to communicate after jamming signals. It was through the information within that I quickly located the cultist's whereabouts. Cheng Xing elaborated as he opened the chat room, entering the top group chat. The last message from the spirit seed lingered within. Upon seeing this, Su Yanran expressed surprise and immediately began scrolling through the chat history. She finally understood how Cheng Xing had managed to eliminate so many fallen during the assault. However, Cheng Xing withheld some details, such as the talents dropped by the fallen. As Su Yanran continued scrolling, they soon came across the first record, Anonymous, Disaster Zone, Q City, 1A2C. Upon reading the first entry, the trio furrowed their brows, having hoped to trace the opponent's codename within the slaughter sect. To their dismay, the other party had been exceedingly cautious. Su Yanran, undeterred, clicked on the individual's avatar, but it yielded no results, indicating that anonymous messages could not be privately messaged. Should we private message others to inquire about the traitor's identity? Cheng Xing shook his head, asserting that such actions would only alert the enemy. Not to mention, there is no guarantee that anyone would know his identity. And recklessly asking could easily expose that outsiders have access to the internal phone. It seems this lead is of little use. Cheng Xing scratched his head, feeling somewhat defeated. Were it not for this mission, he might have forgotten about the phone entirely. It does seem that way. Just as Su Yanran considered abandoning the matter, a notification chimed, and a new message appeared in the chat room, prompting the three to glance down at the phone in surprise. Spirit Seed, Blood Butcher, where are you? Chapter 95. This Blood Butcher seems promising. I might consider utilizing him. The glow from the phone screen illuminated their faces, each reflecting a different emotion. The Spirit Seed had privately messaged Blood Butcher. Cheng Xing contemplated the private message on the phone, and a plan began to take shape. This scene caught Su Yanran's attention, prompting her to inquire, what idea do you have? Let me take a look first, Cheng Xing replied, shaking his head without elaborating. After a moment, he picked up the phone and responded to the Spirit Seed. Blood Butcher, Disaster Zone. Cheng Xing's reply was exceedingly concise. On the other end, the Spirit Seed frowned at the response on the screen, but soon relaxed. Blood Butcher had not elaborated on his location, which was the best answer. From what he recalled, Blood Butcher was a solitary, obsessive individual with a volatile temperament. When not on a mission, no one knew his whereabouts. The previous mission had ended poorly. Had Blood Butcher not mistaken Cheng Xing, the subsequent variables would not have arisen. The spirit seed mused, believing that with Blood Butcher's talents, facing him before Cheng Xing reached level 20 would be a certain death sentence. Regrettably, during the Beast Tide, other loose ends had allowed them to miss their opportunity. However, since he was masquerading as an adventurer, he must have eliminated quite a number of people. The spirit seed pondered, harboring no doubt about why Blood Butcher had not reported in the group. After all, such behavior aligned perfectly with his character. Spirit seed, what level are you at now? As Cheng Xing gazed at the message sent by the spirit seed once more, he pondered briefly before concocting a fabricated rank to send back. Blood Slaughter, level 22. Upon seeing this, the spirit seed let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging the impressive progress Blood Slaughter had made, having ascended so many levels during previous missions. He then fell into deep contemplation, and after careful consideration, finally responded to Cheng Xing, Spirit Seed. There are currently 2 tasks that require your attention. Blood Slaughter, I refuse. Observing that his message had been sent for over 10 minutes only to receive such a reply, Blood Slaughter raised an eyebrow. Spirit Seed, do not be so hasty to decline. The situation outside is tense, and you are the only one suited for these 2 tasks. Blood Slaughter, what are the benefits? Noticing Blood Slaughter's willingness to negotiate, the Spirit Seed smiled subtly, realizing that he still had the upper hand over Blood Slaughter. Spirit Seed, you must have sensed that the crisis perception granted after reaching level 20 has rendered your talent somewhat superfluous, correct? Spirit Seed, I possess an B-grade skill book on the restraint of killing intent. Spirit Seed, when paired with your talent, it can facilitate your navigation through crisis perceptions below level 50 with ease. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed in surprise at the Spirit Seed's message. Clearly, this skill book piqued his interest. Blood Slaughter, agreed, provide the skill book, but no guarantees of success. Nevertheless, Cheng Xing set forth what he considered to be sufficiently stringent conditions. Spirit Seed, no problem. However, the Spirit Seed's reply came swifter than he anticipated. Spirit Seed, for the first task, I need you to infiltrate Hunan University of Science and Technology and assassinate an awakened individual named Cheng Xing. I have arranged for an insider to facilitate your entry into the university. Spirit Seed, this is his location. You may proceed to eliminate him at the appointed time. Spirit Seed, he is at level 25, but being within the university, his vigilance is likely low. Given your level, you should be able to succeed. After reviewing the first task, Cheng Xing finally understood why the Spirit Seed had responded so rapidly. If Blood Slaughter were indeed tasked with eliminating his own self, the success of such an endeavor was far from guaranteed without that skill. Considering his own level and the exposure of their messages since moving to the 9th floor, Cheng Xing exchanged glances with the others, each lost in thought. It was highly probable that this information had been leaked by the traitor. Spirit Seed, for the second task, we have received word that a newcomer hidden within the university is currently under close watch by the Awakening administration. I need you to assist him after you have completed the assassination of Cheng Xing, ensuring his safe extraction from the base, prioritizing the second task. Upon reading the Spirit Seed's second task, Cheng Xing and the others simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes gleaming with excitement. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, yielding results without any effort. The fact that a newcomer had garnered such attention from the killing sect indicated that his talent must be considerable. Moreover, the traitor involved in the assassination incident, having leaked information, likely participated in the selection process, aligning with this notion of talent. The only one being scrutinized closely by the Awakening administration, aside from the traitor under investigation, was someone they could not identify. Previously, they had thought the pool was too broad to deduce a culprit, yet now one had inadvertently surfaced. Cheng Xing, what do you intend to do? Su Yanran inquired, though she already possessed an answer in her heart. I plan to accept this task and disguise myself as Blood Slaughter to approach the traitor. Cheng Xing tapped his fingers on the table, and as he continued to converse privately with the Spirit Seed, his plan began to take shape. Are you going alone? Isn't that too perilous? Chu Yanyan expressed her concern. The danger should be minimal. Members of the killing sect operate under code names, and few know what Blood Slaughter looks like. Besides, I have this. Cheng Xing smiled, raising his hand to display his panel, showcasing his transformations before them. As his hand glided down his face, his appearance shifted, transforming into an unremarkable visage that appeared before the 2 women. Witnessing this, Chu Yanyan felt somewhat reassured. And how do you propose to assassinate yourself? Like this. Cheng Xing chuckled, and with a mental command, a clone identical to him materialized before the 2. This spectacle astonished them. Previously, they had merely heard of Cheng Xing utilizing this skill to navigate secret realms, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Unable to resist, they began to poke and prod the clone. Were you 2 touching? Cheng Xing, sharing sensations with his clone, immediately sensed something amiss and hurriedly redirected the clone's arms to swat away their hands resting on its thighs. TCH, so stingy, Chu Yanyan pouted, clearly displeased. Meanwhile, Su Yanran scrutinized the clone, deep in thought. These abs, these long legs have an identical texture. I wonder if upgrading the skill level would extend its duration. 10 minutes isn't sufficient. Observing the two women's increasingly errant thoughts, Cheng Xing swiftly intervened, meticulously instructing them to assist in resolving various details. No problem, leave it to us. In response to Cheng Xing's request, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile before nodding in agreement. This was one of the rare occasions Cheng Xing sought their assistance, and naturally, they would not decline. Should we inform them about this matter? Cheng Xing understood whom they referred to and pondered briefly before shaking his head. Let us refrain from mentioning it for now. The performance needs to be convincingly genuine. We can inform them later. The more individuals aware of this situation, the greater the likelihood of flaws emerging. It was better to keep them in the dark. Cheng Xing did not underestimate the difficulty of deceiving the other party. If possible, he preferred authenticity. After carefully discussing the details of the infiltration with Su Yanran and the others, Cheng Xing finally sent a reply to the spirit seed. Bloodslaughter, I accept the task. Upon receiving Bloodslaughter's response, the spirit seed promptly informed Cheng Xing of the subsequent rendezvous location. However, after this exchange, Bloodslaughter ceased further communication. The pride of a genius, perhaps? Intriguing. This Bloodslaughter is quite remarkable and worthy of consideration for my purposes. The spirit seed felt no anger. He understood that these newly endowed individuals with advanced talents often harbored their own arrogance. As he reviewed Bloodslaughter's dossier, he couldn't help but harbor a vague sense of foreboding. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his phone and sent a private message to another individual. Spirit Seed, I have arranged for someone to assassinate Cheng Xing and provide support for you. Spirit Seed, be sure to verify his talent and panel when the time comes. Chapter 96, Additional Payment. The following day, outside the base, Cheng Xing, adorned with the visage of an F-grade adventurer, departed the base. After meandering around for a while, he returned to the base. Upon entering, Cheng Xing took out his phone and sent a message to the Spirit Seed. Bloodslaughter, I'm in. The Spirit Seed, on the other end, was taken aback, astonished by how swiftly Bloodslaughter had infiltrated the base. Spirit Seed, the skill book you requested is placed in Locker 78 at the Genuine Foot Massage Center in Area L. Cheng Xing, glancing at the Spirit Seed's reply, wore a peculiar expression but proceeded to the mentioned massage center. However, to avoid drawing attention, he activated his invisibility and successfully retrieved the promised skill book from Locker 78 without anyone noticing. As Cheng Xing obtained the skill book, a video simultaneously appeared on Ling Zhong's phone. In the footage, the 78th cabinet of the Genuine Club was abruptly opened, and its contents were hastily removed. Witnessing this scene, Ling Zhong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. While a person's appearance may alter, their innate talent remains unwavering. Ling Zhong, you've acquired the item, Haven to you? I've made arrangements. If you go here, you will gain entry to Wuda. Before Cheng Xing could even peruse the skill book, a message from Ling Zhong arrived. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this skill book was merely a test. Had he not utilized his talent to retrieve it, he would likely have been encircled by Ling Zhong's associates. However, it seemed his adversaries had now dismissed their suspicions about him. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing refrained from hastily responding and instead opened the package he acquired from the 78th cabinet. For the sake of caution, he chose not to deactivate his invisibility. To his relief, the package contained only a skill book radiating a blue hue. As he gazed at it, a system notification promptly followed. Skill, Killing Intent Convergence. Quality, B grade. Skill effect, converges killing intent, ineffective during attacks. Observing the skill in his hands, Cheng Xing's eyes lit up, and he decisively activated it. As the skill book vanished, he noticed a garbage truck passing by and nonchalantly discarded the package within it. Having completed these actions, Cheng Xing then proceeded toward the location indicated by Ling Zhong. Moments later, as the garbage truck pulled over to operate, several furtive figures swiftly approached and rummaged through the refuse for the package. Upon obtaining it, they immediately sought out a secluded corner. As one of them closed his eyes, a vision materialized above the package, transforming into a photograph as he reached out. Yet, the image was entirely blank, save for a skill book suspended in midair. Observing this, the individuals promptly reported the situation to Ling Zhong. Astute and intriguing, it appeared that the blood butcher was even more cautious than he had anticipated. Ling Zhong, upon seeing the message and the accompanying photograph, couldn't help but murmur to himself, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction towards the blood butcher. The demise of his mentor had stripped him of his sole reliance within the killing sect, yet his prior missions had showcased a value far exceeding A-grade combat prowess, allowing him to continue wielding influence within the sect. Nevertheless, he remained in dire need of his own faction. Hidden within Wuda was one, and the blood butcher could be considered as a potential second. As for the old man, he preferred not to contemplate it. Rather, he deemed recruits he personally nurtured to be more trustworthy. For this mission, he resolved to find a way to bring them under his command. With this thought, Ling Zhong silently steeled his determination. In the C district of the South China base, Cheng Xing found himself perplexed before a building that resembled a travel agency. Hello, are you interested in traveling? Our Chilean travel agency offers 1-day, 5-day, and 7-day tours of Wuda at economical prices with exceptional value. Just as Cheng Xing paused, He was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic salespeople. "I'm Wang Qi. I've made a reservation." Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback, then followed Ling Zhong's instructions. "Mr. Wang, is it? Please hold on." Hearing this, the attendant swiftly entered the travel agency, confirming the details. "Mr. Wang, please come this way. You've booked a one-day tour of Wuda. Here is your temporary student card, which you can use to explore Wuda, but be sure to return it after your tour." An attendant handed him a student card, which Cheng Xing examined, discovering it bore the information of a complete stranger. Subsequently, someone guided him into the agency. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Cheng Xing emerged from a shop into a bustling square. Flanked by shops, some lavishly adorned, the one he exited was among the most distinguished. Within this enclave of establishments lay sections delineated by white lines, each marked with numbers. "Mr. Wang, this is Wuda's black market, where virtually all students come to trade." The tour guide, noticing Cheng Xing's curiosity, began to elaborate. "Are you also part of this?" Cheng Xing inquired, glancing back at the shops he had just exited. "Absolutely. Our Qilin travel agency is affiliated with the Qilin Chamber of Commerce, which encompasses members from all grades. We are the largest chamber in the black market, without exception." The guide replied confidently. "Does Wuda not oversee this?" Cheng Xing asked. "Of course they do, but we have backing. Only chambers with substantial support can expand their operations without issue." At this, Cheng Xing wore an expression of bemusement, yet he refrained from further inquiries. Instead, the guide grew increasingly animated, engaging Cheng Xing with an abundance of information. After touring several locations, they finally arrived at the Mysterious Realm building. This is one of Wuda's two mysterious realms, the Experience Realm, transformed by our top students into a dormitory exclusively for the elite. Listening to the guide's exposition, Cheng Xing feigned astonishment, displaying an expression of genuine surprise as if hearing about it for the first time. "May I enter and explore it myself?" Cheng Xing interjected at an opportune moment, making his request. "Mr. Wang, what did you say? This dormitory is only accessible to the top 10 students from each department. How could we possibly allow just anyone to enter? It requires an additional fee." Cheng Xing found himself momentarily speechless. "Please, come inside." After a prolonged pause, he eventually retrieved his wallet and made the payment, stepping into the Mysterious Realm building under the guide's sycophantic gaze. As he read the prompt indicating entry into the realm, he felt a sense of disorientation, his expression reflecting incredulity. "Am I truly entering so openly?" The simplicity of it all left Cheng Xing with an unreal sensation. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and sought out a restroom. Utilizing his combat technique to create a doppelganger, he directed the clone to ascend the stairs. Once the doppelganger was situated in the dormitory, he leisurely exited the restroom, making his way to the 9th floor. Chapter 97, I Kill Myself. Ling Zhong, observing the stillness of his phone, engaged in silent calculations. His informants strategically placed throughout the city had relayed the news of Cheng Xing's entry into Wuda. According to their timeline, the Blood Butcher should have successfully infiltrated the Mysterious Realm building by now. With this in mind, Ling Zhong opened an anonymous private chat window. "Ling Zhong, can you confirm if Cheng Xing is alone in the dormitory today?" Anonymous: "I can confirm. I'm unsure why he remains in the dormitory, and most of his acquaintances are absent." Anonymous: "Are the assassins in position?" Noticing the other party's unwavering demeanor, Ling Zhong felt a modicum of reassurance, though an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered within him. Yet, this operation was undeniably perilous. He hoped the Blood Butcher could proceed smoothly. Ling Zhong brushed off the unease, recognizing the inherent challenges of this task. To brazenly enter Wuda to assassinate a student was unprecedented in the history of the South China base. Had he not provided the Blood Butcher with the killing intent convergent skill in advance, the likelihood of success relying solely on his invisibility talent would have been exceedingly slim. Ling Zhong: "Indeed, but I remain somewhat uneasy. Do you need to verify in person?" Anonymous: "Anonymous, that could work." Upon witnessing the other party's unexpected acquiescence, Ling Zhong furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with his reaction. At such a critical moment, taking such a considerable risk to investigate was indeed ill-advised. In this contrast, the cautious blood slaughter garnered his admiration even more. With this thought, Ling Zhong subconsciously shifted the positions of this individual and blood slaughter in his mind. Meanwhile, at South China Martial Arts University, Cheng Xing opted to ascend to the 9th floor via the stairs to avoid detection. Once ensuring the stairwell was devoid of any presence, he activated his invisibility. The murderous intent was suppressed. Simultaneously, Cheng Xing employed a newly acquired skill. Uncertain whether there were any surveillance operatives placed by Ling Zhong on the 9th floor, he resolved to act convincingly. After meticulously preparing, he stealthily approached his dormitory and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" As Cheng Xing's voice resonated from behind the door, it slowly creaked open. Upon stepping outside and finding the area vacant, he looked around in confusion. This provided him the opportunity to slip into his dormitory, deftly maneuvering past his doppelganger. Cheng Xing scratched his head in puzzlement, exclaiming, "Strange? Did I mishear something?" With that, he turned and re-entered his room. However, shortly after closing the door, A faint noise suddenly emanated from within the dormitory. Concurrently, Ling Zhong received the news promptly. Anonymous. I heard sounds coming from Cheng Xing's dormitory. Anonymous. Asked the assassin if the mission was successful. Ling Zhong glanced at the undercover's message, raising an eyebrow before sending an inquiry to Bloodslaughter. Ling Zhong, was it successful? As his message was dispatched, Bloodslaughter delayed in responding. Ling Zhong remained relatively calm, while the undercover continued to bombard him with inquiries, which began to wear on his patience. Ling Zhong could not fathom why the operative cared so much about Cheng Xing's fate, given their apparent enmity. After what felt like an eternity, Bloodslaughter finally replied, and his response was both succinct and direct, a photograph. The image depicted Cheng Xing collapsed on the floor, his body marred by grotesque wounds, his clothing drenched in blood, with splatters marring the walls and floor of the dormitory. Cheng Xing's face was contorted in terror, his eyes wide open in death. Upon viewing this photograph, Ling Zhong's tension dissipated. Was it truly necessary to adhere to his grotesque methods of killing at such a time? Witnessing Cheng Xing's brutal demise extinguished all his doubts. Such a method of assassination could only be executed by Bloodslaughter himself. He promptly forwarded the photograph to the undercover. Ling Zhong, 2025050509000 JPG. Click to view the original image. Ling Zhong, the mission is complete. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Prepare for extraction. After sending the photograph to Ling Zhong, Cheng Xing once again activated his invisibility, cracked the dormitory door ajar, and, finding no one outside, swiftly executed the actions of opening the door, stepping out, and closing it behind him. Having accomplished this, he hastily departed. However, upon passing the elevator, he noticed someone preparing to descend. Through the nearly closing elevator doors, he glimpsed a familiar silhouette. What is she doing here? Cheng Xing's heart skipped a beat as a dreadful conjecture arose in his mind. Please, let it not be you, he murmured, hastily vacating the 9th floor and cleansing the scent of blood in the restroom before deactivating his invisibility and exiting. As he walked past the 1st floor, he couldn't resist casting a furtive glance into one of the dormitories. After completing these actions, he finally exited the secret realm building. Mr. Wang, finished the tour so soon? The guide, upon seeing Cheng Xing emerge, discreetly scrutinized him. Ensuring he bore no inappropriate items, he sighed in relief and approached. What a fragrant aroma. As he neared Cheng Xing, the guide was immediately assaulted by an overpowering scent of perfume. Isn't there anything particularly special about this secret realm building? Cheng Xing promptly complained. The guide, hearing this, could not help but internally scoff. You've spent so little and expect an extraordinary experience. Yet, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, he explained. To truly experience the secret realm building, one must enter the dormitories. As you are not a student here, it is naturally inaccessible to you. Boring, I'm done here. Cheng Xing retorted, visibly impatient as he waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Wang, are you not continuing the tour? If you exit now, we cannot issue a refund. The guide said, his expression strained, forced to smile. I'm not watching anymore. It's simply a waste of time. Cheng Xing feigned anger, grappling internally before reluctantly conceding. Since you say so, then fine, lead the way. The guide, masking his elation with a regretful expression, inwardly rejoiced, relishing the prospect of another long reprieve. He could hardly contain his delight at encountering such an easy mark. Under his guidance, Cheng Xing safely departed from the university. Shortly after his exit, he boarded a bus heading towards the nearest exit. Once outside the city, Cheng Xing received another message. Ling Zhong, where are you now? Bloodslaughter, outside the city. Ling Zhong, the first task is complete. Now proceed to execute the second task. He has exited the city. Head here to rendezvous with him. Ling Zhong instructed, sending a location in a disaster zone. Cheng Xing glanced at the coordinates, oriented himself, and set off. Feeling somewhat uneasy along the way, he sent a text to Su Yanran from his phone. Could you check if Lu Xinxin is in her dormitory? Chapter 98. I seem to have developed feelings for Cheng Xing. Upon receiving Cheng Xing's text, Su Yanran, who was preparing for class, wore a look of astonishment. How peculiar. Why is he inquiring about Xinxin's whereabouts? A wave of confusion washed over her, but she quickly recalled something, her expression turning grave. According to their plan, Cheng Xing should have already completed the assassination and vacated the base by now. They had specifically discussed this, deciding that everyone would leave the dormitory today, leaving Cheng Xing alone in the secret realm building. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Cheng Xing suddenly inquired about Lu Xinxin's whereabouts, prompting her to suspect something amiss. Could it be that Xinxin is in trouble? This notion crept into Su Yanran's mind. If that were the case, the situation could become rather complicated. With this thought, she lost all interest in continuing her class and promptly rose to leave the classroom. Her departure attracted the attention of several male classmates, who couldn't help but watch her exit. Many lamented the loss of sight of her throughout the lesson. After leaving the classroom, Su Yanran hurriedly made her way to the secret realm building, simultaneously reaching out to Chu Yanyan. Hello? What's wrong, Yanran? Yanyan, gather everyone in the dormitory. Something serious may have occurred. Hearing this, Chu Yanyan first wore a puzzled expression before suddenly recalling something. Her face paling as she immediately stood up, asking, Is it something with Cheng Xing? No, just come over first. All right, I'm on my way. Upon concluding her words, Xu Yanyan departed without uttering another syllable, her exit mirroring that of Su Yanran's in a strikingly similar fashion. Yanran, what transpired? Shortly thereafter, Xu Yanyan hastened back at an astonishing speed, her gaze immediately falling upon Su Yanran standing before the mystical realm building. Cheng Xing just contacted me. It seems the situation is progressing favorably. Isn't that a good thing? Why were you so eager to summon me back? Xu Yanyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The crux of the matter is that he suddenly asked me to check if Xin was in the dormitory. Xin? What does this have to do with her? I suspect that Xin might be the traitor, Su Yanran whispered, glancing around cautiously. Upon hearing her words, Xu Yanyan gasped. What? How could that be possible? Alarmed, Su Yanran swiftly raised her hand to cover her mouth. It was crucial that no one else overheard them during class. I can hardly believe it myself. But Cheng Xing Wunti have arbitrarily asked us to find out Xin's whereabouts at this juncture. Are you suggesting that Cheng Xing has uncovered some clue? Xu Yanyan hesitated, her words trailing off. Given the bond they'd forged over the past few days, the prospect of Lu Xin being the betrayer was indeed troubling. Let us confirm this together. With that, the two women exchanged knowing glances and resolutely made their way into the mystical realm building, heading towards Lu Xin's dormitory. As they drew nearer, an air of tension enveloped them. Thud, thud, thud. After mustering their courage, Su Yanran raised her hand and knocked on Lu Xin's door. Yet, time passed without any response from within. Seeing this, the hearts of Xu Yanyan and Su Yanran plummeted. Could it be? Xu Yanyan knocked again, calling out, Are you in your dorm? But her voice echoed unanswered, much like before. Su Yanran's expression darkened as she retrieved her phone, preparing to inform Cheng Xing. Soon, she had composed a text message. Just as she was about to hit send, a familiar scream pierced the air, emanating from the 9th floor. The two women exchanged alarmed glances. They recognized the voice belonged to none other than Lu Xin. Oh no, she wouldn't have gone to Cheng Xing's dorm. Would she? The thought sent them into a panic, compelling them to rush up to the 9th floor, acutely aware of the precarious situation in Cheng Xing's dormitory. Within mere moments, they arrived, only to behold Lu Xin sitting helplessly at the door of Cheng Xing's dormitory, the door ajar. Her face was awash with disbelief as she stared into the room, tears streaming down her cheeks, the anguish evident in her eyes. Observing this, Su Yanran pressed her forehead, inwardly lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. However, there was no time for hesitation. Exchanging a determined glance with Xu Yanyan, they approached Lu Xin, each taking an arm and swiftly ushering her into Cheng Xing's dormitory, shutting the door with lightning speed. What are you doing? Lu Xin exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she was pulled inside. Following their entry, a crowd began to gather outside on the 9th floor, clearly drawn by Lu Xin's scream. Shoo! It's all a ruse, Su Yanran hastily explained while kicking the lifeless body of Cheng Xing, sprawled gruesomely on the floor. Meanwhile, Xu Yanyan pressed her ear against the door, straining to listen to the commotion outside. A ruse? Lu Xin sobbed, her confusion palpable. After a while, as the noise outside gradually subsided, the two women sighed in relief. Had the gruesome scene within been discovered, it would undoubtedly have incited a chaotic uproar. As Su Yanran's kick revealed the silicone inside Cheng Xing's body, Lu Xin slowly began to regain her composure. What on earth are you two doing? Realizing she had been duped, Lu Xin's face contorted with anger. The situation is as follows. The two women exchanged awkward smiles, feeling somewhat guilty, and then proceeded to disclose their plan involving Cheng Xing. After absorbing their explanation, Lu Xin's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. It was only after confirming Cheng Xing was unharmed that she finally relaxed, her relief palpable. Unbeknownst to her, the joy of discovering Cheng Xing's survival radiated from her countenance. This moment did not escape the notice of Su Yanran and Xu Yanyan. Once she regained her composure, Lu Xin became aware of her earlier display of emotion and quickly turned away to discreetly wipe her tear-streaked face. Upon turning back, she found Su Yanran and Xu Yanyan observing her with peculiar expressions. You two are unbelievable. Why didn't you consult us first? Aren't we part of the same team? Lu Xin said, a hint of guilt creeping into her tone as she felt the weight of their stares. Be honest. What were you doing at Cheng Xing's dorm? Xu Yanyan demanded, hands on her hips, adopting an authoritative stance. Lu Xin stammered, averting her gaze. Eventually, overwhelmed by their intense scrutiny, she clenched her teeth and confessed, well, I might feel, perhaps, it's just a hunch. But I think I might have developed feelings for Cheng Xing. Chapter 99, the fallen Cheng Yun outside the South China base, in the disaster zone. Cheng Xing promptly received Su Yanran's text message. Upon reading the content, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was indeed Yanran who grasped his intentions immediately. After dismissing Lu Xin as a suspect, he turned his focus to contacting others. He composed and sent 2 messages before continuing towards the rendezvous point designated by Ling Zhong. Given Ling Zhong's previous modus operandi, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. If there were high-ranking fallen beings waiting at the meeting spot, he would be walking into a trap. As he navigated through the disaster zone, a derelict factory emerged before him. This facility once thrived in a town prior to the apocalypse, but had since been reduced to ruins. Overrun by wild grasses and devoid of human presence, shadows of F-grade disaster beasts could still be seen wandering the premises. Cheng Xing refrained from entering the factory outright. Instead, he activated his invisibility and concealed his murderous intent, meticulously surveying the area for any signs of life. Once he confirmed the coast was clear, he sought a shadowy corner with a vantage point over the entire factory and concealed himself, awaiting the arrival of his target. As time trickled by, silence enveloped both the chatroom and the outside world. It wasn't until midday that a figure stealthily entered Cheng Xing's line of sight. Here they come, he thought. Narrowing his eyes, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Instinctively, he unleashed his crisis perception, locking his gaze onto the approaching figure. However, his brow furrowed slightly. The individual was clad in a black robe and donned a pair of distinctive masks. How peculiar! Only a pair of masks. Cheng Xing was engulfed in profound confusion. According to the hierarchical classification of the Slaughter sect, a Tutong ranks below level 20, possessing strength far inferior to what he had anticipated. Who would be so inclined to take action for such a minor character? Although his encounters with spirit seeds were limited, Cheng Xing could not fathom that anyone would go to such lengths for a mere pawn. There must be some ulterior motive at play. After scanning the surroundings, the individual failed to notice Cheng Xing concealed in the shadows and began to wait at a location predetermined by the spirit seed. Simultaneously, Cheng Xing received a notification confirming that the target had arrived. It was time to test the waters. With that thought, he entered a state of invisibility and stealthily approached the person. Standing directly before him, Cheng Xing scrutinized the figure, a vague recollection stirring within him. After a moment's contemplation, he drew his blade and swung it towards the individual, deliberately moderating his strength to ensure the attack was swift enough for the target to react. The man, initially anxiously awaiting, was startled by the flash of the blade and instinctively attempted to evade. As he dodged, he finally caught sight of Cheng Xing's manifest form. You are the infamous blood butcher? The man exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him. Cheng Xing coldly regarded the person, inquiring, are you the mole we have embedded within Wu University? Yes, that's correct, he stammered, clearly taken aback by Cheng Xing's interrogation, nodding vigorously. Humph, the little tricks of the Bureau of Awakening. Do you think you can deceive me? Cheng Xing sneered, feigning nonchalance as he lunged forward with his weapon. The man's level was evidently significantly lower than Cheng Xing's, and despite Cheng Xing's restraint, he still inflicted numerous wounds upon him. This scene reminded the man of the notorious rumors surrounding Blood Butcher, a figure known for delighting in torturing his targets. Terrified, he exclaimed, Big brother, I am truly one of you. However, Cheng Xing disregarded his pleas and continued his assault. Who doesn't know that the people from the Bureau of Awakening are patrolling outside? How dare you swagger around in the garb of the Slaughter sect? Are you trying to fool a ghost? The man was momentarily bewildered by Cheng Xing's words. Could one not wear a mask while patrolling? Yet, Cheng Xing's relentless barrage left him no time to ponder, forcing him to evade while desperately trying to explain. But Cheng Xing remained unfazed, continuing his onslaught until the man's entire form was drenched in crimson. Big brother, what will it take for you to believe me? Realizing the disparity in their strengths and the imminent threat of death, the man could no longer suppress his pleas for mercy. After this probing exchange, Cheng Xing was convinced that his true target lay elsewhere. A person with such a fragile psychological constitution would never warrant the spirit seed's investment of time in planning an extraction. Remove your mask. I will take a photograph and directly inquire with the spirit seed. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing asserted his intent. The man hesitated, his eyes instinctively darting towards a particular spot in the abandoned factory. However, sensing his trepidation, a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped him, as if Cheng Xing would sever his throat in the next instant. I'll do it, just don't kill me. Terrified, the man collapsed to the ground, trembling as he slowly removed his mask. When Cheng Xing beheld the man's face, his eyes narrowed in surprise. The individual before him was none other than Wang Go, whom he had briefly encountered during the selection process at the Bureau of Awakening. Though still harboring some doubts, Cheng Xing resolved to play his part to the end and retrieved his phone, preparing to snap a close-up photo for verification with the spirit seed. Internally, he began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached 10 seconds, a round of applause erupted from behind him. Enough with the photography. He's merely a newly inducted recruit. A familiar voice rang out, accompanied by the clapping. It's one thing to hear about your deeds, but today, I have finally witnessed them firsthand. I am the one you were supposed to assist. Let him go. As the applause subsided, a figure emerged from the shadows of a dilapidated factory. Unlike Wang Go, he was not clad in the black robes of the Slaughter sect and showed no intention of concealing his appearance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. It was he. Everything fell into place. Despite discovering the truth, Cheng Xing maintained his composure and continued to embody the persona of Blood Butcher, coldly stating, "And you claim you are not affiliated with the Bureau of Awakening? Do you think I don't recognize you? The son of the war god, Cheng Yun." At this proclamation, Cheng Yun, who had always taken pride in his identity, suddenly darkened, his earlier indifference evaporating. Cheng Xing observed this transformation keenly. Something was amiss. Had there been a rift between him and the Cheng family? Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed in contemplation. In the past, Cheng Yun had flaunted this identity without reserve, but his reaction today was a stark deviation, prompting Cheng Xing to speculate about the underlying events. If memory serves, your father is Cheng Xingyang, one of the war gods of the South China base, correct? If you truly were one of us, you would have no need to abandon the base. For no one would suspect you, and you could continue to bask in your identity as the son of the war god. This would serve our interests far better. At this juncture, Cheng Xing deliberately paused, showcasing a disdainful expression. Rather than choosing to venture outside the city and recklessly expose your identity, becoming a hunted rat lurking in the shadows, and you still assert that you are not sent by the Bureau of Awakening? Cheng Xing's words struck like a dagger, pinpointing Cheng Yun's vulnerabilities. Though he feigned composure, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his eyes gradually reddened, betraying his simmering rage. I see now. What a clever ruse by the Bureau of Awakening. I've heard you were eliminated from consideration. I presume this was all part of a ploy to gain our trust? Cheng Xing's words dripped with venom as they danced upon Cheng Yun's raw nerves. The final statement severed the last thread of Cheng Yun's rationality. Silence. Cheng Yun's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Cheng Xing. If you wish to remain alive, refrain from mentioning Cheng Xingyang in my presence. Cheng Yun's voice echoed with a manic intensity. Do not compare me to you vermin. I chose to leave the base. I have no intention of living in secrecy like you. Even if I have joined the slaughter sect, I shall walk the world with my head held high. Each word he uttered was deliberate, a hint of madness flickering in his gaze. What son of the war god? I am but a mere instrument, a tool to bestow upon them the glory they crave, satisfying their insatiable vanity. Upon learning of Cheng Xing's ascent within the Su family, they wasted no time in casting me aside. They expect me to apologize to that good-for-nothing Cheng Xing? To foster a cordial relationship with him? To facilitate their reunion? To bask in familial joy and mutual contentment? Cheng Yun, relentless in his accusations, lambasted the Cheng couple. Observing his frenzied demeanor, Cheng Xing was left perplexed. What had those bizarre parents done to him? Bah! Did they not desire Cheng Xing's return to the Cheng family? I shall seek out Ling Zhong to eliminate him. He is nothing but a waste. Why should he be allowed to ingratiate himself with the Su family? Can you imagine the uproar if he were discovered lifeless in his dormitory, given his current status? At this juncture, Cheng Yun turned to Cheng Xing with a question. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, pondering how Ling Zhong could possibly wish him harm. It seemed this fellow was behind it all. Noticing Cheng Xing's disinterest, he shifted his gaze to the motionless Wang Go. Startled back to reality by Cheng Yun's manic state, Wang Go swiftly shook his head in agreement. Let me tell you, the entire base will tremble. A temporary worker's new disciple found dead at Wu University? The Su family and the Chu family will not let this slip by easily. When that time comes, does Cheng Xingyang still wish to continue as the war god? He might as well dream on. With that, Cheng Yun seemed to have poured out all his pent-up frustration, his expression gradually returning to calm. Meanwhile, Wang Go, having absorbed all this information, was once again left in stunned silence. No wonder Cheng Yun had no intention of concealing his identity. Was it that he didn't want to? No, it was simply beyond his capacity. At that moment, Wang Go felt a twinge of regret. If not for the fear of retribution from the Wang family, he would never have aligned himself with Cheng Yun in this murderous sect. Yet he wondered if confessing now and revealing their whereabouts to the Inspection Bureau would mitigate his sins. Cheng Yun, sensing Wang Go's internal conflict, scoffed derisively. You best not entertain thoughts of betrayal. Let me remind you, Wang Qian met her demise at my hands. Should you choose treachery, I would not hesitate to inform the Wang family. Your involvement in Wang Qian's murder cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Wang Go was once again taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Cheng Xing, too, exhibited a look of astonishment. The Wang family's initial suspicions had not been unfounded. Wang Qian had indeed fallen victim to one of their own. However, they had not anticipated that the perpetrator would be Cheng Yun. Wang Go remained immobilized, as Cheng Yun had effectively severed all his avenues of escape. Confronted with the very architect of his misfortune, he found himself compelled to submit. Stay close to me. It won't be long before we return here. Cheng Yun, observing Wang Go under his control, felt a surge of satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained elevated above them all. Let us depart swiftly. At this point, Wang Go had resigned himself to fate. Considering Cheng Yun's actions, fear prompted him to urge haste. Cheng Yun shot him a cold glance, causing Wang Go to promptly clamp his mouth shut. What is the rush? How could I not personally deliver this grand gift? With that, Cheng Yun calculated the time. The Qilan Chamber of Commerce should have commenced its operations by now. Su Yanran would likely be aware of Cheng Xing's demise and was probably hurrying toward the dormitory. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed Cheng Xingyang. Hello? Cheng Yun, is that you? The call was quickly answered, and Cheng Xingyang's impatient voice came through. However, before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Yun interrupted with a mocking laugh. My dear father, I have a magnificent gift to present to you. A gift? Is it regarding Cheng Xing? Has he agreed to return to the Cheng family? On the other end, Cheng Xingyang paused, his face lighting up with unrestrained joy upon hearing Cheng Yun's words. His exultation immediately caught the attention of Lu Chunmei, who hurried over, anxiously inquiring. Is it about Cheng Xing? Is everything settled? I have a mahjong game scheduled with the other lady shortly. Hearing Cheng Xing's name repeated from the phone, Cheng Yun's initially stable demeanor transformed into a mask of fury, the device in his hand creaking under the pressure. Still hoping for Cheng Xing's return? Let me enlighten you. Cheng Xing is dead. Furthermore, do you know Wang Qian? Yes, the one who perished during the inspection bureau's selection. I was the one who killed her. Since you all disdain me so much, I had no choice but to join the killing sect. As Cheng Yun articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, Cheng Xingyang's expression transitioned from initial elation to rigidity, ultimately paling in horror. It was as though all strength had been drained from him, leaving him slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, It's over. It's all over. What is over? Why can't you comprehend? Who is Wang Qian? Lu Chunmei, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to press for answers. No, Cheng Xing is level 25. You cannot kill him. I refuse to believe it. Everything you've done has no bearing on the Cheng family. Grasping at straws, Cheng Xingyang vehemently denied the claims. If what Cheng Yun asserted was true, then his tenure as the war god would indeed be at an end. Your time is running out. Barring any unforeseen events, the first-level combat readiness alarm will soon sound. Cheng Yun, with an air of confidence, spoke as if he could see Cheng Xingyang through the phone. His words clutched at Cheng Xingyang's heart. Cheng Yun, self-assured, refrained from uttering another word or disconnecting the call, as though the alarm would ring at any moment. Yet, as moments ticked by, the anticipated alarm remained conspicuously absent. Cheng Yun began to feel a twinge of impatience. He had gone to such lengths. Could there truly be an unexpected turn of events? Is it not peculiar that no alarm has sounded? Chapter 101, Bloodbath, no mistake. Just then, the previously overlooked bloodbath finally spoke. At this, Cheng Yun paused, the fury clouding his mind dissipating as he remembered the presence of this individual. What did you say? Why do you question our identity? Cheng Yun, regaining his composure, regarded Cheng Xing with curiosity. He recalled Ling Zhong's warning, instinctively gripping the sword's hilt, and slowly inquired. You were the one questioning us before. Now it is my turn. What proof do you have that you are one of us? Although he had witnessed Cheng Xing emerge from invisibility, it did not guarantee that he had not achieved this effect through other means. Cheng Yun was not foolish. As he began to regain his composure, he gradually realized that something was amiss. Would bloodbath typically engage in such lengthy discourse? Oh, how would you like me to prove it? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, speaking unhurriedly. Let me see your panel. The invisibility effect can be feigned, actions can be mimicked, but the panel does not lie. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing displayed his panel for all to see. Name, Zhang Muji. Level, 26, 730-470-600-0000. Health, 3,700. Attributes, Strength 308, Agility 430, Constitution 235, Spirit 115, Free Attribute points 0. Talent, A-level Invisibility. Skill, D-level Blade, Chi LV1. Zhang Muji. Bloodbath is called by this name. Gazing at the panel before him, Cheng Yun's suspicions evaporated in an instant. Observing his impressive level of 26, a flicker of envy crossed Cheng Yun's eyes. According to the spirit seed, prior to the assassination, Bloodbath's level was merely 22. Yet it has inexplicably surged by 4 levels, evidently a boon from the experience gained after vanquishing Cheng Xing. Is there a problem? Cheng Xing spoke coldly. Cheng Yun shook his head. He had thoroughly examined the panel, and both the talents and levels aligned perfectly. This individual before him was undoubtedly Bloodbath. I have no issues. But you still have yet to prove yourselves. Cheng Xing brandished his blade toward the two, his fierce battle intent unwavering, resembling a true combat fanatic. The spirit seed had not informed him that 2 individuals would be arriving. Witnessing Cheng Xing's demeanor, Cheng Yun furrowed his brow. However, he quickly devised a plan. Swiftly retrieving a clandestine mobile device from the slaughter sect and sending a message. Moments later, Cheng Xing received a notification from the spirit seed. The message was straightforward. A friend recommendation, the individual S alias being Sword Saint. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing deduced that this person was Cheng Yun. After adding him, he casually sent a message in return. Not long after, Cheng Yun's phone emitted a soft chime, prompting him to glance down. Bloodbath, 1. Cheng Yun regarded Cheng Xing with confusion, unsure of the significance of this seemingly arbitrary message. Yet, having confirmed their mutual identities, he continued speaking. Is everything satisfactory now? Let us wait a moment. I must personally ascertain the ensuing matters. After dispelling Bloodbath's suspicions, Cheng Yun focused on the call from Cheng Xingyang, intent on completing the facade he had begun. Of course, there are no issues, Cheng Xing chuckled, and in the next instant, a blade aura erupted forth. Cheng Yun, who had momentarily relaxed his guard, instinctively dodged. However, he soon realized that the blade aura was not aimed at his vital points, but rather at his palm. Yet, it was too late. With a swift sound, pain coursed through Cheng Yun, prompting a startled exclamation. The sharp aura struck his palm, though fortunately, it was somewhat mitigated by his phone, preventing the blow from severing his entire hand. What are you doing? Cheng Yun seethed, having already established his identity. Why then, would Bloodbath still resort to violence against him? Cheng Xing offered no reply, instead gazing at the ruined mobile device, Cheng Yun's internal communication device for the slaughter sect. What was he doing? Certainly, he was settling accounts. Cheng Xing scoffed. He had endured for far too long. Had Cheng Yun not joined the slaughter sect, or had he remained obedient within Wu University, he would have been unable to act against him. Alas, he had chosen to align with the slaughter sect, becoming a fallen one. Therefore, he could not be spared. Cheng Yun found himself in a fog, still unable to grasp the current situation. It was not entirely his fault. Even if the spirit seed were present, he would still exclaim, Bloodbath is in the right. You are nothing but a madman. Wang Go, notify the spirit seed. Cheng Yun felt that Bloodbath had lost his mind, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, and hurriedly commanded Wang Go in an attempt to awaken him. However, Wang Go, who had been waiting nearby, remained unresponsive. When Cheng Yun turned to look, he found Wang Go clutching his throat, powerless, and collapsed on the ground. You. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Yun finally sensed something amiss, fixing an intense gaze upon Cheng Xing. You are the traitor? If he had yet to realize the gravity of the situation at this point, he would truly be foolish beyond measure. The Bureau of Awakening? Or perhaps someone from the South China Tower? A tempest of emotions surged within Cheng Yun, his first instinct suggesting that Bloodbath might be an infiltrator from another faction embedded within the slaughter sect. Following that, he resolved to inform the spirit seed. But as Cheng Yun instinctively reached for his phone, he froze. His phone was gone. In that instant, an intangible dread spread through his heart. Was this all part of a meticulously crafted scheme? His gaze toward Cheng Xing transformed entirely. In the blink of an eye, he shot a glance at Wang Go's nearby form, and in the next moment, Cheng Yun sprang into action. Cheng Xing, having caught the subtle movement, anticipated his intention and lunged toward Wang Go's lifeless body. If Cheng Yun were to alert the spirit seed, all of his subsequent plans would be jeopardized. To Cheng Xing's astonishment, Cheng Yun's previous glance had been a feint, as he himself dashed swiftly toward the factory's exit. Cheng Xing, instead of feeling anger, quickened his pace in pursuit. Cheng Yun felt a surge of elation, believing he had successfully misled Bloodbath. Yet, in the following instant, his joy evaporated. Bloodbath had reacted with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously regaining his composure and pursuing him closely. The two engaged in a fierce chase, covering several hundred meters in a flash. No. Why has so much time passed without any intervention? After running for a short distance, Cheng Yun became increasingly aware that something was amiss. If Bloodbath were indeed a traitor, they ought to have been surrounded by now. After all, his fear did not stem solely from Bloodbath alone, but from the potential reinforcements lurking in the shadows. Yet, despite the passage of time, no other skilled fighters had appeared. This sparked doubt within him. Could it be that he had not arranged for any backup? As this thought crossed his mind, Cheng Yun's eyes lit up. If that were the case, what was there to fear? Although the invisibility talent was formidable, it was ineffective against those above level 20. After level 20, Awakeners possessed a sense of crisis perception, counteracting the effects of invisibility. Moreover, he had equipped himself with a set of B-grade gear acquired from selling the Cheng family assets. He thought to himself that below level 30, he would be impervious to any Awakeners, so why should he fear them? With newfound confidence, Cheng Yun came to a halt, drawing his long sword and fixing his gaze on the approaching bloodbath. Chapter 102. Sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living. Seeing Cheng Yun suddenly halt, Cheng Xing became acutely alert and stopped at a distance of 100 meters. Regardless of the circumstances, he had once been part of the Cheng family. And as the war god, Cheng Xingyang had undoubtedly provided him with substantial resources. One could never tell what other trump cards he might possess. Thus, the two men locked eyes for a considerable time. Cheng Yun sneered, further convinced of his suspicions. Bloodbath had indeed come alone. With this thought, he surveyed his surroundings, shedding his earlier disheveled demeanor, and confidently proclaimed, "I admire your audacity. Are you from the Bureau of Awakening or the base? Has no one told you not to act alone?" Hearing this, Cheng Xing paused momentarily, realizing that Cheng Yun's retreat had stemmed from a fear of an ambush he had orchestrated. Now, having stopped, he was merely confirming the absence of any backup, allowing him to manipulate the situation at will. Cheng Xing chuckled softly. He had encountered this kind of underestimation numerous times before. However, this was advantageous, as his opponent had chosen not to flee, saving him the trouble of continuing the pursuit. Yet, this seemingly dismissive demeanor took on a different flavor in Cheng Yun's eyes. "Surely, you do not believe that invisibility is infallible?" Seeing Cheng Xing remain unmoved, Cheng Yun continued, as if eager to witness his opponent's unraveling. "Could it be that the spirit seed failed to inform you of the murderous intent lurking within?" Cheng Xing wore an enigmatic expression, musing internally that if this were the case, it might be time to test the waters. Observing bloodbath's continued indifference, Cheng Yun initially intended to extract further information. But then a flurry of blade auras shot swiftly toward him. Cheng Yun chuckled coldly, nearly convinced that Blood Butcher could maintain his composure indefinitely. Yet, it took merely a few provocation-laden words before he began to display urgency. Although the blade's momentum was swift, Cheng Yun deftly evaded it with ease, bolstered by his B-grade equipment. However, when he refocused his gaze ahead, he found the space devoid of any presence. Invisibility? Alas, I possess a sense of danger. With a calm demeanor, Cheng Yun unleashed his own danger perception, enveloping a radius of 500 meters. Should Blood Butcher dare to exude even a hint of murderous intent, he would be immediately detected. Unfortunately, what he did not realize was that at that moment, Cheng Xing had already concealed himself several hundred meters away. Let's test the waters. He mused inwardly. The facade he had crafted indicated a level of 26, while the aura he exuded during his escape revealed Cheng Yun's level to be merely 20. Such a significant disparity in levels emboldened him to turn back. Surely, he possesses some form of support. Cheng Xing approached cautiously, refraining from initially summoning his murderous intent, instead deliberately releasing an exceedingly faint aura of menace. As he stepped within a distance of 250 meters from Cheng Yun, he immediately noticed Cheng Yun's gaze inadvertently drifting in his direction. Found you, Cheng Yun thought to himself, outwardly feigning ignorance while adopting a posture of vigilance. As the opponent drew nearer, Cheng Yun gradually tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Triple slash. Finally, when the distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 meters, Cheng Yun suddenly sprang into action, drawing his sword with a sharp exclamation. Utilizing the displacement effect of the triple slash, he lunged forward, closing the gap in an instant, his final strike nearly descending upon Cheng Xing clash. With a resounding clang of metal, sparks erupted as a long blade abruptly interposed itself, deflecting Cheng Yun's attack, revealing Cheng Xing's form. Caught you. Cheng Yun smirked triumphantly, altering the trajectory of his long sword to strike at Cheng Xing's neck. Cheng Xing retreated, twisting his wrist as he transitioned his horizontal blade to a vertical stance, the edge gliding against the incoming longsword and creating fleeting sparks. Ultimately, the blade halted a mere 10 centimeters from Cheng Xing's neck, no matter how forcefully Cheng Yun pressed. He could advance no further. Lightning 5 strikes. Cheng Yun shouted coldly, his longsword emanating a faint blue glow as he retracted it with remarkable speed, then lunged once more toward Cheng Xing. The speed was so swift that it left trails of blue sword light in its wake. Block. Cheng Xing remained impassive, executing a sophisticated maneuver with his long knife to deflect all incoming strikes. After a series of exchanges lasting but a few breaths, they had engaged in over a dozen exchanges, each one effortlessly neutralized by Cheng Xing, leaving Cheng Yun unable to even graze the hem of his attire. Unyielding, Cheng Yun persisted in the skirmish, yet with each strike, his apprehension deepened. Was this individual truly only level 26? Why did it feel as though he were contending with a master of level 30? Just as he found himself distracted, Cheng Xing seized the opportunity and advanced, delivering a blade's edge squarely upon his chest. Cheng Yun felt an overwhelming force crash down upon him, akin to being struck by a freight truck, sending him hurtling backward. Agonizing pain surged through him, relentlessly jarring his senses. This is impossible. Upon landing, Cheng Yun staggered back several steps, incredulity etched upon his features as he glanced downward. There, upon his costly B-grade equipment, a white mark marred its surface, and several ribs beneath were shattered as a result of the blow. Had he not been clad in armor, this strike could have cleaved him in twain. B-grade equipment? Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed upon witnessing that the strike had not resulted in a fatality. He immediately surmised that Cheng Yun's equipment was no ordinary gear. Piecing together the prior exchanges, Cheng Xing began to comprehend the source of Cheng Yun's confidence. Was it not just one, but a complete set of B-grade equipment? No wonder Cheng Yun dared to retaliate. It turned out he was fully outfitted. However, if this was the extent of his trump card, then the game was over. Cheng Xing's gaze sharpened, having completed his probing. He had no intention of holding back any longer. Stepping back, his form seemed to meld with the surroundings, vanishing from Cheng Yun's sight. Murderous intent retracted. Upon witnessing Cheng Xing's reappearance vanish, Cheng Yun's vigilance heightened, and he unleashed his danger perception to its fullest extent. Yet this time, he sensed nothing. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if Cheng Xing had genuinely vanished. All that remained were his labored breaths, punctuated by the pain he endured. At that moment, Cheng Yun realized he had overlooked a critical detail. If his danger perception was effective against Blood Butcher, how had he managed to slay the level 25 Cheng Xing? Or was it possible that Cheng Xing had truly perished? Recalling the prolonged silence of alarms, he felt as if he had grasped a revelation, his pupils constricting in realization. Only now do you comprehend? Cheng Xing's voice drifted lazily from behind him. As Cheng Yun spun around abruptly, he beheld 4 arcs of blade light slicing through the air before him. This skill felt eerily familiar. He had only witnessed it once before. Blood splattered. Mastering martial techniques. Cheng Xing effortlessly struck Cheng Yun in areas where his armor provided no protection. The four-directional strike obliterated a significant portion of Cheng Yun's health. This is impossible. It's you. Yet at that moment, terror consumed him, rendering him powerless as he crumpled to the ground, devoid of any thoughts of escape. At this juncture, the truth unfurled before him, yet it was a truth so horrifying that he struggled to accept it. Was everything part of your design, Cheng Xing? Cheng Yun's pallor deepened as he stared at the bloodthirsty figure before him, fear lacing his voice. Unfazed by his identity being exposed, Cheng Xing nonchalantly wiped away the guise from his face, revealing his handsome features. Cheng Xing's true visage shattered Cheng Yun's final illusions. As Cheng Xing advanced step by step, the specter of death tightened its grip around Cheng Yun's throat, suffocating him. Spare me. I confess, I am still of use. In response to his pleas for mercy, Cheng Xing paid no heed. Cheng Yun had attempted to take his life more than once. How could he show any leniency? Observing Cheng Xing's unwavering murderous intent, Cheng Yun grew frantic, continuing to plead. The spirit seed has now gained momentum. It must be captured. He is my superior. I can help you draw him out. At this, Cheng Xing hesitated briefly. The spirit seed could now incite B-grade beast hordes, and given time, if he were to reach level 40 seeing this. Cheng Yun believed he had struck a chord and continued speaking, but before he could finish, a flash of blade light appeared. Cheng Yun instinctively clasped his throat, feeling warm liquid spilling from between his fingers. He gazed in disbelief at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing looked down upon him, dispassionately stating, "Sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living. You needn't trouble yourself with what comes next." Chapter 103. You tactical players have such dirty hearts. As Cheng Yun collapsed helplessly to the ground, Cheng Xing noted a significant increase in his experience points. Confirming the kill, Cheng Xing did not linger in the area, swiftly returning to the abandoned factory where it all began. Simultaneously, he notified Su Haoran and the others. Long before orchestrating all of this with Su Yanran and the others, they had already conferred in advance. He instructed his reconnaissance team to remain on standby in the disaster area, anticipating the possibility of elite ambushes orchestrated by the Ling species. Cheng Xing also notified Chen Yifei, but it appeared that this precaution might no longer be necessary. Upon returning to the factory, Cheng Xing made his way directly to a secluded corner, where he retrieved a mobile phone that was recording. After promptly ceasing the recording, he began to review the footage right there on the spot. Everything that had transpired was meticulously documented, including the entire sequence of Cheng Yun's confession regarding his murder of Wang Qian. With this video in their possession, their group's initial mission could be deemed successfully accomplished. The assignment only required them to investigate the traitors involved in the selection of the attack, without explicitly stating that they needed to be captured alive. After watching the video, Su Haoran hurriedly arrived with his team. The moment they set foot on the scene, they immediately recognized the already deceased Wang Go. Su Haoran's expression turned grave, instinctively suspecting him to be the traitor. Wang Go's identity was not trivial. He had once been the adopted son of Su Jiangwo and had betrayed the Su family to join the Wang family. He possessed numerous secrets, and should he ally with the killing sect, it would spell significant trouble. Could he truly be the traitor? Su Haoran greeted the others and then turned to Wang Go's lifeless body. It wasn't him. He had only recently joined and appeared not to have even visited the killing sect's hideout. Cheng Xing shook his head, swiftly advancing to search the corpse. He doesn't even possess an internal mobile phone from the killing sect. Oh, then who is the traitor? Su Haoran inquired, puzzled. Cheng Xing directly handed him the recording device that captured the entire ordeal. Soon, they gathered around to watch. Let me see too, Li Manman exclaimed, straining to catch a glimpse of the phone that was held too high for her to see, and she anxiously tugged at Su Haoran. Observing this, Cheng Xing offered a calm smile, unfazed. The video documented his use of various talents, yet he had long prepared contingency plans. When he had first contacted Su Haoran and the others, they had outlined their strategy, cleverly disguising abilities such as invisibility and camouflage with similar skills. For instance, the C-grade skill Mirage could create an effect akin to invisibility, though far inferior to true stealth. Additionally, the panel display could be explained through the use of this skill. Altering appearances was even more straightforward, as numerous skills could achieve that effect. These details were entrusted to Su Yanran and her team to manage. If anyone were to investigate later, they would be able to trace the corresponding transaction records for these skills. As Cheng Yun appeared on the video, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Am I seeing this correctly? The traitor is actually the son of the war god. Why would the son of such a distinguished figure choose to join the killing sect and become a fallen one? Indeed, if I had a father as esteemed as the war god, I would not need to struggle so fiercely, thought Gao Chun and his companions, clearly bewildered by Cheng Yun's betrayal. However, Su Haoran, privy to some insider knowledge, cast a glance at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing shrugged. The issue did not lie with him. As they later discovered Cheng Xing's connection to Cheng Xingyang, and that Cheng Yun had gone so far as to orchestrate a scheme against his father, the astonishment only deepened. They looked at Cheng Xing with a mix of curiosity and surprise, never expecting him to have such ties. Don't look at me. I have no association with the Cheng family. Cheng Xing waved dismissively, asserting that since the day of his awakening, he had severed all ties with the Cheng family. It was regrettable that Cheng Yun did not believe this, continually thinking Cheng Xing coveted the family's wealth. Had he simply behaved as a proper heir to the Cheng family, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament today. Listening to Cheng Xing's response, the group exchanged glances, all raising their thumbs in admiration. Not everyone possesses the audacity to reject such a background. At least, they felt they could not. Heavens! Wang Qian was actually killed by him. With Li Manman's exclamation, all eyes returned to the video. Su Haoran was momentarily taken aback before fast-forwarding the footage, revealing the moment Cheng Yun threatened Wang Go. After viewing the video, the group remained in stunned silence. They had not anticipated Cheng Yun's involvement in so many incidents. Where is Cheng Yun now? Su Haoran was the first to regain his composure and inquired. Cheng Xing wasted no time, leading them to the site of Cheng Yun's demise. Initially, the group displayed little emotion at the sight of Cheng Yun's corpse. His actions had sealed his fate, and even if they had captured him, they would have executed him after extracting information. Fallen ones deserve no sympathy. However, upon seeing the equipment on Cheng Yun, they revealed expressions of astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, this is a set of B-grade gear, right? Is this the legacy of the war god? A mere level 20 character wearing better equipment than our team leader? The collective shock at Cheng Xing's combat prowess was palpable, especially for Su Haoran, who lamented deeply. If it weren't for the higher-ups' decisions, such a promising individual could have belonged to their team. What do you need us to do? After a considerable time, Su Haoran finally regained his composure, during which he had repeatedly attempted to contact the higher-ups, only to be stopped by Gao Chun and others. Su Haoran understood that Cheng Xing's plans extended beyond this. Hearing this, Cheng Xing chuckled and laid out his intentions one by one. After absorbing his strategy, the group wore peculiar expressions, and after a long pause, one of them finally remarked, "You tactical players truly have twisted minds." With that, they began to follow Cheng Xing's instructions to modify the scene. Once they completed this, Su Haoran and his team returned with the bodies of Cheng Yun and Wang Go to report their findings. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing surveyed the meticulously staged scene before pulling out the bloodstained phone and sending a message to Ling Zhong. "Bloodthirst, you deceived me." After dispatching the message, Cheng Xing stowed the phone away, ignoring Ling Zhong's ensuing barrage of questions as he activated his invisibility. On the other side, Ling Zhong stared at Bloodthirst's message, perplexed, and hurriedly sought clarification. Yet, regardless of his inquiries, there was no response from the other side. This left Ling Zhong with a nagging sense of unease. Reminiscent of the feeling when situations slipped from his control, he quickly dispatched a handful of his subordinates to rendezvous with Bloodthirst and the Sword Saint. Time passed slowly, and soon his men arrived at the factory where Cheng Xing had previously been. "Slacking, boss, based on the evidence at the scene. We suspect that the Sword Saint may have betrayed us, and Bloodthirst appears to be under pursuit from an unknown expert, with his life uncertain." Chapter 104. The disgracing of Cheng Xingyang's title as war god. In the highest conference room of the South China Tower, Su Jiangwo sat in the main seat, exuding an air of solemnity. Years of wielding power had cultivated in him the habit of remaining unflustered even in the face of calamity. His expression, devoid of turbulence, radiated an intangible pressure. Beside him, Chu Yunfei bore a similarly grave countenance. His decisive demeanor lent him an air of ruthless authority, contrasting with Su Jiangwo's calm. Su Jiangwo lightly tapped the mahogany table, producing a steady rhythm that echoed in the otherwise empty conference room. Soon, individuals began to take their seats along the sides of the table. Within 5 minutes, nearly all of the war gods from the South China base had arrived, with the exception of Cheng Xingyang. As the attendees gathered, the sound of fingers tapping on the table abruptly ceased. The expressions of the assembled warriors shifted, their postures instinctively straightening as they turned their gaze towards Su Jiangwo, who occupied the seat of authority. With everyone present, it was time to commence the meeting. No sooner had he spoken than one of the warriors, who was closely acquainted with Cheng Xingyang, expressed his confusion. "Wait, Master Su. Cheng Zhanshun has yet to arrive." Su Jiangwo cast a glance at the individual and replied nonchalantly, "No need for haste. We shall conduct our meeting and then extend an invitation to him." He then addressed the assembly. "Esteemed warriors, we have successfully identified the traitors embedded within our ranks, orchestrated by the Slaughter sect in connection to the recent selection incident at the Bureau of Awakening." Su Jiangwo scanned the room before continuing. "Is that truly the case? Who is it?" The question sparked astonishment among the warriors, many of whom had dispatched subordinates to investigate the traitors. However, their efforts had yielded little fruit over the past few days. The Slaughter sect's attack had not only been a blatant provocation against their southern China base, but had also resulted in the loss of numerous talented individuals. The thought of not unearthing the traitors left a bitter resentment in their hearts. Su Jiangwo nodded slightly, and his secretary stepped forward to project a video onto the conference table. This footage was, notably, the segment Cheng Xing had delivered to Su Haoran. As the video played, the expressions of the warriors shifted dramatically. The moment Cheng Xing forced Wang Go to remove his mask captured their attention, and their gazes instinctively fell upon Wang Zi. As Wang Go was now affiliated with the Wang family. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Wang Go asserted, his demeanor unflustered. I have long severed ties with the Wang family. The assembly, skeptical of his rationalizations, chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that such a minor character posed no threat to the foundation of the Wang clan. However, the later appearance of Cheng Yun and his self-detonation left them in shock. It was at this moment they comprehended why Cheng Xing had not been invited to the meeting. The warrior who had previously defended him now shrank back, resolving silently to blacklist Cheng Xing after the meeting's conclusion. When Cheng Yun revealed the cause of Wang Qian's demise, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Many warriors turned their gazes toward Wang Zi, who had previously maintained an aloof demeanor, now darkened with discontent and rendered mute. Yet, the assembly displayed discretion, refraining from taunting him. With the video concluding, the truth emerged. Cheng Yun, the son of Cheng Xing, was the traitor behind the Bureau of Awakening selection incident, exhibiting a grave level of misconduct. Furthermore, Cheng Xing, as his father, had failed to perceive this and, given his history of forming cliques and lacking the virtues befitting a warrior, had tarnished the name of a battle god. I propose we revoke Cheng Xing's title as a warrior. I ask for your votes. Su Jiangwo spoke slowly, raising his hand to signify his vote. Chu Yunfei followed suit. At this moment, all present understood that Cheng Xing's fate was sealed. One by one, the warriors raised their hands in agreement, leaving only Wang Zi with a heavy heart. Wang Zi reluctantly lifted his hand. The motion passed unanimously, and the meeting was adjourned. As the assembly dispersed, the remaining warriors gathered outside the conference room, engaging in hushed discussions. Naturally, the predominant topic revolved around the unprecedented revocation of Cheng Xing's title, hand over Cheng Yun. Once only the Su, Chu, and Wang families remained in the meeting room, Wang Zi spoke coldly. Agreed. Henceforth, the monthly output of the separation stones will increase by 20%. Su Jiangwo readily nodded in acceptance. Wang Zi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the audacity of his counterpart to negotiate at this juncture. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I am aware that your output of separation stones exceeds this, and purchasing at the original price is not detrimental to you. Su Jiangwo replied calmly, adeptly handling his longtime rival. Fine, it's a deal. Oh, and one more thing. Any information regarding Cheng Yun must remain confidential. Do not overstep. Wang Zi slammed his hand down in frustration. What did he want with Cheng Yun? To leverage public opinion to restore the Wang family's reputation. With Su Jiangwo disallowing the dissemination of Cheng Yun's information, what use was he to Wang Zi? Then let it be. Fine, it's settled. Do not impose any additional conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zi begrudgingly acquiesced. Su Jiangwo signaled, and the secretary skillfully produced a dossier for him to sign. After affixing his signature to the confidentiality document, Wang Zi stormed out in a huff. Old Su, you are truly cunning. What if he discovers that Cheng Yun is already deceased? It could spell trouble for you. Has he not already caused me enough trouble? I have not disclosed whether Cheng Yun is alive or dead. Meanwhile, in Area A, at the residence of the warriors, Cheng Xing paced anxiously in his study, casting furtive glances at the mobile phone resting on his desk. The abrupt termination of Cheng Yun's earlier call had left him drenched in cold sweat. Though the base's first-level alert had not sounded as Cheng Yun had indicated, a sense of foreboding engulfed him. Do you think he could be fabricating stories to deceive us? Lu Chunmei ventured, observing her husband's anxious demeanor. Deceive? Would one jest about such matters? Cheng Xing retorted impatiently. Then what good does it do to fret here? Why not inquire with your acquaintances? Indeed, you are right. Cheng Xing slapped his forehead, his panic momentarily subsiding as he hastily grabbed his mobile phone to contact his usual friends. However, the subsequent developments struck him like a thunderbolt. Each call he placed was met with the same busy signal, regardless of how many times he tried. You try. Contact those warrior wives you usually speak with. Cheng Xing's heart sank, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Lu Chunmei, too, faced a similar predicament. Even when someone answered, they hastily hung up without granting her a moment to speak. Do you not have access to the internal network of the warriors? You could simply check there. Lu Chunmei's suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Cheng Xing, who hurried to his desk to power on the computer. Yet, when he attempted to log into the internal network using his account credentials, the system's notification felt akin to a death sentence. Your account has been deactivated. It was over. Staring at the ominous message on his screen, Cheng Xing felt all strength drained from him, collapsing into his chair, his face ashen. Lu Chunmei was about to inquire further when a commotion erupted outside. Moments later, several individuals clad in jackets approached them. Cheng Xing, following the decision reached at the warriors' meeting. Your title has been revoked. You are required to vacate the warriors' residence within 1 week. Chapter 105. Now, let us begin to resolve your personal affairs. In Area C, at South China Martial University, as the cool evening breeze flowed, Cheng Xing returned to the university and promptly switched off his phone. Disregarding the messages from Ling Zhong, when dealing with such astute individuals, caution was paramount. The bullet had already been fired. Now it was time to let it soar for a moment. After stowing his gear back in the car, he finally made his way into the Secret Realm building. Upon opening the dormitory door, Cheng Xing was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. The once chaotic room, splattered with faux blood, was now impeccably tidy. The silicone dummy that had previously occupied the floor was nowhere to be found. Look, yes, back. As Cheng Xing stepped inside, the three girls, who were playfully tussling on the bed, turned in unison to gaze at him. Clad in casual home attire, their loose garments were in disarray, revealing glimpses of pristine, fair skin. Among them, Lu Xinxin, donned in a tantalizing spaghetti-strap dress, was particularly eye-catching. The delicate fabric struggled to support her enviable curves, as if on the verge of succumbing to gravity's demands. Upon noticing Cheng Xing's return, Lu Xinxin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily composed herself, betraying a hint of shyness. In contrast, Su Yanran and the other girl appeared unfazed, their gazes fixed intently upon him without any pretense of tidying up. Were their bonds that intimate? Cheng Xing, witnessing this exhilarating scene, felt a sudden dryness in his throat, curiosity gnawing at him. What had transpired during his absence? However, he noticed Lu Xinxin's eyes glistening with a hint of redness, as if she had been crying. As soon as he closed the door behind him, the three girls quickly surrounded him. After a moment of composure, under the guidance of the other two, Lu Xinxin seemed to shed her previous restraint, boldly reaching out to touch Cheng Xing. Well, didn't I tell you? Isn't this far better than that dummy? Cheng Xing, taken aback, instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be met with Su Yanran's cryptic comment, leaving him utterly perplexed. What had they done to the dummy? Lu Xinxin caressed Cheng Xing's well-defined abs, her tongue darting out to wet her lips, her gaze occasionally drifting downward. This spectacle startled Cheng Xing, prompting him to back against the door in alarm. All right, I won't scare you anymore. Let us get down to business. How did the mission go? At this, the three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Finally, it was Su Yanran who spoke up. Seeing the three regain their serious demeanor, Cheng Xing wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow and recounted the events that had transpired. As he narrated, curiosity flared in the eyes of the three girls, who returned to the bed, with Chu Yanyan producing a handful of sunflower seeds from an unknown source to share. Who would have thought Cheng Yun was a traitor? Upon hearing that Cheng Yun was the turncoat, Lu Xinxin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Like the others, she could not fathom why he would abandon the illustrious son of the war god to become a fallen. Cheng Xing quickly detailed the entire sequence of events, and the revelation surrounding Wang Qian's demise left the three girls astounded. No wonder he had leveled up to 20 upon his return. He had killed Wang Qian. I said, given the Wang family's reputation, how could Wang Qian, with superior equipment, possibly fall to a fallen? Su Yanran mused, her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand. They had long puzzled over the circumstances of Wang Qian's death. How could a scion of a family known for its life-saving methods meet such an untimely end? The speculation of the Wang family proved to be correct. She had indeed perished at the hands of someone close, albeit they had misidentified the perpetrator. As the group revisited the details, new insights emerged alongside the resurfacing of Cheng Yun. At that moment, Su Yanran received a text message, interrupting their conversation. She glanced down, then turned to the others with an urgent expression. Breaking news, due to lax oversight, a relative has become a fallen, tarnishing the war god's reputation. The former war god, Cheng Xingyang, has officially been stripped of his title. Cheng Xing was astonished at the rapid response from the base. What? They can revoke the title of war god? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Xinxin gasped in disbelief. Unlike Chu Yanyan and the others, she was not a member of the elite families and was thus unaware of the underlying intricacies. The title of war god afforded one the privilege of participating in crucial decision-making meetings at the base. But its greater purpose was to instill hope among the populace in the apocalypse, requiring a relatively positive public image. Therefore, to become a war god, one needed not only strength, but also to make significant contributions to the base. Chu Yanyan picked up the thread of conversation, earnestly enlightening Lu Xinxin on the matter. But isn't that a bit too harsh? Lu Xinxin queried, puzzled. Over the years, as the base's overall strength grew, some war gods, seduced by power, gradually lost their way, and Cheng Xingyang was one such example. Had this incident occurred a few years prior, it might not have warranted such severe repercussions due to insufficient combat power. Yet now, with many combatants exceeding level 50, along with the need to set an example, he had unfortunately found himself in the line of fire. Su Yanran, having concluded her explanation, discreetly cast a glance at Cheng Xing. She had only touched upon the primary reason for Cheng Xingyang's demotion, leaving out the secondary factors. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin appeared contemplative, as this was her first encounter with such an explanation. By the way, Cheng Xing, what about your side? Su Yanran suddenly recalled something and inquired. Since Cheng Xing's plan had succeeded, Cheng Yun was undoubtedly finished, but she also knew he had further schemes in motion. Oh, that's not something to worry about just yet. Cheng Xing understood what she was alluding to and opted not to elaborate further. All right, let us set aside the serious matters for now. Su Yanran clapped her hands, adopting a nonchalant tone. Now, let us address your private affairs. However, as she shifted her focus, along with Chu Yanyan, they lunged at Cheng Xing, launching an all-out assault on his sides. You've been staring at us all this time. Do you think you can flirt around? Confess, when did you start seeing them? Caught off guard by their sudden attack, Cheng Xing found himself ensnared before he could react. His bewildered expression indicated he was utterly confused as he turned to Lu Xinxin for clarity. With her arms crossed and her alluring curves accentuated, Lu Xinxin couldn't help but chuckle at his bemusement, then tossed him a teasing glance, smilingly declaring, "Oh, it's nothing. Just that I like you." And they discovered it. You like me? Why wasn't I informed? Cheng Xing was left with a head full of questions. He hadn't even approached her for a deeper conversation yet. But if you like me, then why were you all so harmonious before? Yet the only response he received was the relentless assault from both sides, leaving him no choice but to plead for mercy. It's my fault. I accept my punishment. And you still dare to say it. Your punishment is to keep us company for an entire night of poker. Fine. Just go easy on me. Chapter 106. All arrangements on the 9th floor. The next day, Lu Xinxin and the others emerged from Cheng Xing's room, their legs trembling as they leaned against the wall for support. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their knees were slightly red. In a bid to punish Cheng Xing, they had insisted on playing a game of poker where the loser had to kneel and continue playing until they managed to win, allowing them to sit. They had not anticipated Cheng Xing's poker skills to be so formidable, and despite their combined efforts, they were utterly defeated. After being forced to kneel throughout the night, they returned to their dormitory, their expressions filled with unwillingness. Xinxin, wait a moment. Just as Lu Xinxin was about to head downstairs, Cheng Xing called out to her. Turning back in confusion, she saw Cheng Xing rushing out, a staff in hand. What is this? As Lu Xinxin gazed in astonishment at the staff presented by Cheng Xing, she hesitated, only accepting it upon his urging. The moment she grasped the equipment, a system notification materialized within her field of vision. After perusing the equipment description, she was utterly taken aback. Was this truly a B-grade weapon? An exclusive to healers? Typically, the price of an ordinary B-grade weapon hovers around 3.2 million. Given Lu Xinxin's previous financial circumstances, this sum would have been exorbitant for her. Even after joining the Bureau of Awakening Management, it would take her a considerable time to save enough to afford it. Not to mention, the actual value of such a rare class-specific item should be around 4 million. Lu Xinxin cast a questioning glance at Cheng Xing, who scratched his head and chuckled. It's a gift for you. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed her brow furrow and promptly amended his words. I meant to sell it to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin's expression softened. Yet she soon found herself in a quandary. Such exclusive weapons were scarce. If she let this opportunity slip away, even if she managed to save enough later, there might not be any available stock. Just as she was about to decline, Cheng Xing quickly interjected, I can offer you a payment plan. You can pay a little each month until it's settled. How does that sound? Lu Xinxin paused, her eyes wide with surprise, and a faint smile played upon her sensuous lips. Cheng Xing couldn't help but touch his nose in response. In that case, I'll accept it. How much should I pay each month? Upon seeing her agreement, Cheng Xing smiled and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, 3,000 will suffice. Lu Xinxin, her expression a mix of amusement and contemplation, stepped closer, her delicate arm wrapping around Cheng Xing's neck. He felt a gentle warmth against his chest, and as their noses brushed, he caught a whiff of her sweet fragrance. After a prolonged moment, they parted, leaving a silken thread at the corners of their lips. Lu Xinxin traced her fingertip along his chest, playfully reminding him, make sure to come find me for the cash. By the time Cheng Xing regained his composure, her figure had already vanished within the 9th floor. Observing Lu Xinxin's return to her initial demeanor, Cheng Xing couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This is the essence, intoxicating. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Xinxin dashed to her bed, face down, remaining motionless for an extended period, her ears flushed crimson. After bidding Lu Xinxin farewell, Cheng Xing turned back to his room, feeling somewhat fatigued after a night of fierce battles. Just as he prepared to retire for the night, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Hello? Senior brother, what's the matter? Cheng Xing, the location of the secret realm has been confirmed. I need you to come over. Chen Yifei's voice came through promptly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing quickly dispelled the remnants of his drowsiness and, after confirming the location, stepped out. At Huanan University of Commerce, North District, Cheng Xing soon arrived at the specified position. Alighting from his vehicle, an ancient-looking tower came into view. The tower, towering 9 stories high, appeared incongruous compared to the surrounding modern buildings. Is this the secret tower? Cheng Xing mused, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the structure, his gaze eventually settling on a plaque suspended on the 1st floor. Cheng Xing, over here. Chen Yifei's voice echoed from within the tower, and shortly after, he emerged before Cheng Xing's senior brother. Cheng Xing began, but was interrupted by Chen Yifei. No need for formality, let us proceed. With that, Chen Yifei eagerly pulled Cheng Xing inside the tower. Upon entering the tower, Cheng Xing's brows arched in surprise. The interior space was expansive, measuring several hundred square meters. Yet, aside from a few columns and a card reader in the center, it was largely barren. This is where the entrance to the secret realm will be placed. Chen Yifei indicated towards the card reader. And what is this? Cheng Xing inquired curiously, approaching the card reader. Oh, this will be used to collect fees when the secret realm opens to the public. And of course, you will have a share as well. Chen Yifei explained with a grin. I have a share? Cheng Xing blinked, taken aback. Of course, it's a secret realm, and since you're essentially renting it to the university, it would be unreasonable for the school not to pay you. Observing Chen Yifei's nonchalant demeanor, Cheng Xing chose not to argue. After all, who would refuse money? Commencing secret realm release. After confirming the location, Cheng Xing gradually raised his hand, mentally reciting the incantation. A system prompt followed. Secret realm release time, 30 minutes. Would you like to continue? After confirming, a progress bar for the secret realm release appeared in Cheng Xing's vision. 30 minutes later, as the secret realm fully manifested, a ripple of energy surged through the space around Cheng Xing. By focusing intently, he received another system notification. Entranced to the time secret realm. Has the secret realm opened? Let me in to see. At this sight, Chen Yifei could barely contain his excitement, having unexpectedly donned a familiar foldable chair on his back. Aware of Chen Yifei's long-standing anticipation, Cheng Xing did not prolong the suspense. He raised his hand to open the secret realm and stepped inside first. As he crossed the threshold, the environment around Cheng Xing shifted dramatically. One moment he was in the tower, and the next he found himself amidst a dense forest. Is this what the inside of the secret realm looks like? Chen Yifei followed closely behind, his curiosity evident as he surveyed their surroundings. Wow! Look at all the dropped items from the disaster beasts. Chen Yifei exclaimed as he began to sense the numerous loot scattered throughout the vast woodland. His expression one of astonishment. Although most of the items ranked D and C, their sheer volume was staggering. It was no exaggeration to say that these drops could rival a month's output from the base. Indeed, there are far too many. I didn't have the time to collect them earlier. That's not a problem. I can arrange for someone to handle it later. How do you plan to deal with it? Cheng Xing pondered aloud, stroking his chin. I intend to exchange them for academic credits on the black market. Chen Yifei raised an eyebrow in surprise. So many? You want to convert them all into credits? What for? The quantity was immense, easily exceeding 2,000 items. If sold entirely, the revenue could approach 300 million. Converting it all into credits would yield over 20,000 credits, prompting Chen Yifei to wonder. What do you need so many credits for? I'm planning to arrange for all my team members to enter the 9th floor. The Bureau of Awakening Management Team? Chen Yifei inquired, astonishment etched across his face. As a disciple of Zhu Ke, he was well aware of Cheng Xing's affiliation with the Bureau. Cheng Xing nodded affirmatively. It's high time to enhance their capabilities. Otherwise, with what lies ahead, they may struggle to cope. Chen Yifei stroked his chin, musing to himself. What do you mean? Cheng Xing sensed something amiss and inquired curiously. Chen Yifei glanced around, finally realizing they were in the secret realm, the safest place possible. With his concerns alleviated, he spoke candidly. Are you familiar with Huaxi University of Commerce? Cheng Xing nodded. Every base possesses its own martial university, and each year, they take turns hosting grand martial competitions among the various institutions. Such facts are well known to all. This year, it is the turn of Huaxi Martial University, which has recently extended invitations to the prodigies of all grades for combat and skill exchanges. Is this not a perfectly normal occurrence? I recall that we held a similar event a few years ago, did we not? Cheng Xing expressed his surprise, having heard of it in previous years, although he had been too preoccupied with basic survival at that time to attend. The crux of the matter is that the Huaxi base has been entirely sealed off for some time. Sealed off? Cheng Xing paused briefly upon hearing this. Under normal circumstances, a base would not close its doors without reason, unless faced with a beast tide. Take the South China base, for instance. It has never once shut itself off to the outside world since its establishment. Moreover, this closure has persisted for a considerable duration, with the only message sent out being the invitation to the martial competition. Listening to Chen Yifei's account, there was indeed something peculiar about this martial competition. Has the base sent anyone to investigate? They have, but all entrances to the Huaxi base are completely sealed. Our people did not dare to intrude recklessly. Senior combatants could easily cause misunderstandings, so they were not dispatched, Chen Yifei elucidated. Each base operates under its own order, and sending an A-grade awakened individual without caution could provoke an extreme reaction. In the early days of the apocalypse, the major bases were still allies. However, as order gradually stabilized, the relationships among them have subtly shifted. Should we participate? Cheng Xing inquired. We need to ascertain the reason behind Huaxi base's closure. To this, Chen Yifei did not provide a direct answer. Yet, Cheng Xing understood immediately. If the base requires knowledge of the situation, then they would naturally need to seize this opportunity to enter Huaxi base under the pretense of being Martial University students and newcomers to the Awakening administration. What about the dangers involved? Cheng Xing posed the most critical question. I do not know. Since Huaxi went dark, we have been entirely in the dark about what has transpired within its confines. It is also possible that nothing significant has happened. Therefore, during this period, it would be prudent for all of you to quickly enhance your abilities. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing fell into deep contemplation. Well, it may not necessarily be a bad thing. The base will have provisions for your safe return, so rest assured. Observing Cheng Xing's pensive expression, Chen Yifei patted his shoulder nonchalantly. Were it anyone else, he might have felt concerned, but he believed Cheng Xing would manage well. Subsequently, he skillfully retrieved a lounge chair, found a shady spot, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Cheng Xing, witnessing Chen Yifei's peculiar confidence, could only manage a wry smile. Fortunately, Chen Yifei had forewarned him, allowing him to start making plans in advance. Less than half a day after leaving the secret tower, Cheng Xing summoned Yang Jian and the others to his dormitory. Cheng Xing, what do you require of us? Nothing of great import. I just wanted to discuss the previous mission and some matters concerning our group, Cheng Xing replied, waving his hand dismissively. A mission? I still have no clue. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression fell dramatically. It was evident that cerebral tasks were not his forte. I am in the same boat. Lin Yin and Ning Xia exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Never mind that. I was just about to inform you that we have completed the mission and the evidence has been submitted. We should receive notification soon. The moment Cheng Xing finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him in unison. What? The mission is completed? When did that happen? Since learning of the mission, not much time had passed. During this period, they had been leveraging connections to uncover details about the selection attack incident, attempting to find clues, but had essentially come up empty-handed. Yet now, Cheng Xing claimed that the mission was finished? Without further ado, Cheng Xing divulged the entire plan involving Su Yanran and the others. Upon learning the truth, everyone was taken aback, clearly struggling to comprehend Cheng Yun's betrayal. This was especially true for Yang Jian, Lin Yan, and Ning Xia, all of whom were disciples of the war god. Oh, I wondered why I saw a war god being stripped of their title yesterday. So it was because of this matter. Yang Jian and the others, realizing the connection, recalled their confusion when they learned from their master that Cheng Xingyang had been dismissed from the title of war god. Now it all made sense. Linked to Cheng Yun's treachery. There's another matter. I intend for all group members to stay on the 9th floor. Cheng Xing dropped this bombshell, leaving Yang Jian and the others in shock. However, this time, their expressions reflected concern. Cheng Xing, the expenses for the 9th floor are simply too high. We cannot afford it. Even if we could stay a few days, Lu Xinxin cannot produce such credits. The credit expenditure for the 9th floor was daunting. Even for disciples of the war god, let alone for someone from an ordinary background like Lu Xinxin. The three exchanged glances, their faces filled with uncertainty, clearly feeling that Cheng Xing's decision was somewhat ill-conceived. Do not worry, I will cover the credits for the 9th floor. Cheng Xing smiled, patting his chest. Really? Foster father. Yang Jian was the first to latch onto Cheng Xing's leg. These days, he had been unable to secure a single machine at the virtual hall, which had left him distressed. He could not bear the thought of the exorbitant credits required for staying on the 9th floor. As Lin Yan rejoiced, she suddenly voiced a question. Cheng Xing, where do you have so many credits? Ning Xia remained silent, casting a curious glance at Cheng Xing. You haven't hacked the Martial University's backend, have you? Yang Jian pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, his expression turning worried. Cheng Xing was exasperated, kicking Yang Jian lightly. All of this is acquired through legal means. Whether you stay or not is up to you. Stay? We will indeed stay on the 9th floor. After being kicked, Yang Jian quickly switched his demeanor, grinning. All right then, you three should get ready, and you must quickly master the martial skills. We three? What about Su Yanran and the others? Their levels are too low. I will take them out to the disaster zone to level up later. Meanwhile, in a high-end villa district in Area B of South China, Cheng Xingyang sat at a desk, his eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled. This was an old backup house they had purchased previously. After being stripped of the title of war god, his family relocated here. Although the villa's decor was just as splendid as the war god residence, the latter represented a symbol of identity and status. No matter how luxurious this place was, it remained merely a mansion. Just as Cheng Xingyang struggled to adjust to the stark contrast in his identity, a notification suddenly popped up on his computer screen. A reputation task from the Adventurers Guild? Cheng Xingyang instinctively looked up, exclaiming in surprise. Adventurer tasks could only be accepted once an individual's adventurer level had risen to C grade or above. Reputation tasks, as the name suggests, not only offered standard task rewards, but also provided reputation bonuses. Accumulating sufficient reputation could lead to a nomination as a war god, making one a candidate for the title. Though his title had been revoked, the reputation points he had previously accumulated remained intact. If he completed a few more reputation tasks, he could once again be nominated as a war god. With this thought, hope reignited within Cheng Xingyang. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Task accepted. Task details. Proceed to Huaxi Base to establish a forward outpost. Chapter 108. Heir Chamber of Commerce. After communicating with Yang Jian and others, Cheng Xing summoned Su Yanran and her companions to the dormitory. I was sleeping soundly. What is the purpose of this summons? Su Yanran and the other two leaned on each other, their eyes still heavy with slumber, evidently still waking up. Yang Jian and his companions wore expressions of astonishment, clearly sensing that the bond among the three had strengthened significantly. I intend to use my credits to accommodate you all on the 9th floor, making it a temporary stronghold for our group, Cheng Xing declared. I have no objections. Neither do I. Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan waved their hands, not surprised by Cheng Xing's arrangement. Instead, it was Lu Xinxin who hesitated slightly. However, upon noticing everyone's expectant gazes upon her, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Since everyone has a share, there is no reason to refuse. Then let us finalize this pleasant decision. Has something occurred? Su Yanran seemed to sense something amiss, the drowsiness in her eyes dissipating significantly. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Cheng Xing scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile. He then proceeded to inform everyone about the news regarding the Wu University competition, as well as the potential dangers lurking behind it. What? Such a thing exists? Apart from Su Yanran, everyone else exhibited expressions of disbelief, quickly followed by an air of concern regarding the unknown. I only just learned of this matter as well. But we need not dwell on excessive worry. Our base will certainly provide us with support. Furthermore, Wu University was not the only one invited by Huaxi. 3 other Wu universities were also invited, and they would not stand idly by. Noticing the shift in the group's mood, Su Yanran immediately offered words of reassurance. All we need to do during this period is to focus on enhancing our own strength. Cheng Xing concurred. After providing comfort, the atmosphere among them became noticeably more optimistic. Finally, they eagerly returned to gather their belongings and, with Cheng Xing's credit support, successfully moved into the 9th floor of the secret realm. At that moment, Cheng Xing's credit expenditure soared to a staggering 140 per day. Had other students known, their reactions would likely have been filled with incredulous disbelief. A few days later, Cheng Xing was engaged in a fierce battle with virtual blood cockroaches within the simulator. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Swiftly, he drew his weapon, unleashing a barrage of skills, and almost instantaneously dispatched the D-grade blood cockroach before him. Removing the simulator helmet, he promptly answered the phone. Cheng Xing, the materials, equipment, and skills from the secret realm have been gathered for you. Among them, we discovered 4 disaster seeds. How do you wish to proceed? Upon connecting, Chen Yifei's voice, tinged with excitement, rang through. Hand them over to the base. Cheng Xing replied without much contemplation, deciding it best to leave such a hot potato in the hands of the base. Understood. By the way, where should I send these items? There's quite a substantial quantity. Directly to the black market. Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment before speaking. He had already consumed a significant portion of his credits during this time, and exchanging them through the black market seemed ideal. The black market, you say? That works. Just so you know, this batch is considerable. No one will be able to take it all at once. So you might need to find a chamber of commerce to handle it. However, be cautious not to approach the Qilin Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yifei, aware of Cheng Xing's current credit shortage, thoughtfully advised him. Understood. Thank you, senior brother. What thanks? We're all in this together. I must continue my training, so I'll hang up for now. With that, Chen Yifei ended the call. Avoid the Qilin Chamber of Commerce? Cheng Xing murmured, surmising the underlying reason for Chen Yifei's caution. With the completion of the traitor investigation task, it was inevitable that someone would verify the task as proceedings. And he had long submitted the pertinent action report. In that report, it was clearly stated that outsiders could brazenly enter Wu University through the black market and the Qilin Chamber of Commerce, seeking opportunities to assassinate students. The Regulatory Bureau would undoubtedly catch wind of this, and although everything was part of Cheng Xing's carefully orchestrated facade, the vulnerabilities were undeniably real. They would not permit such loopholes to persist unaddressed. Therefore, the Qilin Chamber of Commerce would soon face scrutiny from the higher echelons of Wu University. However, Cheng Xing had never held any fondness for the Qilin Chamber of Commerce to begin with. Reflecting on this, he shook his head, tidied up, and then turned to knock on Su Yanran's door. The leveling fanatic? What brings you here? After a considerable while, Su Yanran opened the door, and upon seeing Cheng Xing, she teased, this Cheng Xing, after discussing matters with us, plunged headfirst into the simulator and neglected to seek us out. Subsequently, they had jokingly dubbed him the leveling fanatic. Cheng Xing, feeling a wave of embarrassment, playfully flicked Su Yanran's smooth forehead. All right, let us discuss serious matters. I have completed the exploration of the secret realm, and the disaster beast loot has been sorted. The quantity is rather large, and I wanted to ask if you have any connections at the black market that could assist in handling it. Cheng Xing briefly explained the situation, and upon hearing this, Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You've cleared it out? How much is there? She was keen to know, given Cheng Xing's exceptional talent, just how much material he had amassed after conquering the secret realm. Cheng Xing simply held up 2 fingers. 200 items? Add a few more zeros. Su Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing it was over 2,000 items, all D-grade or higher, with a value nearing 300 million Huaxia dollars. Your father is corrupt. Even he wouldn't be able to amass such a fortune easily. She jested, leaning against Cheng Xing and mischievously letting her hands wander over him. Observing Su Yanran's playful demeanor and her inappropriate remarks, Cheng Xing felt a wave of exasperation and swatted away her wandering hand. What a waste of this Ice Queen's beauty. Stingy, Su Yanran pouted but still responded to Cheng Xing's inquiry. If you're looking for a chamber of commerce, go to the Heir Chamber of Commerce. It was established by my brother during his time at school. After some playful banter, Cheng Xing was finally able to extricate himself from the conversation. He then drove smoothly to the black market at Wu University. Upon arrival, he noticed a large truck parked in front of the black market. After confirming the license plate, he identified it as the materials sent by Chun Yifei. After a brief exchange with the truck driver, Cheng Xing discreetly slipped a few bills into the driver's pocket. "Could you please wait for me a moment?" "No need for such courtesy. Just attend to your business," the driver replied. Entering the black market, Cheng Xing casually approached a classmate and, through a rather generous conversation, received directions to the Heir Chamber of Commerce. Shortly thereafter, he found himself before a modest shop nestled in a corner. In stark contrast to the lavish decor of other chambers of commerce nearby, the Heir Chamber of Commerce appeared rather humble. Before Cheng Xing could step inside, a loud, arrogant voice rang out. "How long has the Heir Chamber of Commerce been closed? What are you still doing here? I offer 20 credits. Just hand it over to our Qilin Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 109. If you wish to consign, you must only approach our Qilin Chamber of Commerce. Hunan Wu University, Black Market. Wang Dou's round face, glistening with oil, bore the weight of 3 layers of chins, while his narrow eyes squinted slightly, adorned with an array of exquisite rings that adorned his hands. He patted his remarkably protruding belly with an air of arrogance, flanked by 4 fully armed guards. In stark contrast stood Luo Rue, who appeared considerably more diminutive, surrounded by several associates from the Merchant Guild. A mere glance at the 2 factions revealed the disparity in their strengths. "You shall not succeed. This guild was bequeathed to us ordinary students by Senior Howren, and I shall not allow it to fall into the hands of your privileged merchant factions," Luo Rue retorted defiantly, meeting Wang Dou's aggressive demeanor head-on. "Refusal, is it? Very well. I have made my intentions clear. Should you choose to collaborate with your Howren Guild, we, the Qilin Guild, will blacklist all parties involved. I wonder how you will manage to pay the black market rent or meet payroll without their cooperation," Wang Dou declared, his expression darkening as he spoke, casting a threatening glance at Luo Rue's companions. Under his gaze, those associates lowered their heads, a flicker of apprehension evident in their eyes. "Of course, you might attempt to contact your guild's founder, Su Howren, and see if he can return to lend you a hand," Wang Dou continued, his narrow eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. "President, perhaps we should let this go? We cannot contend with those guilds that have powerful backing," one of Luo Rue's companions suggested. "Indeed, after Senior Howren graduated, we have gradually fallen from being the top guild to our current plight." The members of Howren Guild seemed swayed by the sentiment. They were merely students seeking to earn some credits through their work in the Black Market Guild. When Su Howren was at the helm, the Howren Guild flourished, keeping the unscrupulous powerful guilds firmly in check, ensuring that all students in the black market could engage in fair transactions. Yet, after Su Howren's departure, without any support, the Howren Guild's operations were swiftly absorbed by rival merchants, with the Qilin Guild, backed by the Wang family, taking the largest share. Under immense pressure, the Howren Guild's leadership changed hands repeatedly, yet none dared to relent in the face of the ongoing assimilation. They merely passed the burden to the next leader. Observing his companions bout heads, Luo Rue felt a surge of frustration mingled with a sense of helplessness. The Qilin Guild's maneuver was effectively cornering them into a dead end. Just as Luo Rue contemplated surrender, a voice unexpectedly broke through. "Is this the Howren Guild?" A youth appeared at the entrance, silhouetted against the light. His chiseled features and strikingly handsome visage left a lasting impression, while female classmates nearby paused to steal glances, captivated by his presence. Wang Dou squinted, recognizing the youth, but unable to recall where he had seen him before. "What do you want with the Howren Guild?" he asked, his tone icily displeased. "Are you a member of the Howren Guild?" Cheng Xing countered, surveying Wang Dou's ostentatious appearance. "You don't recognize me?" "I am from the Qilin Guild," Wang Dou replied, clearly irked by Cheng Xing's demeanor. However, before he could finish his retort, Cheng Xing interrupted him mercilessly. "What? Are you a wanted criminal? Why should I know you? I didn't call for you, so why are you butting in? How ridiculous." With that, Cheng Xing disregarded the now crimson-faced Wang Dou, turning his attention to Luo Rue. "I am Luo Rue, president of the Howren Guild. How may I assist you?" Realizing the situation, Luo Rue quickly inquired, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Cheng Xing. "I have some materials dropped by Disaster Beast that I wish to consign for credits. Are you able to assist?" Cheng Xing asked. "They won't take it," Wang Dou interjected, his expression darkening as he regained his composure. Cheng Xing frowned, noting the Qilin Guild's overreach. "I'm asking him, what is it to you?" "Humph. What does it matter to me? Let me make it clear. As long as my Qilin Guild exists, anything I say won't be accepted by anyone else." "They wouldn't dare," Wang Dou bellowed, his voice booming and attracting the attention of vendors outside. "You can only consign with my Qilin Guild. If you doubt it, go outside and ask if they would dare to refuse," Wang Dou proclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers outside. Upon seeing him, the crowd instinctively bowed their heads, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Satisfied with their reaction, Wang Dou felt a surge of vindication, his earlier displeasure easing. However, Cheng Xing remained indifferent, focusing solely on Luo Rue. "I shall ask once more, do you accept my consignment?" Wang Dou's anger flared as he saw Cheng Xing ignore him, glaring menacingly at Luo Rue. The pressure mounted on Luo Rue, his earlier resolve wavering. Accepting meant confronting Wang Do directly, inviting retaliation. Refusing would jeopardize the Howren Guild's very existence. After a moment's struggle, Luo Rue summoned his courage, raising his head with determination. We, the Howren Guild, accept. You. Very well. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wang Do spat, his expression darkening. With a wave of his hand, his bodyguards moved forward, appearing ready to resort to force. However, as they unleashed their auras, their levels became evident. For level 20 awakeners, Cheng Xing, unfazed, let his own aura manifest, revealing a level 25 above his head. This revelation caused the 4 bodyguards to hesitate, exchanging uneasy glances with Wang Do. Wang Do's expression shifted, glancing between Luo Rue and Cheng Xing outmatched. He could only scoff. Do you really think this minor deal will revive your guild? And you? I'll tell you, as long as I'm here, your consigned items will never sell. Cheng Xing responded with a cold smile. You needn't concern yourself. Come, let us move the items. With that, he beckoned to several associates from the Howren Guild and departed, leaving Wang Do to seethe, fixated on the retreating figure of Cheng Xing. I shall see just how many items you can consign to resurrect the Howren Guild. Upon returning, Cheng Xing was flanked by his associates, each carrying large boxes, each estimated to contain over 50 items, gear, materials, and scattered skill books dropped by disaster beasts. After placing the boxes down, the Howren Guild's members rushed back out, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. However, the subsequent scene transformed Wang Do's expression from disdain to astonishment, ultimately settling into sheer terror. The 4 fellows made numerous trips back and forth before they finally unloaded everything from the truck. Wang Do, with a single glance, estimated the approximate quantity of items, over 2,000. He was taken aback by this staggering number. In disbelief, he instructed his bodyguard to pinch him, only to realize he was not dreaming. So many items. Had they plundered the warehouse of the base? Was it possible that Su Howren had sent someone to assist? Wang Do immediately thought of Su Howren, but even the Su family could not possibly produce such a vast quantity of goods in one fell swoop. To amass this much just to suppress their modest commercial association in the Wuhui market seemed excessively extravagant. Please step aside, you are blocking our path. The large boxes nearly covered the shop's floor, and eventually, Cheng Xing waved his hand dismissively, ordering Wang Do to leave. Feeling humiliated, Wang Do glowered at Cheng Xing, as if trying to etch his image into memory before storming off. Observing the sheer volume of goods, Luo Rue felt both anxious and elated. The joy stemmed from the prospect of selling so many consignment items, which could yield substantial profits, potentially restoring them to their former glory. However, given Wang Do's temperament, he was likely to seek revenge. If he truly decided to sabotage them from the shadows, selling this batch of goods would become a precarious endeavor. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the items? Cheng Xing noticed Luo Rue's unease and inquired directly. The items are fine. It's just Luo Rue hastily waved his hand and hesitated, letting out a sigh before continuing. We have offended the Qilin Chamber of Commerce, and selling consignment goods may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Shouldn't we consider distributing some to other chambers? I fear they might end up being a burden to us. Under the management of the Wang family science, the Qilin Chamber had grown far beyond the original scale of the Howren Chamber. Their influence was beyond what the average individual could fathom, especially since the Wang family members were not as rule-abiding as Su Howren. Noticing Luo Rue's troubled expression, Cheng Xing shook his head. I was recommended by Su Yanran. Aside from you, I trust no one else. Su Yanran, the young lady? I remember now, you are Cheng Xing. Upon hearing this, Luo Rue's eyes brightened, clearly recognizing the Su siblings. He further recalled Cheng Xing as the recent sensation on the Wuda forum. After Cheng Xing triumphed over Wang Bing in the martial arts arena, his image spread across the forum. It was said that many students still sought a duel with Cheng Xing to earn a spot in the elite academy. However, the Qilin Chamber had firmly entrenched itself in the black market. They controlled 90% of the business, and many unsavory transactions were overlooked by the market's administrators out of fear of the Wang family's backing. Luo Rue soon spoke again, his frown still apparent. If you are concerned about the Qilin Chamber, rest assured, they won't be able to thrive for long. Cheng Xing, seeing this, merely patted Luo Rue on the shoulder and confidently replied, Now, why don't you tell me how many credits these items can fetch? Though unsure of Cheng Xing's confidence, given that he was the largest patron of the Howren Chamber, Luo Rue quickly composed himself and began instructing his subordinates to tally the disaster beast items brought by Cheng Xing. Upon returning to the chamber, Wang Do immediately locked himself in his office. Soon, the sound of various items shattering echoed from within. Damn it, if only that Luo Rue had held on a little longer. I could have swallowed the Howren Chamber whole and paraded this result to my family. After venting his frustrations, Wang Do gradually calmed down. The ability to produce such a vast array of disaster beast items indicated that the other party was no ordinary individual. Moreover, given his unfamiliarity with the scene, could he be a newcomer? Wang Do had been preoccupied with black market affairs in his office, leaving him somewhat behind on external developments. Come in, Wang Do called out, and a bodyguard cautiously opened the door. Upon witnessing the chaos within the office, the guard shuddered and tiptoed towards Wang Do. Go. Find out who that kid at the Heir chamber was. Huh. The bodyguard froze momentarily, and Wang Do's displeased gaze fell upon him. Why are you still standing there? The bodyguard jolted and quickly explained, President, I know who he is. Oh, who is he? Wang Do squinted. The bodyguard, not daring to withhold information, quickly replied, President. Didn't the family issue a task to deal with a freshman named Cheng Xing recently? That person is Cheng Xing. He is Cheng Xing? Wang Do appeared contemplative. Indeed. He had received a task from his family not long ago, but he had been too busy managing the chamber's expansion in the black market to pay it much mind. Simply dealing with a newcomer seemed trivial enough to delegate to others, especially since there were plenty of Wang family members at Wuda. If he could simultaneously eliminate Cheng Xing while swallowing the Heir chamber, it would be killing two birds with one stone. With this thought, Wang Do's eyes gleamed. If he could accomplish both tasks, his standing within the family would surely rise significantly. Notify everyone. Continue to announce that anyone who purchases from, or even enters, the Heir chamber will be blacklisted by our Qilin chamber. Additionally, we will expand our business in disaster beast items. I want to see how they manage to sell their goods. Wang Do rapidly laid out his plans. The bodyguard immediately displayed a look of concern. President, where will we find that many disaster beast items? What is so difficult about it? My uncle oversees warehouse number 3 at the base. I'll just borrow some from him. Wang Do waved his hand dismissively. He then took out his phone, dialing his uncle while contemplating how to deal with Cheng Xing. With the Heir chamber issue resolved, only Cheng Xing remained. Should he simply have someone eliminate him? As Wang Do pondered this, the call connected. You idiot. Are you a fool? Why are you still contacting me? Don't you know you've been targeted? However, as soon as the phone connected, Wang Do stood up from his chair, a smile plastered on his face. Yet, before he could speak, the voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of anger at him. After the tirade, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Wang Do bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, the door to his office swung open, revealing 2 figures. Wang Do instinctively frowned with displeasure. Didn't I say no one is to enter my office without my command? However, when he recognized the badges on their chests, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back. We are the newly appointed black market administrators. One of them introduced themselves, while the other promptly closed the door behind them. Wang Do, your Qilin chamber is implicated in multiple illegal operations, violating base laws and school regulations. We hereby order your immediate dissolution. Dissolution? Pray refrain from speaking so recklessly. We conduct our affairs with utmost adherence to protocol, and I am indeed a member of the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Wang Do maintained his composure, responding coldly. A mere black market administrator could not intimidate him. Is that so? Then allow us to inform you under a different pretext. We are agents of the Bureau of Vigilance, and we currently suspect you of engaging in transactions with the fallen. We request that you accompany us. Chapter 111. The Forced Dissolution of the Qilin Chamber of Commerce. The Heir Chamber of Commerce. D-grade materials, 49 items, armor, 2 pieces. D-grade materials, 45 items, armor, 3 pieces, weapons, 1 item, C-grade materials, 4 items. C-grade materials. As the 4 associates meticulously counted and reported the items from the boxes, Luo Rui diligently recorded the details, his expression increasingly one of astonishment. Despite prior preparations, the actual tally was still profoundly shocking. He began to suspect whether Su Yinran's family, the Su family, had leveraged their influence to appropriate the base's inventory. Long after the last box was counted, Luo Rui gazed at the list, lost in thought. So much, far too much. If all of this were to be sold for Huaxia currency, it would be valued at an astounding 400 million. What a terrifying asset. Is the inventory complete? How many items do we have? Cheng Xing inquired, having not previously counted the items himself, and indeed found the quantity overwhelming. Oh, esteemed Cheng Xing. The counting is complete. Luo Rui, jolted back to reality by Cheng Xing's words, glanced at the list in his hands and reported, upon our assessment, we have 333 D-grade materials, 108 assorted pieces of equipment, 5 skill books, 211 C-grade materials, 23 pieces of equipment, and 2 skill books, totaling 682 items. Preliminary calculations indicate a total value exceeding 400 million Huaxia currency. Should we sell everything in the black market, it would yield over 40,000 credits. However, a 10% handling fee would apply for consignment, and due to the sheer quantity, it may take considerable time. What do you suggest? Luo Rui nervously glanced at Cheng Xing, realizing that selling such a vast collection could take several semesters. That was under normal circumstances. If the Qilin Chamber of Commerce intervened, it would surely complicate matters further. Well then, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Where's the contract? Cheng Xing nodded, surprised by the sheer volume. Knowing the scale of the Wuda black market did not warrant hopes of a quick sale. As long as they could consistently supply credits for upgrades on the 9th floor, that would suffice. Oh, certainly. I will draft the contract immediately. Cheng Xing's decisive response took Luo Rui by surprise, who then promptly called the associates to prepare the contract. Just as they were in the midst of drafting, A sudden commotion erupted outside. Curious, Luo Rue stepped out to investigate, only to be rendered speechless. What is happening? Why are all the Qilin Chamber shops closed? Indeed, look. Are those not the members of the Qilin Chamber? Why are they all leaving? Why have their shops been sealed? As the personnel of the Qilin Chamber were dispersed, onlookers noted the black market officials moving forward to affix seals to their establishments. Everyone, check the forum. The Qilin Chamber has been forcibly dissolved due to violations. What a delight. Finally, someone at Wuda has taken action against these malignant entities in the black market. Intrigued individuals promptly accessed the forum, discovering a pinned post detailing the Qilin Chamber's dissolution and enumerating a series of incriminating evidence. Furthermore, new regulations for the black market were outlined, with the foremost stipulation being a prohibition against bringing outsiders into Wuda. Reading the post, Luo Rue found himself momentarily entranced, only to be jolted back to reality as a thought struck him. He swiftly turned to Cheng Xing, who had already taken possession of the contract. Could it be that all of this was anticipated by the esteemed one? As Luo Rue gradually returned to his senses amidst the calls of his associates, he noticed that Cheng Xing had already signed the contract and departed. President, we have succeeded. Moreover, it seems the Qilin Chamber has unknowingly offended someone and faced dissolution. The associates of the Howren Chamber were brimming with excitement. Now unencumbered by the Qilin Chamber's covert sabotage, they had secured a substantial order. Unknowingly offended whom? Luo Rue murmured, gazing in the direction Cheng Xing had gone. After leaving the black market, Cheng Xing drove directly back to the foot of the Secret Realm building. At this moment, students were bustling about during the break, and anyone passing by the Secret Realm building could not resist slowing their pace, feigning nonchalance while casting glances at the structure. The cause of this phenomenon was the three enchanting figures standing at the foot of the building. Su Yanran, clad in form-fitting light armor that accentuated her alluring figure, stood poised with her left hand gently resting on the hilt of her long sword, her posture regal, cascading locks framing her strikingly cool visage, exuding an air of aloofness. Beside her, Chu Yanyan donned a snug robe that showcased her blossoming form. Her innocent countenance was complemented by a simple ponytail, hands clasped around her staff behind her, embodying a youthful, vibrant spirit with her occasional playful gestures as she peered into the distance. Lastly, Lu Xinxin, with her deep V robe, exuded an irresistible allure. The loose fabric failing to conceal her stunning physique, her languid stance with the staff captivating all eyes, though the only imperfection was the white cloth obscuring the enticing cleavage beneath. As Cheng Xing parked the car, the three seemed to spot their target, striding purposefully toward him. The crowd's gaze followed their movement, lingering until they all climbed into Cheng Xing's vehicle, before reluctantly shifting their attention away. You were far too slow. We felt like we were being gawked at like monkeys for ages, Chu Yanyan exclaimed as she settled into the passenger seat, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. Indeed. Su Yanran's previously cold demeanor softened in agreement. If monkeys looked like you, the zoo would be overrun with ticket sales. Cheng Xing quipped lightly, eliciting a smile. You're quite the charmer. It's scorching out. We could fry eggs on the pavement. Lu Xinxin shot a playful glare at Cheng Xing before removing the white cloth from her chest. As she waved it away, the alluring contours were revealed in the rearview mirror, prompting Cheng Xing to steal another glance. Just as Cheng Xing found himself momentarily entranced, a sudden pain at his waist brought him back to reality. He turned to find Chu Yanyan glaring at him, puffed up in indignation. My apologies, my apologies. Let us depart at once. Cheng Xing quickly raised his hands in surrender, hastily changing the subject as he drove towards the outskirts of the city. Noticing Cheng Xing's diversion, Chu Yanyan begrudgingly settled back into her seat, casting a sidelong glance at herself. I'm not that small, am I? The two girls seated behind her couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Cheng Xing, are you taking us out just to enjoy a four-person escapade? As Chu Yanyan glared playfully, Lu Xinxin chimed in teasingly. Lu Xinxin's remark evidently piqued Chu Yanyan's interest, and both girls turned expectantly toward Cheng Xing. What are you all thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person? If we formed a 7-person team, the experience would be diluted far too much. Yang Jian and his companions have all reached level 20. For them, idly grinding levels on the 9th floor while mastering martial arts proves far more efficient than leveling up alongside us. You two, however, are at a lower level than they are, and for Xian, as a healer, mastering martial arts is considerably more challenging than it is for us, making it more advantageous for her to level up with us. Listening to Cheng Xing's earnest analysis, the three women exchanged exasperated glances. Why are you silent? Don't you want to engage with this straightforward man? Chapter 112. Not enough. I think it's not enough. A month later, in the outskirts of disaster-stricken Peace City, four figures navigated through the ruins, two forming a pair, one in front and the other behind. Before them loomed a frog-like disaster beast, towering over 10 meters high. As it slightly lifted its form, it leaped into the air in the next instant. Now's the moment. With a thunderous command, Chu Yanyan's gaze sharpened. With a chilling shout, at the very moment the frog beast landed, a brilliant blue magic circle manifested above its head, erupting with lightning. As the creature's legs stiffened, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blades. Savage wounds blossomed upon the beast's body, blood spraying in all directions. The health of the venomous frog plummeted sharply, eliciting a pained roar. The immense damage dispelled the paralysis effect, and in the next moment, the beast's mouth gaped wide, a dark shadow hurtling towards Su Yanran. Unperturbed, Su Yanran entered a state of insight, perceiving the frog's movements slowing dramatically, its barbed tongue becoming starkly visible. In an almost imperceptible motion, she effortlessly evaded the attack. Due to her innate talent, Su Yanran possessed a natural affinity for precision. This was merely her application of it in battle. As the attack missed, Cheng Xing had no intention of granting the venomous frog any respite. He stepped forward, unleashing a combined strike of the four-direction slash and blade aura. The sharp blade aura intertwined with the slashing attack, yielding a cumulative effect greater than the sum of its parts. With this strike, the frog's most resilient tongue, level 30, was severed into several pieces. The venomous frog gazed at the four with terror in its eyes, its body suddenly swelling as glands on its back protruded, releasing a torrent of venom that filled the air with a foul stench. Clearly, this was not the first time Cheng Xing and his companions had confronted the venomous frog. The moment it began to swell, Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin swiftly retreated from the battlefield, each preparing their skills to unleash at the first sign of the creature's movement. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran nimbly maneuvered through the dense spray of venom, a trivial threat for those adept in precision. Having completed these actions, the venomous frog raised itself, appearing as if it intended to flee. However, Chu Yanyan had long been waiting, delivering a crushing blow that interrupted the frog's movements. As its health dwindled, Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged a glance and nodded subtly. Su Yanran halted, and Cheng Xing advanced, executing a combined technique of the four-direction slash and blade aura, striking the massive body of the venomous frog. With its health depleted, the frog's movement stilled, and it collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Defeated LV-30 venomous frog, gained 10,000 experience points. As the frog fell, the system notification echoed in their minds. In the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped Chu Yanyan and Su Yanran, both of their levels rising to 23. Level up. Chu Yanyan exclaimed excitedly, opening her panel to allocate points, followed closely by Su Yanran. Cheng Xing, however, stepped forward to examine the frog's loot. Unfortunately, the spoils were merely a set of ordinary C-grade materials, valued at a mere 200,000 on the market. Didn't he drop anything remarkable? Lu Xinxin approached, glancing at the materials in Cheng Xing's hand, her interest waning instantly. Initially, she had been astonished, having only heard Cheng Xing speak of his talent for increasing drop rates. However, witnessing the high drop rate firsthand was a greater shock than she had anticipated, leading her to marvel at such an extraordinary talent. Yet, after seeing it repeatedly, it became somewhat commonplace. Her level, meanwhile, had quietly reached 23, while Cheng Xing had ascended to 26. Such drops are hardly easy to come by, Cheng Xing sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had initially intended to keep his talent a secret from Lu Xinxin. However, after Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan insisted they would support him, he reconsidered. Given the necessity to defeat numerous disaster beasts for future leveling, completely concealing it would be challenging. Should Lu Xinxin discover the truth, it might create a rift between them. After much contemplation, he decided to divulge the information. If it were to leak, he was unperturbed. If worse came to worst, he would simply cease his efforts and claim his mentor was Zhu Ke, relishing in the fleeting thrill of borrowed authority. What did you find? The two who had allocated their points approached, but upon seeing the sticky materials in Cheng Xing's grasp, they grimaced in distaste. They had been raised to a higher standard by Cheng Xing's talent. As the four prepared to continue their leveling, their phones simultaneously chimed. Cheng Xing picked up his phone to find news regarding the upcoming martial arts competition at Huaxi, set to take place in a week. It is time to return. Su Yanran and the others nodded in agreement, gathering their belongings before driving back to the base. During this time, Cheng Xing and his companions had made several trips back, as their vehicle could not accommodate all their loot. The items they had acquired from the disaster beasts were no longer handed over to the Heir Chamber of Commerce, for the previous treasures from the secret realm were sufficient for an extended period of digestion. Instead, he chose to directly hand them over to Su Yanran and her team to sell, subsequently outfitting them all with a complete set of B-grade gear. Naturally, Yang Jian and the others were not forgotten. Cheng Xing, you're back. How was the harvest? Upon their return to the 9th floor, they found Yang Jian and his companions waiting eagerly. Though they had not ventured out with Cheng Xing, their experience grinding on the 9th floor had enabled them to reach level 22. During previous returns to manage their items, Cheng Xing had guided them, and they had now begun to grasp martial skills, each at the threshold of precision. As for Chu Yanyan, Cheng Xing had taught her step-by-step in practical combat, and her progress was comparable to that of Yang Jian and the others. To their surprise, Lu Xinxin had emerged as the most proficient among them, but Cheng Xing and the others were not surprised. They had witnessed the effort and dedication she had put forth. With the B-grade gear Cheng Xing provided us, I feel I could take down a small child with a single punch in the upcoming martial arts competition. Yang Jian chuckled, patting his new set of armor. Lin Yin and the others nodded vigorously, recognizing that their opponents were merely freshmen. In terms of both level and equipment, they were more than capable of overwhelming their peers at the South China base. And all of this was made possible by one individual. Not enough. I feel it's still not enough, Cheng Xing mused, stroking his chin and shaking his head. He had been plagued by an unsettling premonition regarding the upcoming journey to Huaxi. As if in response to Cheng Xing's apprehensions, the phones of the 7 individuals chimed simultaneously once more. Cheng Xing glanced at the notification on his device, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This should offer a semblance of stability. The message was straightforward, announcing the distribution of rewards for the Traitor Investigation Mission, Chapter 113, The Tempering Realm. At the South China base, Zone A, upon receiving the notification regarding the rewards, Cheng Xing and his companions set off towards Zone A. As they delved deeper, the towering structure at the heart of the base gradually loomed larger in their view. The secret realm of the Bureau of Awakening was situated within this very tower. After passing through the adventurers' base, they encountered their first checkpoint. Upon parking, several soldiers approached, wielding specialized equipment to inspect Cheng Xing's vehicle. Concurrently, a military officer sauntered forward, standing tall and straight. After saluting Cheng Xing, he spoke. "Greetings. Please present your identification." Cheng Xing and the others promptly produced their Bureau of Awakening credentials for inspection. Once their documents were verified and the vehicle examination completed, the officer saluted once more, signaling them to proceed. Having cleared the checkpoint, Cheng Xing and his group finally arrived at the base of the South China Tower. After presenting their credentials once again, they were granted access to the parking area beneath the tower. As they disembarked, they gazed in awe at the majestic, soaring tower that symbolized the highest authority of the South China base, momentarily lost in thought. Cheng Xing mused to himself. It is nearly as tall as the Grand Man waist. In contrast to Cheng Xing's contemplation, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan appeared remarkably composed. It was evident that many individuals entering and exiting acknowledged them with nods. For failing to recognize the daughters of the two families wielding the utmost power within the South China base would indeed be a folly. "Let us proceed," Cheng Xing declared, taking the lead towards the tower's interior as Yang Jian and the others regained their focus. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall, surrounded by a grid of glass walls that displayed news from various sectors of the base. After undergoing security checks, they looked around in uncertainty, only for Chu Yanyan and her companions to step forward, guiding them to the elevator. Before long, they reached the 78th floor, where the secret realm was located. The elevator doors opened to reveal a glass door, behind which lay an unstaffed reception area devoid of any signage. The glass door slowly opened after their credentials were scanned. "I am quite curious. Where is the headquarters of the Bureau of Awakening?" Cheng Xing suddenly recalled that he had never inquired about this matter. Su Yanran chuckled softly and nudged Chu Yanyan. "You can ask Yanyan about that. In truth, the Bureau of Awakening does not possess a physical headquarters. All our members are concealed within various industries. The current director of the Bureau is my father, Chu Yunfei," Chu Yanyan replied with a smile, dismissing the inquiry lightly. Cheng Xing could not help but express his astonishment. "Cheng Xing, you have arrived." Just as Cheng Xing contemplated whether to take a moment of repose, a robust voice resonated. The group turned to find Qin Zhan standing beside the reception desk, having appeared unnoticed. "Hello, Uncle Zhan," Chu Yanyan greeted cheerfully, followed by Cheng Xing and the others echoing her salutation. "Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. Thanks to you all, I was able to root out the traitor behind the attack incident, which has certainly alleviated my grievances," Qin Zhan replied heartily. He was originally the person in charge of that selection process, and such an incident could not escape his accountability, but with the traitor's capture, his punishment was significantly mitigated. Feeling somewhat sheepish under his gaze, Yang Jian and the others scratched the back of their heads. They had essentially coasted through this mission, reaping the rewards without exerting much effort, while Cheng Xing emerged as the MVP. "You have come to utilize the tempering realm, am I correct? Follow me, and I shall guide you," Qin Zhan continued, exhibiting no airs of an A-level awakener as he led the group deeper into the 78th floor. Passing through the unattended reception area, they entered a spacious hall. The hall was furnished with several sofas, and upon closer inspection, it could accommodate approximately 30 individuals for resting. In the center of the hall, a faintly distorted space shimmered, and as they focused their attention, a system prompt appeared before them. Entranced to the tempering realm. With this revelation, several awakened individuals, clad in Bureau of Awakening insignia, stood around the hall. Upon noticing Cheng Xing and his companions being led in by Qin Zhan, they could not help but display expressions of envy. "Are you familiar with the tempering realm?" Qin Zhan inquired, observing the curious faces of Cheng Xing and the others. "We had only heard of it before and had thought it was a secret realm belonging to the Su family," Cheng Xing replied candidly. "Ha ha, it is necessary to maintain confidentiality." Qin Zhan laughed heartily before continuing. "Allow me to introduce you to the origins of the tempering realm. It was initially a B-level secret realm, and it took us considerable effort to conquer it. I personally broke through to level 50 within its confines. Its current purpose allows awakened individuals to gain substantial skill proficiency or experience when releasing skills, thereby facilitating skill level upgrades. There are no restrictions on entry levels, but there is a cap on the number of participants. No more than 30 can enter at once for a duration of 2 days. Afterward, it will automatically close for a cooling period of 1 month. As Cheng Xing elaborated, Cheng Xing and the others listened attentively, refraining from interruption. Moreover, this realm has its limitations. It cannot enhance skills of level 2 or higher, which you must keep in mind. Hearing that the realm could only elevate skills from level 1 to level 2, Yang Jian and the others exhibited a hint of disappointment. Do not underestimate the significance of level 1. The disparity is considerable, Cheng Xing earnestly explained. Cheng Xing could readily relate to this, having witnessed the damage enhancement of level 2 skills, which was indeed a far cry from that of level 1. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment that the tempering realm could only promote skills to level 2. He wondered what the damage enhancement would be like if his fourfold slash could reach level 3. By the way, you should be aware that through our extensive testing, the realm can only elevate B-level skills by 1 level within 2 days, while C-level skills can be upgraded by 2 levels simultaneously. As for A-level skills, they will inevitably fail. But then again, you do not possess any A-level skills, do you? Haha. Well, that about covers everything. Once you decide which skill to upgrade, you may enter, Cheng Xing concluded, giving Cheng Xing a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After absorbing Cheng Xing's insights, the group did not deliberate for long. Given their limited B-level skills, they were eager to prioritize their upgrades. A-level skills were exceedingly rare, with very few A-level awakeners even possessing them. Having made their decision, they began to enter the secret realm one by one. Cheng Xing followed closely behind, and as he stepped through the entrance, the environment around him transformed instantaneously. When he regained his bearings, he found himself within a dojo. Chapter 114, The Upgrading of Battle Techniques. Entering the Tempering Realm. Closing countdown for the realm, 475,049. As the system prompted, Cheng Xing instinctively scanned the training ground. The aesthetic of the venue was ancient and rustic, with an expansive space, neatly arranged. There were 30 stone platforms, each approximately 100 square meters in size. The surface of the stone platforms bore the marks of time, evoking a sense of the extraordinary at first glance. Upon each stone platform stood an individual, continuously demonstrating their skills, resulting in a mesmerizing display of simultaneous abilities that dazzled the onlookers. Remarkably, as their skills extended beyond the confines of the platforms, they dissipated into wisps of smoke. Don't just stand there, hurry up, Yang Jian and the others called out, having already selected their positions. Cheng Xing, without further ado, made his way towards the solitary, unoccupied stone platform. Their initial commotion attracted the attention of several individuals, yet after a fleeting glance, they turned their focus back to their own skills. Upon stepping onto the stone platform, Cheng Xing felt as if he had entered a state of mental clarity, his thoughts racing with remarkable speed. This extraordinary experience left him astonished. Was this the function of the tempering realm? He mused internally, captivated by this serene mental state that felt akin to a sage's time, wherein his thoughts flowed freely. However, Cheng Xing soon refocused. He had no intention of wasting time. He stood firmly, silently reciting, Battle Technique, Clone. In the next moment, he distinctly sensed the emergence of his clone, manifesting from nothingness. The instant a replica identical to him appeared, it drew the attention of many nearby. A B-grade cloning skill? Which faction does this person belong to? I've never encountered them before. The ability to afford a B-grade clone skill indicated the considerable strength of the faction behind him. The crowd was taken aback by Cheng Xing's possession of a cloning skill. In the realm of cloning skills available on the market, B-grade represented a significant threshold. Prior to this, all cloning skills had been mere facades, lacking combat efficacy. Only skills rated B-grade and above held real value, which had skyrocketed accordingly. Though they could only acknowledge this in silence, they remained vigilant, continuing with their own endeavors. In this tempering realm, there is no cooldown for skills. Moreover, it appears there is no consumption of stamina. Upon the manifestation of his clone, Cheng Xing quickly discerned the anomaly. He noted that his stamina remained intact, and that the battle technique, clone, had not entered a cooldown phase. So this must be a unique feature of this realm. He pondered, and without hesitation, he dispelled the clone and proceeded to unleash another skill. As he cast again, he realized something intriguing. Skills released on this stone platform subtly altered with each successive use. Could the enhancement of skills be linked to this phenomenon? Though the modifications were minute, they were perceptible to Cheng Xing in this state of mental clarity. Furthermore, he sensed that the effects of the skills improved with each iteration. Possibly due to his prior experience with the 4 directions slashes upgrade, Cheng Xing felt as though he had grasped the key to skill enhancement. With every successive use, he found the execution of his skills increasingly intuitive, especially within the tranquil clarity of the stone platform, which allowed him to seize upon this sensation more readily. He could distinctly feel the experience of his battle technique, clone, rapidly increasing. A day later, with his mind focused, Cheng Xing swiftly differentiated his clone. It felt as though he had pierced through a thin membrane. A sense of ease and liberation surged through him. The next moment, a system notification appeared in his field of vision. Skill level up, battle technique, clone LV1, LV2. Has it really leveled up? Cheng Xing was momentarily stunned. Immediately accessing his panel to review the upgraded battle technique, clone, B-grade battle technique, clone LV2, skill effect, generates a clone identical to the user's essence, possessing the same attributes, level, equipment, skills, and talents as the user. Clone damage is reduced by 50, clone duration is 1,200 seconds, skill cooldown is 30 minutes. The upgraded battle technique, clone boasted a doubled duration. Wasn't it said that B-grade skills took 2 days to level up? How could it have upgraded in just 1 day? Could it be due to a boost from his appearance? Cheng Xing, puzzled, glanced around. Su Yanran and the others were still engaged in their usual B-grade skills, evidently yet to experience an upgrade. The others, too, were utilizing skills reminiscent of what Cheng Xing had first encountered. If there was a distinction, it was that they seemed to be mechanically repeating their skills without much regard for the finer details of their execution. Could this be the key to skill enhancement? Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Let us put it to the test. As a man of action, he wasted no time in swiftly selecting his next skill. With a change of motion, he drew his blade and unleashed a cutting wave that sliced through the air. Noticing his sudden shift in action, several onlookers were immediately drawn to him. What a surprise! Has he really leveled up in just a day? I thought ID encountered a hidden master, but it turns out he's just a novice. He must have stumbled upon some stroke of luck to gain entry into the tempering realm. This time, they did not hold back. Their whispers drew Cheng Xing's attention. Su Yanran and the others looked at him with expressions of astonishment, evidently surprised by Cheng Xing's swift change in skills. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the crowd before signaling for Chu Yanyan and the others to halt. What is wrong with Cheng Xing? Su Yanran and the others were puzzled, yet they stepped down from the stone platform to face him. Cheng Xing wasted no words. Once gathered, he shared his discoveries with them. Is that so? So your skills have upgraded? The group exchanged incredulous looks, unable to believe his claims. Cheng Xing promptly displayed his panel, and as they beheld the veritable skill levels, expressions of contemplation crossed their faces. They also noted that another of Cheng Xing's B-grade skills had unexpectedly reached level 2, lending credence to his words. You can give it a try. Without further ado, Cheng Xing urged them to begin practicing, asserting that there was no harm in doing so. Meanwhile, those who had observed them wore expressions of disdain. What a charade, acting all mysterious, thinking he has someone important. After a few scornful remarks, they returned to their own skill training. Half a day later, following the further enhancement of his cutting wave, Cheng Xing was increasingly confident that the elevation of skill levels was rooted in refining the details of skill execution. Essentially, it boiled down to fine motor control. Simultaneously, news of progress came from Su Yanran and her group. Their B-grade skills, which typically required 2 days for a level up, had improved to level 2 in just a day and a half after Cheng Xing's guidance. The group exchanged glances, admiration for Cheng Xing evident in their eyes. As the individuals mastered their skills, they did not squander time, but instead continued to ascend to the next level of proficiency. Chapter 115, The Favor of an A-Class Awaken 1. Time remaining in the Refinement Secret Realm, 0060. When the group realized that only 1 minute remained in the secret realm, they began to cease their actions. After 2 days of relentless skill execution, bolstered by the Refinement Secret Realm, they had all achieved their goals. However, in comparison to Cheng Xing and his companions, their progress seemed somewhat lacking. Under Cheng Xing's guidance, Yang Jian and the others had sequentially upgraded their core B-class skills by 1 level, along with an additional C-class skill. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing himself had upgraded the greatest number of skills, including a B-class combat technique, Phantom Body, a D-class Blade Chi, a C-class Backstab, and, in the final moments, even managed to upgrade a F-class block. For skills upgraded in just 2 days, Su Yanran and the others were not surprised. The most challenging aspect was progressing from 0 to 1, whereas advancing from 1 to 100 was comparatively less daunting. Unfortunately, if only they had known this crucial information sooner, they felt they could have upgraded an additional skill. Me too, my last D-class skill still falls significantly short. It's all thanks to Cheng Xing, Chu Yanyan, and the others lamented, but the surrounding crowd cast derisive glances at them. What a bunch of fools. Are they truly here just to make up the numbers? To think they could upgrade another skill, do they genuinely believe it's that easy? Dreaming is one thing, but taking it seriously is quite another. They observed Cheng Xing and his group whispering among themselves. Now that there was no urgency, they began to focus on them. However, upon hearing Su Yanran and her companions' words, many scoffed. Lu Xinxin and a few other beauties were one thing, but Cheng Xing and Yang Jian were the ones mocked most brutally. Yang Jian glanced at Cheng Xing, beginning to empathize with how Cheng Xing must have felt previously. Yet, the thought of what they were about to do next made him unable to suppress a smile. As the countdown to the secret realm reached 0, everyone experienced a sudden transformation. and when they regained their senses, they found themselves on the 78th floor of the South China Tower. They immediately spotted Qin Zhan, who had been waiting for them. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, the others wore expressions of astonishment. According to their understanding, when the secret realm opened, the Su family would indeed assign experts to maintain order, but it was generally a mere formality. After all, finding trouble in the South China Tower was as trivial as using a lantern in the restroom. However, the experts' duties ended once they entered. Once the secret realm's time concluded, it would automatically teleport them out, initiating a 30-day cooldown during which no one could enter, thus eliminating the need for ongoing supervision. Could it be that Lord Qin Zhan believes someone among us possesses extraordinary talent and intends to take them as an apprentice? It was highly plausible, otherwise. Why would a level 52 elite be stationed here? I wonder which of us is the fortunate one. This thought sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, with those with vivid imaginations beginning to fantasize. If one of them were truly accepted by a level 52 authority, their future would be limitless. Yet, Qin Zhan's subsequent actions shattered their fantasies entirely. You have emerged. How were your gains? He did not even glance at those who had previously fantasized, instead approaching Cheng Xing and the others with curiosity. Cheng Xing had consistently shown exceptional performance during the selection, which piqued Qin Zhan's interest in what remarkable feats Cheng Xing would achieve in this refinement secret realm expedition. Let us speak first. Su Yanran and her companions exchanged glances, clearly harboring resentment towards the earlier murmurs. They then took turns unabashedly declaring at a high volume, I upgraded one C-class and one B-class skill. So did I. Same here. What? Is this true? How did you manage that? Qin Zhan was taken aback. The gravity of a high-level awakened one momentarily lost in astonishment. As for the authenticity, there was no need for concern. After all, the identities of Su Yanran and her companions were well established, 2 daughters from prestigious families and 3 disciples of the war god. Given their claims, there could be no doubt. Who in their right mind would dare to mock individuals above level 50? Apart from Qin Zhan, those who had previously ridiculed Cheng Xing and his group were also left dumbfounded. Since they did not know Cheng Xing and the others, they could afford to disbelieve. But seeing Qin Zhan's reaction, it seemed unlikely to be a fabrication. Would a level 52 expert perform for their amusement? Did they deserve such an honor? As Qin Zhan inquired, the contempt on their faces dissipated, overshadowed by the sting of their earlier mockery. They quickly perked up, straining to catch Chu Yanyan and the others' forthcoming crucial revelations. Noticing the opportune moment, Lu Xinxin and her companions exchanged mischievous glances and gestured for Qin Zhan to look towards them. Only then did Qin Zhan realize there were still many people behind. He swiftly waved his hand in annoyance. What are you all still doing here? The secret realm is closed. Unrelated personnel are to leave immediately. The crowd erupted in reluctant howls, but their protests quickly drew Qin Zhan's ire. Terrified by his glare, they shrank back, leaving with visible reluctance, their tails tucked between their legs. Ha, delightful. This is the sensation of striking back. Upon witnessing their departure, Chu Yanyan was the first to lose composure, bursting into laughter. This is how it should be. Let them see people for who they really are. Lu Xinxin spat derisively, evidently still miffed about their disparagement of Cheng Xing. Serves them right, Ning Xia coldly echoed. Observing their demeanor, Qin Zhan quickly deduced that it was indeed those individuals who had spoken ill of Cheng Xing and his companions. Shall I teach them a lesson? Since the refinement secret realm was associated with the Su family, they sometimes allocated a portion of the slots as rewards to other factions within the base or auctioned them off to raise funds for the Awaken Management Bureau. Most of those individuals were not affiliated with the Bureau, so Qin Zhan would face little pressure in dealing with them. There's no need. Let us return to the main topic. Cheng Xing waved his hand, halting Qin Zhan's intentions. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's gaze fell upon Cheng Xing, his face filled with curiosity. Although his own skills had already surpassed level 2, rendering the refinement secret realm of no use to him, this discovery could be promoted within the Awaken Management Bureau. If it turned out that Cheng Xing was the one who uncovered the skill upgrading technique, leveraging that, he could easily secure a position as a war god. Cheng Xing was forthright, sharing his findings with Qin Zhan without reservation. He explained both the nuances of skill micromanipulation and how to utilize the stone platforms in the refinement secret realm more effectively, providing a comprehensive account. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan fell into deep contemplation. He was certainly aware of the stone platform's functions, having entered the refinement secret realm himself, but during his time there, he had focused solely on unleashing skills, neglecting such details. Furthermore, he was astonished by Cheng Xing's remarkable talent. He had managed to upgrade skills without relying on the refinement secret realm and had deduced the key to skill upgrades within it. Such meticulous thoughtfulness was hard to fathom from an 18-year-old awakened one. Please keep this matter confidential, Uncle Jean. If necessary, you may inform others under your name. Are you certain? If verified, this would constitute a significant contribution to the base. Qin Zhan paused momentarily, casting a profound gaze at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He understood the potential for contribution, Yet the favor of an A-class awakened one was far more significant than a contribution whose impact was uncertain. Uncertainly. Perhaps on any given day, one might save his life. Chapter 116. Recently, it seems to have grown quite a bit. After departing from the South China Tower, Cheng Xing and his companions drove directly back to the foot of the Secret Realm building. In the blink of an eye, Yang Jian's figure vanished. Clearly preoccupied with the simulator in the dormitory, Lu Xinxin's progress in martial arts had evidently piqued his interest. We shall head up first. Lin Yin and Ning Xia announced as they exited the vehicle, waving goodbye to Su Yanran and the others, who shared Yang Jian's intentions. Once they departed, Cheng Xing turned to the three remaining in the car, exchanging glances of confusion. What should be said next? With 5 days until their departure, should they continue upgrading in the disaster zone? Cheng Xing instinctively suggested this, but soon received a trio of disparaging looks of varying styles. Upgrade, upgrade. Is that all that occupies your mind? Cheng Xing's oblivious remarks incited Chu Yanyan to place her hands on her hips, her voice laced with indignation. The more they spoke, the more irritated she became, ultimately reaching out to poke his forehead. Indeed, our current levels are akin to lounging in the dormitory for 4 years. We could graduate without a care. Su Yanran added, shaking her head disapprovingly. And you, at 26, should you continue to level up, do you intend to pursue further studies? They were right. It was unwise to persist in such endeavors without considering balance. Lu Xinxin concurred from the sidelines. Very well, esteemed ladies, what are your esteemed suggestions? Cheng Xing inquired, observing the forlorn expressions of the trio. After some contemplation, he acquiesced to their wishes. After all, 5 days would hardly yield significant improvements in levels unless he undertook solitary endeavors. I crave delectable food. I've eaten nothing but rations this month, and I feel nauseated. I desire river catches, barbecues, dim sum, and so forth. Chu Yanyan exclaimed, tilting her head and raising her hand to propose, her enthusiasm growing. Tears welling at the corners of her mouth. I wish to go shopping. My shoes are nearly worn out, Su Yanran chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cheng Xing scratched his head, pondering that when they ventured into the disaster zone, they were all clad in gear. B-grade shoes were not so easily ruined. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a dangerous gaze directed at him from behind. Through the rearview mirror, who else could it be but Su Yanran? Was her insight truly merely an S-grade talent? It seemed incredibly overpowered. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin stretched languidly, her loose attire accentuated by her figure, rendering it difficult to avert one's gaze, especially as her arms drew together, creating the illusion of mountainous peaks yearning to burst forth. Lowering her head, she lamented. I seem to have grown quite a bit recently. I wish to purchase new undergarments. At this, Cheng Xing promptly straightened in his seat, asserting earnestly, new undergarments are indeed essential. We must procure them. His declaration, however, was immediately met with playful retaliation. Humph. I, too, shall acquire new ones. Another voice chimed in agreement. Under the urging of the three, Cheng Xing reluctantly drove towards the CBD of the South China base. Upon their return 5 days later, after their recreational activities concluded, the four of them hastily donned their respective gear and set off for the train station. Navigating through the bustling area A, they entered the northern district of the base. And as they ascended the elevated road, the South China train station loomed in the distance. This station, with its steel framework intertwined to form a shell-like shape, was capped by a wave-like dome created from stacked shells, its glass facade radiating brilliant light under the sun. Compared to the train stations of the past, the South China train station featured a mere 4 platforms, stretching towards the northwest and north. Though limited in number, the platforms were expansive, accommodating colossal trains that still evoked awe from above. As Cheng Xing parked the car and opened the door, the cacophony of the train station enveloped him from all directions. There were far more people than he had anticipated. So many people? Cheng Xing mused, slightly taken aback as he observed the throng of travelers. He had assumed that with the advent of the apocalypse, transportation between different bases would be exceedingly challenging. It has only improved somewhat in the past 2 years. Su Yanran clarified, stepping out of the vehicle, each hand pushing a suitcase filled with clean clothes and gear. Their appearance immediately attracted numerous gazes. Previously, traveling between bases was fraught with peril, and many had been too afraid to embark on such journeys. Now, the trains were of the latest model, equipped with the capability to repel disaster beasts of B-grade or lower, significantly lowering the mortality rate. Moreover, as the public's living conditions had improved over the years, more individuals were venturing out of the city to explore other bases. As Su Yanran and her companions chatted while walking, they soon arrived at the platform heading towards the West China base. Upon passing through the ticket gate, the clamor diminished considerably. Unlike the bustling platforms filled with travelers, this one was devoid of any passengers, save for the vigilant base soldiers and students from the martial arts university, accompanied by 8 instructors. Cheng Xing. Upon Cheng Xing's arrival, Chen Yifei waved him over. Seeing Chen Yifei eased Cheng Xing's mind considerably. Regardless of what transpired, he had the backing of a level 49 senior. Moreover, after some time apart, Chen Yifei exuded a greater air of authority, likely a result of his experiences in the time-secret realm. However, Chun Yifei's voice quieted the murmurs among the crowd, drawing their attention. The gazes were intense, yet curiously not directed at the three stunning young women beside him. After all, the post about Zhuke remained pinned on the forum. Most of the students dispatched for the competition were not weak in terms of strength, resulting in this spectacle. Cheng Xing could only smile wryly, accepting the attention in silence. Other instructors from different departments also brightened upon seeing Cheng Xing and quickly gathered around him, prompting the other students to exchange bewildered glances. Why do our instructors seem more eager than we are? The reason was evident. They had garnered numerous insights from the simulators during this period. Young master, it is him. A senior from the Qian Academy respectfully reported to a tall young man within their group. I am not blind. Do you not find this display of a nouveau riche's hierarchy rather awkward? Would it not be better to channel this energy into leveling up? Wang Wen retorted, displeased as he regarded the young man before shifting his gaze towards Cheng Xing, his fighting spirit palpable. Young master. The family has decided to temporarily set aside matters concerning Cheng Xing and prioritize the investigation into the West China base. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Wang Wen shot a cold glance at the young man, who promptly recoiled, silenced by fear. The other young masters of the Wang family might scold him a few times, but provoking this particular young master could lead to real consequences. Chapter 117. Cheng Xingyang. What do you mean by that? I am your father. After dealing with the instructors, Cheng Xing finally reunited with Yang Jian and the others. The instigator, Chun Yifei, was engaged in lively conversation with Yang Jian and the others. Unlike his usual lethargic demeanor, Chun Yifei appeared animated. Although he still carried his reclining chair on his back, his vibrant chatter indicated that he was in good spirits. Oh, they let you off the hook? Chun Yifei quickly noticed Cheng Xing, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Is that him? Wasn't it said that we shouldn't send any experts over? Cheng Xing lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He then shifted his focus to the soldiers stationed nearby, and further away, he spotted numerous adventurers. Among that group of adventurers, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure, Cheng Xingyang. It was unexpected to find him here. They would not enter the city. Upon nearing Huaxi base, they would disembark and proceed on foot. Their purpose was twofold: to investigate the reasons behind Huaxi's closure and to provide support. Chun Yifei paused for a moment, glancing around, evidently still unaware of the implications, and said, at that moment, as if sensing Cheng Xing's gaze, Cheng Xingyang, who had been enjoying the compliments of those around him, suddenly turned his head and spotted Cheng Xing amidst the crowd. A surge of joy welled up within him. If he could recognize Cheng Xing, perhaps everything he had lost would return. Cheng Xing, how have you been? I've heard you were attacked recently. Are you all right? Upon thinking this, he directly teleported to Cheng Xing's side, speaking without restraint. This startled Chun Yifei, and his voice quickly drew the attention of many. Soon, someone noticed the peculiar look in Cheng Xingyang's eyes. Look, isn't that the war god Cheng? What? Where's the war god? Shoo, why are you shouting? Don't you remember? Cheng Xingyang is no longer the war god. The crowd gazed at Cheng Xingyang in astonishment. After all, the war god was a figure capable of influencing the base's decisions, embodying both might and authority. Cheng Xingyang appeared to revel in the attention, but soon, someone doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, causing his expression to darken. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Faced with Cheng Xingyang's concern, Cheng Xing saw through his intentions immediately and coldly replied, What do you mean by that? I am your father. Cheng Xingyang's face darkened at this remark, but he quickly feigned sternness. What did I just hear? Cheng Xing is Cheng Xingyang's son. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in exclamations. This was precisely the reaction Cheng Xingyang had hoped for. Cheng Xing frowned at the remark. You should not call me that. Everyone knows that I, Cheng Xing, am an orphan. Are you blaming me for not taking care of you all these years? I admit my mistakes. Please don't make a scene. Hearing Cheng Xing's response, Cheng Xingyang realized his ploy had succeeded. As he continued speaking, the crowd began to gossip and speculate wildly, creating an elaborate scenario, while only Su Yanran and a few others, who understood the truth, felt a wave of disgust. Seeing the onlookers beginning to advocate for him, Cheng Xingyang knew his position was secure. If Cheng Xing rejected him, his reputation would be tarnished. If he accepted, then he would be related to the Su and Chu families, rendering their past irrelevant. Observing the familiar tactic of moral coercion, Cheng Xing scoffed coldly. He was precisely the target of such manipulations. With a bewildered expression, he spoke, Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. I truly am an orphan. You are the war god Cheng, are you not? I have seen your announcement. Did it not state that you have only one son, Cheng Yin? Just because I bear some resemblance to him, you cannot claim kinship indiscriminately. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd's sentiment shifted once more. Some quick-thinking individuals had already pulled out their phones to verify the war god's announcement. Hey, it really says that, just as Cheng Xing mentioned. Didn't he say he had only one son? Could it be that he came over because Cheng Xing is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird? Before long, the crowd began to speculate wildly about Cheng Xingyang's announcement. Cheng Xingyang's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated that his earlier announcement would come back to haunt him. Observing the increasingly ludicrous conjectures around him, he realized it was futile to pressure Cheng Xing into submission today. Therefore, he adopted an expression of feigned apology and retreated toward the adventurers. How shameless can one be? Chen Yifei remarked, unable to restrain his disdain as he watched the scene unfold. He was well aware of Cheng Xing's circumstances. Just ignore him. Cheng Xing waved his hand dismissively. Their relationship had long since ended. With that said, Cheng Xing felt the platform beneath his feet tremble. This phenomenon piqued his curiosity, prompting him to glance aside. At first, he thought he was imagining things, as he spotted a colossal object resembling a massive spire nestled on the tracks. With a thunderous roar, it slowly approached them. As it drew nearer, Cheng Xing realized that this enormous entity was a locomotive. The engine was far larger than any train he had encountered in his previous life, measuring nearly 8 meters in height, 10 meters in width, and approximately 30 meters in length. Upon closer inspection, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The spires attached to the front of the engine extended nearly 10 meters forward, entirely black, radiating an eerie glow under the sun, clearly crafted from extraordinary materials. With a sharply pointed front, if this behemoth were to collide at high speed, even a B-grade disaster beast would find it formidable. Behind the locomotive, there were only 2 carriages, followed by another identical engine. Once the train came to a halt, the instructors present immediately began directing their students to check tickets and board. Cheng Xing and his companions refrained from rushing forward, choosing instead to wait until the crowd thinned before boarding. As more people boarded, the platform gradually became desolate. Could you hurry up? I'm about to miss the train. Just as Su Yanran and the others boarded, Cheng Xing finally made his move. However, as he took his first step, an impatient, sharp voice rang out from behind. Instinctively, Cheng Xing turned to look back and saw a well-made-up young woman striding toward him with an air of entitlement, followed closely by 4 young men, each struggling with 2 heavy suitcases. As the girl spoke, the 4 young men hastily quickened their pace. Observing this combination, Cheng Xing silently accelerated his steps to board the train. This woman clearly seemed to bring trouble wherever she went. As expected, Cheng Xing had barely taken a few steps when he heard the voice of the ticket inspector stationed by the train door. Excuse me. They are not on the passenger list for this train and cannot board. No sooner had the inspector finished speaking than the girl's shrill voice erupted. What? Do you know who I am? On what grounds are you denying them entry? They are only helping me with my luggage. What's the harm in that? I'm sorry, but that's the rule. Cheng Xing observed the situation with an expression of as expected. Seeing the girl arguing with the ticket inspector, he promptly turned to leave this troublesome place. Hey, you, stop. Just as Cheng Xing prepared to walk away, the girl's voice rang out once more, initially pretending to ignore her. He finally turned back as her incessant screech reached a level that almost pierced his eardrums. Yes, you. Come here and help me with my luggage. Chapter 118. Helping us is a man's duty. Sun Lily, seeing Cheng Xing turn back, lowered her voice and pointed at the 8 suitcases behind her, bluntly demanding, "Why should I help you?" Cheng Xing maintained an expressionless demeanor, resolutely refusing. She didn't even deign to call him handsome. As women, we are the underprivileged, and it is the duty of men to assist us. Upon hearing this, Sun Lily raised her eyebrows, appearing quite self-satisfied. Is that so? Very well. Cheng Xing's response considerably brightened Sun Lily's countenance, revealing a sense of triumph. However, Cheng Xing's subsequent words instantly incited her fury. Yet, I also require your assistance. I have my eye on a B-grade weapon costing 2 million. Could you possibly help me gather 19 million? Who the hell do you think you are? We are not acquainted. Why should I assist you? What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? Sun Lily's voice was shrill, grating on the nerves. Cheng Xing casually dug at her ear, feigning enlightenment, then solemnly inquired, "Oh, is that so? What was it you wanted me to do for you earlier?" "Come help me move my luggage," Sun Lily instinctively replied. "Then who the hell are you? We are not familiar. Why should I help you move anything? Fool." With that, Cheng Xing turned on her heel and walked away. Sun Lily, her face turning a deep shade of crimson with rage, pointed at her, rendered speechless for a long moment. Witnessing Sun Lily's distress, the sycophants behind her could no longer remain passive. "Stop. You think you can just walk away after upsetting our goddess like this? Indeed. I warn you, you better comply and help our goddess with her luggage, or we shall not be so courteous." Their indignation seemed to suggest that, had there not been a ticket inspector present, they would have lunged at Cheng Xing to tear her apart. Cheng Xing, however, remained silent, merely turning slowly to cast a cold glance at them. In the next instant, the 4 sycophants felt a sudden drop in temperature, shivering involuntarily. When they dared to meet Cheng Xing's gaze again, they were immediately paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. They found it impossible to articulate the nature of that gaze, as if uttering another word would lead to their demise. Sun Lily, too, was taken aback by the scene, rendered speechless by the intensity of Cheng Xing's look. As the jewel of the Sun family, a second-tier force within the base, she had never encountered such a stare. The surroundings fell into silence. The ticket inspector momentarily taken aback, curious about what had transpired, peering around in vain. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Lily gradually regained her composure. astonished that she had been so intimidated by a mere glance. In a fit of anger, she began to hurl insults at Cheng Xing, her tirade also snapping the four sycophants back to reality. They collectively thought, what a splendid opportunity this is. They quickly surrounded her, offering various comforts intertwined with curses directed at Cheng Xing, completely disregarding their earlier embarrassment. With the support of her four sycophants, Sun Lily seemed to regain her former composure. Hello, do you still wish to board? We are about to depart. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the ticket inspector, suppressing his discomfort, forced a smile as he addressed Sun Lily. Sun Lily paused, glancing at the 8 suitcases behind her, then at the useless 4 sycophants, unable to contain her rage any longer. You 4 worthless fools. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing had already departed, ascending the spiral staircase to the 2nd level of the carriage. With a wave from Chu Yanyan, she successfully reunited with her companions. Due to its larger dimensions, their compartment was significantly more spacious than a standard train carriage. With wide aisles and stairways, the compartment featured large beds on either side, sufficient for 6 individuals to rest comfortably. Since the train was not at full capacity, they were casually assigned to an unoccupied compartment by the attendant. Why is Cheng Xing taking so long? What happened outside? I heard such loud screams, Chu Yanyan inquired, reclining on one of the large beds as she watched Cheng Xing arrive. Su Yanran, who had just finished stowing her luggage, joined her on the bed, casting a curious glance. Nothing much, just encountered a martial artist. Cheng Xing waved her hand dismissively, downplaying the situation. With that, she naturally settled between the 3 girls. Observing Cheng Xing's casualness, the 3 couldn't help but pat him. Just as Cheng Xing's bottom warmed the seat, the carriage began to tremble slightly, and soon, the scenery outside started to recede. The train had departed. Cheng Xing watched the 3 girls curiously gazing out the window while he stretched lazily, leaning towards Lu Xinxin's smooth, rounded thigh. However, before he could achieve his aim, the sound of dragging heavy objects echoed from outside the compartment. After a brief pause, their compartment door was abruptly flung open. The 4 turned in unison, and upon seeing the newcomer, Cheng Xing couldn't help but frown. This person was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. The newcomer was none other than Sun Lily. Hello, this compartment has space available. Since it is not full, you may choose freely, she stated, flanked by a male attendant who was carrying 2 suitcases while explaining. However, before he could finish, Sun Lily quickly scanned the occupants of the compartment, her gaze fixating on the already window-bound Chu Yanyan, blatantly ignoring Cheng Xing, with whom she had just clashed. The malice in her eyes was unmistakable, and the next moment, her voice rang out, sharp and irate. Who are they to share a compartment with me? Cheng Xing paused momentarily, and the expressions of the 4 shifted to displeasure. Who is this insufferable little diva? They wondered. What are their identities compared to mine? I'll tell you, you must switch compartments. Sun Lily nearly directed her words solely at Chu Yanyan, her voice piercing and grating, leaving the attendant momentarily dumbfounded, forgetting to set down the suitcases he was holding. What are you doing? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me speaking to you? It was only when the attendant remained silent that Sun Lily shifted her gaze from Chu Yanyan. Seeing the attendant frozen in place only fueled her ire, and she lashed out at the innocent attendant. The attendant, bewildered, eventually regained his composure. However, his professional demeanor quelled any impulse to retaliate against this woman, and he calmly explained, Miss, I have already informed you that this train is not at full capacity, and you may choose your carriage freely. Upon hearing this, Sun Lily fell silent, as if someone had clamped down on her throat. Will you repeat that? It is your duty. Without us, where would your job come from? Observing Sun Lily's unreasonable behavior, the attendant was left speechless, recalling how he had initially found her attractive when he passed by earlier and had tried to be courteous. Hello. There are other empty compartments over there. You can choose one of those. That far. You want to exhaust me. Upon uttering this, Cheng Xing could clearly see the veins bulging on the attendant's forehead. How about this one? The attendant opened the door to an unoccupied compartment opposite Cheng Xing's group. Now, that is more like it. I'll tell you, based on your service today, I will definitely file a complaint against you. With that, Sun Lily nodded, then entered the compartment without a second thought. But when she turned around, she realized the attendant had already slipped away, leaving her staring at the 2 suitcases in the aisle, utterly dumbfounded. On the opposite side, Cheng Xing and her 3 companions wore expressions of bewilderment, akin to that of a fool. Upon noticing her gaze, Cheng Xing promptly shut the door, vociferously asserting, hurry and close the door. One can never tell if this utter imbecile might be contagious. Who is that person? Su Yanran inquired, her face etched with confusion. I have no idea. She was just outside, making a tremendous ruckus. It seems she harbors an extraordinary grudge against Yan Yan, Cheng Xing mused, her thoughts drifting, while her restless hands began to roam over the bed until they encountered a familiar texture. Lu Xinxin raised her hand to pat someone else, then cheerfully remarked, I know this one. Her name is Sun Lily, a former beauty among the top 10 at Wuhan University. After you all arrived, she was pushed aside. Oh, is that all? Su Yanran expressed her incredulity. Wait, why me? You all made the list too. Why do they particularly resent me? Chu Yanyan pointed at herself, utterly perplexed. Cheng Xing, meanwhile, nodded in a symbolic manner, confirming her position before gradually reclining. However, as she floated in midair, she unexpectedly collided with two soft forms, only to stabilize herself comfortably upon Lu Xinxin's lap. Because both you and she are in the genuine department, came the response. Oh, how terribly dull of her. As the four engaged in conversation, time swiftly elapsed. Yet, after a day and 2 nights, the train, previously gliding smoothly, abruptly decreased in speed for reasons unknown. Chapter 119, Encountering the Daywalking Bats. Cheng Xing, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide at the moment the train began to decelerate. Her gaze sharpened, and she swiftly flipped to the foot of the bed, retrieving the long knife that had been placed there. What has transpired? As Cheng Xing moved to the compartment door, Su Yanran and the others finally grasped the situation and hastily got out of bed. I don't know. But just to be safe, you all should gear up. Cheng Xing refrained from hastily opening the door and spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, they were unfazed, quickly rising to open the nearest luggage compartment and don their gear. After a month of training and synchronization, the four were soon fully armed and standing beside Cheng Xing. Only then did she carefully open the compartment door, revealing an empty aisle. However, as they stepped out to investigate, numerous students took notice of the train's sudden deceleration, opening their compartment doors to peer out and survey the surroundings. What is going on? I have no idea. Are we nearing our destination? Impossible. It's only been a short while. From South China to West China, the train takes at least 3 days. We've barely made it halfway. The students exchanged looks of confusion, engaging in a cacophony of speculation. Could something have gone awry? This is the latest model of interbase train. How could anything happen? One can never be certain. What if we collide with an A-class disaster beast? As they spoke, various theories began to surface, and those with weaker nerves began to feel anxious. Oh no, could it be that my jinx has come true? If it really is an A-class disaster beast, we're doomed. As the unsettling comments spread, many faces turned pale, and the noise escalated. Their levels hovered around 20. If they encountered an A-class disaster beast, they would indeed be mere cannon fodder. What is all this commotion? Haven't you seen this lady trying to rest? Just then, the compartment opposite them swung open, revealing the impatient Sun Lily, whose sharp voice nearly drowned out the surrounding clamor. Though chastised, the crowd felt some solace upon hearing that they wouldn't be passing through A-class disaster zones. Cheng Xing, why are you all geared up? Yang Jian and his companions happened to appear at the stairway's entrance, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Cheng Xing fully armed. Better safe than sorry. Do you know what is happening? Cheng Xing offered no explanation. Caution was her customary approach. What a coward, Sun Lily scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Cheng Xing and her companions. After a derisive comment, she donned the headphones hanging around her neck, exuding an air of triumph. She then slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. As if Sun Lily's words held weight, the train began to gradually accelerate again shortly after the deceleration. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Just wild conjecture, someone remarked. Look at your faces. I'm off to change my pants. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Just then, a figure appeared at the opposite staircase. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Cheng Xing furrowed her brow. Students, we've encountered a large horde of C-class daywalking bats ahead. We are preparing to charge through, so please ensure your windows are tightly shut. The newcomer was one of the mentors from the 7 major academies. After issuing the warning, he hurried down the stairs. As his words echoed, a wave of panic washed over the crowd, and they scrambled back to their compartments to secure their windows. Oh no, it seems we haven't closed the windows, Lin Yin exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Prompted by her alarm, Ningxia was taken aback before hurriedly dragging her down the stairs. Ha ha ha, how careless. No, I haven't closed mine either. Seeing the two in such a flurry, Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. However, his laughter was short-lived as a sudden thought struck him, and his smile faltered as he rushed down the stairs. Observing their frantic demeanor, the four in the aisle exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. I'll check the windows, Su Yanran announced, turning back to the compartment to inspect the windows. I'll go ask my senior brother about what is going on, Cheng Xing pondered, deciding to seek out Chun Yifei for clarity. Just as she had taken a few steps, an unsettling sound reached her ears from outside, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects colliding. Meanwhile, the train's speed significantly decreased once more. Had they already collided? Cheng Xing mused anxiously while extending her sense of impending danger. In the next moment, she felt dozens of murderous intents converging upon their path, and the numbers were steadily increasing. The train moved with remarkable swiftness. The earlier noise quickly spread from the front to where they were. Yet, the monotonous sounds abruptly shifted as they reached Cheng Xing and her companions. A piercing scream shattered the compartment's soundproofing, reaching everyone's ears. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow and swiftly turned around. Following the scream, the compartment door opposite them burst open, and a tremendous flurry of sound erupted from within. Moments later, Sun Lily, disheveled and wearing headphones, dashed out of the compartment, her face a mask of terror. In her frantic state, she stumbled over the threshold, colliding into Lu Xinxin in the center of the aisle. Lu Xinxin was momentarily stunned, but instinctively reached out to steady her. However, when she glanced back toward the compartment, her expression shifted dramatically. A colossal bat was desperately attempting to squeeze through the train window. Its movements were so swift that it almost instantaneously breached the compartment. As the day-walking bat landed, its grotesque and fearsome head shook momentarily before it retracted its wings and positioned its massive body on all fours, occupying a significant portion of the carriage. Upon its entrance, other day-walking bats surged towards the windows, eager to breach the carriage. Once stable, the bat's gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Xinxin, and it shot forward with ferocity. Having mingled with Cheng Xing and the others for some time, Lu Xinxin remained relatively composed. However, as she prepared to act, she found herself firmly ensnared by Sun Lily. In a stroke of unfortunate timing, she turned to see the day-walking bat charging towards her, eliciting another piercing scream. In a sudden burst of strength, Sun Lily shoved Lu Xinxin towards the beast and fled. Caught off guard by this betrayal, Lu Xinxin stumbled, and as she regained her footing, the bat's gaping maw loomed before her. Just as peril threatened, a blade materialized, intercepting the bat's jaws. Chapter 120, Your Opponent is Me. The tremendous commotion instantly drew the attention of several onlookers, who peeked out to investigate. However, upon sighting the bat's hideous visage, they recoiled in horror. Disaster Beast, Day-Walking Bat. Level, 31. Health, 4050. Attributes, Strength, 240, Agility, 460, Constitution, 200, Spirit, 280. Talent, C-Class Mental Amplitude, Talent Effect, Spirit increased by 20. Skills, Sonic Wave Attack LV1. Claw Strike LV1. Venom Infusion LV1. The moment the day-walking bat's stats materialized before them, their faces turned ashen. C-Class Disaster Beast. Run. How could a C-Class Disaster Beast be inside the carriage? Which fool left the windows open? Chaos erupted within the second-floor carriage. Some rushed back to their rooms, slamming doors shut, while others fled downstairs, distancing themselves from the impending danger. The participants of the Wuda Grand Tournament were predominantly elite, with levels averaging around 20, and many fourth-year students hovering closer to 25. Yet, none felt confident enough to confront a C-Class Disaster Beast, especially since they were unarmed and their combat capabilities significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the day-walking bat, witnessing its attack thwarted, shifted its crimson gaze towards Cheng Xing. Initially perplexed, it soon detected Cheng Xing's aura and expressed a distinctly human-like disdain. A mere human at level 26 posed no threat. In the next instant, it clamped down on the blade, its claws anchoring into the floor of the carriage, and exerted force to drag Cheng Xing into the compartment. Cheng Xing noted the open window, where other day-walking bats continued their attempts to enter. If they succeeded, the situation would escalate dangerously. With no time for hesitation, Cheng Xing resolved, his arms surging with power, causing the blade to twist within the bat's mouth, unleashing a surge of sharp energy. The excruciating pain prompted the bat to relinquish its grip, recoiling violently and colliding with the window, forcefully ejecting another bat that had been halfway through. With a furious shake of its head, the day-walking bat let out a roar and charged down the aisle. At that moment, Lu Xinxin remained unfazed, merely retreating slightly as Cheng Xing emerged beside her. Your opponent is me, he declared, his eyes steely as he gripped his B-class longsword tightly and stepped forward with determination. Blade Chi surged forth, manifesting in a sweeping strike. With a mental incantation, Cheng Xing's sword became enveloped in lethal energy, the trajectory of his attack crashing down upon the massive form of the bat. In an instant, the bat's steel-like hide was cleaved as effortlessly as paper under Cheng Xing's assault. Crimson blood splattered across the walls and ceiling, saturating the room with a pungent, metallic scent. In that singular strike, a third of the bat's health was obliterated. The bat let out a pained shriek, momentarily disoriented. Wasn't this human merely level 26? How could his damage output be so formidable? Recovering from the shock of Cheng Xing's strike, the bat's gaze sharpened with resolve. Realizing a companion was nearly through the window, it calculated that if it could just hold out until its ally arrived, victory would be assured. It quickly regained its footing, claws digging into the ground as it opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying, piercing sound. In the next moment, the furniture within the compartment shattered under the force of its sonic attack. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, retreating swiftly to the aisle, and slammed the door shut. At the moment of closure, the devastating sonic wave struck the door, distorting it, yet it ultimately held firm. Nevertheless, the sheer force altered its trajectory, causing it to crash inward. As the bat's abdomen swelled ominously once more, Cheng Xing was not about to grant it further opportunity. He advanced, his form nearly vanishing, reappearing directly in front of the bat. For slashes of light erupted, landing precisely upon its gaping maw. The razor-sharp strikes cleanly severed its jaw, interrupting the bat's incantation. The bat howled in agony, but swiftly, its wings unfurled. Upon crashing into the ceiling, they folded back, enveloping itself tightly and ensnaring Cheng Xing's sword, refusing to let go. Cheng Xing, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, quickly noticed the bat nearly squeezing through the window. Quite clever, he mused. Yet regrettably, this is not a solitary contest. With a calm smile, as if in response to his thoughts, a figure leaped from behind him, gracefully ascending to the ceiling. In the next instant, Su Yanin executed a nimble maneuver, her toes tapping lightly against the ceiling before propelling herself towards the day-walking bat, her sword drawn. Frost blade barrage. The icy brilliance of her sword sliced towards the day-walking bat that was close to entering through the window. Although her level did not match Cheng Xing's, the enhancements from her B-class gear allowed her to inflict substantial damage upon a C-class disaster beast. Moreover, Su Yanin did not expect to slay the beast in one strike. Her aim was merely to push it back. With her blow, the day-walking bat, which had almost entered, was forcefully sent flying outside. Once again, the window was left momentarily unguarded. Su Yanin wasted no time, swiftly closing and locking it, rendering the futile attempts of the outside bats ineffective. Now, it's just you and me, Cheng Xing said, regarding the lone day-walking bat before him with a serene smile. The bat, sensing the movement behind it, momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xing lunged forward, drawing his blade. Observing this, the bat folded its wings and lunged at Cheng Xing, its claws glimmering with an eerie light, accompanied by a sickly sweet scent of blood. Block. Cheng Xing's expression remained unchanged as he raised his sword to block, effortlessly sending the venomous claws of the daywalker bat flying. Undeterred by the failed strike, the creature sought to continue its assault, only to be met with excruciating pain from behind. Su Yanran emanated a faint crimson glow, her skill striking the daywalker bat from behind, inflicting damage that rivaled that of Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing smiled slightly, his peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Xinxin in the corridor, her staff planted firmly on the ground as one hand opened towards Su Yanran. A blessing of courage. Originally, Chu Yanyan had intended to intervene, but considering the potential destructive power of her spells and the risk they posed to the train, Su Yanran had dissuaded her. After bestowing the buff upon Su Yanran, Lu Xinxin immediately turned her focus to Cheng Xing. In the next moment, Cheng Xing found himself enveloped in a soft red light. A glance at his status panel revealed significant enhancements across all attributes. With this, Cheng Xing exchanged a knowing look with Su Yanran, and together they unleashed their most formidable skills. Amidst the flurry of blades and flashes of light, the C-class daywalker bat stood no chance, its health bar depleted, meeting its demise with a wail. As it fell, a deep green skill book tumbled from its form. Chapter 121. Is she not standing here quite well? Upon witnessing the kill notification, Cheng Xing's arm moved slightly as he sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. Is everyone all right? He inquired, glancing at the three companions. Su Yanran shook her head, slowly approaching with her sword stowed away, while the window behind her continued to rattle from the daywalker bat's relentless assault. Regrettably, the materials used to construct the train were of high quality, allowing it to withstand the impacts, albeit leaving minor scratches on the glass. Curiously, Chu Yanyan and the others approached, gazing at the corpse of the calamity beast on the ground. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's question, they all shook their heads in unison. All good. Did a mentor intervene? It must have been so. Let us go outside and check. Before long, the individuals who had earlier sought refuge in the compartments timidly peeked out. Upon confirming that no calamity beasts were visible in the corridor, they gradually gathered the courage to step outside. When they arrived at Sun Lily's compartment, their gasps of shock resonated as they beheld the scene within. Could it be them? Aren't they just first years? How could they possibly slay a C-class calamity beast? Impossible. It must have been a mentor who arrived just in time to eliminate it. As the crowd beheld Cheng Xing and the others in the compartment, astonishment washed over them, especially upon witnessing the lifeless C-class daywalker bat on the floor. Despite their levels being comparable to Cheng Xing's, facing a C-class calamity beast would have been tantamount to courting death. Yet, some speculated that with the composition of Cheng Xing's team, it was unlikely they could contend with such a beast. They instinctively believed that a mentor had arrived to promptly handle the situation. Step aside. What happened here? Just as various conjectures circulated among the crowd, a robust voice rang out. Several mentors rushed in from both sides of the staircase. Before long, all the accompanying mentors from this trip to Huaxi had gathered. Seeing this, those who had previously harbored doubts immediately fell silent. With the mentors now present, it became evident that the task of dispatching the C-class calamity beast had fallen solely to Cheng Xing and his companions. Cheng Xing? As all the mentors arrived and beheld Cheng Xing and his companions, they were momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by expressions of delight. I can't believe it's only been a short while, and they've already gained the strength to slay a C-class calamity beast. However, their surprise was quickly tempered as they noticed the B-class gear adorning Cheng Xing and his companions. This equipment was enough to evoke a twinge of envy even among the mentors. Chun Yifei entered, inquiring about any injuries before seeking to understand the events that transpired. Cheng Xing succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing of Sun Lily's actions, the mentors from the academy expressed their apologies to Cheng Xing and the mentors from the other department. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Observing the state of the students, they chastised, you lack vigilance. A minor unexpected event sends you into a panic. Truly, you are the worst cohort I have ever taught. Ah, forget it. Let us all return and reflect on your actions. After gaining insight into the situation, the mentors regarded Cheng Xing and his companions, fully armed and composed in the face of adversity, then turned to the other students, who appeared disheveled and wide-eyed with curiosity. Their wrath surged. The students, chastised by their mentor, instinctively shrank back, scratching their heads in sheepish amusement. Is this something you could have resolved with mere vigilance? Even if equipped properly, they would have been helpless. As the crowd dispersed, the mentors, relieved at the absence of casualties, gradually exited. Cheng Xing bent down to retrieve the skill book lying on the ground. Skill: Wind Blade. Quality: C-class. Skill effect: conjures a wind blade that inflicts 200 damage. Oh, it's a spell skill. It could indeed be beneficial for Yin Yin. Cheng Xing examined the skill in his hand, raising an eyebrow, his spirits lifting considerably. Ah, what have you all done? After the mentors departed, a shrill voice pierced the air once more. The volume was such that Cheng Xing momentarily feared the Daywalker bat had resurrected beneath his feet. As they turned, they found Sun Lily standing at the doorway of the compartment, her expression a tempest of fury as she surveyed the disarray within. My luggage, my cosmetics, my bags, and my gown. You did all this, didn't you? I'll have you know this isn't over. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the authorities. Sun Lily resembled a shrewish harpy, furiously pointing at Cheng Xing and the others. At her words, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. He had been searching for a confrontation. Why did you push her? Cheng Xing asked coldly. What push her? Who did I push? Sun Lily's tone faltered but quickly regained its edge, as if raising her voice would somehow validate her argument. Their exchange drew the attention of several onlookers, who peered out once more. However, as Cheng Xing and his companions directed their increasingly icy glares her way, her confidence began to wane. Indeed, I did push her. So what? She's standing here just fine, isn't she? She's unharmed, yet my belongings have been destroyed. Sun Lily, in a fit of defiance, declared loudly, her sharp voice grating on the nerves. Let me tell you, if you don't compensate me, I'll return and tell my father to send someone to fix this. Lost in her own world, she remained oblivious to her own faults. As she continued to argue, her gaze fell upon the skill book in Cheng Xing's hand. Is that a skill book? C-class Windblade. That belongs to me, Sun Lily exclaimed, her face lighting up with avarice, her eyes gleaming with greed. For a C-class skill could fetch a fortune exceeding 10 million. With that thought, she made a beeline to snatch it away. However, Cheng Xing would not allow her to succeed. He deftly evaded her grasp, leaving her hand empty. What are you doing? As a man, you ought to consider our needs. And this skill that I require should rightfully be bestowed upon me. Furthermore, this is my private compartment. The calamity beast has manifested within my domain. Thus, whatever it has relinquished should rightfully belong to me. Hand over the item promptly, and regarding the destruction of my belongings, I may contemplate your forgiveness. Sun Lily's gaze was fixated on the skill book in Cheng Xing's possession. She boldly reached out, speaking with righteous indignation. When she noticed Cheng Xing's utter lack of response, her patience waned, and she lunged again to seize it. Slap. This time, however, Cheng Xing did not indulge her. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Sun Lily's face. Stunned by the blow, Sun Lily stood there, clutching her face in disbelief. Cheng Xing and her companions disregarded her further, retreating to their compartment. Chapter 122. Do you intend to duel me with that staff? Sun Lily, cradling her reddened face, felt her anger swell as she regained her composure. In an instant, her face flushed with rage, akin to water boiling over. How dare you strike me? My father has never laid a hand on me. With that, she stormed out of the compartment, heading straight for the door of Cheng Xing's group. However, Cheng Xing had anticipated this move and had already secured the door. No matter how forcefully she pushed, it remained steadfastly shut. Frustrated, she began to pound on the door, creating a cacophony of noise. At that moment, Cheng Xing had just handed over the skill book to Chu Yanyan when the incessant banging reached her ears. Clearly, Cheng Xing had underestimated her opponent's tenacity. Sun Lily continued her tantrum at the door, attracting curious onlookers among the other students. Who is that girl? How dare she provoke Cheng Xing? He is capable of defeating a C-class calamity beast. You don't recognize her? She was ranked 10th on last year's beauty list at Wu University. Sun Lily. She is Sun Lily? I used to be a fan of hers. But I never imagined she would act in such a manner. The crowd observed her disheveled hair and disarrayed attire, resembling a shrew hurling insults, and shook their heads in disapproval. Their remarks only served to further incite Sun Lily, who turned to glare at the gossiping students. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. You merely wish to draw my attention with your mockery. Bah, not a single man is worth anything. I warn you all, when I call the police, you better come forward to testify on my behalf. As Sun Lily directed her ire towards the surrounding spectators, they were astounded by her peculiar logic. I thought I was mindless enough, but it seems there are true masters among us. They marveled, their eyes opened to the bizarre spectacle before them. What manner of family could produce such a singularly peculiar individual? Oh no, she is coming this way. Run. Seeing Sun Lily approach, the onlookers hurriedly closed their doors, fearful of being tainted by such an unrefined fool. This scene further enraged Sun Lily. You refuse to open your doors, do you? Just wait. In a fit of rage, she turned back and returned with a staff in hand. Focusing intently, she aimed the staff at the compartment door. At that moment, as if sensing the surge of energy, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open. Believing her scheme had succeeded, Sun Lily resumed her haughty demeanor. Are you afraid now? Hand over the item and apologize, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Yet, in response, she was met with a flash of steel, and a lock of her hair fell to the ground. Cheng Xing's movements were so swift that she barely had time to comprehend, the blade hovering ominously before her. Do you intend to duel me with that staff? Cheng Xing's icy voice pulled Sun Lily back from her stupor, the cold gleam of the blade mere inches from her face, causing her to instinctively step back, her staff clattering to the floor in her panic. Meeting Cheng Xing's piercing gaze, she felt a chill run through her, the word she intended to utter choking in her throat. In that moment of tension, the mentors who had previously departed reappeared at the staircase. Sun Lily seemed to seize upon this as her lifeline. However, she first turned to the side, squeezing out a few tears, before turning back to adopt a pitiful expression. She rushed forward to complain to her mentor. Mentor, you must stand up for me. They have destroyed my belongings and taken what is rightfully mine. He even struck me. My father has never hit me. He even threatened my life. Unbeknownst to her, at the end of the corridor stood a decorative wall, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Though the distance was considerable, to the discerning eyes of the mentors, it was as if she were performing directly before them. Observing the singular spectacle before them, the other mentors contemplated the most regrettable moments of their lives, unable to suppress their smiles. The mentor from the Shock Institute wore a frown, realizing he had never noticed Sun Lily's absurdity before. If it weren't for the multitude of witnesses, he would have wanted nothing more than to silence her with a single slap. Sun Lily, your actions have endangered the safety of your fellow students. Thus, your qualification to participate in this competition is hereby revoked. Furthermore, regarding your threat to your classmates' lives, you are required to submit a 10,000-word reflection. Once we reach the Huashi base, you shall remain on the train. That is all. The Shock Institute mentor spoke coldly, his expression dark. If she were to remain in the group, who could predict what further chaos she might unleash? What? No way. Sun Lily's expression shifted dramatically. She had intended to secure a ranking in this competition and reclaim her title among the top 10 beauties. If possible, she hoped to forge connections with other outstanding individuals from various bases. Yet all of her aspirations crumbled with the mentor's declaration of disqualification. Silencing spell. Observing her impending antics, the Shock Institute mentor raised his hand, and a mystical array appeared before Sun Lily's mouth. In the next moment, she opened her mouth in fury. But not a sound escaped. With the silence spell cast, the entire carriage fell into a serene quietude. At the mentor's gesture, several female students, displaying great understanding, stepped forward to escort the muted Sun Lily away. The mentors nodded at Cheng Xing, offering no further comment. As for the act of striking, they merely thought Cheng Xing was remarkably patient, having refrained from drawing her blade on her. After resolving the matter, the journey continued. Albeit with a few more encounters with calamity beasts, but having learned from prior experiences, no further incidents transpired. A day later, the scenery outside the train transformed from dense forests to vast grasslands, interspersed with shrubs rivaling the height of trees. Without the cover of the woods, various calamity beasts were laid bare to view. After several hours of travel, the train began to slow before coming to a complete stop. This sudden halt caused a stir among those unaware of the situation, a cacophony of noise erupting from outside. Have we encountered another attack? Lu Xinxin exclaimed, startled awake. She recalled that they had not stopped even when facing the C-class daywalking bats. However, Cheng Xing and her companions, privy to some insider knowledge, rose leisurely. Do not worry. This time it's nothing. They have simply disembarked, Cheng Xing explained, peering out the window. Lu Xinxin, filled with curiosity, approached and soon beheld the train cars accommodating both military personnel and adventurers. Individuals disembarked one after another. Were they preparing to approach the base on foot? She quickly processed this realization and inquired with interest. Cheng Xing nodded in affirmation. Chen Yifei had previously mentioned that these individuals would alight early and await further instructions outside the Huashi base. As for the number of skilled fighters among them, Cheng Xing was uncertain. The train cars were soon emptied, and the locomotive resumed its slow journey, carrying the students of Wuhan University towards the nearby Huashi base. Before long, a majestic and imposing base gradually emerged within their line of sight. As they drew within 2 kilometers of Huashi base, its entirety became fully visible to the onlookers. The towering walls, nearly double the height of those at the South China base, bore numerous scars, silently narrating the trials it had endured. At first glance, the scene evoked a singular word: wild. Many students, having never visited this place, pressed against the windows, their eyes wide with wonder as they gazed at the base before them. As they surveyed their surroundings, they soon noticed that on either side of the base, there were 2 enormous breaches. Within these gaps, a multitude of workers could be seen urgently repairing the massive openings. Beneath the breaches lay a considerable accumulation of disaster beast carcasses. Numerous tents were set up nearby, and bulldozers were actively clearing the remains from in front of the gaps. Upon witnessing the two breaches, shock washed over the faces of the onlookers. Had the Huashi base been assaulted by disaster beasts? Cheng Xing approached the window and immediately spotted the two breaches, her brow furrowing in confusion. Such large gaps indicated that the attacking disaster beasts must possess strength at least at the A-grade level. Cheng Xing's words captured the attention of Su Yanran and her companions. Was the number significant enough to suggest an A-grade beast tide? Could this be the reason for Huashi base's lockdown? They gathered around, analyzing the distant carcasses of the disaster beasts. It is indeed possible. I believe I can see numerous B-grade disaster beast corpses. And that is just one side of the wall. What might the situation be on the other three sides? Su Yanran's eyes sparkled with insight as she activated her perception ability. If they were besieged by a beast tide, wouldn't they seek assistance from other bases? How could they choose to seal themselves off? Lu Xinxin questioned, perplexed. Although Huashi base ranks lower among the 5 major bases, its strength is by no means weak. They could easily handle an A-grade beast tide. Such an incident wouldn't warrant their soliciting help from other bases. Chu Yanyan interjected with a smile, elucidating the situation. The establishment and development of the 5 major bases have allowed them to solidify their positions in this post-apocalyptic world. Each possesses the capability to confront an A-grade beast tide directly. If the base were temporarily closed due to a beast tide, the situation wouldn't be dire. However, I sense that the scale of this incident seems considerable. The number of A-grade disaster beasts is likely no less than 5. Su Yanran continued to elaborate. We shall soon have our answers, Cheng Xing remarked as she listened to their discourse. Just as she finished speaking, the train came to a steady halt before one of the grand gates of Huashi base. Subsequently, the 4 of them observed through the train windows as personnel emerged from several smaller gates adjacent to the main entrance. Judging by their standard military attire, it was evident that they were members of the Huashi base military. In no time, the military personnel surrounded the entire train. Several soldiers were seen inspecting the underside of the train with some sort of device, the level of security comparable to that of entering the South China Tower. Once the inspection was complete, an officer stepped forward. At his signal, the train's doors gradually opened, and after receiving a document from one of his subordinates, the officer entered the carriage. By this time, the instructors had already begun to notify the students to gather in the lower passage. As soon as the officer boarded, he captured everyone's attention. Welcome to Huashi base, esteemed talents from Wuhan University. Regrettably, our base recently experienced an attack from an A-grade disaster beast known as the Heartworm Queen, which has initiated several A-grade beast tides and infected many of our personnel. Therefore, to contain the infection and prevent further spread, we have opted to seal the base. The officer saluted the crowd before speaking with vigor. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of realization. However, they could only marvel at the Huashi base's ability to repel multiple waves of A-grade beast tides, remaining unaware of the Heartworm Queen's true nature. The Heartworm Queen, an A-grade entity, elicited a subtle change in the expressions of Chun Yifei and Su Yanran upon its mention. What makes the Heartworm Queen so special? Cheng Xing inquired, sensing Su Yanran's unease. As a scion of the Su family, Su Yanran was exceptionally studious and had essentially reviewed all known disaster beast information, rendering her an encyclopedia of sorts on the topic. The Heartworm Queen is a particularly unique disaster beast. Unlike others that require consumption of humans or devouring their kin to evolve, it does not. Its innate ability, S-grade soul control, enables it to infect other organisms through a medium without limitations on quantity. Su Yanran pondered before articulating her thoughts. Limitless in quantity? Does that not render it invincible? Why is such a formidable ability only rated as S-grade? Chu Yanyan and her companion gasped in astonishment, while Cheng Xing fell into deep contemplation. The reason it is only rated as S-grade lies in a critical flaw. It lacks the experience necessary to kill. It cannot level up through kills, but must instead gain experience through controlling numbers in real time. Moreover, the infected organisms are nearly indistinguishable, making it entirely reasonable for Huashi base to seal itself off in the event of an encounter with the Heartworm Queen. Su Yanran calmly analyzed the situation, prompting Cheng Xing to narrow her eyes thoughtfully. Was the task issued by the Bureau of Supervision already accomplished? Cheng Xing mused internally as the surrounding chatter began to dwindle. The officer nearby then resumed speaking. Thanks to the diligent efforts of our researchers, Huashi base has successfully developed a device capable of detecting infections. We hope everyone can cooperate during the examination. With that, military personnel boarded the train, wielding devices reminiscent of metal detectors. Following the officer's roll call to confirm identities, soldiers moved forward to conduct inspections. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Before long, all passengers within the carriage had been examined. Once the inspections were concluded, the officer saluted the crowd and promptly led his team away. As they returned to the base, a notification sound resonated from the large gate in front of the train, its lights flashing rhythmically before slowly opening. The train resumed its journey, gradually entering the base. Simultaneously, within Huashi Base's West Palace, a secretary pushed open the grand doors leading to the inner sanctum, presenting a report to the solemn middle-aged figure seated upon the throne. Your Grace, the trains from the 4 major bases have all entered the city. Very well, proceed as planned, the Lord of the West Palace replied, gesturing dismissively. After a moment's thought, he inquired, by the way, have we yet located the escaped rat? Regrettably, no, the secretary answered, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Though he maintained an air of composure. Useless. Find her at once. Chapter 124. The enigmatic closure of Huashi Base. Upon entering Huashi Base, the train traversed through streets, revealing an exotic metropolis starkly different from Huanan Base. Particularly striking was the central edifice, a grand palace that unmistakably served as the nucleus of power within the base. Eventually, the train smoothly arrived at Huashi Railway Station. At the call of their mentor, the group, laden with meticulously packed luggage, disembarked with deliberation. In stark contrast to Huanan Railway Station, this place was nearly devoid of travelers, save for the resolute base soldiers standing at attention. Notably, after Cheng Xing and his companions alighted, they spotted another train slowly approaching in the distance. Almost immediately, a robust middle-aged man accompanied by several youthful individuals emerged from the waiting hall, his face aglow with a welcoming smile. Welcome, esteemed members of Huanan Martial University. I am Lu Fei, a mentor from the second hospital of Huashi Martial University, here to receive you all. Lu Fei greeted the other mentors warmly. However, upon recognizing Chen Fei, he momentarily faltered. Ah, you must be the illustrious Chen Fei, renowned throughout the academy. It is indeed an honor to finally meet you. He quickly masked his surprise, grasping Chen Fei's hand fervently, his excitement palpable. The mentors accompanying Cheng Xing evidently recognized Lu Fei as well, and after exchanging pleasantries, they guided the group away from the platform. Yet, as they passed through the waiting hall of the railway station, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet, devoid of any passengers. This went unnoticed, as it was understood that with Huashi Base under lockdown, there would naturally be no travelers wishing to board inter-base trains. Upon exiting, the group boarded a fleet of tourist buses, prearranged by Huashi Base, which maneuvered through the cityscape. Each bus was accompanied by a student from Huashi Martial University, acting as a part-time tour guide. As they delved deeper into Huashi Base, the group soon perceived an unsettling reality. Merely a few kilometers down the road, numerous streets were sealed off with heavy steel plates. Sensing the group's confusion, the accompanying student guide, Li Hua, promptly began to elucidate. Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Hua. As you may have been informed upon your entry, Huashi Base has endured several waves of A-class beast tides. Our outer walls suffered multiple breaches during the onslaught, allowing numerous calamity beasts to infiltrate. In light of the looming threat posed by the Mindworm Mother, our base swiftly erected steel barriers to isolate the affected areas, subsequently conducting thorough purges. Listening to his explanation, many displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. Cheng Xing gazed into the distance and indeed spotted several breaches along the 3 surrounding walls. It appeared that the closure of Huashi Base was a direct consequence of the Mindworm Mother's assault. He cast a glance at Su Yanran, who immediately understood, her eyes sparkling with insight as they settled upon the loquacious Li Hua. Fortunately, our researchers have developed relevant detection instruments. Otherwise, this year's martial arts competition might not have been able to proceed as scheduled. Once the instruments are popularized, we will reopen the base. After scrutinizing the situation, Su Yanran withdrew her gaze and gently shook her head at Cheng Xing. Is he being entirely truthful? Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. If that were the case, this mission could be accomplished with relative ease, and he might even gain another opportunity to experience the tempering realm. A sense of secret delight filled Cheng Xing's heart as he relaxed, gazing contentedly out the window, appreciating the distinct architectural style that diverged sharply from Huanan. As the bus continued, Dong Hua remarked, we are just approaching an entrance that has recently been unsealed. We can take a look. With that, he tapped the driver's shoulder, prompting the driver to deftly turn and steer the bus into the opening. Initially, the streets on either side appeared unchanged, merely lacking pedestrians. However, upon rounding a corner, the group collectively gasped in shock. The street lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings and fractured signage dangling from the remnants of walls. What lay before them was nothing short of a wasteland. In the distance, a dozen bulldozers were hard at work. Had they not just entered from the outside, they might have believed they had stumbled into a disaster zone. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Hua's expression turned somber, though he maintained a facade of composure as he calmly addressed the inquiries of his fellow students. After a brief tour, seemingly overwhelmed, the driver muttered an apology and maneuvered the bus back onto streets untouched by devastation. Observing this, the group fell into a reflective silence, pondering whether they had inadvertently added salt to others' wounds. Clearly, the beast tide had inflicted severe losses upon Huashi Base. Indeed, it may take at least a year and a half for recovery, Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan whispered to one another, fully aware of the implications due to their unique positions. The once lower-ranked Huashi Base would likely linger at the bottom for some time. Hearing their discussion, Cheng Xing smiled faintly before turning his gaze back to the window. However, as he continued to observe, the smile gradually faded from his face. Something felt amiss, deeply amiss. Cheng Xing sensed he was on the verge of grasping something significant, yet he refrained from overtly displaying his thoughts, instead adopting a lackluster demeanor while continuing to scrutinize the exterior. His gaze swept over the pedestrians on the street, and he felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance wash over him. Cheng Xing, what troubles you? Asked Lu Xinxin, noticing Cheng Xing's pensive expression. As Su Yanran and the others turned their attention towards him, Cheng Xing merely shook his head. After a considerable time, the group arrived at the junction of Areas B and C of Huaxi Base, with Huaxi Martial University's campus located in Area C. They halted before an opulently adorned hotel in Area B. Welcome to our Huaxi Star Hotel, where you shall reside during the upcoming competition. Area B is the most vibrant sector of Huaxi Base, offering ample opportunities for leisure and an immersion into our local customs, Li Hua enthusiastically informed them, his fervor making the others feel somewhat uneasy. Having completed their arrival procedures, as they awaited further instructions, another bus pulled up alongside the road just as the one they had arrived and departed. With another exuberant guide introducing the newcomers, a fresh group entered the lobby. At their forefront stood a young man clad in yellow, approximately 18 years of age, exuding an unrestrained aura, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Striding into the lobby, he disregarded the queue of waiting individuals, brazenly approaching with a swagger. Cheng Xing happened to be at the end of the line, and he heard the young man point at the number 25 displayed above, declaring, "You are obstructing my path." Chapter 125, the 18-year-old, level 25 prodigy, the sole disciple of the Qinglong. At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd fell into an abrupt silence, their gazes shifting toward Cheng Xing and his companions. Noticing this, the mentors from Huanan Martial University furrowed their brows, quickly recognizing that the brash newcomer hailed from Huadong Martial University. Upon seeing the young man's level, astonishment washed over the onlookers. It became apparent why he carried himself with such audacity. He was yet another freshman of level 25. It was only when they beheld the object of his impending confrontation that the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. This young man seemed to possess an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, considering the ramifications, the leading instructor from Qianyuan hastily approached, addressing the mentor accompanying Huadong. "Old Xing, which student of yours is this? You must intervene." The mentor, known as Old Xing, let out a bitter laugh, shrugged his shoulders, and replied with resignation, "Old Lu, it's futile to seek assistance. We cannot control him." "Can't you control him?" The mentors from Huanan were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. "He is a disciple of that esteemed individual, accustomed to wielding power at our Wu University. Who are we to dare intervene? That esteemed individual? Could it be?" At this revelation, the instructors were once again astonished, their gazes shifting towards the young man clad in yellow. Since they had referred to him in such a manner, it could only mean that he was the temporary worker from Huadong. Yet, was it not too coincidental? "Instead of advising us, you ought to rein in your student. Should he sustain injuries, we shall not be held accountable." Xing Rui and Lu Jing, clearly old acquaintances, exchanged glances with a sense of grim amusement. "I'll return this remark to you," one of them quipped. "By all means, give it a try. But don't say I didn't warn you. Many of our senior students are no match for Wu Haoyan." While the instructors engaged in banter, the atmosphere around Cheng Xing had already become tense. "Deaf, did you not hear what I said?" Wu Haoyan frowned, irritated by the lack of awareness from the individual blocking his path, who failed to yield despite Wu's evident display of rank. Such oddities abound each year, but this one seems particularly numerous. Cheng Xing thought to himself, sensing trouble brewing, understanding that a refusal would likely provoke a reaction. He shivered at the thought, and without further ado pulled Su Yanran and the others aside, clearing a path. Observing this, Wu Haoyan scoffed and strode confidently toward the front. With Cheng Xing not obstructing him, the other members from Huanan Wu University dared not intervene. After all, this individual was practically flaunting his impressive stature. Yet, it must be said, he certainly possessed the merit to do so. At merely 18 years of age, he had already reached level 25, resembling a second Cheng Xing. Watching him advance, Cheng Xing turned to the group from Huadong Wu University, noticing their expressions were those of resigned familiarity. Just as he believed he had successfully evaded yet another mindless scenario, Wu Haoyan abruptly halted and retraced his steps. "What? Do you seem dissatisfied?" he inquired. Fixing his gaze on Cheng Xing, perplexed, questioned the illogicality of the situation. "Come, tell him who I am." Wu Haoyan, disregarding whether Cheng Xing was listening, proclaimed without turning around. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing observed the Huadong group's faces contort with awkwardness, each displaying subtle signs of discomfort, their expressions a struggle against some unseen pressure. Finally, as if compelled by an overwhelming force, they collectively declared, "This is our Huadong base's most formidable young talent. An unparalleled genius at level 25, the sole disciple of the esteemed temporary worker, Lord Qinglong, Wu Haoyan." The synchronized response left Cheng Xing and his companions utterly astonished. However, upon gazing at them, Cheng Xing inexplicably felt as though they had shattered in that moment. What did my teacher instruct me to do while out in the world? Wu Haoyan appeared immensely pleased with their performance, posing another query. Remain low-key. The Huadong group looked on, tears threatening to spill. Had Cheng Xing uttered a single word of concern, it was likely their eyelashes would have stirred up a tempest. I shan't bully you. I see you are a newcomer this year, yes? As long as your level is higher than mine. No, just 2 levels below mine, I'll turn and walk away. Wu Haoyan proclaimed with audacious bravado. Yet, his arrogance was somewhat abstract. Not necessary, I'm in no hurry. Cheng Xing was taken aback, having never encountered someone so abstract. Those who recognize the tides of fortune are the true wise. I admire you, do not lose heart. Losing to me is no disgrace. You are participating in the grand competition as well, are you not? If we encounter one another in the arena, I shall grant you 3 moves. Wu Haoyan smirked, patting Cheng Xing's shoulder before laughing heartily and departing. Cheng Xing, wearing a perplexed expression, subtly pressed Su Yanran's sword back into its sheath. Just as he watched Wu Haoyan ascend the stairs, someone suddenly recalled something and rushed out from the Huadong Wu University group, calling after him. Haoyan, you haven't checked in yet. This is the sole disciple of Qinglong. Lu Jing and the others gazed at the departing Wu Haoyan, then back to the individual who had just pulled him back, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Old Xing scratched his head, recalling that this child used to be quite well behaved, though he had transformed after awakening his talents. Perhaps he is merely going through a rebellious phase. You're all here? As they conversed, Chen Yifei appeared from outside, greeting the assembled instructors. Chen Yifei, you are actually leading the team this time? Upon seeing him, Xing Rui and the others were visibly astonished, as he had not participated in such events for many years, especially since there had been no new students in the department for quite some time. Upon hearing the instructor's exclamations, Wu Haoyan, who had been registering, momentarily paused, turning to regard Chen Yifei with a fierce glint in his eyes. For him, most individuals were unworthy of his attention. Only those who were also disciples of temporary workers merited his seriousness. Junior brother, what's the matter? Haven't you sorted things out yet? Chen Yifei ignored Wu Haoyan's intense gaze and instead approached Cheng Xing junior brother. Wu Haoyan and the Huadong group were caught off guard, all turning to look at Cheng Xing. To be addressed as junior brother by Chen Yifei implied that this individual was indeed noteworthy. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Western Palace, the palace master sat regally upon his throne, regarding the reappearing secretary with a cold gaze. What further matters are there? Master, the latest news indicates that the leader of the Huanan base is the disciple of Zhu Ke, Chen Yifei. He has just made a round outside the palace. Furthermore, at Huaxi Star, it is reported that a disciple of Qinglong, Wu Haoyan, has reached level 25 at the age of 18, along with another suspected new disciple of Zhu Ke named Cheng Xing, whose level remains unknown, the secretary hurriedly reported, bowing his head. A disciple of a temporary worker? Do not concern yourself with Chen Yifei. As for Wu Haoyan, he is to be included on the primary target list. Chapter 126, The Shattering of the Heart's Resolve. With Chen Yifei's words, the lobby of the hotel fell into a brief silence. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, particularly from Wu Haoyan's battle-ready gaze, Cheng Xing made an unexpected decision. I find the scenery outside quite appealing. I shall take a stroll. With that, he exited the hall, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. After Cheng Xing's departure, the members of Huanan Wu University and Huadong Wu University found themselves in a silent standoff, staring at each other in disbelief. Did I say something wrong? Chen Yifei scratched his head. Realizing this, he chuckled, and, mimicking Cheng Xing, left the hotel. Wait, is he truly Chen Yifei's junior brother? As Wu Haoyan regained his senses, he realized that Cheng Xing and Chen Yifei had long since vanished from sight. He then shifted his gaze to other students from South China. Indeed, he was the only one from their cohort who had joined the temporary discipleship. Theoretically, that was accurate. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wu Haoyan proudly pointed to the rank above his head and declared, can he match my level as a fellow temporary disciple? The discovery of a peer of his own age ignited his competitive spirit instantly. His master had informed him that his rate of advancement was among the swiftest in the younger generation, even surpassing Chen Yifei, who had historically held the record for the fastest upgrades among temporary disciples. Cough, cough. I recall he reached level 25 about a month ago, he mused. At this revelation, Wu Haoyan was taken aback. He had only recently achieved level 25 before their departure. The fact that Cheng Xing had accomplished it even earlier filled him with a sense of disillusionment. His sense of accomplishment, built up during his time in East China, began to crumble. He had been sailing smoothly, nearly invincible against the younger generation of East China. However, this encounter with someone of a higher rank shattered his fragile resolve, visibly sapping his energy. It was akin to having caught a 20-kilogram fish, only to find oneself lost for an entire day, boasting to everyone about the catch, only to encounter a fellow angler who silently opened their trunk to reveal a 30-kilogram monster. Noticing the shift in Wu Haoyan's demeanor, Xing Rui promptly signaled for the students to escort him away, arranging for someone to counsel him. Once Wu Haoyan was taken upstairs, Xing Rui turned his attention to the smug Lu Jing. You all knew this from the start, didn't you? Lu Jing waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. I told you from the beginning to advise your students, but you wouldn't listen. Observing Lu Jing's gloating expression, Xing Rue felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Ultimately retorting with a sharp remark, what are you so pleased about? He is not a new student in your academy. Lu Jing immediately flushed with indignation, ready to confront Xing Rue, but fortunately, other mentors intervened in time. Meanwhile, after Cheng Xing exited, he suddenly felt an urgent need and hurriedly sought out a nearby public restroom. Battle method, phantom body. Once inside a stall, Cheng Xing mentally commanded. The upgraded phantom body technique was executed with remarkable speed, and he promptly activated his invisibility and repressed killing intent skills. As he departed, he directed his clone towards the uncharted streets. Do you sense something amiss? At that moment, Chen Yifei's voice unexpectedly reached him from behind. Cheng Xing turned to respond, but received another transmission. Someone is monitoring us. In response, Cheng Xing shook his head. The impact of this beast tide is particularly severe, especially with the emergence of an A-rank heart-eater queen, a formidable calamity beast. Not only West China, but even our South China base may have to go into lockdown. Chen Yifei spoke on the surface about the beast tide, yet the underlying message was different. Be cautious. I sense something is off. I took a stroll around the Western Palace, and the security there is extraordinarily tight. I couldn't gain entry. With my level of power, I would certainly be under close scrutiny or have countermeasures set against me. This time, we may need to rely on you. Pay attention to the sealed-off districts. You might uncover some clues. Cheng Xing outwardly agreed with Chen Yifei's words, but inwardly lamented how their paths were aligned in thought. This is pointless. I think I'll head back now. I'm feeling a bit tired. After a brief tour with Cheng Xing, Chen Yifei feigned disinterest before vanishing from sight. All of this unfolded before the eyes of a passerby on the street. As Chen Yifei left, he too disappeared around a corner. Once Cheng Xing found himself alone, instead of returning directly, he opted to visit a nearby shopping mall, purchasing clothing made from extremely economical materials and gathering a bounty of delicacies before returning to the hotel. Upon arriving at Chu Yinyan's room to present the gifts, Cheng Xing's clone had already infiltrated a sealed street. Observing the street where even the windows were tightly monitored, he abandoned the idea of entering through them. Instead, with a deft movement, the clone scaled the steel barricade effortlessly. Once inside the sealed area, Cheng Xing proceeded with caution. Soon, he encountered an anomalous calamity beast, which stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Cheng Xing refrained from disturbing it and continued his exploration, finding the environment eerily reminiscent of what he had observed on the bus. As he ventured deeper, he spotted a peculiar figure, a person who appeared dazed and severely injured, yet seemingly devoid of pain, swaying gently among the ruins. At first glance, Cheng Xing thought he was witnessing a zombie. However, he chose not to act recklessly, continuing to explore the sealed area until the clone vanished. With the disappearance of the clone, Cheng Xing, who had been resting with his head on Chu Yinyan's lap, slowly opened his eyes and rejoined the conversation among the three. After the cool down of the phantom body technique, he rose to depart, employing the same strategy to send out another clone in a different direction towards another sealed street. The following day, at the martial arts arena of West China Martial University, the surrounding platforms were filled to capacity. Aside from a small contingent of students from West China Martial University, the remainder comprised residents from various districts of the West China base. Such events typically led to the university opening its doors to the public. Around the high platforms, resting areas were established for the participants of the grand competition. As President Yuan Yong of West China Martial University took the stage, he delivered a customary hour-long speech that lulled the audience into a trance before finally arriving at the main event. To motivate the students from various martial universities, this time, we will offer the latest experience elixirs derived from the secret realms of the West China base as prizes for this grand competition. Each student participating will receive 1 experience elixir post-competition. Furthermore, the first place in each grade will receive 5 elixirs, second place will receive 3, third place will earn 2, and those ranked 4th to 10th will each receive 1. Chapter 127, Experience Elixir. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience on the high platform erupted in an uproar. In the resting area, nearly everyone, aside from those affiliated with West China Martial University, looked on in disbelief at President Yuan Yong standing at the center of the arena. West China actually possesses such treasures, they marveled. Participating in this competition is truly a windfall. The excitement was palpable, with everyone eagerly discussing the prospects. Even Cheng Xing, who had barely slept the previous night, found his fatigue dissipating at this news. How extraordinary it was that such miraculous items existed in the world. Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, he was no longer a mere ordinary individual living at the bottom, only aware of the path of slaying monsters to level up. Having witnessed the killing and leveling system, the secret realm tower, and Chen Yifei's S-rank dream of eternal youth, the existence of experience elixirs no longer surprised him. Brother, are these experience elixirs reliable? Cheng Xing did not indulge in speculation but turned to the side, looking at the visibly excited Chen Yifei. According to his assertions, if this were to emerge from the secret realm, then such a possibility does exist. After all, our exploration of the secret realm remains merely at the tip of the iceberg. However, Huashi is truly generous, offering such a plethora of experience elixirs. Yet, one cannot help but ponder their utility for me. As Chun Yifei spoke, he wiped away the tears that had trickled down the corners of his mouth. Soon, someone else noticed the matter and directly called out to Yuan Yong, raising the question. Chun Yifei silently gave that person a thumbs up. Regrettably, although the yield of experience elixirs is not insignificant, they can only be effective for those below level 30. Consuming a single experience elixir can at most elevate one's level by 1. Moreover, beginning from level 25, multiple elixirs must be consumed to achieve advancement. However, Yuan Yong's subsequent remarks shattered Chun Yifei's illusions. It's meaningless. I'm exhausted. With that, Chun Yifei reclined back onto his beloved lounge chair and drifted into a deep slumber. Observing this abrupt change in his demeanor, Cheng Xing shook his head with a wry smile. His earlier excitement had considerably waned. After all, he was already at level 26. Even if he secured first place, he would only receive 6 experience elixirs, likely only sufficient to increase his level by 2. 2 levels would be acceptable, he mused. Not allowing greed to take root, for the experience required for him to level up was indeed substantial. After Yuan Yong addressed several more inquiries, he began to elaborate on the specific rules of the upcoming martial arts tournament. This time, we shall employ a points system, ranking participants according to the points accumulated. The competition format will encompass both individual battles and team contests. In individual battles, participants will be divided into 4 grade groups based on their year, drawing lots for matches. Each victory will yield 10 points, and each contestant's score will be displayed on the screen above. Such are the rules for individual competitions. As Yuan Yong elucidated the tournament regulations, personnel in the rest area distributed detailed rules to the various competitors. Upon reviewing the competition guidelines, reactions ranged from elation to dismay. For conventional combat professions, these arena-style rules were manageable. However, they posed a challenge for healers and support roles. Before they could voice their grievances, the tournament commenced with a resounding announcement, officially unveiling the martial arts competition. Simultaneously, the overhead screens illuminated with the names of all participants, each name accompanied by a uniform 0. As the tournament began, the guiding personnel stepped forward to direct the students of the various martial arts academies towards the central arena for the drawing of lots. It was here that Cheng Xing and his companions encountered students from Huazhong and Huabei. The participants from Huazhong Martial University appeared relatively normal, their overall strength commendable. In contrast, the students from Huabei Martial University seemed to lag behind, their collective prowess noticeably inferior to the other 4 institutions. It was evident that they did not belong to the top echelon. Consequently, as the groups converged, excluding Huabei, tensions escalated among the other 4 academies. Meanwhile, the students from Huabei wore expressions of sheer excitement, entirely oblivious to the provocations from the other martial arts universities. They had long accepted their role as mere participants. Thus their indifference. The prospect of obtaining a complimentary experience elixir filled them with exhilaration. Additionally, Wu Haoyan, who had suffered a blow to his pride the previous day, had regained his previously arrogant demeanor, albeit with a newfound humility. He no longer exuded an overwhelming presence that made his level 25 status appear like a glaring beacon. Instead, he occasionally cast glances filled with combat fervor toward Cheng Xing. In response, Cheng Xing paid him little mind, focusing instead on standing in line for the draw. Number 45, the staff noted, marking it as a relatively low number. Upon learning Cheng Xing's number, Wu Haoyan muttered incessantly to himself, it must be number 45. Yet, when his turn arrived, he drew number 1. What use is being first now? After the drawing concluded, everyone returned to the rest area, where they would subsequently compete according to their assigned numbers. Wu Haoyan was among them. Despite having performed an abstract display earlier, as a temporary disciple, he naturally attracted considerable attention. Sensing the gazes of those around him, pride nearly overflowed from his countenance, affirming his belief that he was indeed the brightest star in the crowd. While others had already engaged in combat, he remained stationary. His opponent, a freshman from Huabei, appeared to be around levels 15 or 16 and was too intimidated to advance, visibly trembling. This spectacle drew jeers from the audience. But only the students from Huadong and Huanan understood the plight of the Huabei freshman. Facing a level 25 opponent at level 15 was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Ultimately, the overwhelmed freshman chose to forfeit. Meanwhile, the majority of the Huashi matches had concluded, with most victories claimed through their undeniable level advantage. Half an hour passed, marking the end of the first round of duels. Following several subsequent rounds, Huashi's performance was exceptional, with over 70 of their participants emerging victorious. Surprisingly, the most unfortunate competitors were not the weakest from Huabei, but rather the relatively strong entrants from Huazhong, with over 60 of their participants eliminated. It seemed the efficacy of the experience elixirs was indeed remarkable, as Huashi's members consistently surpassed those from the other bases. Observing the current state of affairs, Cheng Xing murmured to himself. At last, the moment for his first battle arrived. You are my opponent? I recommend you concede. As Cheng Xing stepped onto the arena, someone immediately voiced this sentiment. Upon hearing it, Cheng Xing frowned, but soon relaxed upon recognizing his opponent, who hailed from the currently disadvantaged Huazhong Martial University. Judging by his confidence, he likely aimed to boost his teammates' morale. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Look, it's Huang Kai. We have hope now. Observing his opponent's disheveled appearance, they speculated he was merely a filler from Huanan. Huang Kai, dispatch him swiftly. Let them witness the true strength of Huazhong Martial University. Encouraged by the voices behind him, Huang Kai clenched his fists, determination evident in his gaze. I've already warned you. Since you insist on continuing, do not blame me for being overly forceful. Chapter 128. Huang Kai. Am I seeing a revolving lantern? Just as Huang Kai finished speaking, the protective shield around the arena descended. I am Huang Kai, born in. Yet, for reasons unknown, a montage of his life experiences flickered before him, akin to a revolving lantern. Huang Kai? Why are you dazed? Get moving. What is wrong with Huang Kai? Did he not sleep well yesterday? Was he deliberately allowing his opponent to score a few hits? The Huazhong group stood in disbelief, watching as Huang Kai stood frozen after the shield descended. They observed him as his opponent leisurely searched for a weapon, finally unable to hold back and calling out a reminder. As a standout among the freshmen of Huazhong, Huang Kai boasted a staggering level of 20. Not only could he contend with a freshman, but he could also hold his own against third and fourth year students. In stark contrast, the Huanan students exchanged glances, silently mourning for their adversary. Under the gentle urging of his teammate, Huang Kai finally returned to his senses. What? Did I just witness a kaleidoscope? He shook his head vigorously, only to discover that Cheng Xing had already armed himself with a simple long knife. Is this your talent? Or perhaps a skill? Huang Kai immediately assumed a combat stance, his expression grave, attributing the illusion he had just perceived to Cheng Xing possibly possessing some hallucinogenic abilities. I didn't do anything. Cheng Xing pointed at himself, speaking in confusion. Nevertheless, Huang Kai remained unconvinced, steadfast in his belief. Observing his demeanor, Cheng Xing shook his head and attempted to persuade him to strike first, suggesting he would hold back to make Huang Kai's defeat less humiliating. Yet, Huang Kai maintained a look of suspicion, resolutely refusing to make a move. As the two of them remained locked in a stalemate, the surrounding audience grew impatient. What is going on? Are they going to fight or not? Exactly, a brief exchange at the start was one thing, but this is ridiculous. If you're not going to fight, just surrender already. Two freshmen pretending to be experts. Hearing this, Cheng Xing sighed in resignation, then executed a graceful flourish with his long knife before stepping forward. 4-direction slash. With 4 arcs of blade light suddenly appearing on the arena, Huang Kai's face changed dramatically. By the time he reacted, the blade light had already descended upon him. So fast. This was the only thought in Huang Kai's mind, and just as that thought formed, he felt 4 immense forces strike him simultaneously. Challenger. Huang Kai has sustained fatal damage. Challenge concluded. Victor. Cheng Xing. When Huang Kai finally came to his senses, he was already lying on the ground, his vision filled only with the azure sky and the result relayed from the arena. Turning his head, he caught sight of the seemingly ordinary yet imposing figure of Cheng Xing 26. Was that really a kaleidoscope? Huang Kai was utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend that someone could be even more formidable than Wu Haoyan, and that he had encountered such a person. Aside from him, the audience members who had previously derided Cheng Xing were also taken aback. What just happened? I couldn't see clearly. It seemed like that freshman from South China merely waved his knife, and the other guy went flying. Could it be that the arena glitched? The spectators in the stands couldn't see clearly, but those paying close attention to Cheng Xing's battle understood entirely. The level 20 Huang Kai had been decisively eliminated in a single blow. As the crowd processed this revelation, Cheng Xing had already quietly returned to the resting area. Reluctantly, they shifted their focus back to Huang Kai on the stage. Under inquiry, the news of a level 26 freshman spread like wildfire, reaching every resting area outside of South China. It was then that everyone realized, aside from Wu Haoyan, there was an even more monstrous talent in Cheng Xing. Following this revelation, various mentors, under the pretext of fostering connections, flocked towards this extraordinary level 26 prodigy. Naturally, their intentions were aimed at recruiting this unparalleled talent. Of course, prior to this, they had congregated in East China, but they had been intimidated by his affiliation with the Azure Dragon disciples. Who would dare to recruit a temporary worker's apprentice? Hello, Cheng Xing. I am a mentor from North China University of Martial Arts. Among the many mentors, North China had the most representatives. Observing their demeanor, Cheng Xing refrained from offering an immediate explanation and simply called out to his slumbering senior, Chen Yifei. Senior brother, wake up. It seems they want me to visit their school later. Should I go? Cheng Xing's intent was not truly about the visit, and his voice was not loud. However, the surrounding mentors from the martial universities heard him clearly. When they followed Cheng Xing's gaze, they were startled to find that Chen Yifei, who had hardly participated in major competitions, was present. Cheng Xing, since you're busy, let it be. Indeed, this minor matter doesn't require trouble from Mentor Chun. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm stuck in West China. Upon seeing Chen Yifei, the old foxes immediately understood the implication behind Cheng Xing's words, especially as they observed Chen Yifei roll over, adopting a stern expression as he spoke decisively. They then scattered like birds and beasts. Before leaving, they couldn't help but murmur, "What is going on this year?" Encountering two temporary worker disciples at once. Witnessing this scene, Su Yanran and the others couldn't help but chuckle. They too wished to recruit Cheng Xing, but they knew how much effort they had expended to retain him. After scaring off the numerous mentors, Cheng Xing finally enjoyed a moment of peace and resumed watching the battles on the arena. Prior to this, only Cheng Xing and Lu Xinxin from their 7-member group had yet to take the stage, and all others had emerged victorious. Moreover, they had stirred quite a wave of discussion, as reaching level 20 as a freshman was undoubtedly a sign of extraordinary talent. Among the freshmen who had appeared thus far, only 14 had exceeded level 20, with South China accounting for 5, and now Cheng Xing added to that number. As this round concluded, it was finally Lu Xinxin's turn to take the stage. "Go for it." Cheng Xing and the others cheered for Lu Xinxin. She nodded and slowly walked onto the arena, facing a female mage from West China University of Martial Arts, who wielded a simple staff. Initially, she felt a bit nervous, but when she saw Lu Xinxin also choose a staff, a look of disdain crossed her face. In a mage duel, the one with the higher level held a significant advantage, and level was precisely where West China excelled. However, her smile faded quickly. As the protective barrier fell, Lu Xinxin's staff emanated a red glow, revealing her level 23 to her opponent. Another level 23? Are all freshmen from South China cheating? Panic seized her as she realized the rapid casting speed Lu Xinxin displayed. As her opponent stood dazed, Lu Xinxin's spell was already on the verge of being unleashed, causing her to frantically search for a place to dodge. Yet, after a considerable wait, she felt no sign of an impending attack. Turning around, she saw Lu Xinxin surrounded by a crimson aura. Buff skills. Is she a healer? In that moment, the female mage saw a glimmer of hope, realizing that her opponent was a healer, which would essentially gift her points. Everyone knew that healers were notoriously weak in combat. Even if the opponent was 4 levels higher, she could easily overpower them. However, just as she reveled in her inner joy, Lu Xinxin did not cease her actions. C-grade spell, blessing. C-grade damage, blessing. C-grade mental, blessing. After consecutively casting 4 buffs, Lu Xinxin's eyes sharpened, and her staff radiated golden light as she suddenly raised it toward the ground. Holy cross! With Lu Xinxin's soft exclamation, a 5-meter-long, 4-meter-wide cross of golden light descended from above, exuding an aura of terror. Upon striking the ground, it erupted with a deafening boom, sending a cloud of dust into the air, the immense power causing the arena beneath to tremble. The shockwave swept outward, billowing Lu Xinxin's robes. Initially, Lu Xinxin's battle had garnered little attention, but such a commotion instantly drew the gaze of a multitude of spectators. As the dust settled, the female mage lay collapsed on the ground. In the field of vision loomed a notification indicating a fatal wound had been inflicted upon her. Could this truly be a healer? Is it even possible for a healer to possess such formidable damage? The sorceress was rendered utterly bewildered, her mind consumed by these two haunting thoughts. Another instant kill? Who was that person? Recent news suggested she was indeed a healer. What? A healer capable of annihilating foes? Surely, this must be a jest. The onlookers beheld the graceful figures standing upon the arena, their faces awash with astonishment. Observing Lu Xinxin's performance, Cheng Xing and his companions nodded in agreement. After their comprehensive training, Lu Xinxin now boasted not only an exceptional healing capacity, but also a repertoire of supportive skills, alongside 1 or 2 explosive techniques. Furthermore, with her meticulously honed precision, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that she possessed the prowess to single-handedly vanquish a calamity beast. As for those skills, they were naturally acquired through a payment plan orchestrated by Cheng Xing. How did I perform? Lu Xinxin inquired upon her return, her expression radiating a blend of pride and excitement, her cheeks still flushed from the thrill of competition. This marked her inaugural battle against another, and her fervor was palpable. Previously, she had merely trailed behind Cheng Xing and his companions, merely augmenting their abilities. Her offensive maneuvers had only seen practice in simulations a handful of times. Cheng Xing silently raised a thumb in approval, while Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan hurried over to shower Lu Xinxin with praise, causing her to feel a touch bashful. Before they could exchange more words, a mature and poised woman approached, Mentor Fong Yi from the Khan Academy, accompanied by a cadre of stunning young women. They rushed towards Lu Xinxin, their eyes sparkling with admiration, embodying the essence of infatuated fans. Such a scene was hardly surprising, for the personal competition had only reached its first round, and most of the Khan Academy participants had already been eliminated. Unlike other institutions, the number of supporting healers from the martial universities was relatively scarce. Watching Lu Xinxin bask in the adoration of her peers, Cheng Xing could sense a newfound confidence radiating from her. The subsequent matches concluded swiftly, with a single round held each day to ensure competitors could recover optimally. The following day heralded the commencement of the individual battles to determine the top 30. Once again, opponents were decided by a draw. Interestingly, due to Cheng Xing being the sole participant from their institution, a vacant slot appeared in the first-year category, which fortuitously fell to Wu Haoyan. Incensed after missing another chance to battle Cheng Xing, Wu Haoyan stormed back to the hotel, opting to forego watching the competition altogether. Following the first round, the dark horses had nearly all been unearthed, and as the list of matchups emerged, betting odds were quickly established. Cheng Xing, intrigued, took a glance. While nearly all competitors had corresponding odds, his and Wu Haoyan's were conspicuously absent. With a resigned shake of his head, he placed his bets on Chu Yanyan and the others. They were fortunate, as they faced no internal conflicts, and that day, without surprise, all advanced to the top 30, netting Cheng Xing a tidy profit. On the third day, the top 15 were revealed. Wu Haoyan drew number 7, while Cheng Xing was number 8. Yet they again missed each other. The group continued to enjoy favorable luck, avoiding internal strife, although their odds had significantly diminished. After the conclusion, they all advanced to the top 15 once more, with Cheng Xing making a modest gain. The fourth day brought the top 8. Wu Haoyan was once again left without an opponent, inciting his ire to seek answers from the West China Martial University. Fortunately, Xing Rui's timely intervention prevented him from causing a scene. This time, Cheng Xing faced Lu Xinxin, while Ningxia was matched against Lin Yan, resulting in 2 internal confrontations. Under Cheng Xing's playful teasing, Lu Xinxin blushed and surrendered, providing the audience with an abundance of romantic fodder. Intriguingly, the duel between Ningxia and Lin Yan, both ranged attackers, began with them occupying the arena's edge, unleashing a barrage of bullets and arrows. Various attacks and skills cascaded forth as both displayed remarkable agility, navigating through the onslaught, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Eventually, when their ammunition was exhausted, they engaged in close combat, with Ningxia narrowly overcoming Lin Yan due to a slight advantage in martial prowess. Su Yanran's opponents, all from other martial universities, easily secured their victories. On the 5th day, the final 4 emerged, with Cheng Xing and Ningxia set to face 2 other freshmen from West China. Meanwhile, Chu Yanyan clashed with Su Yanran, and Yang Jian confronted Wu Haoyan. The duel between Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan escalated the intensity of the competition to new heights. Chu Yanyan's seamless spellcasting drew gasps of awe, while Su Yanran's incredibly agile movements left countless spectators in disbelief. Ultimately, the match concluded with Su Yanran closing in on Chu Yanyan, leading to her defeat. Meanwhile, Wu Haoyan, who had glided through the rounds, finally encountered a formidable opponent. Under Yang Jian's almost impenetrable defense, he withstood countless attacks from Wu Haoyan, managing to break a dozen long spears before exhausting Yang Jian's stamina, nearly shattering his resolve in the process. What astonished Cheng Xing most was Ningxia's match, which she lost rather decisively. When questioned by Cheng Xing and the others, Ningxia shook her head. He is exceptionally strong, but there is something amiss. I could not perceive his aura or discern his level. At this revelation, Cheng Xing and the others gasped in surprise, swiftly turning to regard the West China freshman named Xiaohong. Although unexpected, defeating Ningxia indicated that his level was certainly comparable, if not superior. He must be concealing his true strength. I am aware that numerous techniques exist to mask one's aura and level, Su Yanran mused, her arms crossed, chin resting on her hand, her eyes narrowing in thought. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that thus far, West China had relied primarily on overwhelming levels. After all, with experience-enhancing pills readily available, achieving such feats was not overly challenging. We shall know for certain tomorrow, Cheng Xing remarked nonchalantly. On the 6th day, the semifinals commenced. Following the draw, Cheng Xing found himself matched against Su Yanran. The two had already reached an understanding, having determined their victor through a few rounds of cards the previous night, and Cheng Xing had easily bested her, leaving her in disarray. Subsequently, they proceeded to display their skills, unleashing a series of spectacular techniques. However, it was evident that an unexpected twist was imminent. Meanwhile, on the opposite arena, Wu Haoyan, frustrated by his lack of confrontation with Cheng Xing, grew increasingly agitated, especially when Xiaohong took to the stage without acknowledging him. In his eyes, only Cheng Xing warranted his attention. As the protective barrier descended over the arena, he habitually began to taunt. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I wouldn't want you to suffer too humiliating a defeat. In response to his words, Xiaohong merely delivered a single punch. As the performance between Cheng Xing and Su Yanran came to a close, their duel reached its conclusion, with Su Yanran's strategic miscalculation leading to her defeat. Yet, inexplicably, as the victor was determined, the entire martial arena erupted in raucous applause, leaving both Cheng Xing and Su Yanran taken aback. We couldn't have performed that well, could we? Cheng Xing scratched his head in confusion. However, they soon realized something was amiss. The crowd was fervently chanting the name Xiaohong. Xiaohong wasn't his opponent Wu Haoyan? With this thought, they both made their way toward Wu Haoyan's arena, only to find him exhausted and diminished, surrounded by several mentors from Huadong, who offered words of encouragement. On stage, Xiaohong basked in the adulation of the surrounding audience, the outcome of the battle unmistakably clear. How could this be? Wu Haoyan had actually lost. Cheng Xing and his companion were taken aback. Although Wu Haoyan was notoriously arrogant and enigmatic, his rank was not merely a result of mindless resource accumulation. In such circumstances, how could he have been defeated? Cheng Xing, have you finished? Chu Yanyan and her companions also noticed the two approaching. The outcome of their duel had long been predetermined. Hence they had not paid attention to them, focusing instead on the battle involving Wu Haoyan. To their astonishment, a significant upset had occurred, akin to the national football team reaching the quarterfinals of the World Cup. How had Wu Haoyan succumbed? Cheng Xing gestured towards Wu Haoyan. Curiosity piqued. It could only be said that Xiao Hong had concealed his abilities far too adeptly. He was at level 25, possessed an S-rank dual flower talent, and had likely mastered the intricacies of combat. Most critically, Wu Haoyan had been overly complacent. Chu Yanyan succinctly summarized Xiao Hong's situation and reflected on the previous combat sequence. As a disciple of the Azure Dragon, Wu Haoyan's skills were undoubtedly formidable. The crux of the issue lay in his carelessness. Xiao Hong had seized upon this opportunity, launching a swift strike against Wu Haoyan before he could even react, decisively concluding the battle. Dual flower? If memory serves, it creates a clone without duration. But both the original and the clone possess only 90 of their attributes, correct? Su Yanran interjected, elaborating on the talent's effects. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed. It seemed that these factors did not favor him. As today's round concluded, the individual battles of the Wuda Grand Tournament also neared their end. Upon returning to the hotel, Cheng Xing reclined on his bed, rubbing his temples, attempting to set aside thoughts of the competition. Amidst the interludes of the recent matches, he had occasionally taken Su Yanran and her friends out for excursions, wandering through the various districts of Huaxi. Simultaneously, he had surreptitiously utilized a clone to explore the sealed areas within the Huaxi base. He retrieved his phone, which displayed a map of the Huaxi base, and began marking his targets within the final two regions. Who should he take out today? After a brief rest, Cheng Xing stepped into the corridor, regarding the room numbers of Chu Yanyan and her companions with a moment of hesitation. Ultimately, he decided against making a choice. Children make choices, adults take all. With that, he knocked on their door, and when he reappeared, he had already ushered them into a taxi. The final regions were situated at the outskirts of the Huaxi base, their environment reminiscent of the H district Cheng Xing had previously inhabited, while lacking the upscale dining establishments of the B district. The myriad of street food captivated Lu Xinxin and her companions. Cheng Xing trailed behind them, holding only a small morsel of food in hand, aimlessly meandering. In another perspective, his clone had infiltrated the last two sealed areas. Being located at the edge of the base, these final regions were considerably larger than those at the center. The degree of destruction along the streets was far more severe. As he surveyed the area, it was evident that no building remained intact. One could rightly say it had been razed to the ground. Undoubtedly, this was the battlefield of an A-rank calamity beast. After several observations, Cheng Xing had thoroughly explored the last two areas, yet he found nothing of significance. Peculiar. Could it truly be a mere illusion? Cheng Xing pondered, recalling a moment aboard the bus when he noticed the passers-by on the sealed streets behaving unnaturally normal, as if entirely unaffected. This contrasted sharply with the demeanor of Li Hua and the driver, instilling in him a profound sense of disconnection. However, his observations of the audience during the tournament had yielded no apparent flaws. This left Cheng Xing questioning his own perceptions. I hope this is merely my imagination. He mused internally as the clone dissipated, subsequently rejoining Chu Yanyan and her friends. Cheng Xing, you've been visiting the restroom quite frequently lately. Is your kidney alright? Whether it's fine or not, you'll find out tonight. You rogue. A night later, the finals of the Wuda Grand Tournament for various grades finally commenced, and Huaxi Wuda showcased the formidable efficacy of the experience elixir through tangible actions. In each grade group, Huaxi had a contender reach the finals, relying on near-absolute level dominance. If one level was insufficient, then two would suffice. Their opponents from the junior and sophomore groups hailed from Huadong and Huazhong respectively, while Cheng Xing's group comprised the seniors and freshmen from Huanan Wuda. Among the senior group was none other than Wang Wen from the Wang family. Cheng Xing was taken aback when he witnessed Wang Wen's battle, having faced Wang family disciples multiple times before. He was astounded by Wang Wen's efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements, and his rank soared to an impressive level 28, making it hard for Cheng Xing to comprehend that he belonged to the Wang family. To ensure an engaging spectacle, Huaxi arranged for the matches to commence from the highest grade downwards. Initially, the senior group fared reasonably well. Wang Wen, leveraging his formidable combat instincts, maintained pressure on his opponent. Unfortunately, the adversary boasted an astounding level of 30, proving slightly superior. After a grueling exchange of 500 rounds, Wang Wen ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion. The victory in the first match propelled the momentum of the Huaxi base to its zenith, and as the junior and sophomore groups followed suit, they rapidly fell under the weight of expectation. At that moment, nearly all the pressure rested squarely on Cheng Xing's shoulders. Should he falter, Huaxi would sweep the personal competition entirely. As Cheng Xing took the stage, he finally faced off against Xiaohong. Xiaohong, Xiaohong, I love you. Go Xiaohong, you're the key to our triumph. The audience's fervent support resonated around him, prompting a slight smile from Xiaohong as he gazed at Cheng Xing, who wielded a long sword, his eyes brimming with disdain. The previous contender, who had claimed to be a temporary disciple, had been dispatched with ease, naturally. He would handle this one just as effortlessly. What did it matter that he was a level higher? He was a martial genius skilled in the nuances of combat. Such a minor difference in rank was inconsequential. You are Cheng Xing, correct? May I offer you a suggestion? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow, and upon observing Xiaohong's stance, he felt a sense of relief. It was well known that historically, murals favored the left side. As Xiaohong prepared to speak, Cheng Xing promptly interjected. Let me guess, you were about to say that I have mastered the intricacies of combat, and that our level disparity is negligible. You were going to recommend I concede to avoid embarrassment, weren't you? Xiaohong's expression morphed into one of shock. How did he know what he was about to say? Do you possess the talent of mind reading? Xiaohong was astounded, immediately clearing his mind to avoid any further revelations. Cheng Xing sighed in exasperation, calmly stating, is there really a need for mind reading? Your intentions are practically inscribed upon your face. Chapter 131, A Case of Misplaced Trust. Xiaohong, caught off guard by the interruption of his incantation, momentarily faltered, his expression darkening. Are you toying with me? Cheng Xing, well aware that villains often fell victim to their own verbosity, chose not to engage in further dialogue and stepped forward decisively. For radiant arcs of light erupted around Xiaohong. Having seen this technique before, Xiaohong swiftly recoiled, effortlessly evading the attack. With a simple probing move, Cheng Xing discerned that Xiaohong had indeed mastered the art of meticulous precision. Had he only been at level 25, evading such an attack would have been no easy feat. You think you can hit me? Xiaohong taunted, his words flowing like a relentless stream, as he swung a heavy iron cudgel towards Cheng Xing C-class diamond break. With a sharp command, he imbued his weapon with a faint golden glow, accelerating its speed dramatically as it hurtled towards Cheng Xing's temple. Should this strike connect, even Cheng Xing at level 26 would find it unbearable. Block. Observing the rapidly approaching skill in his line of sight, Cheng Xing maintained an unperturbed demeanor, whispering to himself. The next moment, his long blade traced a mysterious arc, perfectly aligning with the trajectory of Xiaohong's attack. Clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying, as Cheng Xing gracefully retreated, simultaneously unleashing a series of slashes with his blade. Blade chi. 3 arcs of blade energy manifested almost instantaneously, slicing towards Xiaohong's face. Startled, Xiaohong's expression shifted, and he hastily raised his cudgel to shield himself. The blade energy met the iron weapon with force, causing Xiaohong to feel as if an enormous force was battering against his hands, leaving them tingling and almost unable to grip his weapon. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the underlying issue, attributing his struggles to a mere level disparity. As they clashed, they exchanged blows in rapid succession, skill effects flaring chaotically, leaving the onlookers in a daze. The audience still believed firmly that Xiaohong would triumph over Cheng Xing. Yet, amid the fray, Xiaohong grew increasingly alarmed. Why were his skills so effortlessly blocked by his opponent, while every one of Cheng Xing's strikes seemed exquisitely calculated? It was as if Cheng Xing possessed a sixth sense. Any lapse in vigilance would result in a direct hit. Who truly had mastered the art of meticulous precision? I cannot allow this to continue. I must unleash my trump card. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Xiaohong gritted his teeth and swiftly distanced himself from Cheng Xing dual bloom. With a fierce shout, his figure danced, and in the next instant, 2 identical Xiaohongs appeared before Cheng Xing. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes and smiled calmly. This talent had a surprisingly effective outcome, yet against the well-prepared Cheng Xing, it bore no distinction from a self-destructive weakness. What are you laughing at? The 2 Xiaohongs glared at Cheng Xing's smile, their expressions darkening. Nevertheless, Cheng Xing remained silent, leaving Xiaohong with the sensation of striking cotton. Clearly, neither gender could withstand such cold indifference. Undeterred, Xiaohong continued his incessant banter, while the 2 Xiaohongs split their attack paths, charging towards Cheng Xing diamond break. Both avatars simultaneously unleashed their skills, one from the left and one from the right, bearing down on Cheng Xing. To Xiaohong's delight, Cheng Xing appeared fixated solely on his original self, seemingly oblivious to the approaching clone. Was he too frightened to react? Xiaohong smirked with satisfaction. However, in the next heartbeat, a familiar scene unfolded. Cheng Xing effortlessly blocked his skill, barely even utilizing his own abilities. In the instant they connected, 2 distinct sounds rang out, freezing Xiaohong's grin in place. How is this possible? Cheng Xing had, unbeknownst to him, summoned a perfect clone behind him, its long blade deftly intercepting the skill from his doppelganger. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Cheng Xing advanced, appearing right before Xiaohong, accompanied by 4 slashing arcs of light. Unlike the previous blade strikes, these were now directed with intention, descending upon Xiaohong's chest. Altered skill form. You 2 have mastered meticulous precision. Xiaohong's face was a mask of shock. How could a mere freshman not only be of a higher level, but also completely grasp the nuances of precision? Challenger, Xiao Hong sustained fatal damage. Challenge concluded. Victor, Cheng Xing. As the protective barrier dissipated, the audience atop the platform remained momentarily stunned. The one who had defeated the Azure Dragon disciple, Xiao Hong, had fallen so swiftly? Yet, in the resting area of South China Martial University, a wave of cheers erupted. Even the defeated Wang Wen cast a commendatory glance towards Cheng Xing. Once the spectators regained their composure, the appointed host announced the results of the individual combat. As he declared the top contenders from each grade, the atmosphere remained relatively steady until he reached Cheng Xing, where his expression visibly soured. The top positions were meant to be dominated by their own West China University. Now, let us invite the president of West China Martial University to elaborate on the next segment. Reluctantly introducing Cheng Xing, the host continued with a loud voice. The applause that followed made Cheng Xing feel as if he had returned to a school sports event. President Yuan Yong stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and launched into a lengthy, monotonous speech. Our individual combat has reached a conclusion. To those students who faced defeat, do not be disheartened. Tomorrow we will commence the team beast hunting battle. Please look. With a commanding voice, President Yuan Yong gestured, and the large projection overhead transformed into a series of real-time aerial views. Each image prominently displayed the quarantine districts of the West China base. You are all aware that our West China base recently endured an assault from A-class beasts. However, we withstood the trial, and we believe this opportunity should not be squandered. We have deliberately retained some areas that were not entirely cleared as the venues for our upcoming team battles, hoping to remind us of this attack. President Yuan Yong declared emphatically. Initially, the audience's spirits remained somewhat dampened, but Yuan Yong's words gradually revived their enthusiasm. Observing this, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, internally questioning, too much emphasis. While the West China base did experience an attack, why the incessant reiteration? It felt akin to a clumsy attempt at misdirection. As he scrutinized the images presented, his confusion deepened. The quarantine districts were ones he had thoroughly explored recently, and the beasts he had encountered bore no resemblance to those wreaking havoc in the visuals. The creatures he had seen were listless, akin to marionettes stripped of control, while the ones in the footage were fervently demolishing their surroundings. My instincts are not mistaken. Something is indeed amiss with this West China base. Chapter 132. It will distort the sacrifices of humanity. Of course, for your safety, we have selected quarantine districts that contain beasts ranging from levels 10 to 30. The areas have been classified into 4 tiers according to the beast's levels, and we encourage you to challenge your limits while ensuring your safety. President Yuan Yong continued his detailed presentation atop the platform. Before long, someone delivered a pair of wristbands to him. Yuan Yong accepted them, raising one as he continued. During the team battles, you will need to wear these wristbands. A gentle touch will activate the team mode. It will record your kills, converting them into points. In team mode, the points will be aggregated among teammates and then averaged according to the number of participants. In the first level zone, slaying a disaster beast yields 1 point, while in the second level zone, it grants 2 points, and so forth, culminating in the highest fourth level zone where each beast provides 4 points. At this juncture, Yuan Yong paused momentarily, and the host appropriately stepped forward, presenting an item resembling a disaster beast material. Upon receiving it, Yuan Yong brought it close to his wristband and continued. In regard to hunting disaster beasts, there are some fortunate individuals who may acquire materials and other items. We have decided to incorporate the drops from disaster beasts into the scoring system. As long as you bring the dropped materials, equipment, skill books, and so forth close to your wristband, it will allocate corresponding points based on their grade, for after all, luck is indeed a facet of strength. He added, given that you are all exceptional talents from various prestigious martial arts universities, it is likely that some of you possess hidden trump cards. Hence, the wristband is equipped solely with detection capabilities and lacks recording functionality, so you need not worry. Yuan Yong elaborated on the rules of the team battle, primarily addressing the audience. In the South China Rest area, upon hearing the subsequent supplementary rules, Su Yanran and her companions exchanged peculiar glances, turning in unison to regard the pensive Cheng Xing. What is it? Cheng Xing, coming back to reality, noticed their collective gaze upon him, leaving him puzzled. Immediately, Chu Yanyan produced the recently delivered team battle rules, gesturing for him to review the section Yuan Yong had previously explained. Oh, I was unaware that they regarded the drops from disaster beasts with such significance. It seems they can distort one's efforts, Cheng Xing remarked, touching his nose and speaking in a solemnly absurd manner. After Yuan Yong completed the rules amidst another round of applause, he departed, and Cheng Xing and his companions gradually returned to the hotel. With a newfound realization, Cheng Xing quickly pulled Su Yanran and the others to venture out once more, this time heading towards the designated competition district. Upon reaching the area, he observed a significant increase in station-based soldiers. Was this a measure to prevent anyone from scouting prematurely? Cheng Xing thought it unsurprising. While they could deter others, they could not thwart him. In his invisible state, he deftly navigated over the barricading steel plates. Before long, Cheng Xing encountered his first disaster beast. It was an 18th level tremor bull. Yet it differed from those he had previously encountered. It was now in a state of frenzied disarray, wreaking havoc amidst the street ruins. However, Cheng Xing found himself unable to ascertain whether this beast had been substituted, as he did not possess an extraordinary intellect. He had explored too many forbidden zones in recent days and could not possibly remember the appearance of every disaster beast. With narrowed eyes, he observed for a considerable time before proceeding deeper into the area. The subsequent disaster beasts he encountered exhibited a complete change in demeanor, no longer displaying the sluggishness he had previously witnessed. Had they been replaced? Cheng Xing pondered internally. A glance around confirmed that nearly all the disaster beasts he saw bore a similar appearance, akin to creatures suddenly snatched from their familiar surroundings and thrust into an alien environment. Were they not said to be the remnants of a beast tide? How could they react in such a manner? Cheng Xing remained perplexed as the duration of his clone's invisibility came to an end. He adjusted the assortment of clothing bags in his hands and declared, "I'll be right back from the restroom," before vanishing from sight. Xu Yanyan and the others exchanged glances, harboring doubts, yet choosing to remain silent. Only Su Yanran squinted her eyes, sensing that Cheng Xing was intentionally engaging in something. However, as Cheng Xing had not elaborated, she recognized he must have his reasons. Subsequently, employing the same strategy, Cheng Xing continued his exploration of the remaining forbidden zones. During this time, someone, unwilling to concede, once again teased Cheng Xing, directly issuing a challenge. That night, in Lu Xinxin's room, Cheng Xing gradually opened his eyes to find Lu Xinxin nestled beside him, her serene face flushed with a hint of color, her form resting upon his arm. Gently extricating his arm from beneath her, he felt an exquisite sensation, and in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently uncovered a corner of the quilt, revealing her graceful figure adorned with playing cards that had yet to be tidied away, a sight most alluring. As Cheng Xing stirred, Lu Xinxin let out a delightful murmur, prompting him to spring to his feet once more. Thankfully, his experience from 2 lifetimes enabled him to avert yet another incident. To his right, Chu Yanyan lay in Su Yanran's embrace, both having succumbed to exhaustion, with Chu Yanyan obliviously sporting a playing card on her face. Having tucked the 3 of them in, Cheng Xing seized the opportunity for a fleeting indulgence before donning his clothes and restoring his composure. Shortly after he left the room, a clone in an invisible state exited the hotel once more. The recent investigations of several forbidden zones had solidified Cheng Xing's conviction that the disaster beasts within had been tampered with. Moreover, he had discerned a curious phenomenon. While the disaster beasts rampaged throughout the area, none dared to approach the periphery, as if some superior entity were driving them away. Initially, Cheng Xing speculated that a high-grade disaster beast material had been incorporated within the barricading steel plates, yet he quickly dismissed this notion. There were simply too many steel plates. No base would squander high-grade materials in such a manner. Cheng Xing stroked his chin, a realization dawning upon him. I seem to have fallen into a misconception. Why concentrate all my attention on the forbidden zones? With this thought, he began to conceal his presence, redirecting his focus towards the pedestrians on the street. As he slipped into the shadows, he immediately noticed something peculiar. Despite the bustling crowd, the eyes of the passers-by darted about restlessly, as if searching for something. Just as he pondered this, a group of other martial arts university students emerged from the street, laughing and extolling the virtues of the nightlife in Huaxi. The moment they appeared, the expressions of the street's pedestrians returned to normal. This scene caused Cheng Xing's true self, still in the hotel, to snap his eyes open in astonishment, his pupils constricting. A flaw had presented itself. Chapter 133. Does Huaxi consider us as bait? What are they searching for? Cheng Xing stared at the unfolding scene, his mind racing. Then, a sudden hypothesis struck him. What if the A-class Heartworm Queen was still lurking within the Huaxi base? Cheng Xing fell silent. If the Heartworm Queen remained concealed, the reactions of the Huaxi base suggested they were unaware of her presence. Otherwise, they would not continue hosting the martial arts competitions and keeping the base open. This posed a pressing question. How many individuals had been infected by the Heartworm Queen within the base? After contemplating this, and with the cool down of his skills elapsed, Cheng Xing seized the opportunity to seek out Chen Yifei, dispatching his clone to investigate once more. Cheng Xing, what is the matter? Upon seeing him, Chen Yifei appeared bleary-eyed. Yet noting Cheng Xing's serious demeanor, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The two then retreated into a room. Cheng Xing proceeded cautiously, opting not to speak directly, but instead indicating with his eyes the need for discretion. Rest assured, I've checked. There's nothing eavesdropping. And they wouldn't dare be bold enough to surveil me while I rest. Observing Chen Yifei's confidence, Cheng Xing harbored no further doubts and gradually voiced, Senior brother, I suspect the Heartworm Queen is still hidden within the Huaxi base. Are you certain? Chen Yifei's expression suddenly turned grave as he slowly began to speak. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Xing informed Chen Yifei of the unusual behavior exhibited by the passers-by. If what you say is true, they seem to be experiencing some issues. But wait, isn't there machinery at the Huaxi base to detect infections? Could it be that some have slipped through the cracks? Chen Yifei scratched his head. feeling as though a thick fog enveloped both of their minds. As he prompted Cheng Xing stroked his chin, his brow furrowing deeply before relaxing again as he spoke tentatively. Is it possible that the remaining anomalies are simply too well hidden? Or that the entity of the Heartworm Mother has yet to be located? Could it be that the higher-ups at Huashi Base are using us outsiders as bait to lure out the Heartworm Mother? Thus, in full awareness of the lingering infections within the base, they still choose to proceed with the tournament? At this revelation, Chun Yifei's eyes lit up. If this were the case, everything began to make sense. The Heartworm Mother's entity was likely concealed somewhere within the base, and Huashi had yet to pinpoint its location. By fortuitously allowing outsiders like them to enter, it followed that if the Heartworm Mother wished to escape, her first consideration would be them, thus significantly narrowing the search. They had been aware of the ongoing infections in the base, which is why they repeatedly emphasized being attacked. But this was not meant for their ears. It was a message intended for the Heartworm Mother. Damn it, those scoundrels at Huashi. How dare they use us as bait? Chun Yifei was instantly enraged, shocked by Huashi's audacity. He turned to Cheng Xing and declared, Cheng Xing, do not hold back in tomorrow's team battle. We must teach them a harsh lesson. I will inform the others to be vigilant for any infections outside, lest we suffer the consequences. He understood the rules of the team battle and was well aware of Cheng Xing's innate talents. Initially, he had contemplated whether to spare Huashi some face and advised Cheng Xing to temper his approach, but now such considerations were wholly unnecessary. Cheng Xing nodded in agreement. With Chun Yifei backing him, he felt no need for hesitation. The following morning, Cheng Xing and his companions reconvened at the martial arts arena. Accompanied by the commanding shout of Yuan Yong, the disciples from Wuda in the resting area swiftly received maps indicating the competition zones from the staff and rushed out without delay. Unlike the individual competition, time was equivalent to points in the team battle. On the massive projection at the center of the arena, the names of the various Wuda geniuses were displayed, each accompanied by their respective Wuda prefixes and scores. The top of the leaderboard for the 4 grade groups was overwhelmingly dominated by Huashi prefixes, except for the freshman category, which featured a solitary Huan prefix alongside Cheng Xing's name, his score fixed at 70 points. Close behind were Xiao Hong with 60 points, Su Yanran with 50, and Wu Haoyan also with 50. Seeing this, the spectators on the high platform cheered for Xiao Hong. Go Xiao Hong! PK battles lack equipment bonuses. So speed and monster farming is key. We have faith in you. Take down Huanan. Listening to the surrounding voices, Xiao Hong did not rush to set off immediately. Others needed to consult their maps to locate the competition area, but as a native of Huashi, he required no such guidance. The other students from Huashi displayed a relaxed demeanor, observing the hurried movements of students from other universities clinging to their maps. The Huanan contingent was no exception, save for Cheng Xing and his group. Soon, the expansive martial arts arena was left with only Cheng Xing's 7 and the students from Huashi. They were merely putting on a show. Those unaware might assume they were formidable. Yet, as freshmen, their prowess was limited to leveling and skills. Monster farming required more than just these. It necessitated equipment and abilities, and what could a mere freshman possess in terms of gear? Observing this, the Huashi students could not help but scoff. Their assumptions were not entirely unfounded. A freshman's best gear would likely be a mix of C-grade scraps and D-grade equipment. Those from elite factions might fare slightly better, but even they would be limited to a single set of C-grade gear. Meanwhile, on their side, they had already donned a full array of C-grade equipment from their martial arts school's inventory. Although they had to return it later, the principal had promised that those who secured first place would be allowed to keep their set. A full set of C-grade gear provided a distinct advantage over mere scraps. Though the distance was too great to discern their words, the disdain on their faces conveyed their thoughts clearly. Do they look down on us? Yang Jian scratched his head uncertainly. You are rather slow on the uptake. They practically have what got you stamped on our faces, Lin Yan retorted. With Ning Xia nodding in agreement nearby. Let's show them what we're capable of, Cheng Xing said with a slight smile, feeling that since they had extended their challenge, it would be remiss not to respond. As Cheng Xing spoke, the others chuckled knowingly. When it came to monster drops, their bug-like abilities made Cheng Xing virtually invincible. With that thought, all 7 donned their wristbands, touching them together to activate team mode. Simultaneously, the awakened system indicated that the team formation was complete. Let us go? Cheng Xing announced, and at last, they set forth, with the Huashi students closely trailing behind. Once they had all departed, massive projections reappeared in the center of the martial arts arena, displaying a bird's-eye view of the teams on their journey. This filming had already informed everyone that it would only capture their movements until they entered the competition zones. In the footage, the earlier departing teams were seen consulting their maps for directions. Based on their movements, deducing their objectives was not difficult. The initial teams set out with reasonable goals, with most 4th-year students targeting the level 3 area, while some formidable 3rd-year competitors also aimed for that zone. Most 3rd-year students opted for the level 2 area, where participants from the 2nd and 1st-year groups were also present. As for the level 1 area, only a handful of 1st-year students would select it. Observing their choices, the mentors in the resting area nodded in silent agreement, exchanging comments. Before long, Cheng Xing's group appeared in the footage. As the only outsiders among the 4 grade groups, their presence immediately drew considerable attention. Wait, why aren't they using maps? Have they scouted beforehand? And which direction are they heading? The level 4 area. How is that possible? Level 4 is notorious for the presence of disaster beasts at level 30. Not to mention freshmen, even 4th-year students are typically hesitant to enter. Exactly. Look at their trajectory. There's a level 2 area nearby, so their target must be over there. Chapter 134, the team battle commences. Look, Xiao Hong and his group are on screen. They're heading towards the level 3 area. My goodness, are freshmen really daring to challenge the level 3 zone? Truly the prodigies of Huaxi. As Xiao Hong and his group appeared on screen, the majority of the audience's attention swiftly shifted to them, particularly as they advanced toward the level 3 area, igniting waves of astonishment. The disaster beasts in the level 3 zone were notorious for their level 20 to 25 challenges, and the audacity of Xiao Hong, a freshman, to venture where only 4th-year groups dared tread was indeed exhilarating. It was only when all attention was fixated on Xiao Hong that an untimely splash of cold water was thrown upon them. Hey, look over there. How did that team from South China come to a halt in the level 4 zone? With the exclamation of one individual, the focus of the crowd swiftly shifted back to Cheng Xing and his companions. In the midst of astonishment, Cheng Xing and his team boldly vaulted over the barricading steel plates, stepping into the so-called level 4 zone. Meanwhile, only moments prior, Xiao Hong, who had been closely trailing Cheng Xing, realized that their paths were unexpectedly aligned. It appeared he too harbored intentions to venture into the level 3 zone. This is perfect. I'll show you my true strength, Xiao Hong mused to himself, clearly attributing his previous defeat to carelessness. Unaware that Cheng Xing possessed both a clone skill and mastery of martial arts, armed with a full set of C-grade equipment, he believed that even if Cheng Xing had superior skills, it did not necessarily render him stronger. As they progressed, the proximity to Xiao Hong's target, the level 3 zone, diminished, and he became increasingly convinced that Cheng Xing had chosen the same destination. However, when he observed Cheng Xing blatantly disregard the nearby level 3 zone and continue onward, he was momentarily taken aback. Aren't they heading for the level 3 zone? Xiao Hong and his teammates paused, perplexed, as they watched Cheng Xing's departing figure. Is he aiming for the level 2 zone to win by sheer numbers? That was the first thought that crossed Xiao Hong's mind. Yet, he quickly sensed something amiss. Considering Cheng Xing's team composition, they too could thrive in the level 3 zone. Were they actually aiming for the level 4 zone? Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao Hong, and his heart raced. Yet, he soon wore a look of disdain. How foolish. A group of individuals barely in their 20s dares to team up and venture into the level 4 zone where C-grade disaster beasts roam. The near absence of challengers in the level 4 zone was a testament to the terror of C-grade disaster beasts. Xiao Hong sneered. Since they were courting death, he would not stand in their way. He promptly turned and led his own team into the enclosed district. As various teams reached their respective zones, the previously static leaderboard began to witness changes. Almost all participants saw their scores gradually rise. Among the rankings for each grade, the fastest growing score belonged to Xiao Hong from the freshman group. The audience that had initially been taken aback by Cheng Xing's prowess erupted in excitement once more upon noticing this shift. In stark contrast to the freshmen who saw only incremental score increases, Xiao Hong's points surged almost every few minutes. After approximately half an hour, his score reached 70, tying him for first place with Cheng Xing. Yet, just a few minutes later, Xiao Hong's score officially surpassed Cheng Xing's, placing him at the pinnacle of the freshman group. In an instant, all 4 grade groups were led by students from Huaxi, igniting a fervor throughout the martial arena. Conversely, Cheng Xing and his team found their scores stagnant. Those who had previously been humbled by Cheng Xing were quick to gloat. I told you so. They are just naive freshmen daring to tread into the level 4 zone. They are all too ambitious for their own good. Such a pity for these talents. They will likely meet their demise. Their remarks captured the attention of several instructors, many of whom merely sighed at Cheng Xing's apparent recklessness. Although the level 4 zone offered more points, the efficiency of kills there could not compare to that of the level 3 zone. In this back and forth, they were bound to fall behind. As for the prospect of Cheng Xing's demise, that was merely a source of amusement. Would a temporary worker's disciple perish so easily? Among them, perhaps the calmest were Lu Jing and her companions. They had witnessed Cheng Xing slay C-grade disaster beasts firsthand, and the thought of what might unfold next nearly brought smiles to their faces. Wait, something's amiss. With the emergence of a distinct voice, everyone abruptly fell silent and turned their gaze to the leaderboard. Upon seeing Cheng Xing still ranked second, they collectively exhaled in relief, as their earlier embarrassment still stung. Oh, it's not the freshman group. It's the senior group. Upon this revelation, attention shifted once more, revealing a name, Wang Wen, who swiftly surged past the leading Huaxi contender. The freshman group was stirring. Before they could grasp the situation, another gasp echoed as they saw Wu Haoyan's score climbing at a pace rivaling Xiao Hong's. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, in the level 4 zone, Cheng Xing and his team moved with reckless abandon through the ruins, unabashedly exuding their presence. Soon, A colossal bovine disaster beast emerged before them. Clearly, it had sensed their approach, and upon spotting them, it radiated a faint golden light and charged forth with a roar. "Come at me," Yang Jian bellowed, slamming his massive shield onto the ground. Impenetrable, harden, shield bash. With his innate abilities and skills unleashed in rapid succession, Yang Jian boldly confronted the impact of the C-grade seismic bull's charge. The moment they collided, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering the ground beneath Yang Jian's feet into fragments. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the debris. His opponent, too, was not spared. The seismic bull's momentum was abruptly halted, making it momentarily believe it had collided with a mountainside. Before the bull could regain its bearings, blades of light and arrows rained down from either side. With a pained roar, the seismic bull felt the sting of injury, losing a third of its health almost instantaneously. However, Cheng Xing and his team afforded it no respite. Thunderous Might. Chu Yanyan initiated a control skill, followed by Lu Xinxin waving her hand to bestow buffs upon everyone. The team unleashed a torrent of damage, and in the blink of an eye, the seismic bull's remaining health dwindled. When the moment felt right, they collectively ceased their assault. Blade Aura. Fourfold Slash. Cheng Xing stepped forward, unleashing 4 waves of blade light infused with energy upon the massive form of the seismic bull, depleting its final health points. Killed LV-30 Seismic Bull. Gazing at the C-grade seismic bull's lifeless body beneath him, Cheng Xing effortlessly bent down to collect the glowing green horn. He casually tapped the horn against his wristband, which immediately emitted a mechanical voice. C-grade seismic bull's horn. Points. 20. As the points were credited, Cheng Xing's position on the leaderboard shifted instantly, surpassing Xiao Hong, who had only just reached 72 points. Chapter 135. Perhaps they were fortunate, not encountering any C-grade disaster beasts. Western Base, Xixing Palace. The master of Xixing Palace reclined upon the throne, eyes closed, face devoid of expression, while the grand hall before him remained empty. As the palace doors creaked open, he slowly sat up, opening his eyes. "Speak," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the visitor immediately bowed and lowered their head. Beginning to report. "Master, the martial arts competition group battle has commenced. Students from other martial universities are gradually entering the restricted zones. However, the wristbands we distributed have yet to detect any targets." Upon hearing the report, a flicker of impatience crossed the master's gaze. He leaned back against the throne, narrowing his eyes slightly. Raising his right hand, he toyed with a crimson pill, then leisurely spoke. "No worries. I recall that the team formation is to last for a week, correct? Currently, her only chance of escape lies with the other students from Wu University. She will undoubtedly be unable to resist. As soon as she shows her face, you all know what to do, right?" Upon hearing this, the newcomer hastily echoed, "Yes, we have made all necessary arrangements. Following our performance, the other students from Wu University should remain oblivious, believing this to be merely an ordinary competition. They are currently fiercely competing with our team for rankings." Xixing Palace gazed at the crimson elixir in her hand, her eyes flickering with indecision. "Competition is essential. If there were none, wouldn't the experience elixirs I have prepared go to waste? How then could I use them to conquer the other bases?" In a certain level 4 zone, Cheng Xing and his companions stood in a scattered formation, maintaining their distance. At a signal, they all simultaneously released their senses of danger. Shortly, they swiftly located the positions of nearby sea-level disaster beasts. However, they were also detected and began to converge towards them. After a brief reconnaissance, the 7 individuals once again concealed their presence and regrouped around Cheng Xing. "There are no sea-level disaster beasts in my vicinity, nor in mine." Yang Jian and the others shook their heads, indicating that they sensed no murderous intent from sea-level disaster beasts. Only Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin reported sensing one each. "Are there only 2 sea-level disaster beasts nearby? That seems rather insufficient," remarked Chu Yanyan with a hint of disdain. For the level 4 group, encountering a level 30 disaster beast is already a bit beyond their capacity. It's unlikely they would arrange for so many. After all, this is merely a competition, not a life or death scenario. Cheng Xing flicked her smooth forehead and retorted, "Not everyone can participate in the competition equipped with a full set of B-level gear like they can. If there were too many sea-level disaster beasts in the level 4 zone, it would be excessively perilous. Besides, the area is so vast that there are surely more lurking about." Cheng Xing stated casually, and the others nodded in agreement. Afterward, Cheng Xing nodded at Lu Xinxin, as the 2 sea-level disaster beasts they had disturbed had already entered his sense of danger. Lu Xinxin immediately understood, gently tapping her staff against the ground. She began to cast buffs on her companions sequentially. Seeing this, everyone firmly gripped their weapons, while Lin Yin and Ning Xia swiftly dashed across the ruins to occupy an advantageous high ground. Yang Jian relaxed his shoulders, his eyes filled with combat fervor. Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin cooperatively retreated behind Cheng Xing, their staffs shimmering with starlight. The moment their target appeared, they would unleash their skills without hesitation. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged glances, each taking their positions as they awaited the prey to take the bait. As the 2 sea-level disaster beasts drew near, The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Soon, 2 sea-level tremor bulls came into view. Disaster Beast. Tremor Bull. Level. 31 Health. 6000. Attributes. Strength 280. Agility 200. Constitution 480. Spirit 116. Talent. Sea-level solid as steel. Effect. 20 physical damage reduction. Skills. Bull Charge LV1. Horn Harden LV1. Stomp LV1. Level. 30. Yangjian. You distract the level 31. Avoid direct confrontation. Ningxia and Lin Yin will support you. Xinxin, keep an eye on the health. Observing the information of the 2 sea-level disaster beasts, Cheng Xing quickly issued her orders. The others responded in unison, each commencing their assigned tasks. As the 2 sea-level tremor bulls noticed them, they charged forward with a bull charge. Yet, the group remained unfazed. Ningxia and Lin Yin swiftly engaged, using bullets and arrows to slow the charge of the tremor bull while successfully drawing the attention of the level 30 beast. Blade Aura. On the other side, Cheng Xing raised her hand, sending forth several waves of blade aura, which instantly reached the level 31 tremor bull. The bull exhaled a gust of heated breath, its horns shimmering with metallic luster. With a swift toss of its head, it easily deflected the incoming blade aura, its momentum only slightly diminished. However, this was sufficient. The level 31 tremor bull's aggro had successfully shifted onto Cheng Xing, charging directly towards her with murderous intent in its crimson eyes. Unperturbed, Cheng Xing showed no inclination to retreat. As the tremor bull closed in, Chu Yinyan's staff erupted with a blue glow. A radiant blue array materialized before Cheng Xing, and numerous bolts of lightning descended, striking the charging tremor bull squarely on the head. The hardened horns acted like lightning rods, absorbing a significant amount of electricity, causing the tremor bull to roll its eyes back and foam at the mouth. This strike dealt over 1,500 damage. The thunderous impact was extraordinarily effective. Cheng Xing silently gave a thumbs up to Chu Yinyan behind her, then moved toward the tremor bull, which had collapsed onto its forelegs. Blade Aura. 4-directional slash. With the execution of a skill combination, Su Yanran leapt high, her sword radiating a chilling light as it descended from above. Their attacks fell, creating distance from the tremor bull. Having buffed herself, Lu Xinxin's eyes sharpened, and her staff glowed with golden brilliance as a golden cross-shaped phantom took form above the tremor bull. As Lu Xinxin's staff descended, the cross crashed down with a thunderous boom, dealing another 1,000 damage to the tremor bull, her output rivaling that of her companions. The substantial damage dispelled the tremor bull's daze, and as the threat of death loomed, madness flickered in its eyes. It raised its front hooves, preparing to stomp. Yet, the ground beneath suddenly turned soft, causing the tremor bull to stumble. Confused, it looked down to find the once solid street transformed into a quagmire. In its moment of hesitation, Cheng Xing and her companions charged forward once more. Kill LV-31 Tremor Bull. Kill LV-30 Tremor Bull. At the Huaxi Martial Arts Arena, the spectators were momentarily stunned, caught in a brief silence as they beheld Cheng Xing's sudden surge in points. Perhaps they were merely fortunate and had avoided the sea-level disaster beasts. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 136, Xiaohong. In a single day, I've lost track of how many items I've exploded. However, as if to respond to their skepticism, just as they found a sliver of solace, Cheng Xing's points surged again. Moreover, the points of Su Yanran and the others increased alongside hers. A hush fell over the crowd once more. The other mentors from Wu University were astonished. Such a high score could not simply stem from slaying disaster beasts, could it? Absolutely not. Their team consisted of 7 members, and in the level 4 zone. Defeating a single disaster beast only yielded 4 points, far from sufficient to account for their scores. They must have been fortunate, perhaps with a significant haul. The mentors' experience clearly surpassed that of the audience, and they quickly deduced from the fluctuations in Cheng Xing's points that they must have acquired valuable loot from their kills. Their discussions were soon overheard by nearby spectators, spreading like wildfire. The spectators atop the high platform were struck with a sudden realization, quietly lamenting the extraordinary fortune of Cheng Xing and his companions. No wonder their progress has surged so rapidly, they mused. It must be sheer luck. I was genuinely concerned for a moment. If they can achieve such bounty in one stroke of fortune, what can we expect next? Just watch. Xiaohong will soon catch up. Reassured by this thought, the crowd resumed their engrossed observation of the leaderboard projected before them, fervently rallying for Xiaohong. In contrast, Chen Yifei and his group exchanged knowing smiles, confident that they too would soon close the gap. From the moment the rules permitted the inclusion of disaster beast drops as an additional source of resources, Cheng Xing and his team had already secured an insurmountable advantage. As for Cheng Xing's remarkable talent, it was no longer a secret among the mentors. During their initial exploration of the secret realm, they had witnessed the near-bursting load of materials on Cheng Xing's vehicle. Later, upon discovering that he had utilized a simulator to access back-end records, they learned that he had awakened an SS-level increase in drop rates. Initially, some of the more easygoing mentors had voiced concerns about whether such actions might jeopardize their camaraderie. Subsequently, Chen Yifei shared Cheng Xing's hypothesis from the previous day, and they unanimously applauded, declaring his actions commendable. While Chen Yifei and the others anticipated Cheng Xing's next grand move, Cheng Xing himself, situated in the level 4 zone, had just finished stowing away the items acquired from his uploaded wristband. This time, the sea-level Jinyo had yielded not only sea-level equipment, but also horns, contributing an additional 100 points to their score. Lu Xinxin and Chu Yanyan will stay behind. The rest of us will draw the ire of the D-level disaster beasts, leading them here for an eventual sweep. Let's avoid areas we have yet to explore, Cheng Xing instructed after sensing the surrounding danger. Nodding in agreement, the group dispersed to seek out the D-level disaster beasts that Cheng Xing had identified. Meanwhile, he activated his battle technique, conjuring both his main body and a clone to draw aggro. Lu Xinxin and Chu Yanyan remained behind, as Cheng Xing was uncertain whether any sea-level disaster beasts lurked in the areas they had previously scouted. The mobility of the other members was commendable, allowing them a chance to escape should they encounter a sea-level beast. However, the two mages had comparatively lesser mobility, making their stationary spellcasting more advantageous, while also allowing them to provide timely support in case of unforeseen circumstances. As Cheng Xing deftly navigated the desolate streets, he swiftly targeted D-level disaster beasts, unleashing a blade of energy upon each encounter. Once he dispatched one, he immediately shifted his focus to the next target. Before long, he was pursued by a throng of enraged D-level Jinyo, their bloodied rears trailing behind them. Satisfied with the number of beasts gathered, Cheng Xing abruptly changed direction, leading them toward Lu Xinxin and Chu Yanyan. Simultaneously, the others had successfully drawn a considerable number of disaster beasts, totaling over 20. If anyone else had found themselves in such a predicament, they would likely have turned tail and fled. Yet, after converging with his clone, the 5 of them seamlessly appeared in Chu Yanyan's line of sight, prompting her immediate action. With successive casts of swamp magic, the herd slowed their charge visibly. Observing this, the rest of the group halted, preparing to counterattack. 4-way slash, frostlight, sword circle, thunderous strike. A torrent of area of effect skills rained down upon the herd like a deluge. Due to the sheer volume of foes, Lu Xinxin refrained from contributing to the damage, instead maintaining her healing abilities while vigilantly monitoring the health of her comrades. Anytime a health bar diminished, she promptly provided healing support. Under the relentless onslaught from the group, the health of the Jinyo dwindled at a discernible pace. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing maneuvered through the chaos, delivering the final blows to any disaster beasts whose health approached depletion. Additionally, he meticulously observed the items that dropped, ready to collect any with special attributes at the earliest opportunity. Before long, all 20 D-level Jinyo lay vanquished. Their swift demise would leave other observers agog with disbelief. Time to collect the spoils. As she approached the fallen beasts, Chu Yanyan bounded over to assess the delightful array of items scattered about. This was precisely why Su Yanran and Chu Yanyan relished leveling up with Cheng Xing. The unparalleled satisfaction of such bountiful rewards was something others could scarcely provide. It was akin to a container brimming with gold, each encounter yielding riches. After gathering the items and uploading them one by one, the group promptly consolidated their findings, hiding them within a relatively intact shop. After a brief respite to regain their stamina, they resolved to repeat the process, first eliminating the sea-level disaster beasts, followed by a second wave to clear the D-level ones. As time passed, the number of disaster beasts in the level 4 zone dwindled rapidly, cascading downwards to the level 3 zone. Xiao Hong let out a thunderous shout as he swung his iron mace down upon the kidney of a level 23 Jinyo. With a mournful bellow, the beast's health plummeted to 0, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Unlike Cheng Xing, however, Xiao Hong saw no fur from the fallen creature. Exhaling, Xiao Hong glanced at the darkening sky and sighed contentedly. Let us call it a day. We should return to rest and continue later. He addressed his fatigued teammates, who immediately brightened at his words. Oh, and bring over the loot, he added. At his command, several team members carefully presented a collection of materials, including a piece of D-level equipment. Captain, our luck today has been phenomenal. In all my years, I've never seen such a bounty in just half a day. Well, now you have, Xiao Hong replied with a smug grin, taking the items from the teammates' hands and placing them onto his wristband. This was the culmination of their efforts since morning. They had refrained from uploading their findings until now, intending to submit them all at once to dramatically boost their points. If that Cheng Xing were still alive, he ought to be coming to terms with his reality and seeking refuge in the level 3 zone by now. Given his strength, he probably has a score comparable to mine. But fortune favors me today, bestowing such a wealth of resources. Xiao Hong coldly thought to himself. Finishing the upload of his items, he then generously distributed the spoils to his teammates, fully aware that securing first place would ensure he profited immensely from his sea-level equipment. Amidst the cheers and compliments from his companions, Xiao Hong and his team departed the level 3 zone. You all head back to the hotel. I'll check the rankings, he instructed. Although Xiao Hong had initially intended to return to rest, he felt a compelling urge to see the results of his anticipated grand move. With this thought in mind, he parted ways with his teammates, making his way alone toward the arena. Chapter 137, Cheng Xing ranks first. Outside the arena, As Xiao Hong gazed at the venue now within arm's reach, he felt his heart race with anticipation. He could almost envision his name soaring past Cheng Xing's on the leaderboard. This thought spurred him to quicken his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance, he peered through the glass doors to find the crowd inside fervently engaged. Even this late, there are still so many spectators, and they were all so excited. Hee. Could it be because of me? Xiao Hong felt an overwhelming sense of pride within him, and with a smile gracing his lips, he lifted his chin, squared his chest, and strode confidently into the martial arts arena, as if bracing himself for a chorus of cheers. However, as he stepped into the arena, he realized that there were not many eyes upon him at all. In fact, no one seemed to care. At that moment, Xiao Hong finally heard what the surrounding audience was clamoring about. Is there no justice? The South China group must be cheating. Indeed. How could anyone possibly have such high scores? It must be a fraud. We demand an immediate investigation. Refund Geneva. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Hong's face froze. What were they talking about? Cheating? He looked around and saw that everyone was shouting about cheating. Could it be? A realization struck him, and he abruptly looked up, only to be met with a shocking sight. On the leaderboard for the freshman group, the first place was not his. Rather, it was Cheng Xing, the very person he least wanted to see. As he shifted his gaze downward, he still did not find his name. Not in first place. Not in second place. Not even in seventh. When he finally saw the 8th position occupied by his former subordinate, Wu Haoyan, he felt as though something within him had shattered. It wasn't until he reached the 9th place that he finally spotted his own name. Xiao Hong, ranked only 9th. This was inconceivable. What on earth had transpired? Xiao Hong felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Yes, perhaps there was an issue with the wristband. It must not have accounted for the points he had submitted afterward. He quickly sought solace and diverted his gaze to the points next to his name. He refused to believe that he was merely 9th. 274 points. Yet, the scores on the leaderboard matched his calculations precisely. There was absolutely no error. So how many points did they have? Reluctantly, he glanced upward. Wu Haoyan, 350 points. Staring at the substantial gap in scores, he was left dumbfounded. Astonished that Wu Haoyan could have amassed such a high score. Over 300 points, and he was only in 8th place? Regaining his senses, his heart raced in disbelief. He quickly shifted his focus upward again, and he felt as if he had been turned to stone, utterly motionless. 7th place, Lin Yan. 2,750 points. This must be a system error. Looking further up, the top 7 were all over 2,700 points. Among them, Cheng Xing boasted the highest score. An impressive 2,790 points. Xiao Hong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, glancing at the other boards only to find that even in the senior group, the highest scores barely exceeded 300. Cheating. It had to be cheating. Xiao Hong joined the chorus of accusations from the audience and hurried back to the rest area. He found that the mentor from Huaxi was also questioning the results, muttering about the unscientific nature of it all, completely oblivious to Xiao Hong's arrival. As the doubts grew louder, the chaotic scene spiraled beyond the host's control. This uproar continued for quite some time until the principal of Huaxi, Yuan Yong, hurried over, taking the microphone from the flustered host and clearing his throat. Ahem, quiet. With his commanding presence, the aura of a level 50 awakened individual erupted, instantly silencing the tumultuous martial arts arena. Once he ensured everyone had settled down, Yuan Yong retracted his aura, his expression slightly grim as he spoke. Regarding the anomalous scores of the South China freshman group, we immediately conducted an investigation. After verification by our staff, there is no evidence of cheating. The moment his words fell, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. With such a glaring disparity in scores, you expect us to believe there was no cheating? You might as well be telling a child that. Every region has military bases guarding them. It's impossible for anyone to smuggle anything in. Furthermore, our wristbands have a detection function. If there are any discrepancies with the kill records, they cannot be recorded. Additionally, we have communicated with the mentors from South China and confirmed that the situation is normal. However, we cannot disclose any personal privacy related to the students involved. Seeing this, Yuan Yong continued to explain, but the audience remained unconvinced. Long before Cheng Xing's score exceeded 500, he had dispatched personnel to investigate. When it reached 1,000 points, he directly approached the South China mentor group. Ultimately, from Chun Yifei, he learned that Cheng Xing possessed an SS-level talent that increased drop rates, enhancing them by 70. His expression had soured significantly, especially when he realized that the additional points from the disaster beast drops were calculated separately. Afterward, he ignored the protesting audience and departed. Upon returning to his office, someone knocked on the door immediately. Come in. Yuan Yong rubbed his temples, his patience wearing thin. As soon as he spoke, a middle-aged man entered, hunched over, rubbing his hands with a smug expression. Principal, the mobile software for real-time ranking that you requested has been prepared. Shall we arrange for each team to install it tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yuan Yong's forehead twitched. Initially, he had believed his students would undoubtedly clinch the overall championship. Thus, he had arranged for the software to be installed to give other martial arts university contestants a jolt. However, to proceed with that now would be akin to inviting humiliation upon himself. Had something unexpected occurred in the team competition? The middle-aged man, clearly seasoned, quickly sensed the problem. There has been a bit of an issue. The old hand instantly understood that the mobile software was initially intended to undermine others. And Yuan Yang's reaction indicated that something was amiss with the leaderboard. He leaned in closer and whispered something in Yuan Yang's ear. Hearing this, Yuan Yang's frown gradually relaxed. And he finally broke into a smile. Principal, shall we proceed with the mobile software? Just remember to tie up any loose ends. Rest assured, Principal, unbeknownst to Cheng Xing, who was completely oblivious to this, he was currently leading his team back to the hotel. After freshening up, Cheng Xing knocked on Su Yanran's door, and behind her, Chu Yanyan and the others were already sitting on the bed with a brand new card box, waiting with an expression of determination to redeem themselves tonight. Just as Su Yanran was about to close the door, Cheng Xing called out internally, Battle Technique, Phantom Form. Chapter 138, Cheng Xingyang. If anything happens at the Huaxi base, I'll eat this table. The following day, after sweeping through most of the level 4 district once more, in just a matter of half a day, Cheng Xing and his team had nearly cleared the disaster beasts from this area. Should we take a break? Surely no one can catch up to us, right? Chu Yanyan stretched lazily and spoke casually. Before their departure, Huaxi had unusually released software that allowed real-time viewing of rankings, and at that time, their scores were already multiples ahead of others. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they rested for a few days now, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up. Their confidence was not unfounded. After all, they had the exceptional Cheng Xing on their side. Indeed, this disparity should have taught them a lesson, shouldn't it? Lin Yan interjected, evidently aware that Cheng Xing had informed them about how the Huaxi base seemed to be using them as bait. Just as the group of women contemplated where to explore next and take a brief respite, Yang Jian's exclamation resonated through the air. No, something's amiss. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly rushed over to investigate. They beheld a ranking on his phone, where one individual's score was continuously escalating, although this person's speed was slightly slower than theirs. In the grand scheme of the leaderboard, the velocity was astonishing. That individual was none other than Xiaohong. Astonishingly, his score had already surpassed 2,000, rapidly catching up to their progress from the previous day. What is going on? How is his score rising so swiftly? If their scores were soaring at such a pace, it wouldn't be surprising, given Cheng Xing's exceptional talent. But what was happening with Xiaohong? Surely, Huaxi must be engaging in some covert maneuvers. Su Yanran crossed her arms, pondering briefly. This was not difficult to deduce. Their efficiency was predicated on Cheng Xing's talent, complemented by a full set of B-grade equipment. There was hardly anyone with better gear than theirs, considering A-grade equipment was a scarce strategic resource, virtually unavailable in the market. Not to mention, even among awakened individuals above level 50, it was unlikely anyone possessed a complete A-grade set, excluding the possibility of superior equipment. The only remaining explanation was that Huaxi was covertly orchestrating something behind the scenes. Of course, unless they had also found someone with a talent akin to Cheng Xing's, which seemed less likely than merely discussing what A-grade equipment would be preferable. Are they really so unable to accept defeat? Such blatant and flawed tactics. Are they not concerned about being exposed to the audience? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin and the others could no longer remain composed and began to voice their thoughts. You're overthinking it. The audience doesn't care, Cheng Xing confidently asserted. Well then, since they are so earnest in their efforts, it would be remiss of us not to give our utmost. Let us proceed to the next level 4 zone. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, the various resting areas of the martial universities were filled with scathing remarks, with the exception of Huaxi. Long before Xiaohong's score began to skyrocket, they had sensed something was amiss. As seasoned strategists, they quickly discerned Huaxi's underhanded tactics. What the hell? Huaxi has no shame. Seriously, resorting to such obvious tricks? This is utterly disgraceful. Among the critics, the instructors from Huadong were the most vociferous. They berated Huaxi, while the head of their group, Xing Rui, was earnestly attempting to reason with someone on the other end of the phone. Their outrage stemmed from the fact that after Xiaohong surpassed Wu Haoyan on the leaderboard, the latter's score had stagnated entirely. This fellow's resolve was shattered once again. Fortunately, after Xing Rui's counsel, Wu Haoyan's score began to fluctuate anew. In contrast to their agitation, Chen Yifei and his companions remained notably composed. I can see that Xiaohong's score is rising rapidly, but it pales in comparison to Cheng Xing's prowess. At that moment, while Xiaohong's score hovered around 2,000, Cheng Xing and his team had already surpassed 4,000, poised to easily breach the 5,000-point barrier today. In response, Chen Yifei simply remarked, if you're lacking, practice more. As for the myriad reactions of the various university instructors, the audience in the stands scoffed in derision. So it's permissible for your South to have talent. Yet we in Huaxi cannot. Clearly, you're just envious that Xiaohong has discovered a new method, accusing us of underhanded tactics? Does Huaxi truly need to resort to cheating for mere rankings? After dismissing the instructors, they plunged into a fervent admiration for Xiaohong. Just as Cheng Xing had posited, the audience was indifferent to whether cheating was involved. They merely sought to fulfill their desires in that moment. Adults seldom discern right from wrong. They only consider profit and loss. In the level 3 zone, Xiao Hong and his teammates relentlessly slaughtered the D-grade disaster beasts before promptly noticing the arrival of several individuals waiting nearby with a generous offering. Without pausing, he approached them, systematically recording the materials they delivered, which caused his score to surge significantly. These items represented the collective harvest from all grades at Huaxi, now consolidated in his possession. His wristband had been reclaimed by the instructor the previous day, but upon receiving it back in the morning, he could now log the spoils not directly obtained by him. After entering the materials, he dismissed the individuals who had brought them. He then opened his phone immediately to check his score. He had now surpassed 3,000 points. However, he was still far from Cheng Xing and his team's tally. Xiao Hong's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Continue. Outside the Huaxi base, a temporary camp was established over 100 kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, it was the military from the south base that had disembarked midway to proceed on foot. In the center of the camp, within a tent, Cheng Xingyang munched on rations, a look of disdain etched across his face. As a former war god, he had never endured such treatment. Yet, considering that completing this mission would elevate his reputation to the threshold of being nominated as a war god, he bore it with stoicism. Brother Cheng? A voice called from outside shortly thereafter. Come in. After receiving permission, a somewhat sycophantic adventurer entered the tent. Brother Cheng, we are preparing to head to the Huaxi base for an investigation. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xingyang frowned. This was not the first time the individual had approached him with such an invitation. However, as a former war god, he understood better than anyone the vastness of the base and harbored a deep-seated belief that nothing untoward would occur at Huaxi. You can go without me. Don't take it too seriously. What could possibly happen at the base? If something were to happen at Huaxi, I would eat this table. Cheng Xingyang waved his hand dismissively, speaking with conviction. At this, the adventurer scratched his head, resignedly exiting the tent. Chapter 139. Are you human or the heart-snatching bug queen? In the martial arts arena, on the third day of team battles, the initial surge in Xiao Hong's score thrilled the surrounding audience, who fervently cheered for a reversal against the South. Some spectators even returned home that night to craft banners in support. However, this fervor was short-lived. As time passed, they observed that while Xiao Hong's score was indeed climbing rapidly, the gap between him and Cheng Xing was not closing. Rather, it was widening at an observable pace. Consequently, the enthusiasm began to wane, chants faded, and the banners were discarded, left unattended on the ground. Fortunately, a turning point soon emerged. On the fourth day of the team battles, as the crowd lamented their continued deficit in points compared to Cheng Xing, they glanced up at the leaderboard and erupted into cheers once more. At this moment, Cheng Xing's score had soared past 8,000, while Xiao Hong had also broken through 7,500, narrowing the gap to a mere 500 points. This rekindled the crowd's hope for a potential reversal. Alas, it wasn't too long before Cheng Xing's score surged once more, leaving Xiao Hong far behind. On the fifth and sixth days that followed, the distance between them was predominantly widened during the day, only to be bridged again at night. This back-and-forth exchange gradually drained the audience's enthusiasm. From an initial full house, by the seventh day, the number of spectators in the martial arts arena had dwindled to less than 40%. The remaining crowd appeared listless. Devoid of the fervor they once exhibited, their spirits dampened. Xiao Hong fixed his gaze on the disaster beasts fleeing in the distance, his eyes bloodshot. After exhausting a skill, he was met with the lamentations of his subordinates behind him. Xiao Hong, how about taking a break? We haven't slept in 4 days. If we keep this up, I fear our bodies won't hold out. Indeed, those from Huanan are simply relentless. Let's rest for a moment. These disaster beasts are evading us every day. His team members chimed in, one after another. Yet, Xiao Hong did not turn around. If you wish to rest, then do so. I shall press on. In stark contrast to Xiao Hong's despondency, Cheng Xing and his companions appeared considerably more relaxed. Under their hunting prowess, they had cleared 3 level 4 zones in succession. Yang Jian, Ningxia, and Lin Yan had even leveled up to level 22. Is it the same as before? Upon reaching the new level 4 zone, Su Yanran and the others remained eager and poised for action. With an opponent in sight, their pursuit of disaster beasts was no longer a tedious endeavor. Hold on, let me take a look first. Cheng Xing halted them, preventing an immediate assault as they typically would. The disaster beasts in this level 4 zone were unlike any they had encountered before. He promptly unleashed his crisis perception. 1, 2, for sea-level disaster beasts. With the activation of his crisis perception, Cheng Xing swiftly identified 4 sea-level disaster beasts nearby. There are 4 disaster beasts in the vicinity. Let us take them down one by one. After pinpointing the locations of the sea-level beasts, Cheng Xing and his team commenced their operation. Soon, the first sea-level disaster beast appeared before them. Disaster beast, sand sheep. Level, 30. Health, 4,800. Attributes, Strength 280, Agility 460, Constitution 180, Spirit 116. Talent, sea-level gathering talent effect. When 3 or more individuals are present in the team, all attributes increase by 20. Skills, Gladiatorial LV1, Speed LV1, Summon Sandsheep LV1. In this level 4 zone, the disaster beasts were no longer dominated by the trembling bull, but rather by the sand sheep before them. As Cheng Xing and his companions entered the sand sheep's perception range, they were immediately locked onto. With a loud bleat, it charged toward them. Although the sand sheep was not as large as the trembling bull, it retained its social behavior. At the sound of its call, other D-level sand sheep quickly responded, flocking to its side. By the time they came into Cheng Xing's view, they had formed a group consisting of 1 C-level and 6 D-level beasts. Seeing this, Yang Jian and the others couldn't help but click their tongues, relieved they hadn't acted recklessly. Otherwise, if they had attracted more C-level sand sheep, they would have faced a far greater challenge than merely a multitude of C-level disaster beasts. At that point, even their current configuration might struggle to cope. Cheng Xing remained composed, calmly issuing commands. He was already well acquainted with the sand sheep. Although the C-level sand sheep had several subordinates, they were still no match for Cheng Xing and his team. After dispatching the sand sheep, Cheng Xing adeptly collected the dropped items. Material, sheep spear. Quality, C-level. Material description. It is said that cooking and consuming it has ineffable effects, especially when paired with sheep eggs. Material, sheep egg. Quality, C-level. Material description. It is said that pairing it with sheep spears yields extraordinary results. Quite a good haul. Cheng Xing skillfully uploaded the 2 C-level materials while remaining vigilant. Accepting additional drops from his companions, he remarked, "You all saw the situation with the sand sheep. Let us make a slight adjustment. From now on, I will take the lead in scouting, taking down the C-level disaster beasts one by one before we strike in mass." Understood. Naturally, the others had no objections to Cheng Xing's plan. Observing his adept manner, Su Yanran narrowed her eyes slightly. After systematically eliminating the remaining C-level disaster beasts, the team began to spread out to attract more foes. Battle technique, phantom body. Cheng Xing, as usual, activated his battle technique. With his main body and clone heading in different directions. Just as he had drawn a few monsters, he suddenly halted, having witnessed something astonishing. However, he remained focused on his task, continuing to draw monsters and regroup with the others. Before long, they had gathered a dozen sand sheep once again. "Oh, Cheng Xing, where's your clone?" "Yes, where did your clone go?" It had to step out for a moment. Once they regrouped, Su Yanran and the others immediately sensed something was amiss. For typically, at this juncture, Cheng Xing and his clone would have brought back the maximum number of disaster beasts. This time, however, only Cheng Xing had returned. Cheng Xing casually fabricated a reason, and fortunately, with the dozen sand sheep in tow, they did not dwell on it too much. Subsequently, with a sudden burst of energy, they swiftly eliminated the dozen sand sheep. One of the sand sheep even dropped a shimmering green light, revealing its talent. Upon witnessing this, Su Yanran and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions subtly changing. The item had landed at their feet, prompting Su Yanran to glance at Cheng Xing, only to find him seemingly lost in thought. Connecting the dots with the absence of his clone, she swiftly recognized something was amiss and discreetly collected the talent before anyone noticed. "Let us take a short break." "Oh, so soon?" Upon hearing Cheng Xing suggest a rest, Chu Yanyan and the others appeared astonished, but refrained from questioning further. They trusted that Cheng Xing had his reasons. As they settled nearby to rest, Cheng Xing redirected his focus to another perspective. With his control, the clone observed a girl in the distance wielding a sharp steel rod and slowly spoke. "Are you human? Or the heart-consuming bug matriarch?" Chapter 140. I am the last one left in the Huaxi base. Cheng Xing regarded the girl before him and gently inquired. The girl, clad in a long-sleeved lab coat stained with grime, evidently a laboratory white coat, was disheveled and emaciated, her large round eyes filled with trepidation. As she gripped the steel rod tightly in her hand, Cheng Xing felt no apprehension. In his perception, the girl's level was merely a meager 10. A level 10 awakener posed almost no threat to him, and besides, since this was merely a clone, its demise would bear little consequence. However, the appearance of a level 10 awakener in a level 4 zone where sea-level disaster beasts roamed was an anomaly difficult to overlook. With a flurry of thoughts, he quickly associated her with the heart-consuming bug matriarch that the Huaxi base had been searching for. In response to Cheng Xing's question, the girl remained silent. Her gaze fixed on him, the steel rod trembling in her grip from fear. Her expression was tense, but soon she seemed to recall something. "Ah, this is strange. Can you truly perceive me? Have you not been infected?" She uttered softly, a hint of surprise in her voice, as her gaze inadvertently drifted to a device resembling a watch on her slender wrist. In an instant, her once dim eyes regained their luster at a remarkable speed, and the fear that had clouded her expression dissipated. Under Cheng Xing's astonished gaze, she let down her guard entirely, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "You are not from Huaxi, are you?" Cheng Xing found himself bewildered by her abrupt shift in demeanor, from a stance of palpable hostility to one of hopeful anticipation in the blink of an eye. "I initiated the questioning. Shouldn't you be the one to answer my inquiries first?" Cheng Xing remained skeptical, drawing forth his long blade as if preparing to strike at the slightest hint of deceit. The girl, taken aback by his martial aura, hastily waved her hands in a gesture of reassurance. Of course, I am human, indisputably so. I am not like those infected souls outside. Cheng Xing, however, kept his weapon poised. Merely claiming to be human was insufficient to quell his doubts. If the heart-eating mother could conceal itself for so long beneath the very noses of Huaxi's defenses, its cunning must be extraordinary. That still doesn't prove you aren't infected by the heart-eating mother, he replied, regaining his composure to pose yet another question. That is easily demonstrable. Since you are aware of the heart-eating mother, you must also know that those who are infected may appear unmarked, yet other beasts of calamity can sense their presence, correct? The girl, undeterred, countered his skepticism. Cheng Xing, caught off guard, managed a sheepish smile before nodding in reluctant agreement. Though he remained oblivious to the occurrences beyond, he noted the presence of numerous uninfected beasts nearby. If we approach those unaffected creatures, we can discern whether they exhibit fear, thus confirming your claims. The girl spoke with unwavering determination, oblivious to the brief moment of distraction that had overtaken Cheng Xing after her explanation. Those infected by the heart-eating mother are feared by other calamities? Cheng Xing pondered this as he turned to inquire of Su Yanran. After receiving her input, he returned to the girl with renewed curiosity. But how can you verify that those calamities are indeed uninfected? That is even simpler. Beasts or humans afflicted by the heart-eating mother have their minds completely parasitized. A mere examination of their brains will suffice, she expounded, her confidence radiating as she elaborated further. Do you think I would simply take your word for it? Cheng Xing pressed on, wary of the possibility that she might be a disguised manifestation of the heart-eating mother. Tell me, what is your combat proficiency? Can you contend with a D-class calamity? The girl's unexpected inquiry caught Cheng Xing off guard, prompting an instinctive response. I can hold my own. Upon hearing his affirmation, the girl, undeterred by his incredulity, dashed toward the nearest D-class sand goat. Moments later, the creature spotted her, its eyes ablaze with fury as it charged forward. How reckless! Cheng Xing gasped, astonished that a level 10 awakener would dare provoke a D-class beast. Was this not akin to courting death? Though the girl displayed remarkable audacity, the impending threat of the approaching sand goat compelled her to shut her eyes in terror, just as she seemed destined to meet a grim fate beneath its horns. Cheng Xing let out a resigned sigh. He needed information, and her survival was paramount. In the next heartbeat, the glint of his blade flashed, followed by the cacophony of battle. After a brief yet intense skirmish, silence enveloped the area, allowing the girl to cautiously open her eyes. To her astonishment, Cheng Xing had effortlessly vanquished the D-class beast, leaving her wide-eyed and agape. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Xing perceived a striking resemblance to Chu Yanyan in her expression of awe. Shaking off the distraction, Cheng Xing disregarded her admiring gaze and decisively swung his long blade, cleaving the sand goat's skull to reveal its pallid brain. See, I was right. I possess an infection detector. These creatures are indeed uninfected, as are you. The girl beamed with pride, gesturing to the device on her wrist. Cheng Xing, confronted with undeniable evidence, wrestled with his skepticism, gradually lowering his guard. Although he did not fully trust her, he placed faith in Su Yanran's insights. The information she provided about the heart-eating mother had been corroborated by Su Yanran. Cheng Xing exhaled in relief. Encountering the heart-eating mother would spell disaster for them both. Yet, at that moment, a thought struck him. What of those infected individuals outside? Do normal calamities fear the infected forms of the heart-eating mother? His mind raced, recalling the girl's earlier statements. These two revelations untangled several enigmas that had plagued his investigations over the past few days. Why had the substituted calamities remained docile within the enclosed streets? Cheng Xing had initially speculated that the steel reinforcements incorporated materials from advanced calamities, but had dismissed that theory. What if they were, in fact? Wary of the military guarding the base outside? As the threads of connection wove together, Cheng Xing realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. The Huaxi base was not merely using them as bait. No, they were still bait, but not for the heart-eating mother, rather, for her. Cheng Xing shuddered at the implications of his hypothesis, his expression turning grave. To validate this theory, he needed only to pose one more question. Slowly, he regarded the unkempt girl before him and inquired, "How did you know, at first glance, that I was not from Huaxi?" At this, her eyes dimmed once more, sorrow washing over her features as she bit her lip. With palpable grief, she finally spoke, her voice heavy with despair. "I am the last remaining soul in the entire Huaxi base." Chapter 141, SS Class Talent. Illusion Creator. Wait, while you have indeed proven you are uninfected, how does a level 10 awakener survive amidst such a multitude of infected beings? Furthermore, how do you know that you are the sole survivor of Huaxi? Cheng Xing felt a chill creep down his spine, his doubts resurfacing. If the entire Huaxi base had succumbed to the heart-eating mother's control, how could this level 10 girl possibly endure? With this thought, Cheng Xing slowly raised his blade. "I am Yi Yao, a new student at Huaxi University. I survived because of this." In response, a startled Yi Yao recoiled slightly, hastily pointing to the device on her wrist as she explained, "Huaxi University? Are you not a student of Huaxi Martial University?" Cheng Xing's skepticism deepened. Huaxi University primarily comprised individuals lacking combat aptitude. This Yi Yao, with her low level and absence of combat talent, seemed out of place. I awakened an SS-class new talent, Illusion Creator. Its effect allows me to generate manufacturing methods for items based on my needs and create them using materials from calamities. As she elaborated, Yao displayed her status panel. Eager to assuage his doubts, Cheng Xing, upon examining her panel, was taken aback. It revealed her as an unremarkable level 10 awakener. Yet the talent section boldly proclaimed her SS-class talent, Illusion Creator. This was Cheng Xing's first encounter with such a rare ability. As his gaze lingered on the device adorning her wrist, Yao continued her explanation. Upon awakening, I was granted the exceptional opportunity to join the Research Institute at Huaxi University due to my innate talent. Concurrently, arrangements were made for someone to assist me in my advancement. At the commencement of the academic term, the institute received a priority research directive from a high-ranking official, which pertained to the infection detector for the Heartworm Queen. As Yao reminisced about the initial circumstances, her large eyes sparkled with brilliance, only to dim shortly thereafter. Subsequently, I devoted an entire week, utilizing the disaster beast materials provided by the institute, to successfully fabricate this infection detector. At this juncture, Yao's expression shifted, as if recalling some harrowing event. After momentarily regaining her composure, she continued, stating, I thought that testing individuals one by one would be too cumbersome. So I created a detector capable of covering the entire base. However, upon activation, I discovered that nearly half of the personnel at the base had been infected. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing was taken aback. You created a detector that encompasses the entire base? Is that truly feasible? Sensing Cheng Xing's skepticism, Yao refrained from elaboration and instead pointed to the watch-like detector on her wrist, saying, under normal circumstances, it automatically detects infected entities within a 10-meter radius. If an infected entity is detected, it displays a green signal. If not, there is no indication whatsoever. Observing the device that resembled a conventional watch, Cheng Xing pondered for a moment, then glanced at Yao, encouraging her to proceed. To detect the entirety of the base, it can be accomplished in this manner. As she spoke, Yao raised her hand and swiped across the watch. In the next instant, a map projection materialized before them, revealing the layout of their current area. However, no infected entities were depicted on the map. Yet, as Yao began to zoom out, Cheng Xing's pupils involuntarily constricted. With the reduction of the map, the entirety of the level 4 zone became apparent, accompanied by numerous red dots surrounding it. As the map continued to shrink, the red dots proliferated, becoming densely packed. Ultimately, a comprehensive map of the Huaxi base emerged before Cheng Xing, but the red dots coalesced into a vast crimson expanse, obscuring the map's details. The only areas with a semblance of normalcy were those designated as competition zones for team battles, while the areas below level 4 were dotted with sporadic red points. Even the students of Huaxi Martial University had been transformed into infected entities. At that moment, for the first time in 2 lifetimes, Cheng Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. Typically composed, he now found his thoughts in disarray, a profound sense of impending doom creeping into his heart. If the Huaxi base had succumbed, it would imply that the elite forces were entirely compromised. Surrounded by such overwhelming odds, was there any hope for survival? Where are your experts? If you were present within the city, it suggests that other bases have intervened, correct? Yao's words jolted Cheng Xing out of his chaotic reverie. Observing her hopeful demeanor, he managed a wry smile. Experts? Indeed, they are just outside the city, though it seems there are fewer than anticipated. In a moment of resignation, Cheng Xing recounted their primary purpose for coming to the competition. Now it was Yao's turn to panic, anxiously pacing in circles. This is disastrous. With so few of us, what are we to do? Although the Heartworm Queen is currently in the process of breaking through to level 60 and can only control one A-level entity. You mean to tell me that only an instructor has arrived? If they were discovered, it would spell their doom. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing suddenly paused, quickly grasping the crux of Yao's statement. What did you say? The Heartworm Queen can currently control only one A-level force? But wait. Why was it able to simultaneously manipulate the principal of Huaxi Martial University while orchestrating the residents in their performance? Cheng Xing swiftly approached Yao, pressing for clarification. He had witnessed Yuan Yong and over 100,000 spectators appearing together previously. Indeed, after infecting the entire base, the Heartworm Queen initiated its slumbering metamorphosis from A-level to S-level. During this period, it can control at most one entity of a level or above, the lower the infection level. The greater the number it can dominate. Furthermore, it possesses the capability to alter the memories of infected entities, rendering them oblivious to their own condition. As Yao elucidated, Cheng Xing instinctively patted his face to regain composure. If Yao's assertions were accurate, then their predicament might still harbor a glimmer of hope. If there was merely one A-level entity, they were not entirely without a fighting chance, especially with Chun Yifei still in their ranks, despite his level being only 49. With this realization, Cheng Xing felt a renewed sense of determination, methodically organizing his thoughts. The Heartworm Queen controlling the Huaxi base had yet to reveal its hand and was expending considerable effort to put on a show for them. Suggesting that its primary form was likely in slumber, with ulterior motives at play, perhaps targeting other bases. If this were the case, it was imperative to ascertain the medium through which the Heartworm Queen infected its victims. Suddenly, an answer crystallized in Cheng Xing's mind: experience elixirs. Casting a glance at the dwindling duration of his doppelganger, which had only 30 seconds left, he realized time was of the essence. Without delay, he turned to Yi Yao and instructed, I have little time left. Listen carefully. You must hide well. I will return to find you later, and then you can accompany us on the train to safety. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao's expression faltered. The outside world was teeming with infected entities. Had it not been for the area being cleared, she wouldn't have dared to venture out. How could she possibly reach the train station? If only I had access to a significant amount of disaster beast materials, I could use my talent to create some tools. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up at Yi Yao's musings. As he vanished, he left her with a final remark. Stay hidden. I will find a way to procure the materials for you. Chapter 142. What? An A-level Awaken 1. Regarding my 3 swords. As another perspective faded away, Cheng Xing exhaled slowly. The revelations he had just encountered were quite difficult to digest. Su Yanran, noticing his demeanor, quickly sensed something amiss. In truth, she had detected Cheng Xing's unease long before he even realized the extent of his talent. Following the trail of his thoughts, she surmised that it was likely tied to the situation at the Huaxi base. According to his initial hypothesis, the Huaxi base had been employing them, these outsiders, as bait to lure the Heartworm Queen, which might be lurking somewhere within the facility. Had Cheng Xing encountered the Heartworm Queen? Su Yanran boldly speculated, only to swiftly dismiss the thought. If Cheng Xing had indeed faced the Heartworm Queen in person, he would have immediately urged them to flee. What happened? Su Yanran inquired slowly. Cheng Xing rubbed his temples, the sense of crisis still lingering in his mind. It was only upon hearing her question that he snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed the bracelet on his arm. If Huaxi had truly fallen, could this bracelet possess any surveillance capabilities? With this thought, he steadied himself, merely shaking his head and replying nonchalantly, It's nothing. I simply didn't rest well last night. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran instinctively rolled her eyes, given that he had been playing cards every night. It was hardly surprising that he hadn't rested well. However, she keenly observed Cheng Xing's attention linger on the bracelet for a brief moment. Being astute, she quickly grasped the implication. Seeing Su Yanran's understanding expression, Cheng Xing felt a flicker of reassurance. At least he was surrounded by allies who were not entirely oblivious. Jian, what is the current status on the leaderboard? Upon seeing this, Cheng Xing immediately inquired. Yang Jian promptly retrieved his phone to check the rankings. It seems that Xiao Hong's points haven't changed in a while. Has he given up? With his soft exclamation, everyone gathered around. They soon realized that Xiao Hong's score was no longer increasing at the rapid pace it once had. He must be exhausted, Su Yanran remarked at an opportune moment. A few days prior, they had woken up to find themselves being pursued, easily deduced from the late-night grind for points. After days of such relentless effort, they were likely worn out. There are only so many credits to be earned in a month at school. Is it worth risking our lives for? Cheng Xing mused. Then calmly suggested, in that case, we need not rush. Let us take it easy. Given that the mother of the heart-eating bug had fallen into slumber, putting on such a grand performance, stopping abruptly would only arouse its suspicion. Thus, they decided to continue the charade. Ultimately, Cheng Xing and his companions ceased the initial frantic point accumulation, instead opting for a leisurely approach, defeating disaster beasts when encountered and letting go of those that were not. After nightfall, they returned to the hotel to rest, just as they had done before. Upon returning, Cheng Xing tossed his wristband into the corner of the room and proceeded to knock on Chen Yifei's door. Cheng Xing, has the competition ended? After a considerable wait, Chen Yifei opened the door, appearing quite disheveled. Brother, let us talk inside. Once the door was shut, Cheng Xing got straight to the point. Brother, can you contend with an A-class awakened? Chen Yifei, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, flopped onto his bed and slowly replied. What? An A-class awakened? About my 3 swords. That's good. For today, I uncovered a new development. The Huaxi base might have been completely infected by the mother of the heart-eating bug. Hearing this, Cheng Xing wasted no time in voicing his final conjecture. I was wondering what it could be, but it's simply that the Huaxi base has been entirely infected. Chen Yifei chuckled lazily without opening his eyes, but soon fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Chen Yifei suddenly sprang up from the bed. What did you say? He grasped Cheng Xing's shoulders tightly, disbelief etched across his face. Cheng Xing did not keep him in suspense and relayed the day's events. However, once he finished, Chen Yifei seemed momentarily stunned, as if his brain had short-circuited. Slap. After a while, Chen Yifei slapped himself hard. I thought it was too good to be true that the teacher would assign such an easy task to lead. Turns out, they were waiting for me here. Transitioning from slaying A-class disaster beasts to escaping encirclement by S-class disaster beasts was no trivial escalation in difficulty. Brother, do not fret too much. I believe the mother of the heart-eating bug aims to take this opportunity to infect others from our base as well. Theoretically, as long as we do not expose ourselves, they should allow us to leave unscathed. Cheng Xing comforted him from the side. But we have no idea what the medium of infection is, Chen Yifei lamented, his expression grim, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Without resolving this issue, they might not even know when they had been infected. I have a suspect, Cheng Xing stated. Oh, do tell. Chen Yifei perked up immediately. The experience pill. I suspect that the Huashi base initially fell due to this. Cheng Xing articulated his hypothesis. Chen Yifei fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Thanks to Cheng Xing's reminder, he recalled his initial suspicions when Yuan Yong had introduced it. Such a valuable item. And the Huashi base had been so generous to provide one for everyone. Something was amiss. Initially, he had thought it was simply abundant. But now it appeared to have ulterior motives. Had they not been vigilant, they might have been infected on their way back. I will ask Yao about this. Cheng Xing decided, knowing that it was merely a conjecture. It would be best to consult Yao. As for the truth of what Yao said, they could ascertain it once she boarded the train, leaving the Huashi base, with Chen Yifei monitoring her, and Su Yanran conducting a lie detector test, with Chen Yifei present. Even if the entity truly was the mother of the heart-eating bug, they should be able to handle it. By the way, brother, I fear the wristbands might have eavesdropping capabilities. I'll need you to relay a message to the other instructors. Cheng Xing pondered for a moment before assigning a task to Chen Yifei, as he had previously witnessed Chen Yifei's skill in silent communication. Having him notify the other instructors from Wuda was the most fitting choice. Chen Yifei patted his chest and readily agreed. As for the students, Cheng Xing had no intention of informing them all. He was uncertain how they would handle such news. Telling them they had fallen into the trap of the mother of the heart-eating bug might cause them to faint from fright. It was best to keep them in the dark. After assigning the tasks, Cheng Xing returned to his room. Using the skill of phantom body, he summoned a clone to gather some water, jerky, and rations to accompany him as he ventured out. He knocked on Su Yanran's door, while the clone stealthily darted towards the level 4 zone. Chapter 143, Because I'm left with nothing but materials. Upon arriving at Su Yanran's room, Cheng Xing discovered that the three had been waiting for quite some time. Their expressions were grave, clearly indicating that Su Yanran had prepared them psychologically. Although she was unaware of what Cheng Xing had discovered, it was evident that it was not good news. Cheng Xing, these are the talents that dropped today, Su Yanran said, handing him the collected talents. Cheng Xing was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the other two before accepting them without refusal. After using them, he realized he had not acquired a new talent, but rather replaced his previous E-class crowd-gathering talent. He was not overly surprised by this revelation, as there were more pressing matters at hand. We have already stowed our wristbands in another room. We have thoroughly checked this one, Su Yanran assured, fully prepared. Cheng Xing silently gave her a thumbs up. She truly was an exceptional teammate. He then wasted no time and began to speak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Xing's clone skillfully scaled the barricades of steel plates and infiltrated the level 4 zone. Utilizing its invisibility, it swiftly returned to the location where it had previously encountered Yao. However, she was nowhere to be seen. It appeared she had indeed followed her own advice and hidden herself well. This posed a dilemma for him. In the rush of time, he had forgotten to arrange a signal with her, and now he found himself uncertain of where to locate her. To be cautious, he searched the vicinity, but, predictably, found nothing. After all, if the mother of the heart-eating bug had been searching for her for so long without success, how could he possibly find her at once? Fortunately, the group battle had not yet concluded, and the disaster beasts in the level 4 zone remained in a state of frenzy. Cheng Xing inferred that no infected entities had entered the level 4 zone yet. He had no choice but to return to the spot where he had encountered Yi Yao and deactivate his invisibility. Given Yi Yao's astute intellect, she must have devised some means to observe this place. Indeed, shortly after Cheng Xing deactivated his cloaking state, he discerned faint sounds emanating from a dilapidated building ahead. Before long, Yi Yao peeked out from behind a crumbling wall, her small head emerging. I'm here. Upon seeing Cheng Xing, her face lit up with excitement, clearly indicating that she had not encountered anyone for quite some time. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me. With that, Yi Yao led Cheng Xing into the abandoned structure. After navigating through several alleyways, they squeezed into a shop. Upon lifting a filthy canvas covering the floor, and after pressing an unknown mechanism, a door seamlessly integrated into the floor was revealed, exposing the entrance to a basement below. Yi Yao gestured for Cheng Xing to enter first, and as she closed the door, she meticulously restored the scene to its prior state. Once the door was securely shut, Yi Yao exhaled in relief and, holding up a screen, curiously asked Cheng Xing, "How did you accomplish that?" Cheng Xing leaned in to see the screen, which displayed the very scene he had stood in moments before. A secret, he replied, naturally unwilling to divulge his methods, especially since he had yet to fully trust Yi Yao. He then retrieved the provisions he had prepared from his pocket and handed them to her. The basement, encompassing around 10 square meters, was well equipped, and the air bore no unpleasant odors, suggesting a sufficient water source. However, it was notably devoid of food. "Thank you," Yi Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She nearly rushed forward to embrace Cheng Xing, but quickly remembered that they had only just met. After taking the items from Cheng Xing, she immediately began to devour them ravenously. "I haven't eaten anything this delicious in ages," she remarked between bites. Initially, She had survived on the meager rations left in the basement, but they had since been depleted. Fortunately, she had discovered through her detector that a significant area around her had been inexplicably cleared, prompting her to venture out in search of sustenance. Due to her low level, she had been exceptionally fortunate to avoid detection by the surrounding disaster beasts, but food was scarce within the ruins, and after several days of searching, she had found nothing, until her fortuitous encounter with Cheng Xing. I have limited time. I ask, you answer. Cheng Xing did not linger for her to finish eating, but posed a pivotal question. Is the infection medium of the heartworm mother the experience pill? To his surprise, Yi Yao nodded vigorously, astonished that Cheng Xing had made such an accurate deduction. His confirmation of her nod provided assurance to Cheng Xing that his assumptions were correct. Knowing this expanded the possibilities for their subsequent actions. You previously mentioned that as long as you have disaster beast materials, you can create items. Can you fabricate a device that allows you to accompany us onto the train while remaining undetected by the infected? Cheng Xing pondered briefly before continuing his inquiry. Yes, I can. My talent enables me to generate manufacturing methods in my mind based on my needs, which I can then produce by consuming disaster beast materials. However, the time required for production correlates with the rarity of the item. For instance, it took me 6 days to devise the method for this detector. Additionally, a considerable quantity of disaster beast materials is necessary. Though there are no specific requirements for their types or quality, the quality of the materials directly affects that of the final product. Yi Yao swallowed her mouthful before continuing. Her tone slightly diminished when discussing disaster beast materials. Cheng Xing was taken aback by the revelation of such a remarkable talent, clearly indicative of an SS-level ability. However, he perceived a potential issue. 6 days? That is excessively long. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow. According to his plans, they were likely to depart the Huaxi base by the next day. No need for that. I have already devised the manufacturing method, but I lack the materials. Yi Yao quickly clarified. During her time in the basement, she had contemplated numerous items to resolve her immediate crisis. She could confidently assert that with sufficient disaster beast materials, she could single-handedly escape the Huaxi base. Oh, how many materials do you require? Would D-grade and C-grade suffice? Cheng Xing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yes. D-grade and C-grade would be adequate. I possess a device for an invisibility cloak. However, the material requirements may be quite extensive, at least 100 pieces. Invisibility cloak? 100 pieces? Cheng Xing was once again taken aback. The name of the item alone suggested its significance, and the quantity seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, if everything checked out, he would have to accept Yi Yao's proposition. However, her reaction led her to believe that the quantity she required was overwhelming, causing her to worry. If that is too much, I also have a breath concealment device, which, while not as effective as invisibility, only requires 50 disaster beast materials. Observing Yi Yao's attempts at negotiation, Cheng Xing understood her misinterpretation and did not rush to clarify. At that moment, Yi Yao finished her meal, and they exited the basement. Following Cheng Xing, she felt a surge of anxiety, cautiously trailing behind him. She feared that he might resent her for the quantity of materials she would consume and, in frustration, decide to eliminate her instead. Eventually, they arrived at a relatively intact building, which served as the storage area for the disaster beast spoils. Upon entering a corner room with Cheng Xing, Yi Yao tightened her coat, nervously watching him. When Cheng Xing opened the door, Yi Yao's jaw dropped in astonishment as she beheld the room brimming with disaster beast drops, materials, equipment, skill books, everything one could desire. Overwhelmed with excitement, she pointed at the materials. Momentarily speechless, Cheng Xing's voice drifted lazily from behind her. Rest assured, you need not worry about the quantity. I am merely left with materials. Are these materials sufficient? Cheng Xing waved his hand in front of Yi Yao, inquiring. Absolutely. These materials are more than enough for me to create numerous items, Yi Yao replied, regaining her composure. Her excitement palpable. She could scarcely believe her fortune in encountering Cheng Xing, especially with his abundant supply of materials. That's good. Do not hesitate to utilize as many as needed. Create as many varieties as possible to ensure absolute security, Cheng Xing said, his eyes narrowing with determination. Materials could be replenished, but should they be discovered, their very survival in the Huaxi base would be at stake. Cheng Xing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he noted that the quality of the items produced from these materials might not be exceptionally high. If individuals above level 40 were to come across them, he might still struggle to remain completely undetected. Yi Yao recognized this potential issue. Cheng Xing stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing momentarily before shaking his head. This issue is manageable. I will address it. Following the conclusion of the competition, there would traditionally be a banquet. Yuan Yong was expected to attend, and considering that the heartworm mother could currently only control a single A-grade infected, as long as they could keep the senior brother engaged, it would likely not divert its attention to these minor matters. With Cheng Xing's assurance, Yi Yao had no choice but to place her trust in him. I will return here tomorrow morning. Will you have enough time? Cheng Xing commenced a discussion with Yi Yao regarding certain intricate details. Yi Yao, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, finally nodded in affirmation, A span of several hours was indeed sufficient for her to prepare the necessary props. That's splendid. Once you are finished, conceal them here in advance and await the opportune moment to infiltrate. After imparting this instruction, Cheng Xing's doppelganger's duration was nearing its end, and he subsequently vanished before Yi Yao. Having encountered such occurrences before, Yi Yao was not startled. Instead, she swiftly redirected her focus to the materials at hand, specifically, the hotel room of Su Yanran. At this juncture, Cheng Xing had already elucidated recent discoveries to Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin. Upon hearing the revelations, both Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin appeared pallid, while Su Yanran, having been better prepared, fared considerably better than the others. During their time spent with Cheng Xing, the trio had developed a resilience to significant events that far surpassed that of their peers. I have just confirmed with Yi Yao that the experience pill is indeed the medium of infection for the heart-consuming insect mother. However, we must not place complete trust in this information. Tomorrow, you, Yanran, must engage directly to ascertain the truth. Cheng Xing maintained his cautious demeanor. Su Yanran merely nodded in response before articulating. Yi Yao's credibility is exceedingly high. Cheng Xing, do you recall the slaughter sect? Cheng Xing paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. The mention of the slaughter sect at this juncture piqued his curiosity. I have often wondered why the slaughter sect, which has long operated in the Huaxi region, would recklessly venture southward. The effort expended in nurturing spirit seeds must have been substantial. It seems they have likely caught wind of the issues plaguing the Huaxi base. After contemplating Su Yanran's observations, Cheng Xing found them to be quite rational. Indeed, a calamity such as the fall of Huaxi could compel the slaughter sect to abandon territory they had cultivated for many years in favor of the south. As the threads of evidence intertwined, the truth began to emerge, a truth that was, however, difficult to digest. The weight of such substantial information rendered the group sleepless, prompting Cheng Xing to produce a deck of cards for a spirited game with the others, resulting in a night devoid of slumber. The following day, at the martial arts arena, as the countdown for the team battle concluded, the rankings ceased to fluctuate. In stark contrast to Cheng Xing and her companions, who had arrived early to the arena, it was evident that others had continued to engage in fierce competition throughout the night, including Xiaohong. After the team battle's conclusion, participants gradually ceased their skirmishes and returned to the rest area of the martial arts arena. Unlike the initial fervor of the competition, the atmosphere now felt far more subdued. With only a few thousand spectators remaining, their spirits visibly dampened and silence reigning supreme. The returning teams bore expressions of fatigue, particularly those from Huaxiwuda, who exhibited bloodshot eyes, indicative of several days without adequate rest. Glancing at the large projection in the center of the arena, the results were disheartening. Cheng Xing and her team had achieved a staggering lead, securing the top 7 positions, with Xiaohong following behind. The concentrated efforts to thwart Cheng Xing had resulted in a dramatic decline in the rankings of other teams, with none from Huaxiwuda, save for Xiaohong, making it into the top 10. Once everyone had gathered, Yuan Yong arrived fashionably late, greeted only by scattered applause. His countenance was understandably less than cheerful. To those unaware of the underlying circumstances, everything appeared normal. Only Cheng Xing and her companions, along with the mentors from other martial arts academies outside of Huaxi, recognized the disquieting reality. Their composure far exceeded that of the students, each exuding an air of calm, akin to seasoned performers. Nevertheless, the show must go on. Yuan Yong adhered to tradition by delivering a speech before announcing the rankings of the competition. As he called out names, the top 10 from each group stepped forward. Once all were assembled, Yuan Yong, accompanied by a group of female students, accepted a box from each, handing them out in order of their ranking while engaging in handshakes and photographs. Unaware students, upon receiving their boxes, could hardly resist the urge to peek inside, their eyes widening at the sight of the crimson experience pills, their mouths watering at the prospect. Fortunately, prior admonitions from their mentors quelled their immediate impulse to sample the contents. Observing their reactions, Yuan Yong concealed a smirk when it was Cheng Xing's turn. He donned a broad smile, embodying the essence of a talent scout. Cheng Xing, I must commend you on your outstanding performance. I have high hopes for you. Might you be interested in joining our esteemed Huaxiwuda? You may propose any conditions you desire. Yuan Yong exemplified the archetype of a shrewd university president, expertly portraying a patron of talent. Were it not for Cheng Xing's awareness of the underlying machinations, she might have been convinced of his sincerity. Thank you for your kind words, Principal Yuan, but I shall need to consult with my mentor, Cheng Xing replied, her demeanor unflappable as she flashed a knowing smile. Eagerly, she opened the box presented to her, revealing 5 experience pills, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yuan Yong, sensing her response, managed a sheepish smile, oblivious to the underlying tension, and continued distributing rewards. Soon, the distribution concluded, and Yuan Yong arranged for the corresponding number of experience pills to be delivered to the rest areas of the various martial arts academies. Observing the exuberance of the students, a peculiar smile crept across Yuan Yong's face. I hereby declare the martial arts competition officially concluded. Huaxiwuda has prepared a banquet in honor of all participants. and you are invited to transition to the hotel for the festivities. Following his announcement of the competition's end, Yuan-yong seamlessly initiated the banquet. A customary practice following such events. The attendees then migrated to Huaxi Star, where Yuan-yong, as the principal of Huaxi, naturally partook in the proceedings. Mentors from other martial arts academies approached him for toasts and camaraderie. However, Yuan-yong soon sensed an anomaly. Despite the distribution of so many experience pills, not a single student had yet consumed one. Could it be that they have discovered something? He pondered. Just then, an infected individual overheard a conversation between Mentor Fong Yi and a student. Mentor, why are we advised not to consume the experience pills just yet? Oh dear, you simpleton. If you eat them now, you will level up, but if you wait until level 24, you can also gain a level. Why not maximize your benefits? Ah, I see. Thank you, Mentor. I shall save them for later. Upon hearing this exchange, Yuan-yong's concerns were alleviated. It made sense that a more strategic approach would yield the greatest rewards. With this understanding, he relaxed, confident that the allure of leveling up would ultimately prove irresistible to the students. They would eventually consume the pills, and he felt assured that no one would uncover any irregularities, especially since the elite of Huaxi had been none the wiser before. With these thoughts in mind, he deftly interacted with the mentors while keeping an eye on the banquet attendees. Where's Cheng Xing? As a temporary disciple, Cheng Xing was among Yuan-yong's primary focuses. With a mere cursory glance around, he quickly realized that Cheng Xing was absent from the banquet. However, it wasn't long before someone hurried over, whispering something in his ear. Oh, Cheng Xing requires some boxes and a truck to load items? Yuan-yong remarked in surprise. His words immediately captured the attention of other mentors, with Lu Jing promptly chiming in. Principal Yuan, you are well aware of Cheng Xing's extraordinary talent, and as you mentioned, the spoils from the disaster beasts must belong to our students. Surely, you wouldn't dare to renege on that, would you? How could that be? Our Huaxi family is prosperous enough not to begrudge such trivialities, and naturally, all these items, which Cheng Xing and his peers have gathered, rightfully belong to him. Upon hearing this, Yuan-yong waved dismissively, turning to his subordinates and instructing, we must ensure that the best arrangements are made for Cheng Xing. Have them delivered to the train station. Yet, despite his words, Yuan-yong remained cautious. The competition had progressed to this point without a trace of Yi Yao emerging. Should she discover the situation and take the opportunity to escape on the vehicle, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, he sought a pretext to excuse himself and check on Cheng Xing. However, before he could make a move, he felt an undeniable pressure as Chun Yifei approached to engage in conversation. Yuan-yong instantly heightened his vigilance and abandoned the idea of a personal inspection. After all, he had arranged for someone to monitor the situation and detect whether Yi Yao had hidden herself on the vehicle. Nonetheless, Chun Yifei was not to be underestimated. As the most esteemed mentor, he needed to be kept in sight to avoid any slip-ups, lest all their efforts be in vain. In fact, they had not initially intended to stage this act, but had changed their minds upon seeing Chun Yifei leading the team. After all, it was a matter of respect for an awakened individual of level 49. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing's request was swiftly met with action. The Huaxi base promptly dispatched a truck to the 4th level area that Cheng Xing had cleared. Utilizing this excuse, Cheng Xing and his companions chose to depart from the banquet and head to their stash of materials. The Huaxi base's response was remarkably efficient. By the time Cheng Xing reached the first 4th level area, a large truck and several helpers were already waiting. Is this Cheng Xing? We've been sent to assist you. I hope that is acceptable. Upon Cheng Xing's arrival, the helpers immediately spoke up. Cheng Xing discreetly assessed their levels, which were mostly in the teens, and his apprehensions dissipated, realizing that his senior brother had indeed made the necessary arrangements. Of course, no problem at all. We're not sure how long it will take to clear this out. Cheng Xing replied, adopting a rather unceremonious demeanor. This scene did not escape the notice of Yuan-yong, who was far away at the hotel, and he breathed a sigh of relief, refocusing his attention on Chun Yifei. The group of helpers arrived at the location where Cheng Xing had concealed the materials, and upon opening the door, they were rendered speechless in shock. It was no wonder he needed a truck. Within the 10 square meter room, various materials were piled up to waist height. Don't just stand there, come help, Cheng Xing urged as the others momentarily froze in astonishment. Quickly regaining their composure, they grabbed boxes, each capable of holding a person, and began to load the items. Cheng Xing, ever the attentive leader, reminded them, oh, come on. With that, they hurriedly responded, scrambling to assist. After a considerable time, once this location was cleared, Cheng Xing promptly signaled for them to proceed to the next site. However, the next destination was strikingly similar, still filled with an abundance of disaster beast spoils. Having witnessed the sheer volume of materials at the previous 3 locations, the helpers had grown somewhat numb. They never anticipated that one day they would be so overwhelmed by the task of collecting materials. As they approached the final location, where Yi Yao was believed to be hiding, Su Yanran and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. They were aware that Yi Yao was concealed within. If her creations proved ineffective, exposure would be imminent, leading to an inevitable confrontation. In contrast to their tension, Cheng Xing remained remarkably composed, continuing as usual to lead the group and directly pushing open the door to the room concealing the materials. Upon the door's opening, he was taken aback to find only a small pile of materials, far fewer than in the previous locations. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Cheng Xing was slightly astonished. Yi Yao's talent was indeed noteworthy, as he had failed to detect her presence. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Once all items were loaded onto the truck, Cheng Xing, ever the tactician, took the time to extract some materials from the boxes and distributed them among the helpers. Gratefully, they climbed into the truck and set off towards the train station. Witnessing this, Cheng Xing and his companions exhaled in relief, with the plan progressing thus far. They had already achieved half of their goal. Upon their return to the hotel, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. After several rounds of toasts, Yuan Yong bid farewell to the mentors and watched them board the bus that would take them away. As the convoy disappeared down the street, Yuan Yong's expression gradually returned to its usual indifference, his eyes seemingly harboring an unsettling presence. On the bus, numerous students reminisced about the competitions of recent days. While the freshman group had engaged in a chaotic free-for-all, the other grade groups had been characterized by more conventional contests among regular students. The topic of most discussion, of course, revolved around the experience pills, with many eyes turning toward Cheng Xing, who had secured first place in the freshman group. It was well known that he possessed at least 6 experience pills, enough to elevate a level 19 awakened individual straight to level 25. Many harbored thoughts about acquiring those experience pills from him. Yet, the notion was more about negotiation for purchase rather than theft. Considering the status of being an outer sect disciple, not to mention whether they had the capability to seize them from Cheng Xing, raised significant doubts. Thus, the busload of students, each with their own schemes, returned to the train station, although this time their convoy was followed by 3 large trucks. As the bus came to a halt, everyone disembarked and gradually made their way into the station. In contrast to the others, Cheng Xing and his group headed straight for the trucks and began unloading the cargo right in the open. As boxes of materials were lifted down, many couldn't help but swallow hard, fully aware of the treasures contained within. Meanwhile, hidden within the truck, Yi Yao observed as the cargo bay was opened and seized the opportunity to leap down without a hint of fear of being discovered. She surveyed her array of tools. Item, invisibility cloak. Quality, C grade. Item energy. Item effect, allows the user to enter an invisible state, consuming 1 point of energy per minute. In addition to the invisibility cloak, she was equipped with a breath filter, sound suppressor, scent blocker, and other devices. With 5 such tools at her disposal, as long as she did not encounter a master beyond level 40, she could prance before them without fear of discovery. After disembarking, she confidently strode onto the platform, locating the train that Cheng Xing had previously indicated they should wait for. As the first student from Huanan appeared on the platform, the train doors began to open slowly, and Yi Yao seamlessly boarded. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the train station, the sight of the numerous boxes before Cheng Xing and his companions unfolded. As the mentors from Huaxi gathered to bid farewell, Lu Fei stepped forward and inquired, Cheng Xing, do you require assistance? Cheng Xing recognized this as yet another test from the mother of the mind control worm and, without a second thought, consented. With a grand gesture, Lu Fei summoned several towering Huaxi students to aid Cheng Xing and her companions in transporting their belongings. When Cheng Xing and her group attempted to assist, Lu Fei interjected. Ah, you are guests. How could we allow you to do such labor? Leave it to us. Though Cheng Xing protested verbally, her body betrayed her, responding with compliance. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Cheng Xing eventually acquiesced, entrusting all the boxes to the Huaxi team. To demonstrate her trust, she led everyone onto the vehicle. Lu Fei smiled subtly, as this suited his intentions perfectly. Subsequently, each student tasked with moving the items discreetly opened the boxes to inspect them, ensuring no one was concealed within. Regrettably, until the last box was loaded onto the train, they uncovered nothing amiss. It appears my worries were unfounded. Nevertheless, Lu Fei felt no disappointment. While he had not identified the primary target, he had succeeded in influencing others from their base. The girl named Yi Yao could be tracked down later. Our base will soon be open for visits again. Everyone remember to come and enjoy. Maintaining the charade until the end, Lu Fei waved goodbye to the crowd on the platform. Many students displayed lingering expressions, reflecting on the delightful experience of their visit to Huaxi. As the train began to move, Cheng Xing felt her taut nerves gradually relax. Did we succeed? Lu Xinxin exhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Do not let your guard down. Until we have departed from the Huaxi base, it is not over, Cheng Xing replied, shaking her head and maintaining her cautious demeanor. As long as they remained within the base, they had not entirely escaped danger. Before long, a knock resounded at the door of their compartment, revealing Chen Yifei. Upon his arrival, he immediately fixated on the empty corner of the compartment, prompting Cheng Xing to call out, Yi Yao, please come out. No sooner had Cheng Xing's words left her lips than a figure gradually materialized from the shadows. Meanwhile, the train picked up speed, and the other passengers relaxed. Oh my goodness, you nearly scared me to death. The entire Huaxi base is under the control of the mother of the mind control worm, Can you believe it? Exclaimed one student. You should have seen me when I toasted Yuan Yong. I nearly dropped my cup, replied another. The mentors from the other 7 academies, having congregated together, wiped the beads of sweat from their brows, appearing as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. It would be no exaggeration to say this was the most perilous encounter they had faced since their debut, without exception, provided they could return safely. Their resumes would boast the accomplishment of having escaped the clutches of an S-class mind control worm. As they conversed, someone suddenly suggested, "Why not have the students hand over their experience pills now? I fear that some overly clever ones might consume them prematurely, causing trouble later." "Now, but we are still in the Huaxi base," Lu Jing quickly countered. "Consider your own students. Do they strike you as the obedient type? You make a valid point. If only they were all like Cheng Xing. What you wish for is not the same as what you shall have." Lu Jing was soon persuaded. She then rushed out, calling the students from the compartment into the aisle. Their concerns were not unfounded. As they informed the students, several were indeed poised to ingest their experience pills. Fortunately, Lu Jing and her colleagues arrived in time to prevent the students from being infected by the mother of the mind control worm. At that moment, Cheng Xing had thoroughly tested Yi Yao, confirming her safety. Observing Yi Yao's frail and helpless demeanor, Chu Yanyan and Lu Xinxin were overcome with compassion and immediately took her to the train's restroom for a thorough cleaning and refreshment. Meanwhile, they faintly discerned commotion outside. Cheng Xing and Chun Yifei curiously stepped out to discover Lu Jing and the others had gathered all the students in the aisle, inquiring if anyone had consumed the experience pills before demanding their surrender. "Mentors, these are our rewards. Why must we hand them over?" One student protested. "Indeed. Are you coveting our experience pills?" President Yuan explicitly stated they are ineffective for awakened individuals below level 30. "If you abuse your authority for personal gain, we will report you to the school." Naturally, the students were unwilling to relinquish the experience pills they had just obtained. Observing this, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. Why had they broached this matter with the students while still within the Huaxi base? Chun Yifei's face mirrored her concern as he approached Lu Jing, his brow furrowing upon hearing that some could not resist consuming the experience pills. "The train hasn't been tampered with, right?" Chun Yifei returned to Cheng Xing, attempting to explain, yet his brow remained furrowed. However, it was too late to say anything now. Stopping the mentors would serve no purpose. On the other side, Lu Jing, seeing Chun Yifei's tacit acceptance, decided to unveil her trump card. "Silence, listen to me. Following our investigation, we have discovered that the Huaxi base has been entirely infected by the mother of the mind control worm. The medium of this infection is none other than the experience pills you hold." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in shock, some pale with disbelief. Yet, amidst the crowd, Sun Lily, who had overheard the news, stood frozen, her eyes flickering as if a shadow of a worm had passed through them. Chapter 147. Are there any enlarging tools? Could it be true that the entire Huaxi base has succumbed to infection? A base of such magnitude could not possibly fall so easily. Indeed, and aren't their temporary workers present? As the students regained their composure, they began to question. It was only natural for them to harbor such thoughts, given that the base had withstood the onslaught of calamities for many years. How could it be so easily overtaken by an A-class calamity beast? The mentors exchanged glances, having initially harbored similar doubts, as Chun Yifei had conveyed this information to them. Chun Yifei was not the type to amuse himself by fabricating tales. At that moment, they all turned to Cheng Xing, including Yang Jian and his companions, who were equally astonished. Cheng Xing refrained from detailing her investigative process, instead simply stating that she had sent a clone for reconnaissance and revealed what the clone had observed. However, she did not disclose how she had conducted her investigation right under the mother of the mind control worm's nose. The revelation took everyone by surprise. Upon realizing that those they had fought against and encountered were all manifestations of the mother's influence, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Yet, there were still some who refused to accept this notion, unwilling to part with the experience pills in their possession, for they were precious items capable of elevating one's level. "How can we be sure you are not simply fabricating this?" In response to their skepticism, Cheng Xing did not engage in verbal sparring. Instead, she produced her 6 experience pills and handed them to Lu Jing before stating, "I have no need to deceive you." As the group hesitated, Su Yanran emerged from the compartment, simultaneously handing over the experience pills of the 3 to Lu Jing while saying, "I'm with her. If you harbor any doubts, the Su family is more than willing to vouch for Cheng Xing." Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his companions promptly presented their items as well. Despite Cheng Xing's concealment of certain truths, they harbored an unwavering trust in him. "I, on behalf of the Wang family, offer my guarantee for Cheng Xing." At that moment, another voice emerged from the crowd, causing everyone to pause and turn their heads. It was Wang Wan, stepping forth from the throng, surrendering the experience pills he held. The crowd, witnessing even the Wang family, who had been at odds with Cheng Xing, speak in his favor, began to believe in his words. Where once they regarded the experience pills as treasures, they now handed them over to Lu Jing with faces filled with trepidation. According to Cheng Xing, these items were the vectors of the heartworm mother's infection. They dared not retain them any longer. The appearance of Wang Wen astonished Cheng Xing and his companions. Yet after relinquishing his items, Wang Wen departed without delay. Once the items were surrendered, a wave of realization washed over the crowd. As they felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, trembling, they made their way back, relieved that they had already boarded the train, making their departure from Huaxi base a relatively effortless affair. Observing their demeanor, Chen Yifei felt a profound sense of validation regarding Cheng Xing's earlier decision. Had they been informed beforehand, it was likely that the situation at Huaxi would have unraveled swiftly. After the experience pills were collected and accounted for, Lu Jing and her companions let out a collective sigh of relief. Following a few courteous exchanges with Cheng Xing, they left alongside Chen Yifei. Cheng Xing and Su Yanran exchanged glances before retreating to their compartment. At that moment, they chanced upon Chu Yanyan and her companion exiting the restroom. But Cheng Xing noticed a hint of discontent clouding Chu Yanyan's expression. Trailing behind them was the distinctly different Yi Yao. After a thorough cleaning and grooming, the four soon realized that Yi Yao's appearance was not at all inferior to the other three. With her delicate nose and cherry lips, her large, expressive eyes radiated a sense of innocent charm. Having exchanged her tattered coat for casual attire, they were surprised to discover her surprisingly alluring figure. Standing almost at the same height as Chu Yanyan, Lu Xinxin initially intended to lend her clothes to Yi Yao, only to find them ill-fitting, prompting her to seek assistance from senior girls in the dormitory. Noticing Cheng Xing's gaze fixed on Yi Yao, a frustrated Chu Yanyan stomped over. Their playful tussle instantly alleviated the tense atmosphere. Yi Yao, come and have some food. Lu Xinxin beckoned, disregarding the playful squabble. The table before her was laden with various delicacies she had ordered from the dining car. Upon seeing this, Yi Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, and without a second thought, she began to indulge herself. By the time she had nearly finished, the playful banter between Cheng Xing and Su Yanran had also subsided. They then gathered around Yi Yao, engaging in a lively exchange. Yi Yao, do you know when the heartworm mother first invaded? How did you come to know that the experience pills are vectors of infection? And what about the temporary workers? I'm not quite sure when the heartworm mother invaded. And what do you mean by temporary workers? Yi Yao inquired. As for the vectors of infection, I only realized it shortly after I had created the detector. Not long after, the distribution of those so-called experience pills began, and I soon discovered that the entire base had succumbed to the infection. As she spoke, Yi Yao's mood visibly dampened. Observing this, Lu Xinxin and Chu Yanyan shot Cheng Xing a disapproving glance before swiftly redirecting the conversation. Yao Yao, what kinds of items can you create? There are many types, depending on my level and requirements. Some straightforward requests can be generated quickly, while others take considerably longer. The quantity of disaster beast materials needed also correlates with the demand. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanyan's eyes widened with curiosity as she gestured animatedly. Yao Yao, is there a way to create items that can enlarge things? Yi Yao tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by Chu Yanyan's question until the latter, blushing, leaned in to whisper her intent. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao's face flushed crimson, and she nervously intertwined her fingers, finally managing to utter a single word, yes. Delighted by this revelation, Chu Yanyan squealed with joy, embracing Yi Yao tightly. Witnessing this, Su Yanran and the others couldn't help but share their thoughts, all receiving affirmative responses. Yi Yao, can you create spatial items that can store objects? As the three posed their inquiries, Cheng Xing stroked his chin, suddenly recalling the spatial rings from novels he had read in his past life, wondering if Yi Yao could replicate such an item. Let me see, Yi Yao replied, closing her eyes. Upon activating her talent, she visualized Cheng Xing's request in her mind. Level 2 low, unable to generate. Upon witnessing the notification from the awakened system, Yi Yao opened her eyes, affirmatively stating, I can create it. But my current level is too low to generate it. During her confinement in the basement, she had made numerous peculiar requests, such as items that could elevate an awakened individual's level to 100. If an item could not be generated, the system would simply state that it was impossible, rather than indicating a low level. Cheng Xing and his companions felt a flicker of astonishment at her response. They truly felt as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. Just as Cheng Xing was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the train beneath them beginning to decelerate rapidly. Chapter 148, The Anomaly. 10 minutes prior. After collecting the experience pills, several mentors, including Chen Yifei, gathered in his compartment. Instructor Chen, you possess the greatest strength here. It would be prudent to store these experience pills with you, Lu Jing stated, placing the collected pills in the corner of Chen Yifei's compartment. Chen Yifei did not refuse, as he felt uneasy entrusting them to others. With the issue of storing the experience pills resolved, the mentors could not help but begin discussing the implications. In the event of Huaxi base's downfall, what response can we expect from our base? Will they directly dispatch troops to eliminate the heartworm mother? That seems quite plausible. However, Chen Yifei shook his head in response. Deploying troops is unlikely. The mentors turned to him, intrigued. The distance between Huanan and Huaxi is too great to address such a vast number of infected entities. How many experts would need to be dispatched? What about the safety of our own base? The disaster zone encompasses more than just our base. There are many threats at play. The base would not take such substantial risks for a fallen Huaxi base. Chen Yifei's expression remained neutral as he spoke slowly. Hearing his reasoning, the others exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of his points. What if Lord Zhuke intervenes? They pondered, once again looking to the few who had access to Zhuke, namely Chen Yifei. The instructor wouldn't stray too far from the base. I can assure you that the white tiger of Huaxi base is certainly still alive. Moreover, when the heartworm mother invaded, he was not present at the base. Chen Yifei asserted without hesitation. Why is that? The others asked, perplexed. Because individuals of such caliber, above level 60, remain in the base to deter surrounding S-class disaster beasts. Which yields the greatest benefit. The temporary workers from other bases are similarly reluctant to take risks. It is likely that Huaxi base will soon be designated a forbidden zone. Chen Yifei yawned, stating nonchalantly. With that, Chen Yifei's interest waned, and he waved his hand, advising them, I'm feeling a bit tired. Please remember to notify those stationed outside. Prepare them, we are set to depart. Following this directive, he instructed them to utilize long-range communication to alert the base to be ready. As Chen Yifei issued the order to dismiss, the crowd began to rise and prepare for their exit. The mobile devices reconstructed with the technology of the disaster beasts were incapable of facilitating long-distance communication between the two bases. Only more expensive long-range communicators could suffice. This was a primary reason why, despite the fall of Huaxi, other bases had yet to receive any news. However, when Lu Jing attempted to contact the military of the South China base via her phone, she quickly discovered that, regardless of the dialing attempts, there was no response whatsoever. Strange, why is there no signal? Could you check for any reception? With a slight exclamation, Lu Jing prompted the others to retrieve their phones, only to find, without exception, that none had any signal. Observing this, Chen Yifei furrowed his brow. His intuition warned him that something was amiss. As if in response to their confusion, the train beneath them began to decelerate unexpectedly. This isn't right. Something has happened. Cheng Xing's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing with foreboding. While they were still pondering, the train came to a complete stop. This sudden development captured the attention of many, who hurried to the aisles. What on earth is happening? Why is the train halted? We are still within the Huaxi base. Why stop now? The realization that they were still in Huaxi sent a wave of anxiety through the group. Cheng Xing's face paled, but he could not discern the cause of the disruption. Upon exiting their compartment, they found that Chen Yifei and the others had also arrived. What is going on? Chen Yifei began to inquire, only to be interrupted by a sudden cry. It's over. Look outside. The base gate is closing. What? The base gate is shutting. We are doomed. With this alarming reminder, the group peered through the windows and were horrified to see the base gate slowly closing before their eyes. One of us is infected. Cheng Xing's expression turned serious as he immediately identified the problem. Infected? How could that be? I meticulously accounted for the experience pills. The count was accurate. Lu Jing instinctively interjected. Given that the infection medium was the heartworm queen, he had been exceedingly careful during the inventory, confident that he had not erred. Unless it's Sun Lily. The mentors pondered deeply, and suddenly, the supervising mentor snapped his fingers, recalling the potential source of infection, Sun Lily, who had been left on the train at the outset. Knowing her nature, how could she possibly remain obediently on the train? The mentors and Cheng Xing shared a look of realization. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this? Yao, activate the detector. Cheng Xing remained composed and called out. In response, Yao rushed out and promptly activated the device in her hand. As the projection materialized before them, they soon detected a small red dot ahead. Although minuscule, the red dot was glaringly conspicuous, sending a chill through the group. What sent a deeper shiver down their spines, however, was the multitude of crimson dots converging from all directions. She is at the front of the train. Cheng Xing assessed the distance and, connecting it to the current situation, swiftly deduced the location of the infected. Without hesitation, he bolted forward, with Chen Yifei and the other mentors following closely behind. Su Yanran and the others, accompanied by Yi Yao, followed suit as well. The other students, belatedly grasping the gravity of the situation, rushed toward the front of the train, their anger momentarily overriding their fear. Navigating through the train's aisle, Cheng Xing swiftly reached the front, only to find the door to the driver's compartment wide open. Upon entering, his expression darkened instantly. The driver's compartment, spacious as it was filled with intricate dials and gauges, all of which lay in a state of utter disarray, clearly rendered unusable. Slumped in their seats were 3 drivers, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Beside him stood the long-absent Sun Lily, wielding a staff. The mentors arriving behind Cheng Xing were struck silent, their faces grim as they took in the devastation of the compartment. They realized the severity of their predicament. The students, brimming with anger, disregarded the gravity of the scene upon seeing Sun Lily and began to hurl accusations at her. Sun Lily, what have you done? Do you have any idea you've endangered us all? Are you out of your mind? We were about to leave Huaxi base, and then you pull this stunt? Chapter 149. Our luck seems to have taken a turn for the worse. An A-class infected is approaching. If I recall correctly, I should not have exposed any vulnerabilities in front of you. Thus, I am quite curious as to when you became aware of the situation. However, Sun Lily did not respond. her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed Cheng Xing and the others, her voice devoid of inflection. Hearing this, Lu Jing and the others were about to retort, but someone else reacted sooner, responding with a flash of steel. In an instant, Sun Lily collapsed to the ground. Cheng Xing's prowess ensured there was little doubt at this range. "Oh, it seems to be you. I've had my eye on you from the start. How did you uncover my secret?" Even in her dying moments, Sun Lily maintained her composure, gazing at Cheng Xing as she spoke in halting phrases. Regrettably, Cheng Xing offered no reply, merely delivering a swift final blow. "Kill LV-18 Heartworm Queen infected." Upon receiving the kill notification from the system, Cheng Xing raised an eyebrow. It appeared that once infected, one ceased to be human. However, the experience gained from slaying them did not seem to adhere to the standards of the disaster beasts. Observing his rapidly increasing experience points, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. The students felt a surge of satisfaction at his decisive action, lamenting only that they had not acted first. The mentors exchanged glances of admiration. His resolve was commendable, and they understood there was no point in further negotiation with the Heartworm Queen. She would not permit them to depart easily. Following the elimination of Sun Lily, the group turned their attention to the damaged driver-S compartment. Can this front of the train be salvaged? If not, we still have another one behind us. Surely we could have Mentor Chen move it over? Don't be ridiculous. It's not as simple as just cutting it off and reattaching it. Besides, who here knows how to operate a train? A mentor immediately dismissed the idea of using the rear train head. Yet upon mentioning it, they were met with swift disapproval. All three drivers were present, and they had already been checked. All had fallen victim to Sun Lily's actions. Even if they replaced the train head, they would be unable to operate it. Furthermore, the Heartworm Queen would not afford them such luxury. As if on cue, while they were still deliberating, cries of terror erupted from the rear. "Look, so many infected are closing in. They are surrounding us." The faces of the group paled as they exited the driver-S compartment and rushed to the window overlooking the aisle. Outside, a throng of individuals surged towards them, their expressions void of emotion, as though they were merely ordinary civilians, their levels likely no higher than 2 or 3. Yet their frenzied pace rivaled that of awakened individuals of level 7 or 8, and they exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Cheng Xing refrained from following them into the corridor, as he could also observe a multitude of ordinary civilians rushing towards them from the cockpit. This scene evoked memories of the zombie films he had watched in his previous life. It was over, everything was too late. Had he really come to meet his demise here without even having held a girl's hand? God, have mercy on me. Witnessing this, many freshmen with weaker psychological resilience were consumed by despair, their faces betraying their hopelessness. The other students too were rendered speechless by this shocking spectacle, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. "Everyone, calm down," Lu Jing commanded. "The train is constructed from high-grade disaster beast materials. Even sea-level disaster beasts cannot inflict damage upon it. Those ordinary civilians, infected as they are, cannot harm us." Observing the panic among the crowd, Lu Jing furrowed her brow, realizing that they were still mere students, lacking in psychological fortitude. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, the group momentarily paused. Then their thoughts drifted back to their prior encounter with the sea-level daywalking bats. A flicker of hope reignited within them. However, Lu Jing and her companions remained troubled. They understood that these ordinary civilians were merely an appetizer, with far more formidable awakened beings yet to come, possibly even A-level ones. They were uncertain whether they could withstand such an onslaught. "What should we do now? Should we abandon the train and flee?" One suggested. "We might be able to escape. But what about the students? Furthermore, as you can see, those infected individuals have significantly increased their speed and show no signs of fatigue. They will catch up to us in no time." This proposal was swiftly dismissed, as the instructors possessed higher levels and could easily evade danger. Yet the students beneath them would not fare as well. "Shall we split into teams and escape separately?" But this would only disperse their fighting strength and hasten their demise. If that plan is unfeasible, must we simply await our fate here? The instructors debated fervently, yet no viable solution emerged. At that moment, the infected had encircled the train, their faces devoid of expression as they pressed against the windows, staring vacantly at the occupants within. "What does it matter if you have noticed us? Ultimately, you will find it impossible to escape my grasp. Spare yourself the effort, join the swarm, and become part of us." The Mindworm Mother, aware that these low-level infected posed no threat to the train, commanded them to speak in unison, their cold, emotionless voices reverberating, striking at the frayed nerves of those inside. "Do not heed their words. Our instructors will find a way," Lu Jing urged, departing to comfort the students. "If it becomes impossible, we may have to resort to abandoning the train. I will breach the base's main gate. Once you exit, make haste away from the base, while we contact our allies stationed outside. As long as we can reach them, we still stand a chance." Faced with a lack of alternatives, a decision was made. Cheng Xing surveyed the surrounding infected, his brow furrowed. This plan still harbored risks. No one could guarantee that there weren't higher-level infected hidden among them. Just as the group was about to act on their plan, Chen Yifei suddenly appeared alarmed. "What is it, Instructor Chen?" The others felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing his tense demeanor. Our luck has run out. An A-level infected is approaching. Chun Yifei's bitter smile indicated that he could no longer afford to focus on opening the door for them. With this thought, Chun Yifei glanced back at Cheng Xing. The rest is up to you. After uttering this line, he vanished, accompanied by an imperceptible surge of energy. Within moments, the low-level infected surrounding the train were reduced to ash. If one were to gaze from above, they would witness a circular void carved from the mass of infected. Yet they remained tireless, surging towards the train. At that moment, the train doors slowly swung open, and Chun Yifei emerged, wielding a long sword. Once the doors closed behind him, a mere wave of his hand cleared away the assailing low-level infected. This sight provided a glimmer of hope to those who had been engulfed in despair. Cheng Xing was equally astonished by Chun Yifei's prowess, as this was his first time witnessing his senior brother in action. However, he did not squander time, instead contemplating a way to break the deadlock. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Yi Yao, who suddenly entered his line of sight. Yi Yao, how long would it take for you to generate an item to get the train moving? As the others remained in awe of Chun Yifei's strength, Cheng Xing approached Yi Yao earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran and the others' eyes brightened. How could they have forgotten about Yi Yao, this precious asset? They regarded her with eager anticipation. Yang Jian and the others, unfamiliar with Yi Yao, turned their curious gazes towards her. I'll give it a try. Yi Yao, initially flustered since her combat aptitude was low, quickly regained her composure in response to Cheng Xing's prompt. She hastily entered the cockpit and activated her talent. I need items to restore the train's engine. As Yi Yao articulated her requirements in her mind, an invisible force swiftly scanned the train's engine before its structure materialized in her thoughts. Simultaneously, an interface appeared before her eyes. Train control system. Generation time, 10 minutes. Manufacturing time, 10 minutes. Required materials, 20 disaster beast materials. I need 20 minutes and 20 disaster beast materials. Yi Yao pressed on, aware that this train was crucial to their escape from Huaxi base. Cheng Xing's heart soared with joy. Yi Yao was indeed an invaluable treasure. Continue generating. He urged her before rushing to find an instructor. Meanwhile, outside, with Chun Yifei's consecutive strikes, several simple energy blasts easily obliterated the surrounding low-level infected. This demonstrated the terrifying combat power of high-level awakened beings, a stark contrast to the low-level fighters. The onlookers on the train felt their spirits surge. They had only heard of Chun Yifei's legendary reputation before, but this was the first time they witnessed his prowess firsthand. However, it wasn't long before Chun Yifei halted, disappearing from view without a word. Where did Instructor Chen go? Why has he stopped? Someone questioned. It seems those infected can't touch him at all. Another speculated. He hasn't abandoned us, has he? What nonsense. A more formidable infected is approaching. Instructor Chen cannot allow it to near us. As Chun Yifei vanished, murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd, prompting Lu Jing to interject sharply. What Instructor Chen faces is an A-level infected. If a battle were to erupt before us, even the shockwaves could threaten our lives. Hiding within the train would offer no protection. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, with Chun Yifei's absence, the low-level infected immediately resumed their relentless assault, causing the crowd to tense with anxiety. Lu Jing and her companions wore grave expressions. Acutely aware that the current low-level infected beings posed no immediate threat, the true challenge lay ahead with the approaching D and C-level infected entities. Most crucially, they pondered whether the formidable Chun Yifei, at level 49, could thwart the A-level infected beings. As levels ascended, the disparity in attributes between each tier became increasingly pronounced. Should Chun Yifei falter, their fate would be sealed. While the mentors contemplated strategies for resolution, a voice resonated from behind. Instructor Lu, I have devised a plan. Lu Jing and her colleagues were momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to see Cheng Xing, which brought them a glimmer of hope. Were it any other student claiming to have a solution, the mentors would have likely scoffed. They were all too aware of their students' capabilities. However, Cheng Xing's track record, having unveiled the concealed truths of the Huaxi base and deciphered the insidious infiltration of the Heartworm Mother, suggested he might indeed possess a viable solution. Do share with us, urged the anxious mentors. Yi Yao can reinstate the train's operation, but we require time. 20 minutes will suffice. Cheng Xing stated directly, offering no further explanation. Is that so? The mentors' eyes brightened at the prospect. Their most pressing dilemma was the damage to the locomotive. If it could be made operational again, their current predicament would be surmountable. Cheng Xing nodded, and seeing his confidence, the mentors collectively exhaled in relief. If merely 20 minutes were needed, the low-level infected beings should pose no threat to them. After all, breaching the exterior would necessitate a significant number of C-level entities or the intervention of B-level ones. With this realization, the tension in the room eased somewhat. However, the astonished cries of students ahead quickly captured their attention. Cheng Xing furrowed his brow and followed the mentors' gazes, only to be astonished by the sight of several anomalies among the low-level infected. Although they initially appeared similar to their counterparts, their speed surged exponentially, achieving the velocity characteristic of E-level awakened beings. What is happening? Why has their speed increased so drastically? It's as if their levels have ascended significantly. The group erupted in speculation, their focus shifting entirely to Cheng Xing. This phenomenon did not cease. Rather, it amplified, with a multitude of low-level infected suddenly displaying enhanced speed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of anomalies emerged, and among them, several were escalating in speed. E, D, C, B levels. Within mere moments, the foremost anomaly reached the velocity of a B-level awakened being. The mentor's expressions darkened. Wasn't it said that the heartworm mother was in slumber, capable of controlling only one A-level infected? Why then did it seem capable of exerting influence over B-level entities? What was transpiring? How could it appear as though these beings had leaped from 1 or 2 levels to 40? As Lu Jing and her companions felt their initial relief dissipate, the scene before them became utterly incomprehensible. Could it be that the heartworm mother possessed the ability to transfer experiences between infected beings? Cheng Xing speculated boldly in his mind. If this were true, it would elucidate how the heartworm mother could infect the entire Huashi base with her so-called experience pills, ensnaring even those at the upper echelons. Yet time was of the essence. They could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. If they failed to address the anomalies promptly, survival would be improbable. Lu Jing and her team understood that merely fortifying the train was futile. They had to take the initiative. If a B-level infected were to sabotage the train, all would indeed be lost. After a brief discussion, they left 2 mentors to safeguard Yi Yao. Lu Jing and her colleagues had no objections. Yi Yao had become their utmost priority and required protection. Then, Lu Jing addressed the group, her voice steady. Now, everyone, heed my command. Disembark and engage in battle. Our objective is to protect the train for 20 minutes without allowing it to be compromised. Chapter 151. Chun Yifei, Level 50. What? We are to go out and fight? On what grounds? Many expressed their dismay, instinctively voicing their concerns. We are only sophomores. Can't we remain on the train? Indeed, the outside is far too perilous. The oppressive presence of the infected entities outside was overwhelming, particularly with the anomalies clearly surpassing level 30. Stepping out felt akin to courting death. What are you saying? This is not the base. We are in a disaster zone. Here, you are not merely students. You are soldiers. Lu Jing's brow furrowed in frustration as she spoke coldly. Yet her words had little impact. The majority remained unmoved. After all, the likelihood of death was significantly higher outside than within the train. If you prefer not to disembark, then perhaps you should consider withdrawing from school upon our return. Lu Jing's exasperation boiled over as she delivered this ultimatum before being the first to step off the train. As others hesitated, Cheng Xing and his fellow first-year students followed Lu Jing without a second thought. Witnessing the decisiveness of Cheng Xing and the freshmen, those who had previously opposed the idea lowered their heads in shame. With their lead, it wasn't too long before senior students, led by Wang Wan, stepped forward. Having endured numerous life-and-death battles, their resilience surpassed that of their younger peers. Following a few moments of mental struggle, most third-year students joined them in disembarking, leaving only a handful of second-year students behind. To hell with it. If they wish to march to their doom, let them. And that Cheng Xing, clearly just seeking the spotlight. I refuse to go. Why not stay on the train? If things go awry, let the mentors handle it. Isn't it their duty to protect us? The remaining students watched as their companions stepped off the train, scoffing defiantly. However, their bravado faltered the moment they caught sight of the 2 mentors stationed on the train, their icy glare silencing any further protests. It's upon us. After disembarking, without any preparatory time, Cheng Xing called out sharply, and the mentors swiftly readied themselves for battle. The 4 of us will fend off the B-level infected. Fang Yi, you will provide support. The rest of you are tasked with handling the others. With that, Lu Jing and her team charged forth, determined to keep the B-level infected at bay and prevent any damage to the train. Mentor Fang Yi drew forth a staff, bestowing buffs upon her comrades. Though their highest level was only 39, still a distance from B-level. The collective strength of their numbers could sufficiently restrain a single B-level infected entity. Cold Wave Sword, Koan-style blade technique. Frost Storm. As the B-level infected approached, the mentors unleashed their full might, employing a barrage of radiant skills that struck the leading B-level infected with devastating force. In an instant, the infected entity was sent hurtling backward, leaving the mentors momentarily stunned by the sheer power of their assault. The B-level infected entity proved to be far weaker than they had anticipated. It seemed that the Heartworm Queen had exerted no control, merely modifying memories to drive it. Akin to a character in a game manipulated by AI. Subsequently, the singular F-level skill employed by the B-level infected validated Cheng Xing's conjecture. Who, after all, could ascend to B-level, yet still wield an F-level skill? Upon this realization, the pressure on Lu Jing and her companions diminished considerably. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing and his group encountered the first wave of infected entities. As the distance closed, they beheld the levels displayed above the entities' heads. The foremost 5 boasted levels as high as 30, with a dozen more at level 20. C-level infected entities. The group was taken aback, some regretting their decision to disembark. With their current capabilities, how could they possibly contend with C-level infected entities? I can handle one C-level. Who among you will deal with the remaining 4? Wang Wen said, his expression grave as he surveyed the circle. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the group. After all, the highest level among them did not exceed 25. What could they possibly do against C-level infected entities? We can handle 3, Cheng Xing interjected as the group remained silent. His assertion left the others in astonishment. We'll take the last one. A small team from the senior year stepped forward. The rest focused on the level 20 infected entities, striving to prevent them from interfering with their efforts. Once the assignments were made, Cheng Xing began orchestrating the others. Had this been prior to the moment, they might have dared to argue. But before them stood a formidable individual willing to tackle 3 C-level infected entities. Who would dare utter a word of dissent? Cheng Xing exchanged glances with his companions. And without hesitation, they took their positions with practiced ease. Lu Xinxin's buff was swiftly cast upon them, and in unison, Lin Yin and Ning Xia unleashed their attacks. Bullets and arrows raining down upon the 3 nearest C-level infected entities, drawing their aggro instantly. Swamp technique. As the entities approached Cheng Xing's group, Chu Yinyan activated her skill to slow their advance. Cheng Xing then charged forward, his blade swinging fiercely at one of the C-level infected entities. The entity hastily raised its weapon to block, yet Cheng Xing's strike forced it back several steps. Realizing his initial suspicion was correct, Cheng Xing concluded that these C-level infected entities were remarkably feeble, lacking any significant equipment enhancements, akin to randomly selecting an individual from the street and artificially inflating their level to 30. With a decisive swing, he repelled the entity and stepped forward. 4 direction slash. 4 arcs of light descended upon the infected entity. The creature raised its staff to defend, but its ordinary weapon was utterly inadequate against Cheng Xing's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the blade struck true, and its health plummeted. With a single strike, the 2 remaining C-level infected entities lunged at Cheng Xing. Although their speed was genuinely reflective of C-level, they were no match for Cheng Xing's meticulous agility, and he effortlessly evaded their attacks. Their power is lacking. There's no need to hold back. Cheng Xing retreated and addressed his comrades. At his words, Su Yanran and the others grinned and began unleashing a flurry of attacks. Thunderous Strike. Frostblade Barrier. Holy Cross. In the seamless synergy of their skills, the 3 C-level infected entities were driven back, their health diminishing at a visible rate. This spectacle left onlookers astounded. They watched the D-level infected entities they had been battling, now questioning who the true D-level entities were. Meanwhile, in the rear, Yuan Yong flew swiftly above the base with a stoic expression. Upon nearing the train, he abruptly halted in midair. Looking down, he spotted a figure atop a high-rise building. Who else could it be but Chen Yifei? At that moment, Chen Yifei donned casual attire, his feet clad in flip-flops, rendering his long sword somewhat out of place. Observing this, Yuan Yong refrained from immediate confrontation, instead addressing Chen Yifei from his elevated position. Chen Yifei, how about a trade? You may be level 49, but you won't withstand my onslaught for long. Should you perish, your companions will surely follow. Leave Cheng Xing and Yi Yao to me, and I will allow you to depart. What say you? Given Chen Yifei's notoriety, even among the upper echelons of the Huaxi base, the Heartworm Queen recognized that if he wished to flee, it would be futile to attempt to detain him in its slumbering state. With that, it cast its gaze toward the ongoing battle in the distance. However, Chen Yifei remained silent. In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy. At the same time, Yuan Yong's pupils constricted in shock, for above Chen Yifei, a level 50 was unmistakably displayed. Chapter 152, The Failed Seduction. At the Huaxi base, the master of the Xixing Palace, seated upon the throne, slowly opened his eyes. The battle occurring at Cheng Xing's location unfurled before him in vivid detail. The prowess exhibited by Cheng Xing and his companions far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that Chen Yifei had achieved level 50. This individual possessed unique talents. Should he be retained, he would prove invaluable for future expansion. A strategy to keep him must be devised. Furthermore, Yi Yao, the creator of detection devices, could not be allowed to remain. The master of Xixing Palace pondered, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the throne. Alas, his main body remained in a dormant state, still undergoing transformation, rendering him incapable of controlling more advanced combatants. These forcibly elevated subordinates possessed insufficient talent and lacked equipment, making them of limited use, wasting an abundance of experience. Native high-level subordinates would take time to arrive. At any rate, they could not escape now, so delaying until their arrival would suffice. With this thought in mind, his gaze gradually shifted to the other students, who were struggling against the D-level subordinates, as a good idea suddenly struck him. On the other side, with the tremendous fluctuations of battle resonating from afar, Cheng Xing and his companions noticed a momentary halt in the actions of the infected entities before them. They all understood that Chen Yifei had engaged in combat. Instructor Chen can't hold out much longer. We need to conclude this swiftly, Lu Jing exclaimed upon hearing the distant sounds of battle, immediately prompting the other instructors to accelerate their actions. In the forefront, a D-level infected entity, after clashing with a junior student, lowered its head, and proclaimed, "What if you manage to eliminate us? How many can you kill? Do you have any idea how many subordinates I possess? Slay these few before you, and I can summon more in an instant." Not only this entity, but others engaged in battle echoed similar sentiments. Hearing their words, the group momentarily hesitated, instinctively glancing towards the approaching tide of infected entities. Endless numbers. How long could they endure? Surely, fatigue would set in at some point. In that case, let us strike a deal, the infected entity continued, sensing their wavering resolve. As if to validate its own words, a few aberrant entities suddenly surged forth from the distant horde of infected beings, charging towards this direction. My sole targets are Cheng Xing and Yi Yao. Surrender them to me, and I shall allow you to depart. Why sacrifice so many lives for the sake of two individuals with whom you share no kinship? The mother of Heartworm, having set the stage adequately, began to manipulate the infected entities to speak slowly. It was evident that these students lacked the resoluteness of Chen Yifei. Under its insidious influence, their movements grew considerably sluggish. Do not heed its deceitful words. It is a calamity beast, and its utterances cannot be trusted. Observing this, Feng Yi, stationed at the rear, furrowed her brow and promptly spoke up. Her voice roused many from their stupor, igniting their anger and hastening their actions. Yet, a small fraction of the crowd began to entertain nefarious thoughts, instinctively glancing towards Cheng Xing, only to witness him effortlessly dispatch 3 sea-level infected entities. When their eyes met, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. It is no exaggeration to say that they had consented a moment prior, only to find Cheng Xing's blade poised at their throats in the next instant. Damn the calamity beast. You dare to jeopardize our camaraderie. You have sealed your fate. In the next moment, those individuals raised their voices in unison, unleashing their skills with reckless abandon, leaving the infected entities dazed. After eliminating the sea-level infected entities, Cheng Xing and his companions experienced a meteoric rise in levels, with Yang Jian and others breaking through to level 26. And Su Yanran and her companions soaring to an impressive level 27, while Cheng Xing himself ascended directly to level 29, with only a sliver of experience remaining until his next upgrade. However, they did not rush to inspect their status panels. Instead, they swiftly redirected their focus to eliminate other D-level infected entities. The number of infected beings on the field began to dwindle rapidly. This scene left the others in the vehicle agape, soon followed by regret. Had they known Cheng Xing had a means to deal with the sea-level infected entities, they would undoubtedly have followed suit, at the very least avoiding their current predicament. They certainly did not perceive Lu Jing's previous remarks as mere jest. It is not too late for us to disembark. Indeed, let us make haste to exit the train. Suddenly, someone had a flash of inspiration and voiced the thought. This suggestion was immediately met with agreement from others, and they promptly prepared to disembark. However, just as they reached the train door, the locomotive emitted a deafening horn. An instructor stationed at the train approached them, coldly stating, "Are you only now considering disembarking? It is too late." With that, he moved to the train door and shouted to the crowd not far off, "The train is fixed. Everyone hurry back." The crowd was startled awake, instinctively turning to look at the train, which began to slowly move forward. Upon hearing this, their spirits soared. The surrounding infected beings had been largely neutralized, and they rushed towards the train, disregarding everything else. Witnessing this, the movements of all the infected entities faltered. Hadn't the train been destroyed? How could it possibly be repaired? Even if it were, there was no driver. The situation spiraled beyond the control of the mother of Heartworm, leaving it momentarily flabbergasted. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Lu Jing and her companions seized the opportunity to collaboratively eliminate a B-level infected entity. We must not linger. It is time for us to depart. With that, Cheng Xing and the others began to retreat towards the train. Damn it, if that is the case, then I shall ensure none of you escape. Observing this, the mother of Heartworm could no longer remain passive. It surged forward, propelling the foremost infected entities towards the crowd. It could no longer afford to be wasteful. Alas, it was too late. With the instructor's return and the casting of several skills, all the yet-to-be upgraded infected entities were swiftly eradicated. Once everyone had returned to the train, it accelerated, hurtling towards the base's gates. Just as it was about to collide with the gates, 2 streams of sword energy sliced through from behind, cleanly cleaving the base's entrance with remarkable precision. The individuals aboard the train were left in stunned silence, turning to witness a dark figure rapidly approaching from the rear. Chapter 153, Escaping to Safety. As the train burst forth from the Huashi base, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, many embracing one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "We did it. We survived. You have no idea how panicked I was when the train came to a halt. I thought I would never return." Those who had exerted themselves by disembarking earlier now bore the looks of survivors, realizing that had the train not been repaired, they would have been utterly lost. "Look, I've reached level 20. I've reached level 21. What of that? I've been stuck at level 22 for months. And I just hit 23. Many, belatedly realizing their progress, began to excitedly share their newfound levels. Following their exclamations, Others soon recognized that nearly everyone who had participated in the elimination of infected entities had experienced varying degrees of level advancements. This included Wang Wan who, after single-handedly dispatching a C-level infected entity, had remarkably ascended to level 31. The most significant level increases, however, were observed among Cheng Xing and his group. The 7 of them shared the experience from 3 C-level infected entities, with everyone except Cheng Xing gaining 4 levels, while Cheng Xing himself rose by 2 levels. Yet, amidst the joy, there were those who wore expressions of dismay. Those who had not disembarked earlier now sulked in corners, having contributed nothing and thus facing the consequences of remaining at their current levels, only to return to the prospect of expulsion. However, no one felt pity for them. To remain idle when action was required and then expect to partake in the rewards was a folly of the highest order. Upon realizing the abundance of experience from the infected entities, many began to contemplate the desire to stay behind and continue clearing them. You would do well to abandon any thoughts of lingering to level up further, as you have witnessed. The Mother of Heartworm appears to possess a skill enabling it to switch levels among different infected entities. The only reason we are still alive is due to Instructor Chun delaying the A-level infected entities. Otherwise, we would have met our demise. Moreover, do not forget that the Mother of Heartworm is currently in a dormant transformation state. If it awakens, none of us will escape. Lu Jing's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the exuberance of the crowd. They recalled the sudden upgrades of the aberrant entities. Had it not been for Chun Yifei's intervention, they might have faced an A-level infected entity instead. With rueful smiles, they dispelled any lingering thoughts of remaining. It is strange. Why has Instructor Chen not returned yet? The onlookers, curious about their most pivotal ally, inquired. I cannot say, Lu Jing replied, gazing at the retreating figure of Chun Yifei. Her expression one of perplexity. Yet, since Chun Yifei could still spare the effort to assist them, he must have had confidence in his ability to do so. Just as relief washed over everyone, at the rear of the train, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a low-level infected entity lay in wait. Chun Yifei, observing the relentless pursuit of Yuan Yong behind him, felt a throbbing headache. With him trailing, Chun Yifei dared not reunite with Cheng Xing and the others, fearing he might lead the threat to them. Must I eliminate him to proceed? Contemplating this, he felt a surge of frustration. What had once been mere beasts had undergone a profound transformation upon reaching a level, making the prospect of vanquishing an A-level calamity beast or awakened individual exceedingly formidable. Chun Yifei glanced at the train that was nearly vanishing from his sight. He swiftly altered his course, soaring towards another angle. However, to his surprise, Yuan Yong followed suit. As if fixated solely on him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Yifei felt an unsettling sensation. Since the adversary had specifically targeted Cheng Xing and Yi Yao, the train should presumably take precedence over him. No, there must be some ulterior scheme at play. With that thought, Chun Yifei halted abruptly, confronting Yuan Yong directly. Why have you stopped running? Yuan Yong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? Chun Yifei raised his hand, unsheathing his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. Undeterred, Yuan Yong gripped a curved dagger tightly, effortlessly parrying the attack. Although he remained unscathed, the path of the sword energy carved a deep chasm, several meters wide and dozens of meters long. This was merely the casual strike of an A-level awakened being. Take a guess, Yuan Yong replied coldly, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Witnessing his demeanor sent a chill through Chun Yifei's heart, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of crisis emanated from the base ahead. The mind-eating insect mother is about to awaken. This thought flashed through Chun Yifei's mind. Preferring to err on the side of caution, he decisively chose not to linger, instead fleeing towards a direction that distanced him from both the base and the train. If the mind-eating insect mother truly awakened, remaining too close would spell disaster for them all. Seeing this, Yuan Yong followed suit without hesitation, as if his sole mission was to keep a watchful eye on Chun Yifei. On the train, once the Huaxi base faded from view, everyone exhaled in relief, gradually returning to their respective compartments. At the front of the train, concerned for their safety, Yi Yao handed over the train control device she had crafted to the mentor who remained behind, before rejoining Cheng Xing and the others in their compartment. Inside, Cheng Xing and his 6 companions were engaged in a thorough analysis of the earlier battle. Upon seeing Yi Yao, Chu Yanyan and the others rushed forward, showering her with praises that brought a rosy hue to her cheeks. Subsequently, Cheng Xing's group naturally introduced Yi Yao to Yang Jian and the others, apologizing for their previous concealment of information. Oh, what is the big deal? It's fortunate you didn't tell us. Otherwise, we would have been exposed long ago. We had no idea what you all went through. It's impressive that you managed to stay calm under such circumstances. Yang Jian and the others waved their hands dismissively, seemingly unfazed, instead expressing immense curiosity about the gadgets Yi Yao had created. Yang Jian held the soundproofing device, activating it under Yi Yao's guidance, and began to leap around, producing no sound at all. Meanwhile, Ning Xia and Lin Yan vied to wear the invisibility cloak, gasping in astonishment as they vanished from sight. Cheng Xing, standing by the window as the train traversed a grand bridge, glanced at the scenic river view, then lowered his head to curiously fiddle with the aura-concealing device. How does this work? Cheng Xing inquired. The others turned to look, noticing that nothing appeared above his head, and they all shook their heads. After he finished demonstrating, Yang Jian and the others urged Yi Yao to activate the infection detector. Yi Yao did not decline. As she powered it on, a projection materialized before them. Initially, they marveled at the device's wonders, but soon their attention was captivated by a solitary red dot on the map. This is bad. There's an infected entity on the train. Chapter 154. Cheng Xing. If you want to find someone, go ahead. I will not accompany you. Cheng Xing's pupils constricted as he gazed at the red dot on the projection, halting his actions and calling out loudly. Yet, in the next moment, he keenly noticed the change in everyone's expressions, their eyes fixating on something behind him. A wave of terrifying murderous intent locked onto him, sending chills down his spine. In the next instant, he heard the sound of shattering glass, followed by a hand landing on his shoulder. Instinctively, Cheng Xing drew his long knife and swung it. However, just as he did, another hand clutched the blade tightly, rendering him immobile despite all his efforts. At that moment, he finally discerned the figure behind him. It was an infected entity, its level marked at 40, causing Cheng Xing's pupils to dilate. Everyone stay back, Cheng Xing shouted, seeing Su Yanran and the others rushing towards him. Immediately, a surge of immense force emanated from his shoulder, and he felt the scenery before him rapidly receding. By the time he comprehended the situation, he had already been hurled out of the train, plummeting straight towards the tumultuous river below. Unsatisfied with this, the B-level infected entity raised its hand and unleashed a skill. F-level claw strike. Although the skill was of F grade, the B-level infected entity's attributes enhanced its potency, sending 3 razor-sharp energy blades hurtling towards Cheng Xing. Alarm bells rang in his mind. War method, doppelganger. He summoned his clone, commanding it to execute his most potent combination technique. As the 4 directional slashes collided with the energy blades, Cheng Xing felt a tremendous force surging through his arm. The blades hesitated momentarily before swiftly cleaving his clone into 3 pieces, dissipating into the air. Observing the energy blades continuing their relentless assault, Cheng Xing gritted his teeth and employed a blocking skill. The long knife traced an intricate arc, meeting the energy blades. And in the next instant, he felt a searing pain in his hand, glancing down to see his palm shattered by the immense force. Simultaneously, the energy blades struck him squarely, causing a spray of crimson to erupt before his vision darkened, and he was sent hurtling towards the river, creating a massive splash. Had Cheng Xing checked his status panel at that moment, he would have discovered that this seemingly simple strike had nearly depleted his health bar. Cheng Xing, Chu Yanyan, and the others gasped in shock, their eyes wide with fury. They had already drawn their weapons, advancing towards the B-level infected entity. However, their attacks yielded little effect against it. After dealing with Cheng Xing, the creature's gaze slowly shifted, locking onto Yi Yao. Yet, just as it prepared to strike again, the compartment door swung open violently. Hearing the commotion, Lu Jing and the others arrived late, and upon seeing the B-level infected entity, they immediately launched their attack, unleashing powerful skills that sent it flying. Meanwhile, Chen Yifei's sense of foreboding intensified. He felt certain that something dreadful was about to unfold. Casting a glance back at Yuan Yong, he abruptly came to a halt. At this distance, the mind-eating insect mother should not pursue them any further, right? Not planning to escape? Yuan Yong mechanically asked. No, I'd rather settle this with you quickly and return to rest, Chen Yifei replied, unsheathing his sword with nonchalance. Sword sacrifice. In the next moment, an invisible pressure surged forth, and a sword light erupted, eclipsing the very heavens and earth. Yuan Yong, who had previously maintained a stoic expression, finally exhibited a change in countenance under this strike. The speed of the sword light was astonishing. Before Yuan Yong could react, it had already struck. I never expected you to be concealing your true strength. Yuan Yong's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself as he turned to behold a chasm hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep behind him. Eliminating you alone? Who's to say another one to emerge afterward? I'm not that foolish. I assert that 3 strikes of the sword are sufficient to vanquish an A-level foe. There shall be no need for a 4th. With a nonchalant gesture, Chen Yifei sheathed his sword, yet had anyone been present, they would have undoubtedly noticed that following this final blow, his level precipitously dropped to 49. It was only upon Yuan Yong's demise that his status was restored to level 50. After resolving the matter with Yuan Yong, Chen Yifei did not linger, but soared toward the train. After a considerable time, the train came into view, albeit halted upon the bridge, prompting a wave of confusion within him. Why had the train stopped again? Had it sustained further damage? With this troubling thought, he hastened his approach. Upon returning to the train, Chen Yifei discerned that the passengers bore grave expressions, devoid of any joy at his safe return. Witnessing this scene, an unsettling suspicion gripped his heart. He quickly ascended to the 2nd floor of the carriage, only to find the door to Cheng Xing's compartment wide open. Entering, he saw Lu Jing and others present, their faces etched with worry. In contrast, Su Yanran and her companions wore expressions of profound sorrow. Everyone was present, save for Cheng Xing. Where's Cheng Xing? Chen Yifei inquired urgently. Minter-chun, you've returned. Cheng Xing. Lu Jing's hesitant demeanor spoke volumes. Speak plainly. Chen Yifei felt a surge of anxiety and pressed for answers. Lu Jing, sensing the urgency, relayed the events that had transpired. You mean Cheng Xing was ambushed by a B-level infected entity, sustaining a hit and falling into the H River? They immediately halted the train and dispatched the pursuing B-level infected, but the river below is tumultuous, concealing lurking beasts. We cannot fly. Rescuing him from the water is simply unfeasible. Initially, Chen Yifei could scarcely believe the grim news. Minter-chun, please accept my condolences. Cheng Xing, being below sea level, withstood a blow from a B-level creature. The chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Lu Jing attempted to console him, yet Chen Yifei paid him no heed, rushing out of the train and hovering over the river, meticulously scanning for any sign of Cheng Xing. However, as time passed, his countenance grew increasingly dark. While Chen Yifei sought Cheng Xing's presence, several skilled individuals approached with haste. At the forefront was Cheng Xingyang. Upon receiving calls from their mentors, they had swiftly arrived. What? Cheng Xing is dead. He quickly gleaned the situation from Lu Jing and the others. His words immediately incited discontent among Su Yanran and the others. What do you mean, Cheng Xing is dead? At this moment, Chen Yifei had returned to the train. Xu Yanyan and the others, disregarding any grievances with Cheng Xingyang, rushed toward him, anxiously inquiring, Minter-chun, what is the situation? Have you found Cheng Xing? Chen Yifei's expression was grim, and upon witnessing his demeanor, everyone understood the answer. I don't care. I must find him, Xu Yanyan declared, her face pale with determination. Her sentiments were echoed by Su Yanran and the others. Observing this, Chen Yifei intended to express his own plans to venture downstream in search of Cheng Xing when an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Both he and Cheng Xingyang abruptly looked toward the Huaxi base. No one is to leave the train or linger here, Chen Yifei uttered through gritted teeth. At his command, everyone froze, confusion evident in their expressions. Cheng Xingyang, pallid, revealed the harsh truth. The heartworm mother has awakened. The revelation sent a collective shiver through the group. All of you, heed my orders. Return at once. I will remain here with him. As some began to protest, Chen Yifei interjected, casting a glance at Cheng Xingyang. What do you mean? I will remain here with you. The heartworm mother has awakened at Huaxi base. Staying here poses too great a risk. If you wish to search for someone, then go. I refuse to accompany you. Cheng Xingyang reacted as though his tail had been stepped on, vehemently declining. Preposterous. As a level 50 powerhouse, why would I risk myself to search for someone who is almost certainly dead? The previous A-level calamity already inflicted considerable hardship upon me. I shall not linger in the domain of an S-level beast. You. Chen Yifei was incensed by Cheng Xingyang's words, yet time was of the essence. So he merely shot him a cold glare, comprehending why his disciple had severed ties with him. With a huff, he stormed away. However, before departing, he whispered a few words to Su Yanran. Originally glaring at Cheng Xingyang, Su Yanran turned sharply upon hearing his whispers, a flicker of hope igniting within her heart. Chapter 155. By Lin and by Wei in the lower reaches of the H River, two figures cautiously traversed the forest. Among the lush greenery, various calamities lurked. Though they were predominantly of lower levels, averaging around level 10, the duo moved with agility, skillfully evading the beasts of the forest. Clad in unidentifiable gear, they blended seamlessly into their surroundings when standing still. Their forms suggested they were two young women, their faces obscured by an unknown substance, revealing only their large, expressive eyes. Bai Lin was being pulled along by Bai Wei, her reluctance palpable. Must we really wash ourselves in this river today? Bai Lin protested. Her hand pressed against her forehead as she struggled against Bai Wei's grip. Without turning her head, Bai Wei tilted it upward with a sense of triumph. Sister, fear not. I have sought this auspicious location for quite some time. I assure you, there is no one around. Seeing Bai Wei's resolute determination, Bai Lin sighed, conceding to be dragged through the forest. After some time, a winding river appeared before them. Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with delight as she pointed at the river, exclaiming, Sister, look, this is the place I mentioned. Bai Lin shielded her eyes from the glaring sunlight and gazed at the river, then turned to scrutinize their path. This location lay over 10 kilometers from the Yixia Sanctuary, necessitating passage through several areas infested with D-level calamities, a perilous venture indeed. Moreover, this region held little of monetary value, dissuading many scavengers from risking their safety to venture here. It was indeed in accordance with Bai Wei's assertion of it being uninhabited. Then, she observed the river. Its waters crystal clear, appearing quite suitable for a bath. She couldn't help but touch her face. The paint she wore had clung to her skin for far too long. And even on such a hot day, she dared not shed the layers of heavy clothing. Since we are here, I suppose a wash wouldn't hurt, Bai Lin conceded, tilting her head with reluctance. Upon hearing Bai Lin's agreement, Bai Wei's face, smeared with black paint, broke into a broad, gleaming smile. However, the two did not immediately plunge into the water. Instead, they carefully made their way several hundred meters downstream, where they each applied a peculiar powder to the trees at 4 strategic points along the riverbank. This powder, derived from the bodily tissues of high-level calamities, served to repel lower-level beasts. Of course, it also carried a slim chance of attracting higher-level creatures, but that was a rarity. Such measures were commonplace for survival in a disaster zone. Once all was prepared, the pair circled the area, ensuring no beasts lurked nearby before returning to the riverbank. "I'll go in first," Bai Wei cheered, shedding her heavy protective gear, revealing her fair skin, which shimmered in the sunlight, almost blinding to behold. With only a white cloth wrapped tightly around her chest. As the white cloth strip was liberated, 2 perfectly rounded peaks rose majestically from the ground, only to plunge into the crystalline waters of the river. The water at the riverbank was shallow, barely reaching the knees of the young maiden, and the refreshing river water ignited her playful spirit, prompting her to wade further into the river. The surface of the water enveloped the peaks, gently cradling them, and she dove headfirst into the depths. Her graceful figure danced through the transparent river, a vision of elegance. Observing the exuberant Bai Wei, Bai Lin could only shake her head in exasperation, then mimicked her movements, revealing a figure that rivaled Bai Wei's as the cloth strip fell away. As her feet touched the water, the icy sensation made her raise an eyebrow, yet she pressed on until the water reached her waist, soaking the ends of her hair. Bai Lin scooped up a handful of clear water and splashed it onto her face, which was smeared with black paint. The inky hue briefly disrupted the river's surface, revealing a breathtaking visage reflected in the water. Beneath her exquisitely oval face, her phoenix eyes shimmered, droplets of water clinging to her lashes, cascading down her fair cheeks. Tinged with a youthful blush, water trickled down her prominent nose, flowing over her naturally rosy lips. Yet, gazing at her stunning reflection, Bai Lin felt no joy. In the disaster-stricken area, most women were mere tools, and beautiful women were treated as commodities. Only a select few, those with formidable strength, could carve out a place for themselves amidst the chaos. Bai Lin understood this truth all too well. Thus, since she was old enough to comprehend, she had insisted that Bai Wei, like herself, cover her face with dark paint, daring not to reveal her true beauty. Bathing within the shelter was a luxury they could not afford. Any washing had to be done in a perilous manner, much like their current escapade. Initially, they had intended to remain hidden within the confines of the shelter, living in obscurity for the rest of their lives. However, their recent awakening of A-grade talents had drawn considerable attention from the residents of the shelter, making their daily lives increasingly burdensome. Beauty and talent in a disaster zone commanded a price that could drive men to madness. Just as Bai Lin was lost in her troubled thoughts, a pale silhouette emerged from beneath the water, stealthily approaching her. With a splash, Bai Wei burst forth, lunging at Bai Lin, their bodies colliding in a fervent embrace that ignited a rush of adrenaline. "Sister, what's wrong? You look so glum," Bai Wei remarked cheerfully, her innocent smile mirroring Bai Lin's features. Rolling her eyes, Bai Lin immediately launched an attack on her sister's waist, causing Bai Wei to erupt in laughter, ultimately surrendering in playful defeat. However, in their frolic, they were oblivious to the figure drifting downstream. Under Bai Lin's formidable prowess, Bai Wei retreated step by step. Just as she turned to evade a splash from Bai Lin, she seemingly noticed something, exclaiming, "Sister, look, what is that?" Bai Lin's expression shifted abruptly as she followed her sister's gaze. A figure was slowly floating toward them. "This is bad. It looks like a person. Xiaowei, get up here." Upon realizing it was indeed a person, Bai Lin's face paled, and she dashed to the shore, neglecting to don her gear. Seizing the weapon left at the water's edge, and vigilantly scrutinizing the approaching figure. Yet, Bai Wei, unfazed, tilted her head and swam directly toward the stranger. "Bai Wei, what are you doing? Come back." Bai Lin's heart raced as she chased after her sister, weapon in hand. Before she could cover much ground, Bai Wei had already dragged the figure onto the bank. Bai Lin swiftly aimed her weapon at the unconscious man while gripping Bai Wei's ear with her other hand. "Ouch! Ouch, sister, let go!" Bai Wei squealed in pain, her ample curves jiggling with each movement. "Have I not told you to listen to me in the disaster zone?" Chapter 156. You let me go slowly, don't move your hands. Realizing Bai Lin's genuine anger, Bai Wei promptly apologized, her tone uncharacteristically serious. "I understand now. In the disaster zone, anyone, even beasts, are unpredictable. What if he is a merciless killer? You rushed in without caution. What if he is just pretending?" Bai Lin continued to scold her, her irritation palpable, yet her heart eventually softened, releasing her grip on her sister's ear. Bai Wei rubbed her sore ear, sincerely apologizing. "Sister, I'm sorry, but don't worry, my talent tells me he is probably not a bad person." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the man lying on the ground. If Su Yanran and the others were present, they would undoubtedly recognize the individual as Cheng Xing, who had fallen into the H river. Upon hearing Bai Wei's words, Bai Lin's wariness diminished significantly. After scrutinizing him closely, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he seems rather handsome. Just not sure if he is alive or dead." "Oh, he is breathing. He is alive," Bai Wei said excitedly, moving closer to Cheng Xing and poking him with her slender fingers. Hearing her assessment, Bai Lin finally focused on Cheng Xing's face. Though pale and devoid of color, his striking features were undeniable. With just one glance, Bai Lin felt her breath quicken, her weapon unconsciously lowering. After years of camaraderie, Bai Wei noticed her sister's reaction, her eyes twinkling with mischief. So, sister, you like this type? Just like me. She disregarded Bai Lin's earlier admonishments. What does his looks matter? He's about our age, has no rank, and is likely just a pretty face. He won't survive long in a disaster zone. Bai Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she aimed her weapon at Cheng Xing once more, indignantly declaring, "Yet, I can't help but steal another glance." Her momentary relaxation of vigilance stemmed from Bai Wei's words. Her sister's A-grade talent granted her extraordinary intuition, having saved them from peril many times. Since Bai Wei deemed the stranger harmless, the likelihood of danger seemed minimal. However, considering his appearance, he could fetch a price comparable to theirs among the powerful women of the disaster zone. Sister, were you just thinking of selling him? Bai Wei narrowed her eyes, instantly perceiving her sister's thoughts, causing Bai Lin to blush anew. Afterward, Bai Wei turned back to examine Cheng Xing's features, a sudden inspiration striking her. Sister, let us keep him. With our current talents, as long as we level up a bit, no one in the shelter will dare to covet us. As two A-grade talent awakeners, what is the pressure in keeping a man? We could split the duties. You take him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'll take him on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and he can have Sundays off. Listening to Bai Wei's whimsical proposal, Bai Lin was exasperated. Yet a glance at Cheng Xing made her reconsider. You want to keep a man? Let us see if you reach level 10 first. Bai Lin retorted with a hint of annoyance. As the two continued their playful bickering, they remained oblivious to the fact that Cheng Xing's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. As Cheng Xing opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was the glint of a long blade poised threateningly before him. Instinctively alert, he swiftly grasped the back of the blade and, in a split second as he rose, exerted his strength. A startled gasp echoed in the air, followed by the sensation of soft jade in his embrace. Muscle memory guided one of his hands to deftly disarm his opponent. With the other arm, he secured the figure before him tightly against his body. Who are you? Who are you supporting? Cheng Xing inquired, his mind muddled, recalling only the faint mention of support before awakening. However, as he exerted pressure with his left hand, a soft sensation coursed through his palm, momentarily rendering him entranced. Accompanying this was a sultry murmur that ignited his imagination. It was then that Cheng Xing finally comprehended the precarious situation he was in, and the scene that unfolded before him was nothing short of breathtaking. Feeling the weight of Cheng Xing's gaze, Bai Wei lowered her eyes, letting out a shriek before hastily retreating to the shore. Initially, Cheng Xing remained on high alert. But upon noticing the girl's level of 9, he instinctively relaxed. Release my sister. We saved you. Otherwise, you wouldn't know where you'd end up. Bai Wei quickly donned a life vest, addressing Cheng Xing with urgency. Your sister? Cheng Xing glanced down, locking eyes with Bai Lin. The flush on the girl's cheeks took him aback, and as his gaze drifted lower, he realized the 5-finger mountain loomed above them. I apologize. With memories flooding back, Cheng Xing regained his clarity, quickly averting his gaze and loosening his grip. Bai Lin, evidently startled, wobbled slightly, and as Cheng Xing released her, she uncontrollably sank to the ground. Hearing her exclamation, he instinctively reached out to catch her, but she had just emerged from the water, her skin impossibly smooth. In an instant, his hand slipped back to its original position. The softness beneath his touch compelled him to squeeze instinctively. Bai Lin let out a soft whimper before hastily covering her mouth. The warmth radiating from behind her, coupled with the sensation of Cheng Xing's embrace, left her momentarily dazed. Are you all right? Please be gentle, don't move your hands around. Bai Lin bit her lip, feeling her legs weaken, and reluctantly spoke up. At her words, Cheng Xing stiffened, maintaining his stance, unwilling to move. Observing this scene, Bai Wei squinted, her intuition suggesting that this man posed no threat. And it seemed her sister might be on the verge of a romantic involvement. All right, please let go of me. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Lin finally spoke again. Cheng Xing slowly released her this time, and she quickly sprang to her feet, donning her life vest with haste. Could you explain what just transpired? He extended the long blade to Bai Lin, sheepishly rubbing his nose. He had observed earlier that the moisture on his equipment suggested he had been rescued for some time, and if they had intended harm, they had ample opportunity. Yet, they had refrained from doing so. Moreover, the mention of support during his awakening, combined with the presence of the beautiful awakened ones at levels 10 and 9, hardly incited any murderous intent within him. Unbeknownst to Cheng Xing, his actions had allowed him to catch a whiff of the girl's lingering fragrance, causing Bai Lin's cheeks to flush as she swiftly reclaimed her long blade. Pervert. She feigned indifference and retreated to Bai Wei's side. In contrast to Bai Lin's demeanor, Bai Wei appeared more exuberant, eagerly stepping forward to explain the arduous effort it took to rescue him, subtly implying her significant role and the expectation of a reward, such as her offering to support him. Cheng Xing glanced at the tranquil river surface, choosing not to expose her ulterior motives. What is your name? Which shelter do you hail from? You seem to have recently awakened. Did you become separated from your companions while leveling up? Once the atmosphere grew more familiar, Bai Wei unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Shelter? Cheng Xing's brow furrowed at the mention, perplexed as to why such a topic arose. He noticed the breath suppressor still hanging around his neck, a reminder that he had managed to avoid being devoured by disaster beasts in the water. Likely due to this item. Uncertain of his surroundings, Cheng Xing refrained from revealing his secrets, opting to follow Bai Wei's lead. I seem to have forgotten my past. I only remember that my name is Cheng Xing. Then come back with us to the Isha shelter. Bai Wei exclaimed. Is that all right? I have no idea where to go now, Cheng Xing countered, his expression genuinely perplexed. Of course, our home is quite spacious. Accommodating one more is no issue. Right, sister? Bai Wei turned to Bai Lin, her face alight with mischief. Bai Lin sighed, shaking her head at her sister's naive demeanor, realizing that without her guidance, Bai Wei might end up in precarious situations. She found it hard to believe Cheng Xing's words. The earlier display of strength indicated that his level was undoubtedly on par with hers. As for his unperceived level, Bai Lin assumed it was a secret of Cheng Xing's, thinking that maintaining an air of mystery in disaster zones was prudent for both parties. Bringing him back to the shelter should not pose a problem. After all, Bai Wei had already assessed him with her talent. Her instincts had never led her astray thus far. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Cheng Xing turned to meet her eyes. The moment their gazes locked, Bai Lin was reminded of the earlier encounter, her face blushing crimson as she quickly averted her eyes. Adopting a reluctant facade, she finally said, Since you don't know where to go, you might as well come back with me. Yay, we have a new member. Bai Wei cheered. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the younger sister, Bai Wei, and this is my sister, Bai Lin. With Bai Lin's agreement, Bai Wei jubilantly rushed forward, introducing herself enthusiastically while taking Cheng Xing's hand to lead him away. Yet, before they had gone far, Bai Lin's light cough echoed from behind them. Ahem, Xiao Wei. Did you forget something? Upon hearing this, Bai Wei halted, feigning ignorance at first. Forgot something? Oh, I just remembered. I almost forgot to grab my weapon. Suddenly enlightened, she dashed to the shore to retrieve a long blade. Observing her antics, Bai Lin placed her hands on her hips, glaring at her sister in silence. Cheng Xing couldn't help but smile at the sight of the twin sisters, but was soon caught by Bai Lin's piercing gaze, prompting him to regain his composure. Humph. Bai Lin huffed, then redirected her attention to Bai Wei, who was still attempting to evade scrutiny. Sister, we finally got to wash up. Can we not apply the ointment just yet? Realizing her ploy had failed, Bai Wei resorted to a pout, clinging to Bai Lin's arm and shaking it. However, when it came to matters of safety, Bai Lin was not swayed. Instead, she produced a round iron box from her belongings and handed it to Bai Wei. The younger sister's expression fell as she reluctantly accepted the iron box, her earlier enthusiasm dissipating. As the iron box creaked open, Cheng Xing discovered its contents resembled a substance akin to black mud. He then observed Bai Wei extending her finger, delicately scooping a small amount from within, and reluctantly applying it to her fair visage. As the dark paste spread across her face, the lively, beautiful girl vanished, leaving behind an awakened individual with dusky skin, whose features were nearly indistinguishable upon closer inspection, clad in garments reminiscent of a camouflage suit, rendering even their gender difficult to discern. What is this? Cheng Xing inquired, curiosity piqued by their actions. Are you aware of the severity of human trafficking in the shelters? If we do not disguise ourselves, we could easily attract unwanted attention. Bai Lin retorted, echoing Bai Wei's actions with an irritable tone. She shot Cheng Xing a fierce glare as a final warning. In response, Cheng Xing nodded vigorously, internally admiring their precautions. Their mention of the shelter indicated that they were currently situated beyond the base's radius of influence. After all, the base had gradually expanded from a single shelter, consuming neighboring ones until it established its dominion. Within the base's reach, shelters would invariably be absorbed. Only in areas distant from the base would shelters exist, suggesting conditions akin to those in disaster zones. In such regions, the malevolent facets of humanity are magnified, and individuals like them would likely be commodified. Hence, their masquerades served to render them inconspicuous. Soon, Bai Lin interrupted Cheng Xing's reverie by offering him the black mud. Your appearance is too conspicuous. You should apply some too. Cheng Xing hesitated momentarily, but Bai Lin's mischievous grin and solemn warnings soon dispelled his doubts. You may choose not to apply it, but don't blame me for not forewarning you. Isha Shelter has male patrons, and should you attract their attention, we cannot save you. Cheng Xing's expression turned peculiar as he quickly discerned Bai Lin's ulterior motives. Affectedly startled, he accepted the black mud from her hand, mimicking their application on his face. Observing this, Bai Lin chuckled inwardly, particularly at Cheng Xing's now darkened visage, which alleviated her irritation considerably. Your attire is ill-suited for traversing disaster zones. Allow me to make some modifications. After returning the black mud, she scrutinized Cheng Xing and spoke earnestly. Upon inspecting his B-grade outfit, it had transformed into a remarkably ordinary casual ensemble. However, as he was not one to flaunt, he concealed the equipment information display, making it unsurprising that Bai Lin and her companion failed to notice any discrepancies. At first glance, He truly resembled a novice venturing into a disaster zone without the means to procure proper gear. Yet, had he not donned this attire, he might not have withstood the earlier assault from a B-grade infected entity. Time slipped away unnoticed as Bai Lin returned, laden with branches and tree bark. And without heeding Cheng Xing's protests, she proceeded to alter his appearance. Consequently, he found himself clad in a ghillie suit fashioned from leaves and bark. While it served its purpose, the overall effect was decidedly unrefined. Beholding her handiwork, Bai Lin couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her irritation dissipating. All right, we are now ready to embark. With preparations complete, she led Cheng Xing and Bai Wei away, skillfully navigating the forest and evading the disaster beasts lurking within. Observing their adeptness, Cheng Xing squinted, noting their distinct style, markedly different from individuals emerging from the base. They were indeed truthful in their claims. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers, a shelter came into view. Although the shelter was not as expansive as the base, it was substantial, with walls rising a few meters high, patrolled by vigilant sentinels. The steel gates stood ajar, with numerous individuals entering and exiting, indicating a considerable resident population. Cheng Xing and his companions did not linger at the entrance, proceeding directly toward the center of the Isha shelter. At its heart lay an opulent manor. Within one of the manor's chambers, a handsome man was engrossed in a game of cards with two others. Shortly after, a servant entered, unperturbed by the man's enthusiasm, who continued to play audaciously. The servant approached swiftly, leaning close to the man and whispering, "Young master, the Bai sisters have returned." Chapter 158. In the disaster zone, good looks are futile. One must upgrade often. Upon entering the shelter, a series of rudimentary dwellings constructed from iron or wooden planks greeted the eye. As they traversed the impoverished sector and ventured deeper, the surroundings bore a resemblance to the dilapidated buildings Cheng Xing had previously encountered in the disaster zone, albeit with some rudimentary repairs. Is this a shelter repurposed from an abandoned town? Cheng Xing pondered quietly, intrigued. He wondered what the highest level within the shelter might be. As a newcomer, caution was prudent. With this thought, he discreetly surveyed the passers-by. Most individuals residing in the outer perimeter appeared destitute and emaciated, their levels predominantly at 1. Further inward, the attire of the inhabitants improved markedly, with many dressed in ordinary clothing akin to Cheng Xing's, and a few boasting higher levels with the occasional piece of equipment. This, however, was limited to the outer area. As he gazed toward the shelter's center, he noted the exquisite decor, which bore little difference from the H district he had previously inhabited. Throughout his journey, Cheng Xing discerned that the average level within the shelter was considerably lower than that of the base. A glance around revealed numerous individuals at levels 3 or 4, while those patrolling the high walls were slightly better, ranging from levels 8 to 10. This was to be expected, as the shelter housed those who had managed to survive amidst the disaster. They lacked the advantageous conditions available at the base to level up, and the resources they acquired predominantly accrued in the hands of the shelter's founders. Thus, individuals emerging from the base and those from the shelter, while ostensibly at the same level, presented stark contrasts in terms of equipment and skills, with the former facing far less peril. After all, the shelters were notorious for their predatory nature, having emerged from the chaos of disaster zones. "Ah, little Bai has returned." "Indeed, Uncle Li, have you eaten yet?" Cheng Xing was taken aback to see that, as they walked, many of the passers-by greeted Bai Lin and Bai Wei, their faces adorned with fawning expressions. According to their earlier assertions, they should have gone unnoticed. Amidst Cheng Xing's confusion, they arrived at a dilapidated building within the civilian area. Upon entering, he discovered the interior plastered with wallpaper, starkly contrasting its exterior's decrepitude, furnished with all requisite items, many bearing the marks of handcrafted craftsmanship. While not ostentatious, it emanated a warm and inviting atmosphere. Once home, Bai Wei promptly drew all the curtains, and upon completing this task, she exhaled in relief. Then, right before Cheng Xing's eyes, she began to strip off her ghillie suit, but was immediately halted by Bai Lin. She gestured toward Cheng Xing with her chin. "Oops. My apologies, I almost forgot you were here." Bai Wei stuck out her tongue, grinning cheerfully, yet her expression betrayed no concern, as if she had seen it all before. Only when met with Bai Lin's admonishing gaze did she scamper into the restroom. Bai Lin followed closely behind, casting a glare at the outside where Cheng Xing stood, as if to convey a stern warning against peeking. Cheng Xing scratched his head, pondering whether he truly was the type of person to be so scrutinized. Left alone, he busied himself by removing the twigs and bark that had clung to him, discarding them into the trash bin. The clothes he had conjured remained damp, but with a mere flicker of thought, they transformed back into a similar style. Cheng Xing then began to assess his condition. His protective gear and accessories were intact, yet he found himself bereft of his B-grade long knife, the whereabouts of which remained a mystery. Besides that, he was left with but a breath-concealing device. The incident had transpired so abruptly that his phone lay forgotten in the vehicle, leaving him completely disconnected. He mused that even if he had his phone, it would likely be of no use. He had no idea where he had drifted off to. Cheng Xing concluded that since there was still a shelter nearby, the area he occupied was most likely beyond the reach of his phone's signal. He would have to search systematically, as long as he could return to the base. It would pose no significant issue. A sound of a door creaking open interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to turn and gaze toward the restroom. Bai Lin and Bai Wei emerged, clad in casual attire. Despite the casual garments, their silhouettes retained an alluring grace, though the garish makeup on their faces rendered them less appealing. Particularly after changing into casual wear, even the exposed skin was smeared with that dark mud, transforming the vibrant young girls into indistinguishable figures. You all are so cautious. Why do you seem to attract attention regardless? Cheng Xing inquired with curiosity. Did you notice? Bai Lin paused in surprise, a bittersweet smile creeping onto her lips. However, rather than answer directly, she strolled into the living room and settled onto a makeshift sofa. Please, have a seat. Cheng Xing did not decline, taking a seat directly opposite her. Meanwhile, Bai Wei cheerfully bounded to Bai Lin's side, but was promptly shooed away to fetch water. Watching Bai Wei leave with reluctance, Cheng Xing couldn't help but chuckle. The twin sisters were indeed amusing. Previously, when we had yet to awaken our abilities, few took notice of us. But recently, we both manifested A-grade talents. And the attention we garner within the shelter has only increased. Bai Lin's expression dimmed slightly as she spoke. For them, heightened visibility equated to greater danger. Xiao Wei's awakened talent is A-grade super instinct. Her intuition suggested you were in no peril, which is why we rescued you. Otherwise, well. She fixed her glare on Cheng Xing, her tone laced with lingering resentment. An unexpected twist, indeed, Cheng Xing remarked, scratching his nose. Observing his gesture, Bai Lin felt her cheeks flush, grateful for the makeup that concealed her embarrassment. Then why aren't you heading to the base? With your talents, you should be welcomed unconditionally. Cheng Xing, feeling a touch guilty under Bai Lin's scrutinizing gaze, quickly shifted the topic. The base? It's far too distant from here. We would have to traverse several D-grade disaster zones, not to mention C-grade ones. Do you think we possess the strength for that? Bai Lin rolled her eyes, exasperation evident in her voice. You know about the base, Cheng Xing. You're quite fortunate. My sister and I plan to elevate to level 15, then leave the shelter to join the base. We'll definitely take you along. Bai Wei, carrying a water jug, chimed in excitedly upon hearing their conversation. Bai Lin, exasperated by her sister's loose tongue, reprimanded her before adopting a serious demeanor to address Cheng Xing. You're already aware of our plans. Join us in leveling up when the time comes. In disaster zones, mere looks 1T suffice. One must level up, as long as your level is adequate. Leveraging our connections to join the base shouldn't be difficult. Cheng Xing regarded Bai Lin's earnestness with a bemused expression but refrained from interrupting, merely nodding in agreement. Then it's settled. Venturing out in such attire is too perilous. You'll need a suit akin to ours. Let us purchase it tomorrow. Bai Lin stroked her chin thoughtfully. Although the day was still young, considering Cheng Xing had just been fished from the river, she decided it prudent for him to rest before they ventured out again. Consequently, she arranged for him to stay in the guest room. The following morning, Bai Lin rapped on Cheng Xing's door, expecting him to still be asleep. To her surprise, he opened the door almost immediately. Having washed the makeup off his face before sleeping, Bai Lin found herself momentarily entranced by his features. Frankly, after so many years within the shelter, she had never encountered a man as strikingly handsome as him. He seemed to rival the likes of the most celebrated actors. Oh dear, what am I daydreaming about? She chastised herself internally, though she maintained an outwardly composed facade. Come and have breakfast. After shopping, we'll head out to level up. With that, she hurriedly turned and exited, keeping her head down. After the three of them finished breakfast and donned their attire, they stepped outside. This time, Cheng Xing was free from the burden of bark and twigs, though the makeup remained necessary. Bai Lin navigated the alleyways with practiced ease, with Cheng Xing and Bai Wei closely trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at an open-air market. The marketplace was bustling with stalls, overflowing with an array of goods, materials, and equipment of all sorts, even maps for sale. However, the quality of the items was considerably low, and after a cursory glance, Cheng Xing lost interest. Surrounding the market were numerous shops, and upon a brief scan, Cheng Xing noted that many primarily dealt in human trafficking. Several shops had individuals locked in cages, displayed as if for selection. The locked-up individuals exhibited vacant stares, their expressions numb. Let us move on, Bai Lin remarked. Having sensed Cheng Xing's gaze lingering on the grim scene, he averted his eyes and followed her into a slightly more reputable shop. Bai Lin clearly frequented this place, as upon entering a store that resembled a clothing boutique, she lowered her voice and spoke in a familiar tone. Old Joe, I need a set of camouflage gear. Do you have his size? Isn't this our beloved Bai Lin and Bai Wei from Ixia? A middle-aged man emerged from the back of the store, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. Spare the pleasantries, bring out the goods, and you 1T go home empty-handed. Bai Lin's irritation was palpable at the man's casual address, and she urged him to hasten. All right, let me show you what I've got. Noting Bai Lin's serious demeanor, Old Joe quickly assessed Cheng Xing before retreating into the back of the store. Once assured they were alone, Bai Lin began explaining. Old Joe is renowned for his craftsmanship in the Ixia shelter. All of these camouflage suits are his handiwork. Don't dismiss them as unappealing. for they possess significant utility in disaster zones, reducing the likelihood of attracting the attention of disaster beasts. Listening to Balan's explanation, Cheng Xing curiously gazed at the various lucky garments displayed on the wall. It seemed that regardless of the location, there were always individuals of remarkable ability. Before long, old Zhou emerged from the back of the shop, clutching a lucky outfit. Care to try it on? He inquired. No need. Your reputation precedes you, old Zhou. Balan replied with a polite shake of her head. She then took the garment and handed it to Cheng Xing, placing an F-grade material on the counter. All right. Thank you for your patronage. After securing the lucky outfit, Balan wasted no time and instructed Cheng Xing to find a secluded alley to change. As she made her way toward the sanctuary's exit. However, just as they stepped out of the sanctuary, a flippant voice called out from behind. Oh, is that not Balan and Baiwei? Are you off to level up? Why not join us? Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing noticed Balan and her companion momentarily pause. Curiously, he turned to look back. A young man with a strikingly delicate appearance approached, his demeanor light and carefree, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Cheng Xing was taken aback by the young man's extravagant attire, which seemed utterly incongruous with the stark environment of the sanctuary, where his bodyguards were clad in formal suits. No thanks, Balan replied curtly, showing no regard for the young man's overture. Without further ado, she swiftly led Cheng Xing away. The decisive manner of her rejection left the young man momentarily stunned. The bodyguards exchanged glances, none daring to step forward and inquire further. Gradually, the young man's expression darkened. Damn it, how audacious. After all my efforts to change my taste, they refuse to give me face. Someone, investigate that kid accompanying the Bai sisters. Have I been too kind lately, allowing all sorts to approach my quarry? I must teach him a lesson to ensure everyone knows my reputation. Chi Xiao. Cheng Xing had intended to ask about the encounter, but seeing that Balan and her companion offered no explanation, he decided against it. Moments ago, he had noticed that the young man was only level 8, which was even lower than Baiwei's level, while his bodyguards were significantly stronger. Yet the highest among them was merely level 20. Thus, the threat he posed was negligible. Under Balan's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the entrance of an abandoned town. Shoo, this is the lair of the level 8 disaster beast, the red spider. We must proceed with caution, Balan stated earnestly, surveying their surroundings. Baiwei, unusually quiet, listened attentively to Balan's instructions. Balan retrieved a small notebook, glancing at the notes within. First, we need to find a vantage point. Once she finished speaking, both Balan and Baiwei realized that Cheng Xing had vanished from their sight. After scanning the area, they discovered him peeking from the rooftop of a nearby 4-story building. Balan's brow furrowed, prompting her to hurry over to Baiwei. What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea? Upon seeing Cheng Xing, she instinctively began to reprimand him, but the expansive view from his position silenced her. Isn't this the perfect vantage point I've been seeking? What did you say? He asked, turning to her. Nothing, she replied, casting a lingering glance at him. It appeared that Cheng Xing was more adept in the disaster zone than she had anticipated. Igniting her competitive spirit. I shall see what other skills you possess. I refuse to believe your level surpasses mine by much. With that thought, Balan proposed. By the way, since we're preparing to level up, let us form a team. Absolutely, Cheng Xing replied, promptly sending a team request. The mystery surrounding Cheng Xing's S-level, which had been a source of curiosity, was about to be unveiled. You're level 13. Chapter 160. It feels as though I am being carried by someone of level 20 or more. Balan and Baiwei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the level indicator above Cheng Xing's health bar. Cheng Xing, you're incredible. You've reached level 13, while I've only barely made it to level 9. Baiwei approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's one thing to be handsome, but to have such a high level as well, it's hard not to like you. As she regarded his level, Balan suddenly recalled her earlier admonishments directed at Cheng Xing, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Baiwei seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, No wonder you were able to subdue my sister so effortlessly yesterday. You've been hiding your true strength. Upon this revelation, both Balan and Baiwei recollected the events of the previous day, leading to Baiwei receiving a playful reprimand from her sister. Ahem, let us get back to business. I'll explain the red spider. After regaining her composure, Balan cleared her throat and began to share pertinent information about the creature. That's about all the information we have on the red spider. Make sure you remember it. The information was limited, primarily consisting of common skills and precautions. Cheng Xing, have you encountered the red spider before? No, he shook his head. Considering you have no prior experience, I'll take the lead in drawing aggro, and you two can provide support. What do you think? Balan contemplated the plan, assigning roles. However, her decision surprised Cheng Xing. She hadn't assigned the highest level member to draw aggro. You explained everything very well. I have a good understanding of how to deal with the red spider. Moreover, I am the highest level, so it would be safer for me to take the front line, Cheng Xing said, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. Balan perceived this as an attempt to show off, reminiscent of their earlier conversation. Yet after some debate, she ultimately conceded to Cheng Xing's insistence. If you want to show off, just wait and see what happens. Once their roles were established, the trio immediately set out to locate their prey. soon targeting a nearby level 8 red spider. They stealthily approached and commenced their assault according to their initial plan. As the battle began, Balan had prepared to witness Cheng Xing falter, but her eyes widened in disbelief. Cheng Xing moved with agility, effortlessly dodging the red spider's attacks. His weapon seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, accurately striking the creature's known weaknesses. Balan stared incredulously at her own weapon. Could it be that Cheng Xing's weapon had somehow become sentient? No, it was the very weapon she had gifted him that morning. What are you two standing there for? Get in there and help. Cheng Xing called out, noticing the two still in shock. Realizing their oversight, they quickly scrambled to find opportunities to attack. Under Cheng Xing's deft guidance, the hunt concluded in approximately 5 minutes. Defeated LV-8 red spider. As the kill notification appeared in her view, Balan remained momentarily stunned. The efficiency of this hunt surpassed the times she and Baiwei had previously faced monsters together. When she finally snapped back to reality, Baiwei had already thrown herself at Cheng Xing, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's all thanks to your sister's excellent briefing. I've never had such an easy time hunting before. Cheng Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that controlling his power to subdue lower-level disaster beasts was more exhausting than he had anticipated. As he observed Baiwei's excitement, he offered a compliment that left Balan feeling quite pleased. Do I truly possess the talent to be a lecturer? Listening to Cheng Xing's words, Bailin couldn't help but begin to doubt herself. Given our current configuration, should we consider attempting to hunt a level 10 crimson spider? Cheng Xing proposed at an opportune moment, as he sensed the timing was right. Bailin instinctively wanted to decline. After all, a level 10 disaster beast represented a significant threshold, far removed from the level 8 they were accustomed to. However, as she recalled Cheng Xing's graceful movements, she felt a flicker of temptation. Perhaps, with Cheng Xing by her side, it wouldn't be impossible after all. After a moment of contemplation, Bailin fell into deep thought. If they could indeed hunt a level 10 crimson spider, it wouldn't be long before Baiwei could ascend to level 10, providing a tremendous boost to the entire team. Xiaowei, what do you think? Baiwei quickly grasped the situation and soon provided her answer. My intuition tells me there is no danger. Hearing this, Bailin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she readily agreed to Cheng Xing's suggestion. The trio then ventured deeper into the disaster zone, arriving at the territory of the level 10 crimson spiders. Without Bailin needing to speak, Cheng Xing instinctively sought out a vantage point. Observing his ease in navigating the terrain, Bailin grew increasingly convinced that Cheng Xing was indeed a master of survival in disaster zones. Such skill could not be honed without years of grappling with the perils of the wasteland. Soon, Cheng Xing selected their target, and the three of them executed their plan once more. The ensuing scene left Bailin astounded. The level 10 crimson spider posed no threat to Cheng Xing. The hunt proceeded with remarkable ease, albeit taking slightly longer than before, lasting a mere 10 minutes. Yet, the efficiency was still astonishing, akin to being guided by a veteran of level 20 or higher. At this rate, it felt as though they would reach level 15 in no time. We truly defeated a level 10 crimson spider. Cheng Xing, you are undeniably impressive. Upon seeing Cheng Xing glance over, Bailin rolled her eyes playfully. It was my excellent guidance, wasn't it? Cheng Xing flashed a wide grin, prompting Bailin to playfully kick him. That mischievous Cheng Xing, always so slick with words, she thought to herself, oblivious to the slowly narrowing distance between them. After a brief respite, the trio continued towards their next target. During the subsequent hunts, Cheng Xing deliberately moderated his attacks, allowing Bailin or Baiwei to deliver the finishing blows, occasionally stepping in to claim materials or equipment. He refrained from monopolizing the kills for 2 reasons. Firstly, to conceal his true capabilities, and secondly, an excess of materials and equipment in the disaster zone would only attract unwanted attention. These were not high-level disaster beasts, and it was unnecessary to court trouble. As dusk approached, Baiwei successfully reached level 10. I've finally leveled up to 10, she exclaimed, leaping with joy before impulsively throwing herself at Cheng Xing, planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. Instantly, she grimaced, sticking out her tongue and exclaiming how bitter it was. The girl had forgotten that Cheng Xing's face was also smeared with black mud. Fortunately, the mud was not toxic. In fact, prolonged application could be beneficial for the skin. Observing this, Bailin gently tapped her on the head, cautioning her against such impulsiveness. As night fell, and with Baiwei now leveled up, they decided against continuing their hunts, recognizing the heightened dangers of the disaster zone after dark. Thus, they sought a nearby place to rest. Not long after Cheng Xing settled against a wall, Bailin approached him, mimicking his posture and sitting beside him. Do you think I was overly bold today? She inquired. I couldn't help it. Do you remember the man we encountered at the entrance today? Chapter 161. What does it matter if he is dark-skinned? The lights can be turned off. Cheng Xing tilted his head, propping his chin on his hand. Based on his initial impression, Bailin's behavior today did indeed seem rather audacious. He had braced himself for a rejection, preparing to slowly tackle the level 9 crimson spiders instead. His name is Qi Wenyu, the son of Qi Fuxing, the founder of the Yixia shelter. He runs rampant within the shelter, treating people as mere objects. with a particular penchant for collecting beautiful women. As Bai Lin recounted this, her body trembled uncontrollably, for their high talent levels had afforded them the grim privilege of being summoned by Qi Fuxing, witnessing firsthand the fates of the beautiful women under Qi Wenyu's command. Those favored were allowed to stand, while those who fell out of favor were chained like dogs in rooms, suffering brutal beatings at the slightest hint of defiance. Bai Lin would rather choose death than fall into the clutches of such a man. Is his collection of beautiful women indicative of your true nature? Cheng Xing inquired, taken aback as he glanced at Bai Lin, whose face was painted with various colors. Bai Lin shot him a disapproving look, yet her eyes still reflected worry. I'm not sure why, but ever since we underwent our collective awakening, Qi Wenyu has taken to approaching us frequently. The key point is, I can assure you, he has not seen our true appearances. His temperament is fickle. We have rejected him many times, and it seems he has been cautious of our talents, which is why he has yet to act. Because of his attention, they had even refrained from bathing at home and dared not wash off the paint while sleeping. Listening to her, Cheng Xing finally understood Bai Lin's urgency. So that's how it is, I thought. Cheng Xing chuckled softly before continuing. What did you think? Bai Lin, intrigued by his unfinished thought, pressed him for an answer. I thought you were the daughter of a shelter founder, driven to desperation and hiding beneath their noses while plotting revenge, only to have me stumble upon you and assist in your quest for vengeance, leading to your immense gratitude and the bestowing of some precious treasure upon me. Bai Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Cheng Xing's whimsical notions, poking him playfully in the side. Yet, his diversion had lightened her mood considerably. But right now, it doesn't matter. If we continue at this pace, we should reach level 15 soon enough, and then the three of us can soar high and far. We'll leave this place first and head to the Bayou shelter. I've heard there are convoys heading to the base from there. We can join them and finally put an end to our life of anxiety. Listening to Bai Lin's ambitious plans for the future, Cheng Xing remained silent, allowing her to voice her aspirations. In the Xia shelter, Qi family manor, Qi Wenyu was in his room, playing cards with three others, venting his frustration. Minutes later, as the noise in the room faded into silence, the bodyguards outside dared to push the door open. Inside, Qi Wenyu was drenched in sweat, seated in a chair, cradling a glass of red wine with smoke curling at his fingertips. The scene in the room was electrifying, yet the entering bodyguards dared not steal a glance. Approaching him, they lowered their heads and reported, "Young master, we have some preliminary insights into that boy's background." "Oh, speak," Qi Wenyu replied, his tone indifferent. "He is an unfamiliar face. He only entered our shelter yesterday with the Bai sisters. My men couldn't ascertain his level, but someone saw him this morning wearing very ordinary clothing. He likely lacks any significant background, probably just a novice from another shelter seeking to level up, who happened to cross paths with the Bai sisters. We've dispatched people to verify with several nearby shelters, and we should have news shortly." The bodyguard relayed the information he had gathered to Qi Wenyu. However, Qi Wenyu was evidently not entirely satisfied with this response. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet, it soon relaxed as he considered that the only factions capable of opposing him in the vicinity were few and well known to him. Since he had never encountered this young man before, it was likely that the forces behind him were not particularly formidable. He resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate him, for he harbored no desire to see him again. Yes, the bodyguard promptly nodded, already having sentenced Cheng Xing to death in his heart. Over the years, he had never witnessed anyone who had offended Qi Wenyu walk out of the shelter alive. "Is there anything else?" Qi Wenyu inquired impatiently, noticing the bodyguard's hesitance. "Young master, I truly fail to comprehend why you are enamored with the two unattractive sisters of the Bai family." Qi Wenyu shot him a cold glance, but soon recalled the exquisite individuals he had previously indulged in, causing his expression to soften considerably. "You short-sighted fools understand nothing. I have encountered countless women, and I tell you, on the day I awakened my talent, the moment I laid eyes upon them, I knew their figures were of exceptional quality. Despite their attempts at concealment, they could not escape my discerning gaze." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard paused for a moment, recollecting the appearances of Bai Lin and Bai Wei, and instinctively spoke. "But with their looks, how could they possibly merit your favor?" Qi Wenyu was not angered. Rather, he replied nonchalantly, "I have grown weary of the daily fare of seafood and abalone. Is it so wrong to occasionally indulge in a change of taste? Besides, what does it matter if they are dark-skinned? In the dark, it is all the same." The bodyguard could not help but gasp in astonishment. He found it difficult to comprehend his master's preferences. Nevertheless, he quickly adopted a look of enlightened understanding and flatteringly remarked, "It is indeed a testament to your elevated standards." "Young master." Qi Wenyu was quite pleased with the bodyguard's flattery, waving his hand dismissively before recalling something and asking, "You do not need me to instruct you on how to acquire the Bai sisters, do you?" "Rest assured, young master. We have already dispatched personnel, and within the week, we shall ensure they are in your bed." Qi Wenyu appeared dissatisfied with the response. 3 days. I misspoke earlier. It will only take 3 days, and I will ensure it is accomplished." At this, the bodyguard broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly pounding his chest in assurance. "I eagerly anticipate your performance. If you execute this task well, Your position as the head of the bodyguard team is assured. Thank you, young master. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Chapter 162. Consider it the cost of your maintenance. At the Xia shelter, after concluding a day of hunting, Cheng Xing and the others returned directly to Bai Lin's residence, refraining from emerging again. Over the following 3 days, they ventured out to hunt disaster beasts during the day, returning only when darkness fell. During this time, Bai Lin and Bai Wei swiftly advanced to level 11, their progress astonishing the two. With each hunt, the core of the team gradually shifted from Bai Lin to Cheng Xing, and their relationships intensified rapidly. On the third night, after Bai Lin and her companions returned and had barely settled, Cheng Xing tactfully remarked, I wish to take a brief stroll. Are there any precautions I should heed? Well, you have been here several days. It is indeed time for you to take a walk. As for precautions, Bai Lin did not dwell on it, and replied, just remember to avoid the Qi family estate in the center of the shelter. You can go anywhere else. And be cautious in the slums. It is quite chaotic there. Keep an eye on your belongings to avoid theft. After a brief pause, Bai Lin earnestly cautioned him. Cheng Xing nodded and prepared to turn to leave. But just a few steps in, he was called back by Bai Lin. Wait a moment. Cheng Xing turned back in confusion to see Bai Lin holding out a set of keys. What is this? Cheng Xing asked, tilting his head in surprise. This is the key to the main door. Who knows when you will return, so we will not leave the door open for you. You may let yourself in later. Bai Lin explained, holding out one of the larger keys toward Cheng Xing. Oh, I see. And what about these 2 keys? Cheng Xing inquired, glancing at the 2 smaller keys attached to the keychain, his eyes narrowing slightly. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not want them, then forget it. Bai Lin instinctively turned her head, and if she had not had paint on her face at that moment, Cheng Xing would have certainly noticed that her cheeks had flushed a vivid crimson. Seeing Bai Lin about to retract the keys, Cheng Xing swiftly seized them from her grasp, his dark face breaking into a wide grin. Of course I want them. Cheng Xing cheerfully accepted the keys and was about to step outside when he was halted once more by Bai Lin. He turned again to see her offering him 5 low-grade materials. Taken aback, Cheng Xing realized that during these days, he had been deliberately concealing his progress, resulting in only a meager collection of materials. Bai Lin had surprisingly chosen to share nearly half of what she had. You have worked hard these days. This is what you deserve. Consider it the cost of your maintenance. Bai Lin's latter words seemed to embarrass her, and without regard for Cheng Xing's willingness, she thrust the materials into his hands and, as if shooing him away, pushed him out the door. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him, leaving Cheng Xing standing outside. He gazed at the keys in his left hand and the materials in his right, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he mused on Bai Lin's cautious demeanor, revealing such an endearing side. However, as he walked further away, Cheng Xing's smile gradually faded, for he sensed that someone was trailing him. Indeed, this is a shelter. I have barely stepped outside, and already someone has set their sights on me? Cheng Xing did not turn back, but continued forward, releasing his sense of danger. As he moved farther away, he noticed several figures darting through a shadowy alley behind him. Seems their strength is rather lacking. Did they catch a glimpse of the materials in my hands when I left? Cheng Xing pondered as he detected the faint traces of malicious intent from the lurking individuals. Over the past few days, he had heard Bai Lin speak extensively about the shelter, an amalgamation of various individuals, each more unpredictable than the last. It was not uncommon for newcomers to find themselves targeted. Yet, rather than seeking to teach them a lesson, Cheng Xing had more pressing matters at hand, to investigate the true strength of the shelter. According to Bai Lin, the highest-ranking individual here was Qi Fuxing, the founder of the Xia shelter at level 30, with his most formidable subordinates reaching only level 25. However, Bai Lin and her companions were still too low in level, perhaps lacking comprehensive knowledge, so for the sake of prudence, it was best for Cheng Xing to conduct his own investigation. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xing began to meander aimlessly through the shelter, constantly observing the levels of the passers-by with his peripheral vision. Hey, the target is that kid, right? Should be. The Bai sisters have had no one else coming in or out but him. Look at him, so full of openings and utterly unguarded. This job should be a piece of cake. The figures trailing Cheng Xing chuckled at his unassuming demeanor. It is a bit strange, though. Why can't we see his level? Why bother with that? Just look at him. He hardly appears to be a skilled fighter. Judging by his clothes, they are likely all second-hand. I recently heard a rumor that this kid is the kept boy of the Bai sisters. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. He somehow manages to attract their interest. The group of individuals exchanged words with little regard for Cheng Xing. Eventually, the leader, a young man, let out a cold snort, declaring, "All right. Keep your eyes peeled and don't lose sight of him. Let us not forget who assigned us this task. Failure to complete, it will not bode well for us." Unbeknownst to them, after traversing several narrow alleys, Cheng Xing's dark visage had completely vanished, replaced by a visage unknown to all. After employing his mimicry to alter his appearance, he continued to meander with his followers trailing behind. He initially ventured deeper into the sanctuary, quickly detecting a vast estate. Upon merely approaching, he sensed multiple murderous intents directed at him. Judging by their intensity, those individuals were at least level 20. Realizing this, Cheng Xing promptly altered his course, frequently shifting directions to obscure his intentions. A dozen awakened beings above level 20? Among them, the strongest was likely level 25, just as Bai Lin had mentioned. Before long, Cheng Xing had discerned the circumstances surrounding the Qi family estate and began to probe the periphery. The outer area was less formidable, with the highest level barely exceeding a mere dozen. After gathering his information, Cheng Xing made his way toward the slums, eliciting expressions of excitement from those behind him. Damn it, does this kid have the instincts of a rat? He has practically scoured the entire sanctuary. Finally, we have an opportunity. Let us move, brothers. Let us take him out tonight. One exclaimed. What does the boss say? There are too many eyes outside. Can we strike now? Although the group was eager, they still awaited the leader's signal. Go. The young man, whose patience had been significantly eroded by Cheng Xing, raised his hand to indicate action. Without hesitation, they surged forward. Especially since Cheng Xing had just turned into a dilapidated dead end, presenting a perfect opportunity for them to act. However, upon reaching the entrance of the alley, they found it completely empty. Where did he go? The group stood in shock, for they had witnessed Cheng Xing enter this dead end. Damn it, you useless fools. You let him slip away. The leader seethed, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon his subordinates. He had claimed they were utterly unprepared, yet they had allowed their target to escape right under their noses. In a state of invisibility, Cheng Xing watched the leader berate his men, a grin spreading across his face. Did they truly believe they could follow him? If their levels were too low, he would have lost interest long ago. With that thought, Cheng Xing felt disinclined to linger and was about to depart the alley when the leader's next words halted him mid-step. I advise you to pray that the Bai sisters have succeeded, or else you shall be awaiting your demise. Chapter 163. I ask, you answer, or face death. As the leader's words faded, a gust of wind swept through, followed by a muffled thud from a distance. To his astonishment, he discovered that 4 of his subordinates had dwindled to 3. Whereas that useless dog, where did he run off to? You're all so lackadaisical when it comes to work, yet you're the first to flee when trouble arises. His fury surged as he reprimanded the remaining trio, who displayed expressions of terror. The young man paused, raising a hand to touch his face. Despite his earlier severity, he hadn't expected them to be this frightened. Yet, as he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure pressed against the far wall of the dead end. The silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the dog he had mentioned. Swallowing hard, the young man trembled as he inquired, Is someone behind me? The 3 subordinates nodded vigorously, causing the young man's legs to weaken. All 4 of them were level 10 awakened beings, and he himself was merely level 13. In such circumstances, if someone could silently dispatch one of his men, they must possess a strength exceeding level 20. With this realization, the young man slowly turned, only to find an unfamiliar figure with a dark expression standing before him, resembling their former target. The thought that they had pursued a being above level 20 sent a chill down his spine, leaving him feeling as if his pants had dampened. I ask you answer, or face death. Cheng Xing's cold gaze bore into the young man. Who sent you? Duan Kuan, the young man replied without hesitation. And who is he? A bodyguard of the Qi family. Upon hearing the name of the Qi family's bodyguard, Cheng Xing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such swift action from them. What do you mean by the Bai sisters? Duan Kuan has arranged for personnel to capture the Bai sisters and bring them back to the Qi family estate. They should have succeeded by now. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Cheng Xing, the young man immediately wet himself, divulging all he knew. Boss, that is all I know. We're just from the Qi family estate. No, we have no connections to them. They merely provided materials for me to teach you a lesson. We're just trying to survive. Please spare us. With that, the young man fell to his knees, begging for mercy, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. Witnessing their leader's desperation, the other 3 subordinates hastily followed suit. A level 10 against a level 20 stood no chance. However, sensing their sincerity, Cheng Xing's footsteps began to recede into the distance. After a prolonged silence, the young man dared to lift his head, relieved to find the alley empty. Rising swiftly, disdain filled his features. Bah, what a fool, believing such nonsense. He cursed under his breath, vexed by his recent misfortunes, having encountered a level 20 awakened being. I can't stay in the Xia sanctuary any longer. I need to make a hasty retreat. With this, the young man stomped away, clearly accustomed to such situations. Seeing his subordinates still kneeling on the ground incited his fury once more, and he kicked at them. Please, spare us, big brother. Initially, the 3 subordinates pleaded, but soon fell silent. The young man furrowed his brow, noticing their expressions of terror. Suddenly, he turned around, only to see Cheng Xing reappear at the alley's entrance. This time, however, Cheng Xing chose to ignore their pleas for mercy. After dispatching the Qi family's lackeys with his doppelganger, he exited its perspective and hurried toward Bai Lin's residence. Upon returning home, Cheng Xing found the place utterly deserted. His expression darkened as he swiftly grabbed his long knife and donned a black trench coat, plunging into the night, racing toward the Qi family estate. At the Qi family estate, Bai Lin and Bai Wei lay helplessly on the large bed in their room, fearfully surveying their surroundings. Even the typically cautious and composed Bai Lin appeared somewhat flustered. Moments ago, they had been dining and chatting at home. only to be startled by the sudden intrusion of individuals who, upon resistance, revealed themselves to be awakened beings all above level 20. They were immediately overpowered, bundled into sacks, and brought to this place. Once the burlap sacks were removed from their bodies, Bai Lin immediately recognized the individual before her. It was the bodyguard, Sang Go, who frequently shadowed Qi Wenyu. The nature of their surroundings quickly became evident. The two women attempted to struggle and flee, only to find themselves bound by Sang Go, who, on his departure, deliberately ignited a fragrant incense within the room. As the intoxicating smoke ascended, Bai Lin and her companion felt their limbs weaken, a fervent heat enveloping them, while a primal urge relentlessly assailed their reason. Gazing through increasingly blurred vision, Bai Lin bit her tongue, hoping the sharp pain would keep her conscious. Xiao Wei, wake up quickly. Though she managed to cling to her sanity, Bai Wei, beside her, had already succumbed to a dazed stupor, her body leaning heavily against Bai Lin. The fabric of her protective suit rustling softly. Not long after the incense had burned out, the exhaust fan in the room suddenly activated, drawing away the excess smoke. Then, Qi Wenyu, clad in a robe and holding a wine glass, sauntered into the room. Observing Bai Lin's ongoing struggle, he sneered, "Don't waste your energy. This incense is a rare treasure. Once inhaled, it will incapacitate even a level 20 awakened individual, let alone you two. We are the combat reserves cultivated by your father. Do you not fear disheartening those in the shelter with your actions?" Bai Lin, straining against her bonds, managed to retort intermittently, "And what of it? The entire shelter belongs to me. I shall do as I please. Do you see anyone daring to raise their voice? Besides, those aware of your presence here are all within this estate. Even if I were to toy with you and then eliminate you, what would it matter?" Qi Wenyu's laughter was brash and arrogant, yet it faltered as his expression darkened. "After all this effort, I finally wish to indulge in a bit of wild cuisine. Time and again, I have invited you, yet you dare to squander my efforts." With this, Qi Wenyu's gaze fell upon their protective suits, his anger flaring as he shattered his wine glass and stepped forward to strip them of their clothing. Despair washed over Bai Lin as she shut her eyes, feeling utterly powerless, even to contemplate death. In that critical moment, a handsome visage suddenly materialized in her mind. If only Cheng Xing were here. Just as Qi Wenyu was about to reach Bai Lin, a familiar voice rang out. "Did you not just state that everyone aware of today's events is within the estate? Of course. As long as my consent is not given, my father remains oblivious to what has transpired today." The inebriated Qi Wenyu instinctively responded, but in the next instant, he sensed something amiss and turned sharply, only to find a stranger donning a black trench coat standing ominously within the room. "You're new? Did no one inform you that when this young master is conducting business, interruptions are unwelcome?" Qi Wenyu pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Xing, oblivious to the murderous intent burning in Cheng Xing's eyes. Cheng Xing paid no heed to Qi Wenyu's furious outburst. Instead, he regarded Bai Lin and Bai Wei on the bed, relieved to see that they were unharmed. "How dare you gaze upon my belongings?" Qi Wenyu shouted. "Immediately pluck out your eyes." He noticed Cheng Xing's movement, and, in a fit of rage, lunged at him. However, a flash of steel sliced through the air, followed by the heavy thud of a solid object hitting the ground. The sharp pain dispelled Qi Wenyu's intoxication as he clutched his neatly severed wound, letting out a harrowing scream. In that moment, he finally comprehended that this person was not one of his household's bodyguards. As he met Cheng Xing's eyes, filled with lethal intent, a chill ran down his spine. "Intruder! Enemy attack!" Qi Wenyu cried out, retreating and envisioning his bodyguards bursting in to shred the intruder to pieces. Yet, in a twist of fate, he seemingly forgot his perilous situation, fixating coldly on Cheng Xing. "Damn it. You dare to commit murder in my home? I'll make you wish you were never born." Cheng Xing regarded him with an expression of utter indifference, steadily advancing toward him. Panic surged through Qi Wenyu as he realized that despite his prolonged cries for help, no one had come to his aid. "Damn it, you useless fools. Duan Kuan. Where the hell are you? I've been attacked." Just then, as if to answer his pleas, a figure tumbled from the wall outside, collapsing heavily at the doorway. Duan Kuan, the very person Qi Wenyu had mentioned. This scene caused Qi Wenyu's pupils to constrict, as if someone had clutched his throat. In that instant, he experienced a long-forgotten sensation, fear, coupled with the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Cheng Xing. A thought, impossible to fathom, crept into his mind. Had all the skilled fighters in the estate been eliminated? With that thought, he glanced upwards at Cheng Xing, but saw nothing above. "You cannot kill me. My father is returning soon. He is a level 30 awakened individual. If you kill me, he will not let you go." Desperately clinging to the last thread of hope, Qi Wenyu recalled his father, Qi Fuxing, and hastily continued, "If you spare me, I will overlook everything that has happened today." As he spoke, Cheng Xing paused in his advance. A flicker of hope ignited within Qi Wenyu, who thought, "He is wary of my father." But just as he prepared to speak again, another flash of steel cut through the air, and he felt himself lifted off the ground, only to see a very familiar figure emerging in his line of sight. After dispatching Qi Wenyu, Cheng Xing promptly approached, freeing Bai Lin and Bai Wei from their bindings and supporting them as they rose. Who are you? Bai Lin, still clinging to the remnants of her consciousness, gazed at the unfamiliar face before her, struggling to inquire. It's me, Cheng Xing, he replied, restoring his familiar demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin surrendered her struggle, allowing Cheng Xing to embrace her, while Bai Wei began to explore Cheng Xing's form with her hands. Once outside the estate, Cheng Xing cast a final glance at the opulent manor behind him, silently vowing, war tactics, phantom body. As his doppelganger emerged and headed back toward the manor, he then carried the two women away under the cover of night. Cheng Xing is going home. Hearing Bai Lin's murmurs, Cheng Xing paused, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps returning home was not such a bad idea after all. He altered his course toward Bai Lin's residence. Upon ensuring that no one was watching, he swiftly entered the house. Bathroom. Bai Lin strained to lift her finger, gesturing toward the restroom. Without hesitation, Cheng Xing guided the two of them inside. Bai Lin, summoning her remaining strength, turned on the shower, dousing herself in cold water to combat the fire within her veins. The cold water helped restore a semblance of clarity to both women as they huddled together, the water washing away the paint that had obscured their skin, revealing their fair complexions. The searing heat rising from their lower abdomens remained unabated, prompting them to instinctively shed their auspicious attire. Sister, I feel so hot, Bai Wei murmured. Embracing Bai Lin, her restless hands betraying her growing agitation, which in turn affected Bai Lin's composure. The primal impulses surging within them relentlessly eroded their rationality. Ultimately, their last vestige of reason was completely submerged with the reappearance of Cheng Xing. Bai Wei was the first to leap forward, ensnaring Cheng Xing like an octopus, while Bai Lin swiftly intervened to silence him with a kiss. As Cheng Xing beheld the dazed expressions of the two, his hand, previously suspended in midair, gradually descended to encircle their waists. The ensuing commotion sent various items from the washbasin scattering across the floor. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a floor marred by water stains that extended into the living room, the sofa damp and speckled with moisture. Subsequently, the remnants of Bai Lin and Bai Wei's unfinished meal were unceremoniously pushed aside by Cheng Xing at the dining table. The sink was left immaculate, and the refrigerator gleamed without a trace of dust. Back to the room, Bai Lin whispered softly in Cheng Xing's ear. A night of sleeplessness unfolded in chapter 165, in the shadow of the light. The following day, the sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. As Cheng Xing lay in bed, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting downward to behold a cascade of lustrous hair. To his left, a young lady had nestled her head against his neck, her upper body resting against his chest, her voluptuous curves accentuated by the pressure, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. It was none other than his sister, Bai Lin. To his right, Bai Wei curled up against his waist, her cherubic face nestled on him, her lips slightly parted, a glistening droplet trailing down. Even in slumber, her small hands wandered restlessly along Cheng Xing's thigh, exploring with an innocent curiosity. Witnessing this tableau, Cheng Xing felt a sudden surge of heat rise within him. Glancing at the time, he lifted his hand resting on Bai Lin's waist, and with the slightest movement, he sensed the figure beside him shudder. Awake? He whispered, his breath caressing the delicate curve of the girl's ear, causing her cheeks to flush a vivid crimson in an instant. Yet, for a prolonged moment, Bai Lin remained still, nestled against Cheng Xing's neck, her petite face concealed. Her lashes fluttered as she recalled the wild escapades of the previous night with startling clarity. Just a fleeting thought brought back the intoxicating sensations of the previous evening. How could this be? Will he perceive me as a frivolous person? A strange unease washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. It must be the effect of that aphrodisiac. Yes, that must be it. Bai Lin could not help but spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. Cheng Xing noticed the temperature of the beauty in his arms rising perceptibly, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Is there still residual effect from the potion? He pondered. According to novels, shouldn't such effects dissipate after the climax of the encounter? A soft hum escaped him, eliciting a faint reply from Bai Lin, as if her mind were lost in a daze. What am I saying? Her lashes trembled wildly, her inner thoughts in a frenzy, as the memories of last night's events replayed vividly in her mind. Then she felt the warm hand that had previously departed from her waist return, beginning to roam once more. In that case, for the sake of our health, we ought to detoxify once more. With that, Cheng Xing exerted a gentle pressure, repositioning Bai Lin appropriately. This movement roused Bai Wei from her slumber, her drowsy eyes fluttering open as she gazed at the distant thigh, and suddenly exclaimed, Cheng Xing, you smell divine. After a leisurely game of do di ju, the trio finally rose from their slumber. Bai Lin and Bai Wei leaned against Cheng Xing on either side, their faces tinted with a rosy hue. Oh no, should we not vacate the sanctuary immediately? Bai Wei recalled something abruptly, her expression shifting as she spoke. She had witnessed Cheng Xing eliminate Qi Wenyu with her own eyes. Bai Lin shook her head in response. Given our state yesterday, the guards would undoubtedly discover us the moment we step outside, inevitably leading them to us. Cheng Xing is with us, and besides, it is not the optimal choice. Bai Lin paused, then hastily added, "What does this have to do with us returning home?" Bai Wei tilted her head, bewildered. "Let me ask you this. With such a significant incident occurring at Qi's manor, if you were Qi Fuxing, what would your assessment of the adversary's strength be? And what actions would you take after committing murder?" Bai Lin felt a wave of exasperation at her sister's lack of insight. "Well, it must be formidable, at least level 25 or above, right? They would certainly believe the culprit would leave the sanctuary immediately, wouldn't they? Hence, we should delay our exit and engage them in a game of shadows." Bai Wei pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed, before her eyes brightened with realization. And she clapped her hands together. Seeing her comprehension, Bai Lin and Cheng Xing exchanged glances and sighed in relief, grateful that her thought process had merely been sluggish. However, Bai Lin did not concur with Bai Wei's earlier assumptions. Cheng Xing's level was undoubtedly well beyond 25. To have discreetly neutralized so many masters from the Qi family, his level was likely 29 or even 30. Moreover, from her observations over the past few days, she sensed that Cheng Xing was akin to herself, cautious and astute. Since he had chosen to remain, it was highly probable that the Qi family's personnel had already been eliminated by him. Thus, even if Qi Fuxing returned, it would not be easy for him to locate them. As for concealment, it was unnecessary to elaborate when they had trained together. Cheng Xing had exhibited a level of merely 13, yet now, he had suddenly unleashed such formidable power, indicating he must possess some extraordinary means of subterfuge. They could wait for the storm to pass before departing, which would be far preferable to leaving recklessly as they had the day prior. After all, no one would believe that a level 13 and 2 level 11s could annihilate the entire Qi family estate. Bai Lin's thoughts were already aligned with what Cheng Xing had contemplated the previous day, yet her greatest assurance lay in Cheng Xing's own prowess. Following the events of yesterday, Cheng Xing's level had ascended to 30. As the trio conversed, a sudden, jarring alarm pierced the air. Cheng Xing's gaze sharpened. It appeared the events at the manor had been discovered. At the Qi family estate, a corpulent middle-aged man paced slowly through the grand residence, the metallic scent of blood lingering heavily in the air. As he approached a room tucked away in a corner, his expression grew icy. "Master, I have searched the premises. All the masters have been slain. The assailant was ruthless. Most met their demise in a single blow. Their strength is undoubtedly no less than level 28. And their talent appears to be of the assassin type." Soon, several burly men gathered around Qi Fuxing to report. "The surveillance on the upper floors has been checked. All have been destroyed. We've interrogated the surrounding residents, but there are no leads. We suspect that it was the work of other sanctuaries." Shortly thereafter, a few more individuals arrived, accompanied by a dozen women, all appearing dazed and of varying beauty. Within the entire estate, the only ones alive were the ones confined in the basement. Gazing at his subordinates' reports, Qi Fuxing's cold voice echoed, "Does anyone know who killed my son?" At first, these women exhibited no reaction, until they heard a sound from behind them. They numbly turned their heads, only to behold the lifeless body of Qi Wenyu in the room, already cold to the touch. In the next moment, tears welled up in their eyes, and they all threw their heads back in manic laughter. Observing this, Qi Fuxing furrowed his brow, then raised his hand, coldly commanding, "Take them away, eliminate them all." "Has the shelter been sealed?" Upon hearing Qi Fuxing's inquiry, someone promptly stepped forward to respond, "Master, the shelter was sealed at the first opportunity. The inspections across all districts have concluded, but no clues regarding any awakened beings above level 28 have been found. The perpetrator must have already fled the shelter. Send people outside to search. Whoever dared to kill my son shall be torn to shreds. Furthermore, issue the order that from now on, the Yixia shelter is to be entrance only, no exits allowed." Upon hearing this, Qi Fuxing's subordinates visibly hesitated, but knowing he was in a furious state, they quickly nodded in agreement. After dismissing the surrounding subordinates, Qi Fuxing gazed at Qi Wenyu's corpse, his previously dark expression gradually dissipating, replaced by an icy indifference. As if the deceased before him were not his own son. "Just as I could not find a suitable reason to seal off the shelter, now no one will notice my actions. I can even use this as an excuse to strike against other shelters. My dear son, you truly chose the perfect time to die." With this thought, a sinister smile crept onto Qi Fuxing's lips as he took out his phone, swiftly connecting the call. "Li Tiansha, I have prepared the offering for the holy sect." Chapter 166. The shelter is sealed. The Qi family acted with remarkable speed. Shortly after the alarm was raised, they immediately recruited a new batch of personnel. They commenced searches throughout various areas of the shelter, demanding individuals to present their panels. The search team quickly arrived at Bai Lin's home, and upon seeing Cheng Xing's level 13 panel, they promptly disregarded it. As for Bai Lin and her companions, their high-level talents had made them the center of attention within the shelter, and their rankings were well known. Even as they left, they were met with friendly smiles. After all, those with such advanced talents could ascend to positions of power in no time, and they were not to be trifled with. Their objective had already been made clear from above. The perpetrator was likely an awakened being above level 28. How could one possibly be found here? After dealing with the inspection, Cheng Xing and the others chose not to venture outside again, knowing that the Yixia shelter would undoubtedly be closed for a while. After 2 days of rest, once Bai Lin and Bai Wei had returned to normal walking, the three donned their gear, seeking an opportunity to escape. As they navigated through the shelter, it was apparent that the residents had become much less attentive to Bai Lin and her companions. The discussions among them naturally revolved around the shelter's closure. What on earth happened? I don't know. It really startled me a few days ago. I was sleeping soundly when the Chi family suddenly barged in and turned my house upside down. You wouldn't know this, but I heard that the Chi family encountered a major incident. At this moment, Cheng Xing and his companions reached the outskirts of the shelter, clearly realizing that the Chi family had managed to suppress some information. 2 days had passed, yet the people outside still seemed oblivious to what had transpired. Quickly, tell me what happened. It seems the Chi family was bloodily massacred. Not a single survivor remains. Especially Chi Wenyu. His death was truly horrific. Skin peeled, tendons pulled, bones extracted. They say the back door was breached. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd as someone whispered about the Chi family's plight, prompting an immediate wave of excitement. However, they quickly noticed individuals in suits patrolling the streets and promptly silenced themselves. Listening to the murmurs, Cheng Xing and his companions maintained their composure, striding directly toward the main entrance of the shelter. However, as they approached the gate, Cheng Xing's brow suddenly furrowed. Before the entrance stood a group of fully equipped guards, surrounded by a throng of people. On what grounds are you stopping us from leaving? Exactly. I need to head to the disaster zone to level up and earn money. Even if your Chi family founded the shelter, you cannot obstruct our movement. The gathered crowd, witnessing the open gate, yet being denied passage, began to shout loudly. Yet, the guards stood coldly, seemingly indifferent to their protests. Seeing this attitude, the crowd became incensed, shoving against one another in an attempt to break through. In response, the guards wasted no time, swiftly drawing their weapons and striking at those who charged forward. The individuals at the front turned pale, desperate to halt. But the throng behind them forced them onward. The outcome was tragic. The sharp weapons fell upon them, bursting forth with sprays of blood, and the air quickly filled with a thick, metallic scent. Witnessing this scene, the once defiant crowd immediately cowered, hastily retreating. Lord Chi has spoken. The Yixia shelter is currently entrance only. Those who defy this will meet the same fate. After wounding those at the front, the lead guard cast a cold glance at the crowd. In response, the people dared not argue, fully aware that these newly appointed lackeys of the Chi family could strike with lethal speed. With this thought in mind, the crowd scattered like birds, and those who had been injured clutched their wounds, fleeing in panic. Once the crowd had been dispersed, the guards exchanged disdainful glances, gathering together to chat. Cheng Xing and his companions observed this from a distance, promptly halting their steps and discreetly changing direction to leave. Strange, given the Chi family's efficiency. They should have completed the entire inspection of the shelter by now, Bai Lin remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that Chi Fuxing plans to bloodily cleanse the entire shelter to avenge his son? Cheng Xing suggested quietly. That seems unlikely. The major shelters have varying degrees of collaboration, and there are other forces present here. To act against them would be akin to declaring war. Moreover, should such an event occur, this shelter would essentially be rendered unusable, and no one would dare return here. Bai Lin quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. If the foundation of the shelter cannot provide a slightly safer area, how could Chi Fuxing possibly expect anyone to come here if he truly goes on a killing spree? Without anyone, the shelter yields no benefits, and without benefits, Chi Fuxing's subordinates will not serve him. In the disaster zone, life is cheap. Only survival and profit reign supreme. What should we do now? Bai Wei inquired. Let us check the other exits, Bai Lin replied, crossing her arms and stroking her chin. With that, the three proceeded toward the other exits. After some time, they had surveyed all the exits, and the situation there mirrored that of the first. Those causing disturbances were met with violent suppression. Some had even lost their lives. Should we force our way out now? With Cheng Xing's strength, it should be quite simple. Bai Wei suggested without hesitation. Absolutely not. If we force our way out now, won't it soon become apparent to Chi Fuxing that we are in trouble? Cheng Xing sighed as she gave Bai Wei a gentle pat on the head. Right, Bai Wei replied, covering her head with a frown, clearly indicating that such cerebral tasks were not her forte. Let us first retreat and observe, Cheng Xing proposed, a suggestion that was swiftly met with by Lin's agreement. Thus, the three of them meandered back to their home. In light of today's events, the news of Chi Wenyu's demise rapidly spread throughout the sanctuary, prompting a majority to revel in schadenfreude, consequently eliminating any doubts regarding the lockdown of the shelter. As night descended, Cheng Xing remained in her chamber, employing her combat technique to create a shadow clone, which she then rendered invisible. Once this was accomplished, the clone silently departed the room. Upon venturing out, the clone hastened towards the Chi family estate, having sensed something amiss earlier that day. Upon infiltrating the manor, Cheng Xing discovered that the vast estate was devoid of any guards. However, there were several figures clad in black robes, each adorned with an intricate embroidery of crimson flames on their backs. Their prowess far surpassed that of the previous sentinels. As the grand doors of the central mansion creaked open, Chi Fuxing emerged in a black robe, which was notably more exquisite than that of the others. featuring an additional band of flame embroidery at the cuffs. The moment he appeared, the black-robed individuals turned their gazes towards him, collectively kneeling on one knee. Congratulations on the return of Lord Qi Tiansha. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Xing furrowed her brow. The attire and the fervent expressions on the faces of the gathered individuals filled her with unease. Prior to this, she had inquired with Bai Lin about Qi Fuxing's appearance, and she instantly recognized Qi Tiansha as the founder of the Xia Sanctuary. Lord Qi Tiansha, when shall we commence the Burning Sky ritual? One of the highest-ranking individuals among them inquired eagerly. Indeed, we have awaited this for 2 days. Each day I witness the tormented souls in this realm, and I yearn to liberate them, returning them to the embrace of the heavens. Another chimed in after paying homage to Qi Fuxing. Qi Fuxing raised his hands, casting a spell of silence over the gathering. Before he spoke slowly, I understand your impatience, but the number of offerings for the Burning Sky ritual is still insufficient. Let us wait a couple more days, and the quantity of offerings within the sanctuary should be adequate. Upon hearing this, the black-robed individuals displayed expressions of fervor, gesturing with enigmatic signs before them. The mention of the Burning Sky ritual, liberation, and offerings immediately alerted Cheng Xing to the fact that she had stumbled into a large-scale cult gathering. Coupled with what she had witnessed at the sanctuary's exit that day, it was difficult for her not to associate them with the ritual they were discussing. As Cheng Xing pondered, Qi Fuxing had already dispersed the congregation of zealous followers, who vanished into the streets of the sanctuary under the cover of darkness. My recent luck truly leaves much to be desired, Cheng Xing mused inwardly. Initially, she believed that Qi Fuxing would soon reopen the sanctuary, allowing her and Bai Lin to exit with ease. To her surprise, Qi Fuxing had exploited the situation, colluding with an evidently nefarious faction. With a silent sigh, she observed as Qi Fuxing retreated into the mansion, and she decided to follow suit. Since her original plan was rendered obsolete, Cheng Xing resolved to utilize her clone to gather intelligence on Qi Fuxing, intending to deal with him directly thereafter. After all, being of the same level and possessing the advantage of invisibility, she believed assassination would be a straightforward endeavor. Upon entering the mansion, she noted that the bloodstains had been meticulously cleaned, and the corpses had been removed without a trace. The only notable change was the presence of an altar in the corner of the residence. Time was of the essence. Cheng Xing did not squander it. Maintaining a safe distance from Qi Fuxing, she discreetly observed his every move with her peripheral vision. Clap, clap, clap. Qi Fuxing soon entered a grand hall, whereupon a sudden round of crisp applause erupted. Cheng Xing furrowed her brow, surprised to find that there were indeed others within the Qi family estate. As the applause echoed, a figure emerged from the corner of the hall, regarding Qi Fuxing with a playful tone. You've adapted to your role quite swiftly, Qi Fuxing. Wasn't it just recently that you rebuffed our sectus overtures? Cheng Xing turned her head, her brows knitting together as she beheld the individual clad in the same black robe as Qi Fuxing, most notably marked by their impressive level of 38. Level 38? This complicates matters, she thought. If Qi Fuxing were alone, she could handle him without difficulty. However, with others present, the challenge of assassination increased dramatically, especially since she was unaware of their hidden capabilities. The Burning Sky sect had recently decimated several sanctuaries through their tactics of lockdown and slaughter, a fact that had become common knowledge in the surrounding disaster zones. You expect me to agree to use the Xia Sanctuary as a condition for joining your sect? I would never consent. Do you believe that once I seal off the sanctuary, they quickly realize something is amiss, leading to chaos and attracting the attention of other sanctuaries? Qi Fuxing scoffed. Thus, you have seized upon your son's death as a convenient justification to seal the sanctuary, while simultaneously opening the entrance to draw in more individuals. Who would have thought you would play it this way? You truly spare no expense, Li Yuan remarked, observing the calm demeanor of Qi Fuxing with admiration. In recent days, they had targeted several smaller sanctuaries, and as soon as any sanctuary was locked down for over 2 days, the inhabitants would erupt in madness, preventing them from making any progress. Conversely, Qi Fuxing's method had proven unexpectedly effective. Thus far, no one had suspected a thing. A mere son is inconsequential. As long as I draw breath, I can sire countless others. Survival in the disaster zone hinges upon strength. For this Burning Sky ritual, I demand 40% of the experience. Do you have any objections? Qi Fuxing stated nonchalantly. Of course not. After all, you are now Qi Tiansha, holding an equal status to mine. However, do exercise caution. If those outside become aware of our intentions, all will be in vain. To play it safe, I shall remain here for the time being, Li Yuan replied, showing no reluctance to Qi Fuxing's audacious demands. The Xia Sanctuary was of medium size, and even 60% of the experience would surpass that of the smaller sanctuaries outside, especially with a continuous influx of newcomers. You need not instruct me on my duties. Currently, the only people aware of this matter are you, me, and your followers. No one else will know. As Cheng Xing contemplated how to turn the situation to her advantage, the dialogue between Qi Fuxing and Li Yuan ignited a spark of inspiration within her. With the dissolution of her clone, after a brief interval, She waited for the cooldown to elapse before another shadow clone silently departed from Bai Lin's home. This time, instead of heading to the Qi family estate, she maneuvered through the streets, utilizing her invisibility. At this hour, most of the sanctuary's inhabitants had extinguished their lights and succumbed to slumber, yet the red light district remained vibrant, bustling with those seeking nocturnal revelry. With an array of bars lining the streets, Cheng Xing navigated through the bustling streets, his gaze flitting across the faces of passers-by in search of his intended target. Before long, he spotted a suitable prospect at the largest bar on the street, one of the thugs from the Qi family he had observed patrolling during the day. Shortly thereafter, the inebriated thug rose and staggered towards the restroom, prompting Cheng Xing to realize that an opportunity had presented itself, and he swiftly followed suit. When the thug emerged from the restroom, he promptly ordered several shots of strong liquor. As the alcohol coursed through him, he wobbled towards the center of the bar's dance floor, inadvertently colliding with several patrons. This sparked a commotion, and amidst the shoving and shouting, the Qi family thug, in a drunken stupor, proclaimed loudly, "Damn it, our lord has already joined the Burning Heaven sect. Let us see how long you can keep laughing before I scatter your ashes." At this juncture, he abruptly clutched his mouth and hurried back to the restroom, leaving behind a crowd that fell into stunned silence. Cheng Xing smiled faintly to himself. How credible could the words of a mere thug from the Qi family be? This question was of little consequence. All he needed to do was to fire this bullet, letting it soar a little longer before the aftermath unfolded. Lost in such thoughts, he was oblivious to the sound of his room's door being quietly pushed open. Chapter 168, Qi Fuxing. Establishing a base is not out of the question. After dispersing his doppelganger, Cheng Xing discovered a delightful figure had joined him in the room. "Cheng Xing, I wish to practice the awakened 18 styles you mentioned." The eager demeanor of the girl made it clear to Cheng Xing that it was his younger sister, Bai Wei. With a mischievous grin, Bai Wei leaped onto Cheng Xing's bed without hesitation. "Are you not afraid of being discovered by your sister?" Cheng Xing remarked, gently pinching her cheek as he watched her casually shedding her armor. Since that fateful night, it seemed they had both been activated by a peculiar switch, frequently engaging in rounds of card games. In the wake of Qi Wenyu's demise, the two no longer exhibited the same caution as when they first met. Once the door was closed and the curtains drawn, they would unreservedly wash off their disguises. After all, within the entire sanctuary, only Qi Wenyu had shown any interest in the Bai sisters while they were in disguise. Now, whenever Cheng Xing stepped outside, he would often be met with curious glances, as rumors circulated about Bai Lin and her companions supposedly keeping a young dark-skinned man. "Fear not, I just peeked in. Sister is fast asleep. I want to try the 5th style, so hurry and lie down," Bai Wei exclaimed, tilting her head back like a victorious swan. However, the slowly opening door behind her swiftly dampened her enthusiasm. "Cheng Xing, I'm feeling a bit unwell. It might be a side effect." Another face, nearly identical to Bai Wei's, poked through the door, her doe-like eyes blinking and darting about, her cheeks flushed. "Xiaowei, did you not claim you were feeling unwell and wished to retire early?" she asked, quickly noticing Bai Wei perched on Cheng Xing's lap, with hands on her hips. Bai Lin sternly confronted her. "Sister, you can't lecture me. You sneaked in here too." In response to Bai Lin's accusation, Bai Wei stood her ground, puffing up defiantly, her movements causing her form to quiver slightly. Cheng Xing, sensing the rising tension, retrieved a deck of cards from the bedside. "Enough of this. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. If you both beg for mercy tonight, you'll have to write my name backward." At his audacious declaration, the sisters turned in unison, abandoning pretense and lunging towards him, leading to yet another sleepless night. While Cheng Xing and the sisters engaged in a game of poker outside, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Just as Cheng Xing had anticipated, news of Qi Fuxing's affiliation with the Burning Heaven sect began to spread virally, swiftly permeating the sanctuary. Almost everyone with any semblance of power was now aware of it. The following day, this news began to propagate outward from the sanctuary. When Cheng Xing and his companions re-emerged onto the street, they found a starkly altered scene. The faces of pedestrians bore hints of panic, their backs laden with various bundles as they hastened towards the sanctuary's exits. Doors were tightly shut, and a closer look revealed that many homes had already been vacated. "What transpired today? Why is everyone heading towards the exits?" Bai Wei inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "It is indeed strange. They seem intent on fleeing," Bai Lin echoed, her expression one of confusion. Having lived in the sanctuary for years, she had never witnessed such a sight. What could have happened? It's so hard to guess. Cheng Xing mused lightly, his eyes narrowing. The bullet he had fired the previous day had clearly yielded favorable results. After a brief inspection of the sanctuary, Cheng Xing noted that a majority of individuals were congregating at the exits, while a smaller contingent surrounded the Qi family estate, seemingly demanding an explanation from Qi Fuxing. The identities of these individuals were not difficult to discern. They were likely those from other sanctuaries who had come to negotiate with the Qi family. "Why are you blocking our way? We simply wish to speak with Qi Fuxing to understand the situation. The sanctuary has been sealed for days. Will it not reopen? Let us not forget how he promised us when we came to conduct business," they pressed, leveraging their influence against the guard stationed there. Faced with this pressure, the guards wore grim expressions, clearly intimidated by the group. Cheng Xing and his companions did not linger, instead making their way towards the entrance, their true objective. At one of the exits of the Ixia sanctuary, a multitude of awakened individuals had gathered. Some were long-term residents, while others were temporary visitors who had passed through in recent days. Yet, all shared a singular thought, the urgent desire to escape. While they did not wholly believe the news of Qi Fuxing's alliance with the Burning Heaven sect, they dared not take the risk. If it were false, they could always return in a few days, but if it were true, the Burning Heaven sect was notorious for targeting the fallen within sanctuaries, often resorting to wholesale slaughter. Remaining here was tantamount to courting death. Despite their apprehension, the guards maintained their arrogant demeanor, viewing the crowd merely as a larger gathering of individuals. Perhaps aware of their ferocity, no one dared to make a break for it. They all understood that if they charged together, they could easily break through. Yet no one was willing to be the first to take that leap. Bai Lin and the others had already gleaned the news from familiar faces and, initially alarmed, insisted on forcefully exiting with Cheng Xing. However, he had counseled them back, and they took refuge in a nearby alley just off the exit. Cheng Xing, what are we waiting for? Bai Lin asked, her restlessness palpable, clearly intimidated by the might of the Burning Heaven sect. Patience, someone will soon take the lead. Cheng Xing replied confidently, affectionately ruffling their hair. Meanwhile, in the Qi family estate, in the study, Qi Fuxing raised his glass, as pleasant music played in the background. He gazed out the window, his right hand swaying to the rhythm of the melody. Just one more day, and the population within the sanctuary will swell to rival that of a large sanctuary. Once I deal with them, my level will undoubtedly rise significantly. Seizing the opportunity presented by Wen Yu's demise, one could effortlessly conspire with the Burning Sky sect to eliminate the other founders of the sanctuaries. At that juncture, transcending level 40 would hardly pose a challenge. Once I attain level 40, I would be free to roam unchecked in this disaster-stricken land. And establishing a base would not be beyond the realm of possibility. As Qi Fuxing sipped his fine wine, visions of a splendid future danced in his mind. However, before long, a series of urgent knocks at the door shattered his reverie. Furrowing his brow, he impatiently called out, "Enter." Subsequently, one of his subordinates hastily opened the door and stepped inside, saying, "Master, a throng has gathered outside the manor, demanding your explanation. Moreover, the entrances and exits are already overflowing with people. Should we open the sanctuary to allow them to disperse?"